figure out the game better. So I think a lot of companies are good at winning the right way by building better products, by making people happier with the work they're doing, and winning at the game of capitalism. And there's other companies that win at the game of lobbying. And I just want to sort of draw that distinction because I think it's a small subset of companies that are playing the game of lobbying. The big pharma.
So, first of all, you have to set rules for what makes sense, not, I don't like this industry, or I don't like this company. Or, hey, this company is not doing that much lobbying at this point. They will later when they realize what's going on. So, for example, in my opinion, AIPAC has totally bought almost all of Congress. And so now other countries are going to wake up and go, wait, you could just buy the American government? So AIPAC is going to spend about $100 million in this cycle, and then they're getting $26 billion back. So every country in the world is soon going to realize, take American citizens that live there, give them a tremendous amount of money, and just buy the U.S. government, right? But for corporations, they've already realized that on a massive scale, right? So, for example, in the two industries you get, automotive. So in New Jersey, about a decade ago or so, one of the most powerful lobbies is car dealerships. So at a national level, you got pharma and you've got defense contractors, et cetera. At the local level, guys who have huge power, number one is utilities, number two is real estate, and then car dealerships are hilariously among the top, right? Because it's local businesses that are, financing the politicians at the local level. So they passed a law saying that you have to sell through dealerships, but Tesla doesn't sell through dealerships, and it was intended to bully, intimidate, and push out Tesla out of the market. They then did that in a number of different states throughout the country. So does that make any sense in a democracy? Of course not. Why do you have to sell your product through a specific vehicle or medium? You can sell it any way you like. That's the most anti-free market thing possible. Why? It was just total, utter corruption. But it's not. But it's perfectly legal. The Supreme Court legalized bribery. So then what happened in that case? So then Elon came in and gave campaign contributions and reversed it. So now we're in a battle where it's an open auction, right? Different companies are buying different politicians, and then they're pretending to have debates about principles and ideas, etc. So now let's look at tech. In the beginning, Facebook was not spending any money in politics, or almost any money in politics. So what happens? They're getting hammered. They get pulled into congressional hearings, and Facebook's fake news, and oh my God, all this trouble from Facebook. Then Facebook does the logical thing. It turns out I need to grease these sons of bitches. Okay, so then they hire a whole bunch of Republican consultants. They go grease all the Republicans and most of the corporate Democrats. And then all of a sudden, we're no longer talking about Facebook at all. Facebook are angels. And now we've turned our attention to who? Facebook's top competitor, TikTok. Funny how that works. Okay. And by the way, then Donald Trump goes, TikTok's a big dangerous company. They're working with China. Okay. And then Jeff Yazd comes in on this cycle, part owner of TikTok, and he doesn't want TikTok banished, of course, right? So he gives Trump a couple of $1 million. Trump turns around the next day and goes, we love TikTok. TikTok's a good company, right?
So that's a big contributor to influencing what politicians say and what they think. That's not the entire thing. Right?
No, it is. It's 98%. I'll go on mainstream media and they'll be like, I see what you're saying. I can see how that influences politicians about 10%. I'm like, no, it's 98%. So, and even 50, a lot of good people think it's 50-50. They have principles and they have money. No, they have money and this smidge of principles. That's why I wanted to clarify 98.
Okay, so how do we fix it? Just really interesting and nice that you're pro-capitalism and anti-corporatism. So how do we create a system where market can rule, where capitalism can rule, we can have these vibrant flourishing of all these companies competing against each other and creating awesome stuff?
Yeah, so in the book I call it democratic capitalism as opposed to Bernie's democratic socialism, right? We can get into that distinction in a minute, but so as Adam Smith said, and anyone who studies capitalism knows, you need the government to protect the market as well as the people. Because why do we have? Because if we don't have cops, somebody's going to go, well, I like Lexus equipment. Why don't I just go into his house and take it, right? So you need the cops to protect you, and that's the government. So people say, oh, I hate big government. Do you? Right? It depends, right? If your house is getting robbed, all of a sudden you like the government. But you also need cops on Wall Street, because if you allow insider trading, the powerful are going to rob you blind, and the little guy's going to get screwed. So that's just easy example. And so if you don't have those cops, the bad guys are going to take over. They're going to set the rules, rig the rules in their favor. So that's why you need regulation. And so the Republicans on purpose made regulation a dirty word. They're like, oh, all regulation is bad. And then sometimes on the left, people fall for the trap of all regulation is good. A guy I like has a great analogy. It's Matt Stoller. He's one of the original, I would argue, progressives. And there's about 4 of us. I'm sure there's more, but that have stayed true to the original meaning of progressivism and populism. Me, Matt Stoller, David Sirota, Ryan Gray. Okay. And it used to be in that original blogger group, there was guys like Glenn Greenwald and other interesting cats, right? But they went in different directions. So, he says, if somebody comes up to you and says, how big a pipe do you want? There is no answer for that. It depends on the job, doesn't it? Right? What are we doing? What are we building? I'm going to tell you the size of the pipe depending on the project. So when people say, are you in favor of regulation or against it? That's an absurd question. Of course you need regulation. It just means laws, right? So don't kill your neighbor is a regulation, right? So my idea is a simple one, and one we're going to keep coming back to, balance. So when my dad was a small business owner in New Jersey, and they inspected the elevators 6 times a year, that was over regulation. And I said to my dad, so should they not inspect it at all? I'm a young kid growing up. And he said, no, you got to inspect it at least twice. I said, why? He said, because in Turkey, sometimes they don't inspect it, and then the elevator falls. Okay. So balance of reason, correct, regulate the markets, and to protect America.
Yeah, but finding the right level of regulation, especially in tech, something I'm much more familiar with, is difficult. Because people in Congress are living in the 20th century before the internet was invented. So, like, how are they regulations?
Yeah.
That's the idea of the free market, is you should be able to sort of compete. The market regulates. And then the government can step in and the market forming monopolies, for example, which is easier.
Yeah, but that's a normal regulation.
Right. But then there's more checking the elevator twice a year. More sort of specific watching, micromanaging.
So, Lex, there's no way around. The laws are made by, okay. So you can't give up then and go, oh, it's a bunch of schmucks. I think most politicians are just servants for the donor class. All right. The media makes it sound like they're the best of us. Oh, they deserve a lot of honor and respect, and they kiss their ass, etc. I think generally they're usually the worst of us, especially in this corporatist structure, right? Because they're the guys who their number one talent is, yes, sir, no, sir. What would you like me to do with your donor money, sir? Absolutely, I'll serve you completely, or 98%, right? So in this structure, the politicians are the worst of us. But at some point, you need somebody elected to be your representative to do democratic capitalism, so that you have capitalism, but it's checked by the government on behalf of the people. It's the people that are saying, these are the rules of the land, and you have to abide by them. So how do you get to the best possible answer, and which is related to an earlier question you asked, Lex, which is the number one thing you have to do is get big money out of politics. Everything else is near impossible as long as we are drowned in money, and whoever has more money wins. And by the way, when it comes to legislation, again, that's true about 98% of the time. Like, we predict things ahead of time. People are like, wow, how did you know that bill wasn't going to pass or was going to pass? It's the easiest thing in the world. And we literally teach our audience on the young curves. Watch, you'll be able to see for yourself. And now, our members comment in, they do these predictions. They're almost always right? Because it's so simple. Follow the money. So if you get big money out of politics, and I'll explain how to do that in a sec, then you're at a place where you got your best shot at honest representatives that are going to try their best to get to the right answer. Are they going to get to the right answer out of the gate? Usually not. So they pass a law. There's something wrong with the law. They then fix that part. It's a pendulum. You don't want it to swing too wildly, but you do need a little bit of oscillation in that pendulum to get to the right balance.
By the way, I was listening to Joe Biden from when he was like 30 years old, his speeches. It was eloquent as hell. It's fun to listen to, actually. And he has a speech he gives, or just maybe a conversation in Congress, I'm not sure where he talks about how corrupt the whole system is. And he's really honest and like fun. And that Joe Biden is great, by the way. That guy, I mean, age sucks when people get older. But he was talking quite honestly about like having to suck up to all these rich people, and that he couldn't really suck up to the really rich people. They said, "Come back to us 10 years later, when you're like more integrated into the system." But he was really honest about it. He's saying that's how it is. That's what we have to do, and that really sucks. That's what we have to do.
Yeah. So we did a video on our TikTok channel, then and now of Joe Biden. This is when I was trying to push Biden out.
We should say you're one of the people early on saying Biden needs to stay down.
Yeah, I started about a year ago because I was positive that Biden had a 0% chance of winning, and it turned out. By the way, 2 days before he dropped out, his inside advisors inside the White House said, "Yeah, near 0% chance of winning." So we were right all along.
Got a lot of criticism for that, but yeah.
Yeah, we can come back to that. Yes, I did. And which makes it Tuesday for me. I get a lot of criticism for everything. And by the way, Democratic Party, you're welcome. But Biden's a really interesting example. I'm really glad you brought it up. So the video on TikTok was just showing Biden then, Biden now. And you're right, Biden was so dynamic. When you see how dynamic he was, we did like side by side, right? And then you see him now going, I can barely finish. Anyways, right? You're like, oh, that's not the same guy. I get it, right? So that got like 5 million views because it resonates. They're like, yeah, of course, right? But when he first started, to the point you were making, in fact, I know because I talked to him about this, anti-corruption. Why? Because at that point, everything changes in 1976 and 78. The Supreme Court decisions that basically legalized bribery. Remember, Biden is ancient, so he's coming into politics at a time when money has not yet drowned politics. And in fact, the American population is super pissed about the fact that it's begun. They don't like corruption. So early Biden, because he's reading the room, is very anti-corruption. And the first bill he proposed is to get money out of politics, okay? But as Biden goes on for his epic 200-year career in Washington, he starts to get not more conservative, more corporate, because he's just taking more and more money. By the middle of his career, he has a nickname, the senator from MBNA. Okay, MBNA was a credit card company based in Delaware. And the reason he had that nickname is because there isn't anything Joe Biden wouldn't have done for credit card companies and corporations based in Delaware, which are almost all corporations. Okay, so he became the most corporate senator in the country, and hence the most loved by corporate media. And corporate media has protected him his entire career until about a month ago. So, for example, in the primaries, both in 2020 and 2024, if you said the senator from MBNA, I guarantee you almost no one in the audience has heard of it. If you heard of it, good job. You know politics really well, okay? But the reason you didn't hear of it is because the mainstream media wouldn't say that's outrageous of Joe Biden to be such a corporate stooge. They'd say, that's outrageous of you to point out something that's true and something we reported on earlier, okay? And so they protected him at all points. Now, when you get to this version of Joe Biden, he can't talk, he can't walk, he bears no resemblance to the young guy who came in saying that money in politics was a problem. Now he's saying money in politics is the solution. And in 2020, he said, well, I can raise more money than Bernie. I can kiss corporate ass better than Bernie. I'm the biggest corporate ass kisser in the world, so I'm going to raise $1 billion, and you need to support me. Now, of course, he doesn't say it in those words, but that was a message to the establishment. And Buttigieg, Klobuchar, Obama, Clyburn, everybody goes, but that's right. Biden Biden, not Bernie. I don't know that there's anybody in the country who instinctually dislikes Bernie more than Barack Obama.
Oh, that's an interesting. I'm not taking that attention at this moment. But because you mentioned mainstream media, what's the motivation for mainstream media corporatist also?
So first of all, they're giant corporations. So they're all multi-billion-dollar corporations. In the old days, we had an incredible number of media outlets. So you go to San Francisco, there'd be at least 2 papers, and there'd be a paper boy, and I'm going all the way back, paper boy on each corner, and they're competing with one another. Literally, they'd be catty corner, right? And one guy's going, oh, I hear all this detail. They're trying to get an audience. They're trying to get people interested. So they're populist, they're interesting, they're muckbreakers, they're challenging the government. Fast forward to now, or not now, but about a decade ago, 5 years ago, in that ballpark, now there's only 6 giant media corporations left, and it's an oligopoly, right? And they're all multi-billion-dollar corporations. They all want tax cuts. Half of them are also, especially about 20 years ago during the Iraq War, half of them are defense contractors. So they're just using the news as marketing to start wars like the Iraq War, and then GE, which owned MSNBC, makes a tremendous amount of money. So much more money from war than it does from media, that media is a good marketing spend for these corporations. Now, that's part of it, that they themselves want the same exact thing as the rest of corporations do for corporate rule, lower tax cuts, deregulation so they can merge, etc. But the second part of it is arguably even more important. So where does all that money in politics go? So, for example, in 2022, just a midterm election, no presidential, should be lower spending. A ridiculous $17 billion was spent, okay, on the election side. Where does the $17 billion go? Almost all of it goes into corporate media, mainstream media, television, newspapers, radio. They're buying ads like nuts. So we have a reporter at QIT, David Schuster. He used to work at MSNBC, Fox News, etc. And David once did a piece about money in politics at a local NBC news station. And his editor or GM spiked the story. And David goes into his office and asks him, why? The story is true. It's a huge part of politics. If we're going to report on this issue, we got to tell you what's actually happening. So he says, David, come here. He puts his arm around his shoulders, takes him to the big newsroom, and goes, you see all this? Money in politics paid for that.
That's really fascinating. So big corporations are giving money to politicians through different channels, and then the politicians are spending that money on mainstream media. And so there's a vicious cycle where it's in the interest of the mainstream media not to criticize the very corporations that are feeding that cycle. It's not actually direct. It's not like corporations are, because I was thinking one of the ways is direct advertisement. Like pharmaceuticals obviously advertise a lot on mainstream media, but there's also indirect, which is like giving the politicians money or super PACs and the super PACs and spend money on the.
That's why mainstream media never talks about the number one factor in politics, which is money. Like we all know, I mean, as we talked about earlier, we see it with our own eyes, open auction, any country, any company, anybody that has money, the politicians will now literally say, I am now working for this guy, as Trump says, because he gave me a strong endorsement, which means a lot of money, right? And the press never covers it, almost never, right? So you're telling me you're doing an article on the infrastructure bill or Build Back Better, etc., and you're not going to mention the enormous amount of money that every lobbyist spent on that bill? That's absurd. That's 98% of the ballgame. And the reason they hide the ball is because they don't want you to know this whole thing is based on the money that they are receiving. And by the way, that one more thing about that, Lex, it's that the ads themselves actually, they work, and they work well. But that's not the main reason you spend money on ads. You spend the money in ads to get friendly coverage from the content, from the free media that you're getting from that same outlet. And so since every newspaper and every television station and network knows that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are their top clients. They're going to get billions of dollars from them. They never really criticize the Republican and Democratic parties. On the other hand, if you're an outsider, they'll rip your face off.
That's also really interesting. So if you're an advertiser, if you're big pharma and you're advertising, it's not that the advertisement works. It's that the hosts are too afraid, not like explicitly, just even implicitly. They're self-censoring. They're not going to have any guests that are like controversial anti-big pharma, or they're not going to make any jokes about big pharma. They're not going to make, that continues and expands. That's really interesting.
Sometimes it's super direct. When I was a host on MSNBC, I had a company that I was criticizing in my script, and management looked at it. And by the way, I used to go off prompter a lot, and it drove me crazy. Not because I wasn't good at it. I think my ratings went up whenever I went off prompter, but because they couldn't pre-approve the script. And what do they want to pre-approve? Hey, are you going to criticize one of our sponsors, one of our advertisers, etc.? So we had a giant fight over it, and the compromise was I moved them lower in the script, but kept them in the story, right? So sometimes it's super direct like that, but way more often, it's implicit, it's indirect. You don't have to say it, right? So I give you a spectacular example of it so that you get a sense of how it works implicitly. So since GE is a giant defense contractor, they own MSNBC at the time of the Iraq War. They fired everyone who was against the Iraq War on it. So Phil Donahue, Jesse Ventura, Ashley Banfield. But Ashley Banfield, they did something different. Okay, she was a rising star at the time. She goes and gives a speech in Kansas, not really even having a policy position, but just talking about the actual cost of this Iraq War and how we should be really careful. They hate it. So they take their rising star and they take her off. Okay? And she goes, okay, good. Let me out of my contract. It's okay, I'll go. Because she was such a star at that time, she could have easily gotten somewhere else. They go, no, we're not going to let you out of your contract. Why not? You're going to pay me to do nothing? Yeah. Not only that, we're moving your office. Where are you moving it to? They literally moved it into a closet. Okay. And they made sure that everybody in the building saw her getting taken off the air and moved into a closet. The closet is the memo, right? That's the memo to the whole building. You better shut up and do as you're told, okay? So that way I don't have to tell you and get myself in trouble. Super obvious. There are guardrails here. You are not allowed to go beyond acceptable thought. And acceptable thought is our sponsors are great, politicians are great, the powerful are great.
So how do we begin to fix that? And what exactly are we fixing? Is it the influence of the lobbyists, the influence of it feels like there's companies have found different ways to achieve influence, right? So how do we get money out of politics?
So it's very difficult but doable, and we will do it. So, but in order to do it, the populist left and the populist right have to unite. Because, and that, by the way, that is why we have the cultural wars.
That's why you're voting for Trump.
No chance. Okay, so we can get into that. So the culture wars are meant to divide us. If we get united, we have enough leverage and power to be able to do it. But you can't do it through a normal bill, because if you do it in a bill, the whole point of capturing the Supreme Court was to make sure that they could kill any piece of legislation that would protect the American people.
You're saying the Supreme Court is also captured by this?
Oh, 100%. So, okay, so let me explain. Again, people, for the uninitiated, they think, oh, that sounds conspiratorial. Well, in this case, that's actually somewhat true, because people now know about this. It's the Powell memo, right? The most infamous political memo in history. Lewis Powell writes a memo for the Chamber of Commerce in 1971. That's basically a blueprint for how the Chamber of Commerce can take over the government. And Lewis Powell explains one of the most important things you have to do is take over the media. But even more important than that is taking over the Supreme Court. Because the Supreme Court is the ultimate arbiter of what is allowed and not allowed. And he says, we need, quote, activist judges to help business interests on the court, okay? Nixon reads the memo and goes, that sounds like a really good idea. How about I put you on the Supreme Court? And he puts Lewis Powell, the guy who wrote the memo, on the Supreme Court, where he's the deciding vote in Bellotti and Buck. So Bellotti's, those two decisions are 76 and 78. And what they say is, Yeah, I read the Constitution and it says that money is speech. No, it isn't. And no, it didn't. That's not even close to true. They just made it up. And they said, okay, corporations, they're human beings. No, they're not. That's preposterous, right? And they have the same inalienable rights as human beings, as citizens do. And money is speech, and speech is an inalienable right. So corporations can spend unlimited money in politics. And there goes our democracy. Gone. Okay? So Citizens United just shot a dead horse with a Gatling gun and made it worse and put it on steroids. But it was already dead in 78. So that's why every chart you see for the rest of your life, you'll see this. Every chart about the American economy starts to diverge in 1978. So until 38 to 78, we have golden 40 years of economic prosperity. We create the greatest middle class the world has ever seen. And our productivity is sky high, but our wages match our productivity. After 78, productivity is still sky high, best in the world. Okay, sometimes people, the American worker's lazy. Not remotely true. You work our ass off, okay? But wages flatline. And they've been flatlining for about 50 years straight. And the reason is because the Supreme Court made bribery legal. So in order to get past the Supreme Court, you only have one choice. That's an amendment. And so you have to get an amendment. Amendments are very difficult. But so, for example, you need 2/3 of Congress to even propose an amendment. So, well, why would Congress propose an amendment that would take away their own power, right? Because almost everybody in Congress got there through corruption. Their main talent is, I can kiss corporate ass better than you can, right? So they take the most amount of money. The person with more money in Congress wins 95% of the time, right? But the good news is the founding fathers were geniuses, and they put in a second out. They said, or 2/3 of the states can call for an convention where you can propose an amendment. And after an amendment is proposed, then 3/4 of the states have to ratify. That's what makes it so difficult, because getting 3/4 of the states, there's so many red states, so many blue states, getting 3/4 of the states to agree is near impossible. But there's one issue that the whole country agrees on. 93% of Americans believe that politicians serve donors and not their votes. So this is the one thing we can unite on. If we unite on this, we push our states to call for a convention. We all go to the convention together. We bring democracy alive, and we propose amendments to the Constitution. And then it's 3/4 of the states ratified. You go above the Supreme Court, and you solve the whole thing.
So 83% people want this. Why hasn't it happened yet? I mean, the obvious answer is there's control of the media and politicians, but it seems like our current system, megaphone that the president has, should be able to kind of unite us left and right. It's that difficult to do. Like, hasn't a person like Trump, who's a billionaire, or I don't know, a rich businessman run this and win?
Well, eventually they will, right? And so that's why I actually have a lot of hope, even though things seem super dark right now. So, and that's why I was for Bernie. So I can come back to that. But why hasn't Trump done it? It's easy. He's like, what am I, a sucker? The guy gives me money. I do what the guy wants. Why would I get rid of that? That's how I got into power. And so that's how I'm doing it now. I go to Miriam Mendelsohn and say, give me $100 million and I'll let Israel annex the West Bank, right? So I'll go to the oil companies and give me $1 billion and I'll give you tax subsidies. I'll let you drill. I'll take away regulation. Why would I stop that?
You think he likes money more than he likes being popular? Because there's a big part of him that's a populist, in the sense that, like, he loves being admired by large masses of people.
Yeah. So, and you're absolutely right. That is the fault of MAGA. And so MAGA, you're screwing populists in a way that is infuriating. Okay. And smart libertarians like Dave Smith have figured this out. And that's why he's just as mad at Trump as I am. And it's because he took a populist movement and he redirected it for his own personal gain. MAGA, figure it out. Come on, right? And so if you say, oh, you think Democrats have figured out that these politics? No, they largely haven't figured it out either. And I think there's blue MAGA, and I can talk about that as well. But for those of us on the populist left, yeah, we're not enamored by politicians. And for example, when Bernie does the wrong thing, we call him out. Well, Bernie's not my goddamn uncle. I don't like him for some personality reason. It's not a cult of personality. You do the right thing, I love you for. You do the wrong thing, I'm gonna kick your ass for, right? So, but Donald Trump does this massive, ridiculous corruption over and over again, and MAGA's like, I'm here for it, love it. As long as you're doing the corruption, I'm okay with it.
What does Trump say about getting money out of politics?
He says nothing about it. Go and MAGA, why haven't you held him to account? Like, so when Bernie helped Biden take out $15 minimum wage from the Senate bill on the first bill that was introduced in the Biden administration, we went nuts. We did a petition. We sent in videos to Bernie, our audience going, don't kill it, Bernie. Don't kill it. And so Bernie then reintroduced an amendment. It got voted down, but he did the right thing, right? That is us holding our top leader accountable and saying, you better get back on track, okay? Because we're not here for you and your personal self-aggrandizement. We're here for policy, right? And if MAGA was actually here for policy, they would have absolutely leveled Trump on the fact that remember what he ran on, Drain the Swamp. That's why he won in 2016, right? I predicted on ABC right after the DNC, and Hillary Clinton was up 10, 12 points, whatever she was, and I said Trump would win, okay? And the whole panel laughed out loud, right? They're like, get a load of this crazy guy. I said he's a populist who seems to hate the establishment in a populist time. And Drain the Swamp is a great slogan. And I knew he would win when he was in a Republican debate. And he said, I paid all these guys. Before, I paid them and they did whatever I want. And I was like, that's so true, right? And people will love that, and especially Republican voters will love that. I actually have a lot of respect for Republican voters because they actually genuinely hate corruption.
So what would an amendment look like that helps prevent money being an influence in politics?
So I started a group called Wolfpack, and thank you, wolf-pack.com. And the reason why I named it Wolfpack is because everyone in Washington I knew hate that. It's a populist name, and everybody in Washington snickers like name it Americans for America and just trick people, etc. No. Wolfpack means we're coming for you. Okay, we're not coming for you in a weirdo, physical, or violent way. We're coming for you in a democratic way. Okay, so we're going to go to those state houses. We're going to get them to propose a convention, and we did it in 5 states. But then the Democratic Party started beating us back. We'll get to that. And so we are going to overturn your Apple Vote, and we're going to put the American people back in charge. So what does the amendment say? Number one, a lot of people have different opinions on what it should say, and that's what you sort out in a convention. So, for example, one of the things that conservatives could propose, which makes sense, is term limits. Because the reason why these super old politicians are in charge is because they provide a return on investment. So if you give to Biden, Pelosi, or McConnell, they're going to deliver for you. They love that return on investment. They don't want to risk it on a new guy. The new guy might have principles, or might want to actually do a little bit for his voters, boo. Whereas these old, and every corrupt system has these old guys hanging around that help maintain power, etc. So my particular proposal in the amendments would be a couple of things. One is end private financing of elections. So if you're a business person, you're a capitalist, you know this with absolute certainty. If somebody signs your check, that's the person you vote, right? So if private interests are funding politicians, the politicians will serve private interests. And then you're going to get into a fight like Elon did in New Jersey, where the car dealerships and Tesla are getting into an auction. Can I hear 100,000? No, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, right? And now you got to go bribe the government official. That's called a campaign contribution. And this is a terrible system, right? And the private financing, go to complete public financing of elections. That's when conservatives, because they've been propagandized by corporate media, mainstream media got into your head too, and right-wing media got into your head too, and right-wing media also financed by a lot of this corrupt interest. And so they tell you, oh, you don't want to publicly finance. Oh my God, you'd be spending like $1 billion on politicians. Brother, they're spending trillions of dollars of your money because they're financed by the guys that they're giving all of your money to.
So can you educate me? Does that prevent something like Citizen United? So like super PACs are all gone in this case. So so indirect funding is also
Indirect funding's gone. Direct funding's gone. You have to set up some thresholds. Not everybody can just get money to run. You have to prove that you have some sort of popular support. So signature gathering. You would still allow for small money donations, like up to $100, something along those lines. That's
not 5,000.
yeah, I think 5,000 is too high, but those are fine debates. Yeah, but you basically want to create an incentive. Everything is about incentives and disincentives. Again, capitalists realize this better than anyone else, right? So you want to set up an incentive to serve your voters, not your donors. So if you take away private donors, well, there goes that incentive. That's gigantic, right? And then if you set up small grassroots funding as a way to get past the threshold to get the funding to run an election, well, then good, because then you're serving small donors, which are generally voters, right? So that's what you want. And ending private financing is critical. The second thing is ending corporate personnel. So it's where you get into a lot of fights because you have two reasons. One is some folks have a principled position against it, and they say, well, I mean, the Sierra Club is technically a corporation. ACLU is technically a corporation. And so if you end corporate personhood, then they could endanger their existence, right? No, it doesn't endanger their existence at all, right? So it doesn't endanger GM or GE's existence. It doesn't endanger anybody's existence. So corporations exist. We're not trying to take them away. I would never do that, right? That's not smart. That's not workable, etc. We're just saying they don't have constitutional rights. So they have the rights that we give them. And by the way, read the Founding Fathers is also, they hated corporations. The American Revolution was partly against the British East India Company. And so the Tea Party in Boston was against that corporation. They threw their tea overboard. It was not against the British monarch. And so and all the Founding Fathers warned us over and over again. Watch out for corporations, okay? Because once they form, they will amass money and power and look to kill off democracy. And they were totally right. That's exactly what happened. And so it's not that you don't have them, it's that through democratic capitalism, you limit their power. You can give them a bunch of rights. You say, hey, you have a right to exist, you have a right to do this, this, and this, okay? But you do not have constitutional rights of a citizen. And so you don't have the right to speak to a politician by giving them $1 billion.
And you believe that the people will be able to find the right policies to regulate and tax the corporations such that capitalism can flourish.
Yes, you know why? Because I'm a real populist and I believe in the people. So I drive the establishment crazy because they don't believe in the people. They think, oh, have you seen MAGA? Have you seen these guys? Have you seen the radicals on the left? We're so much smarter. I mean, you know how many Ivy League degrees we have, right? And we know what we're doing. No, you don't. No, everybody to some degree looks out for their own interests, right? Why I like capitalism and why I love democracy is because it's the wisdom of the crowd. And so in the long run, the crowd is right. Oftentimes in the short term, we're wrong, okay? But the wisdom of the crowd in the long run is much, much better than the elites that run things. The elites say, well, we're so smart and educated, so we're going to know better what's good for you. No, brother, you're going to know what's better for you. And so here's something that a lot of people get wrong on the populist left and right. They think, oh, those guys are evil. They're not evil. I've met them. I worked at MSNBC. I worked on cable. I went to Wharton, Columbia Law. I know a lot of those guys. And so they're not at all evil. They don't even know that they're mainly serving their own interests. They just naturally do, right? And so they think the carried interest loophole makes a lot of sense, right? They think corporate tax cuts makes a lot of sense. You not getting higher wages, you not having health care makes a lot of sense. It doesn't make any goddamn sense, but they get themselves to believe it. And that's another portion of the fiscal hand in the market.
So there's problems with every path. So the elite, like you mentioned, can be corrupted by greed, by power, and so on. But the crowd, I agree with you, by the way, about the wisdom of the crowd versus the wisdom of the elite. But the crowd can be captured by a charismatic leader. The problem with populism, and I'm probably a populist myself, The problem with populism is it can be and has been throughout history captured by bad people.
But if you say to me, trust the elites or trust the people, I'm going to trust the people every single time.
But that's why you're such an interesting, I don't want to say contradiction, but there's a tension that creates the balance. So to me, in the way you're speaking might result in hurting capitalism. So it's easy to, in fighting corporatism, to hurt companies. So to go too far the other way.
Yeah, of course.
So like when you talked about corporate tax, what's the magic number for the corporate tax? Because if it's too high, like companies leave.
Yeah, companies have so much power right now. This pendulum has swung so far, and we're almost out of time. The window's closing. The minute private equity buys all of our homes, the residential real estate market, we're screwed. We're indentured servants forever. Okay, there goes wealth creation for the average American. So you're right, Lex. It's not a contradiction. It's a tension that is inevitable to get to balance. The reason why people can't figure me out, they're like, well, you're on the left, but you're a capitalist, etc. That's not a contradiction. That's getting to the right balance. And in order to do that, like if you say, well, if we change the system, I'm afraid of change because what if the pendulum swings too far in the other direction, right? Well, then you would be opposed to change at all times. So if you do that, it actually reminds me of the Biden fight, right? So I'm like, guys, he's almost no chance of winning. He stands for the establishment. He can't talk. But then the number one pushback I get from Democrats was, yeah, but what change? It's so scary. We don't know about Kamala Harris. What if it's not Kamala Harris? It's so scary. Don't change. And I'm like, yeah, but if you say change might be worse, it also might be better. And you're at zero. Anything is better, right? And right now, in terms of corruption in America, we're at 98% corruption. So you've got 2% decency left. Brother, this is when you want change. And so and Lex, if you actually have wisdom of the crowd, just like a supply and demand and how it works in economics, it works the same way in a functioning democracy. You go too far, you come back in. So for example, when Reagan came into office, me and my dad, my family, we were Republican. Why? At that point, the highest marginal tax rate was at 70%. 70% is too high, right? Now then he brought it all the way down to 28%. That's low. Okay. So and that's how the system modulates itself. Already we were headed towards corruption because it's the 80s now. We're past 78, magic 78 marker, right? So and even Carter was way more conservative economically than people realized because we were already past it by the time it's in his administration. But the bottom line is, yes, whenever you have real wisdom of the crowd, whether it's in business or in politics, you're going to have fluctuation. You're going to have that pendulum swinging back and forth. You don't want wild swings, communism, corporatism, right? You want to get to, hey, where's the right balance here between capitalism and what people think is socialism?
Yeah, so I guess I agree with most of the things you said about the corruption. I just wish there would be more celebration of the fact that capitalism and some incredible companies in the history of the 20th century has created so much wealth, so much innovation that has increased the quality of life on average. They've also increased the wealth inequality and exploitation of the workers and this kind of stuff. But you want to not forget to celebrate the awesomeness that companies have also brought outside the political sphere, just in creating awesome stuff.
Look, I run a company, and so I don't want companies to go away, and I don't want you to hate all companies. I think Young Turks is a wonderful company, right? We provide great healthcare, we take care of our employees, we care about the community, etc. And we're building a whole nation online on those principles and the right way to run, right? But guys, we're at the wrong part of the pendulum. The companies have overwhelming power and they're crushing us. We're like that scene in Star Wars where the trash compactor is closing in on them, the walls are closing in. We're almost out of time because they've captured the government almost entirely. They're only serving corporate interests. We've got to get the balance before it's too late. And that's why I care so much about structural issues. So I formed Justice Democrats. So that's AOC, etc. Right? That's what people know it as the squad. They know it as Justice Democrats, etc. I'm one of the co-founders of that. And my number one rule was no corporate PAC money. Okay, so you're not allowed to take corporate PAC money. By the way, now Matt Gaetz and Josh Hawley have stopped taking corporate PAC money, and they've become, to some degree, on economic issues, genuine populists. It's amazing. It happens overnight. All of a sudden, they're talking about holding corporations accountable, etc. Now, just Democrats wound up having other problems. They got too deep into social issues, not economic issues.
There's a general sort of criticism of billionaires, right? This idea. No, you could say that billionaires are avoiding taxes and they're not getting taxed enough. But I think under that flag of criticizing billionaires is criticizing all companies that do epic shit, that build stuff.
Oh, okay, so
that create stuff. That's what I'm worried about. I don't hear enough like genuine. I like celebrating people. I like celebrating ideas. I just don't hear enough genuine celebration of companies when they do.
No, because okay, so are you right? Not about companies, but about capitalism. Yes, because you look at life expectancy 200 years ago, and you look at it now, and you go, "Wow, holy shit, we did amazing things!" Right? So, and what happened in the last 200 years? We went from dictatorships more towards democracy, wisdom of the crowd. We went from serfs and indentured servants and a nobility that holds the land to more towards capitalism, and boom, the crowd is right. Things go really well. The advances in medicine are amazing, and medicine is a great example. So, and on our show, I point all those things out, and I say, look, we hate the drug companies because of how they capture the government, right? But we don't hate the drug companies for creating great drugs. That those drugs save lives. They saved my life. They saved countless millions upon millions of lives. So the right idea isn't shut down drug companies. The right idea is don't let them buy the government, right? So, and I know we get back into our instinctual shells. So on the left, they'll be, we should get rid of all billionaires. Why? Like, how does that fix the system? Tell me how it fixes the system, and I'm all ears, right? My solution is end private financing. Then you can be a billionaire all you like. You can't buy the government, right? That's a more logical way to go about it. I've never worn an Eat the Rich shirt, and it drives me crazy. Like, you would have eaten FDR, right? And FDR is the best president, most populous president, in my opinion. And so, no, there's wonderful rich people. Of course, there's a range of humanity, right? But you don't want to get rid of the rich. You don't want to get rid of companies, but you also don't want to let them control everything. So I'll give you an example that's really, and that informs a lot of how I think about things, which is my dad. So my dad was a farmer in southeastern Turkey near the Syrian border. No money. In fact, his dad died when he was 6 months old, and so they were saddled with debt, and no electricity in his house, like as poor gets. And he wound up living the American dream. And so, how did he do that? What made the difference? Well, what made the difference is opportunity, right? So, I'm a populist because my dad was in the masses, right? And the elites say the masses are no good. We're smart, you're not. We're educated, you're. We at meritocracy, we talk about that. We have earned merit, and if you're poor, middle class, you have not earned merit. Okay, you're useless, worthless, and I hate that. So what Turkey do back in the 1960s that liberated me? They provided free college education. You had to test into it, okay? But the top 15% got a free college education at the best colleges in Turkey. So, and my uncle saved all of our lives when he came to my dad and said, my dad's right? It's super hot, it's super hard. It's just, they got to get up in the morning. If they're luck family, next door gives them a mule. If they're not, they got to carry shit themselves, okay? So my uncle told him, work just as hard school, and you'll be able to get a house, car, pretty girls, etc. So my dad works his ass off, gets into school, and he comes out a mechanical engineer and starts his own company. He creates a company in Turkey, hires hundreds of people. He then moves to America, creates a company here, hires tons of people, right? So do I hate companies? No, my dad set up two companies, and I saw how much it benefited people. I saw how much employees would come up to my dad 20, 30 years later in the street and hug him. And they tell me as a young kid, your dad's the most fair we ever had, and we love him for it, right? That's how you run a company. And he taught me the value of hard work. But the reason I brought it up here is because he taught me, look, like skill and ability is a genetic lottery. So you're not going to just get the rich to win all the genetic lottery. No, there's going to be tons of poor kids and middle class kids who are just as good, if not better. You have to provide them the opportunity, the fair chance to succeed. You have to believe in them. So this isn't about disempowering anyone. It's about empowering all of those kids who are doing the right thing, or smart and want to work hard so they can build their own companies and add to the economy.
What in general is your view on meritocracy?
So I love meritocracy. I wish that we lived in a meritocracy, and I want to drive towards living in a meritocracy. So that's why I don't like equality of results. So, okay, now people that are on the left will get super mad at that and go, what do you mean? Well, okay, brother, let's say you're at work and you got one guy who's working his ass off, another guy, let's go, I don't care, I'm not going to do it, right? Well, the guy who works super hard has to pick up the slack. Now he's working twice as hard, right? And now you want the same results? You want the same salary as that guy? No, brother, no. He's working twice, 4 times, 10 times harder. That's not fair. Fairness matters. We wound up, we were in the suburbs of Jersey, but we wound up at Freehold eventually. And we lived across a farm, which is kind of, in central Jersey it happens, right? And it was called Fair Chance Farm. I was like, how did I do this? Amazing, right? And I love that. That's the essence of America. And that's what I want to go back to. So we've got to create that opportunity of not just because it's the moral thing to do, but because it's also the economically smart thing to do. If you enable all those great people that are in lower income classes and middle income classes, you're going to get a much better economy, a much stronger democracy. So that's the direction.
So, again, it's about balance. What do you think about DEI policies? Say in academia and companies, the movement as it has evolved. Where's that balance? Is that how far is it pushing towards equality of outcome versus equality of outcome?
Okay, so now we're getting into social issues, right? So this is where we all rip each other apart, and then the people at the top laugh their ass off at us and go, "We got them fighting over trans issues." They're killing each other. It's hilarious, and they're so busy they don't realize we're running the place, right? Okay, but let's engage. Some people will look at DEI and go, "Well, that just gives me an opportunity, just like anyone else. I love DEI." Another person will look at it and go, "No, that says that you should be picked above me, and I hate DEI," right? So the reality of DEI is a little bit more complicated, and so but you got to go back. So first, did we need affirmative action in the 1960s? Definitely. Why? All the firefighter jobs in South Carolina, as an example, are going to white guys. All the longshoreman jobs in New York, LA, wherever you have it, are all going to white guys because that's how the system was. Yes, also in the North, right? And so we now are in a civil rights era. We decide we're going to go towards equality. Minorities, in that case, mainly Black Americans, had to find a way to break in. I'm not trying to, like, if you're a longshoreman and it's a good job, you naturally want to pass it on to your son. I get your instinct. I don't hate you for it, right? But we're going to let Black kids also have a shot, right? So you need it in the, but at a certain point, you have to phase it out. So when I was growing up, it's now the late 80s, early 90s, I hated affirmative action. And I've been principled on it from day one and to this day. I'm not in favor of affirmative action. I say it on the show all the time. Why? I'm a minority. Being a Turk, I grew up Muslim. I'm an atheist now, but generally speaking, a Muslim. is certainly a minority in America, and pretty much a hated one overall. But I didn't check off Muslim or any ethnicity when I applied to college because I believe in a meritocracy, as we were talking about. But we don't really have a meritocracy now, and so I can come back to that. But right now, so I didn't check it off because I didn't want an unfair advantage, because I want to earn it. I want to earn it. So now I'm in law school, and I'm hanging out with right wingers because at that point I'm a Republican. And one of the guys says to me about one of our black students going to Columbia. He says, "Oh, I wonder how he got in here." God, that is the problem with affirmative action. It devalues the accomplishments of every minority in the country. You have to transition away from it. If you don't, it sets up a caste system, and that caste system is lethal to democracy. So, does DEI go too far in some instances? Yes. But is it a boogeyman that's going to take all the white jobs and make them black, as Trump would say, black jobs, right? And give minorities too much power, etc. No, the idea isn't to rob you and to give all the opportunity to minorities. The idea is to make it equal. But as the pendulum swings, did it swing too far in some directions? Yes. The left can't acknowledge that, and the right things can't acknowledge it. Of course, at some point, you got to give a chance for others to break in so they have a fair chance.
By the way, Michelle Obama had a good line about the black jobs in the DNC speech,
Great.
where somebody should tell Trump that the presidency might be just one of those black jobs. Anyway, but why do you think the left doesn't acknowledge when DI gets ridiculous, which it in certain places and in certain places at a large scale has gotten ridiculous?
Because people are taught to just be in the tribe they're in and to believe it 100%. Like, I've gotten kicked out of every tribe. I might be the most attacked man in internet history, partly because we've been around forever, and partly because I disagree with every part of the political spectrum, because I believe in independent thought. And to make you vary a little bit, people go nuts. And so the far left tribe is going to go with their preset ideology, just like the far right tribe is. So, for example, on trans issues, we've protected trans people for over 20 years on the Young Turks. We fought for equality for trans people and for all LGBTQ people for 2 decades. We did it way before anyone else did. When Biden came out in favor of gay marriage in 2013, we're like, this is comically late. So, like, we're all supposed to, like, congratulate him in the year 2013 that he thinks gay people should have the same rights as straight people. And then he had to push Obama to get there, right? So, on the other hand, I'm like, guys, if you allow trans women to go into professional sports, not at the high school level, but professional sports, but let's say they go into MMA or boxing, and a trans woman, I mean, it happens in boxing, it happens in MMA, punches a biological woman so hard that she kills her, right? So you're going to set back trans rights 50 years. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm trying to help you. You have to do bounds of reason. So when I say simple things like that, and I say you give LeBron James every home run blocker on planet Earth, he's still going to dominate the WNBA. Okay, it would be comical. He might score 100 points a night. Okay, and they'll say, "Oh, that's outrageous," and some have called me nuts for saying that trans women or that professional leagues should make their own decisions on whether they allow trans women in or not. So why do they say that? Because they're so besieged, they think we cannot give an inch. Cannot give any, if you give any ground, you're nuts. Okay, so we've got to get out of that mindset. You can't function in a democracy and be in an extreme position and expect the rest of the country to go towards your extreme position.
So why do you think we are not in the meritocracy?
So because of the corruption. It's so, for example, but remember, corporate media is the matrix, and they plug you into cable, right? In the old days. Now it's a little bit different because of online. But especially 10 years ago, and remember, we started 22 years ago, so I've been losing my mind over how obvious corporate media corruption has been for decades now, right? But no one acknowledged it until online media got stronger. But one of the myths that corporate media creates is the myth of meritocracy. Not that meritocracy can't exist or shouldn't exist, but they pretend it exists today. So the problem with that myth, Lex, is that it gets people thinking, well, if they're already rich, they must have merited it by definition. So all the rich have merit. And the reverse of that, if you're poor or middle class, well, you must not have merited wealth. So you're no good. We don't have to listen to you. And that's a really dangerous, awful idea. And so if we get to a meritocracy one day, I'll be the happiest person in America. But right now, look, here I'll give you an example that I put in the book. And it's not us, this other folks did this YouTube video. I can't quite find who they were, but it was a brilliant video. And they said, okay, we're going to do a 100-yard race. But hold on, before we start, anyone who has two parents, take 2 steps forward. Anyone who went to college, take another 2 steps forward. Anyone who doesn't have bills to pay for education anymore, take 2 steps forward. They do all these things, right? And then at the end, before they start, somebody's 20 yards from the finish line, and all are still at the starting line. And then they go, okay, now we're going to run a race. The guy who's right next to the finish line wins. And they go, meritocracy. Okay.
So the challenge there is to know which disparities, when you just freeze the system and observe, are actually a result of some kind of discrimination or flaw in the system, versus the result of meritocracy, of the better runner being ahead.
That's right. There are some parts that are easy to solve, Lex. So, if you donated to a politician and he gave you $1 billion subsidy, that's not meritocracy.
Right. So if you follow the money, you can see the flaws in the system.
Exactly. And again, nothing's ever perfect at any snapshot of history, right? Or of the moment. You're going to be at some point in the pendulum swing. But if you trust the people and you let the pendulum swing, but not wildly, then you're going to get to the answers in the long run.
So you think this woke mind virus that the right refers to is a problem, but not a big problem?
No. So the right wing drives me crazy. So look, guys, your instincts of populism is correct. Your instincts of anti-corruption is correct, right? And I love you for it. And so, and in a lot of ways, the right-wing voters figured out that the whole system's screwed before left-wing voters. I shouldn't say left-wing voters because progressives and left-wing have been saying it for not only decades, but maybe centuries, right? But Democratic voters, a lot of Democratic voters, some of them actually like this current system. A lot of them have been tricked into liking this current system. And the left should be fighting against corruption harder than the right. But right now, unfortunately, that's not the case. So there's a lot that I like about right-wing voters. Okay. But you guys get tricked on the issues so easily, right? So how many people are involved in trans high school sports, and a girl who should have finished first in that track race in the middle of Indiana finished second? First of all, this is the big crime. And how many people are involved? About 13 out of a country of 330 million people, and you can't see that that's a distraction, right? So, and everything that is like bait that the right-wing media puts out there, they run after. I mean, Tucker Carlson doing insane segments about MD sexier. Mr. Potato Head has gender issues. Guys, get out of there. Get out of there. It's a trap. Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that there's absolutely. It doesn't mean there's larger issues with things like DEI that aren't so to talk about it or viral on an anecdotal scale. DEI does create a culture, and it does create a kind of culture that limits the freedom of expression, and it does limit the meritocracy in another way. So you're basically saying, forget all these other problems. Money is the biggest problem.
So first of all, on AOC, as an example, and I don't mean to pick on her, but she won through the great work of her and Shortcut Chakrabarti and Corbin Trent and others who were leaders of the Just Democrats that went and helped her campaign. They were critical help. we all told her the same thing. So it's not about me. And so we all said, you've got to challenge the establishment and you've got to work on money and politics first. Because if you don't work on money and politics and you don't fix that, you lose on almost all other issues. But she didn't believe us because it's uncomfortable. The progressives that went into Congress, they drive me crazy. They think, oh, no, you're exaggerating. No, these are, and the minute they get in, all of a sudden, my colleagues, right? Your colleagues hate you, and they're going to drive you out. You're a sucker. And Jamal Bowman, Corey Bush, what did they do? They drove them out. Marie Newman drove them out, right? And because they're not on your side, they're not your colleagues. And what happened to $15 minimum wage? And I remember talking to one of those congressperson people, I won't leave out the name, and saying, hey, you know they're not going to do $15 minimum wage. And he's like, oh, Cenk, you're out of the loop. Nancy Pelosi assured us that they are going to do $15 minimum wage. I'm like, I love you, but you're totally wrong. Moneyed interests are not going to do $15 minimum wage. You have to start fighting now, right? And they didn't get it. So they lost on almost all those issues because it's all about incentives and disincentives and rules. If you don't fix the rules, you're going to constantly run into the same brick wall. Now, the second issue that we were talking about is in the culture wars. The rest of us are stuck between the two extreme 2%ers on both sides. So the 2%er on the left goes, you know, if you're a white woman, you need to shut up and listen now. Okay? That's ridiculous. No, you don't. If you're a white woman, you have every right to speak out. You have every right that every other has. And so, would I love for all of us to listen to one another, to have empathy for one another, and go, hey, I wonder how a right winger thinks about this. I wonder how a left winger thinks about this. I wonder why they think that way, right? I love that, and I want that. So I want you to listen, but I don't want you to shut up. So that 2% gets extreme, and I don't like it. But on the right wing, you got your 2%. You think that that's all that's happening on the left. And that's all that's happening in American politics. And they think the entire left believes that tiny 2%, right? And so they hate the left. And they're like, oh, I'm not going to shut up. I'm not going to wear a mask. I'm not going to do any of these things. And I'm not going to do any. That's a freedom. And then a Republican comes along and goes, oh, yeah, that thing you call freedom, that's deregulation for corporations because you shouldn't really have freedom. Companies should have freedom, right? And then the guy goes, yeah, freedom for ExxonMobil. No, brother, they tricked you.
Yeah, the 2% on each side is a useful distraction for the corruption of the politicians to gain money. Still, I'm talking about the 96% that are made in the middle and the impact that DEI policies has on them.
So here's where it gets absurd. I'll give you a good example of absurd. So, in a school, I believe in California, they noticed that Latino students were not doing as well in AP and honors classes. So they canceled AP and honors classes. Oh, come on. What are you doing? That's nuts. No, your job is to help them get better grades, get better opportunity, etc. That's the harder thing to do than the right thing to do. Your job isn't, I'm going to make everything equal by taking away the opportunity for higher achievement for other students. If that's what you're doing and you think you're on the left, you're not really on the left. I actually think that's like an authoritarian position that no progressive in their right mind would be in favor of. So, but it's all definitional. So here's another example of definition. Communism. Like they say, oh my God, Kamala Harris is a communist. Well, when you're telling on yourself, brothers and sisters, when you say that, that means A, I don't know what communism means, and B, I don't have any idea what's going on in American politics. Kamala Harris is a corporatist. That's her problem. Not that she's a communist. She's on the other end of the spectrum, right? The idea that Kamala Harris would come into office and say, that's it, there's no more private property. We're going to take all of your homes and it's now government property, all your cars, etc. She was not going to get within a billion miles of that. Her donors would never allow her to get within a billion miles of that. That is so preposterous that when you say something like that, it's disqualifying. Like, I can't debate someone who thinks that Democrats are communists when they're actually largely corporatists. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so let's go there. So when people call her a communist, they're usually referring to certain kinds of policies. So do you think I mean, I think it's a ridiculous label to assign to Kamala Harris, especially given the history of communism in the 20th century and what those economic and political policies have led to, the scale of suffering that led to. And it just degrades the meaning of the word, right? But to take that seriously, why is she not a communist? So you said she's not a communist because she's a corporate. That can't be. Okay, everybody in politics is a corporate. Just almost everybody in politics is a corporate. But that doesn't mean the corporations have completely bought their mind. They have an influence on their mind on issues that matter to those corporations.
Yep.
Right. Yep. Outside of that, they're still thinking for the voters because they still have to win the votes.
Fair. Okay. So here, let me give you an example so you see what I'm saying. So if you just wanted votes, you would do a lot of what Tim Walz did, okay? And by the way, a lot of what Bernie did, that's why Bernie, who had no media coverage, went from like 2% in 2015 to by the end about 48%, because he was just doing things that were popular and that American people wanted, etc., right? Because he's not controlled by corporations. By the way, neither is Tom Massey on the right side, Republicans, right? So it's not all, that's why I always say almost, right? So if you're doing things that are popular, people love it. So today, what would Kamala Harris do if she actually just wanted to win, right? So number one, she was trying to pass paid family leave right now. Why? It polls at 84%, and even 74% of Republicans want it. Why? Because it says, hey, when you have a baby, you should get 12 weeks off. Bond with your baby. Right now, in a lot of states that don't have paid family leave, you have to go back to work the very next day, or you have to use all of your sick days, all your vacation days, just have 1 or 2 weeks with your baby, right? So conservatives love paid family leave. Liberals love paid family leave. That's why it falls so high. So why isn't she proposing it? It's not in our economic plan. Tim Walz already passed it in Minnesota. He showed how easy it was. If you want votes, and then you know what's going to happen if you propose paid family leave. The Republicans are going to say, no! Beloved corporations don't want to spend another dollar on mom, right? And they fall for that trap, and then you're in an infinitely better shape. So why does she do it? She doesn't do it because her corporate donors don't want her to. $15 minimum wage, layup. Over 2/3 of the country wants it because it not only gives higher wages for minimum wage folks, but it pushes wages up for others. And what do the elites say? Oh, that's going to drive up inflation. No, you shouldn't get paid anymore. Wait, hold on. So you're saying all other prices should go up, but the only thing that shouldn't go up is our wages? No, our wages should go up. Okay? So these are all easy ones. Here's another one, anti-corruption. Why isn't she running on getting money out of politics? It polls at over 90%. Why isn't Trump running on it anymore? He won when he ran on it in 2016. He didn't mean a word of it, but he ran on it. It was smart. They don't do it because their corporate donors take their heads off.
So in contradiction to that, why did she propose to raise the corporate tax rate from 21% to 28%?
Because that's easy, because that is something that's super popular, and she's not going to do it. That's why. So guys, this is where I break the hearts of Blue MAGA. Blue MAGA thinks, oh my God, these Democrats, they're angels. The right wing the Republicans are evil, and they work for big business, but not Kamala Harris, not Joe Biden, right? Okay, well, Donald Trump took the corporate tax rate from 35% to 21%. So that's trillions of dollars that got transferred. Because guys, you got to understand, if the corporations don't pay it, we have to pay it. Because we're running up these giant deficits, and eventually either they're going to, not eventually, they keep raising our taxes in different ways that you're not noticing. They keep increasing fees and fines and different ways for the government to collect money, so we're paying for it. And on top of that, eventually they're going to cut your Social Security and Medicare because they're going to say, oh, we don't have any options left anymore. Yeah, you don't have any options left anymore because you kept giving trillions of dollars in tax cuts to corporations. So we're going to have to pay for that. So then Biden says, oh my God, I'm going to bring corporate taxes back up to 28%. I'm like, wait, hold on. They were at 35. You already did a sleight of hand and said 28. Okay, then he gets into office, and Manchin says, no, 25. That's the highest you can go. And he goes, okay, fine, 25. And then while you're not looking, they just dump it. They don't even do 12. It's still at 21. Hear me now, quote me later. I do predictions on the show all the time because you should hold me accountable. You should hold all your pundits accountable. If you held all your pundits accountable, we'd be the last man standing, and that's kind of what happened. Okay, so I guarantee you she will not increase corporate taxes.
So would the same be the case for price controls or the anti-price gouging?
So it's not price controls, it's price gouging.
It is price controls, but I mean minimum wage is price controls also.
Now we're going to get into a lot of minutia, but I'll try to keep it broad. So price controls are a disaster. They never work. If you say, oh, here's a banana, it has to stay at $1 a pound, right? Well, supply and demand is going to move. And then that's going to, and so the minute it moves to $2 where the price should be, then you're going to run into shortages. So we all know this, it's a bad idea, right? But are there laws against price gouging? There already are, and they're a good idea. So why? Like you have a natural disaster, all of a sudden the water that was $1, now they're charging $100. The government has to come in, democratic capitalism, they come in and go, no, I'm going to protect the people. So you're not allowed to price gouge. And maybe charge $2, etc., but you're not going to charge $100. But it is temporary. We get that done. We end the problem there, and we bring it back to a normal supply and demand. Okay, so that's what she's proposing. That's all political because the price gouging has already passed. They did it in 21 and 22, and so now the grocery store is actually a low margin business. She says grocery stores. That's how I know she doesn't mean it because the grocery stores weren't the problem. Consumer goods were the problem. Yeah. Those companies.
She's following the polls when most people will say that the groceries are too expensive, so she's just basically saying the most popular thing. Yeah,
100%. And you could tell in which proposals she means it and which proposals she doesn't because of the framing, right? So this is a mediocre example, but in housing, she said we have to stop private equity from buying houses in bulk. I'm like, I'm curious that they put the word in bulk there. Why does it have to be in bulk? Why don't we just stop them from buying any residential? Like you could set up normal boundaries, right? For example, Charlie Kirk was on Young Turks this week.
By the way, sorry to take that tangent. I really enjoyed that conversation. I really enjoyed that you talked to. That was like civil. You guys disagreed pretty intensely, but like there was a lot of respect. I really enjoyed that.
Thank you.
That was beautiful. Yeah, you and Charlie couldn't think Anna was there.
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, quick tangent. And look, I've done a lot of yelling online. Okay, and I yelled when there's a issue that you should be passionate about. 40,000 people, 25,000 women and children slaughtered in Gaza. If you're not emotionally upset by that and you think it's no big deal, I think that's a problem. But when you add gaslighting on top, that's what drives me crazy. And then when you add filibustering on top, then that sets me off. So for all my life, right wing has gone on cable and filibustered. They take up so much more time than the left wing guest. And the left wing guest always like, oh, I'm offended. He's taking up too much time. No, brother, go over the top. Go over the top. You're not going to talk over me. I'm going to talk over you. Okay? So, and then when you gaslight and you go, oh no, 1,200 people in Israel being killed is awful, which it is. But 40,000 people being killed in Gaza is no big deal. We should keep giving them money, keep killing. And that's normal. No, it's not normal. I'm not going to let you say it's normal. That's nuts, okay? We were against the Iraq War. There was only 2 shows that were on the air nationally that were against the Iraq War, us and Democracy Now! With Amy Goodman. And at the time, I used to yell all the time because mainstream media would gaslight the fuck out of us. We're going to be greeted as liberators. Me and Ben Mankiewicz on the air. Ben doesn't yell as much. He's not the host of Turn Classic Movies. But he's saying it in a calm way. I'm saying it in a screaming way. We're not going to be greeted as liberators. Drop a bomb on someone's. They don't greet you as a liberator. Stop saying insane things. And 7 out of 10 Americans love to sit down and say that personally attacked us on 9/11. We got lied into that war by corporate media. Okay. Now there's a couple of good things that Trump has done. One is get people to realize corporate media is the matrix, right? And so now and get them to an anti-war position. He himself doesn't have an anti-war position, but his voters do, and that's a positive. We can come back to that. But these days, the reason why the Charlie Kirk conversations are going great, and Rudy Giuliani and Mike Lindell, and historically though, we've been go back again 10 years, 20 years. We've always been respectful when someone comes on our show and we have a debate. As long as they're not yelling, I match the tenor of the host, right? You and I are having a reasonable conversation. I'm not raising my voice. I'm not yelling at you for no reason, right? So now when Charlie's not going to battle anymore for like talking points, I'm shutting off my mind. All I'm doing is yelling at you. Then I'm going to yell back. But now he's saying, okay, let's have a reasonable conversation. Great, I love it. I love reasonable conversation.
It was great. It was refreshing. And what were we talking about? You buying up housing.
Yes. So Charlie, when he was on, said, hey, listen, I think that there should be a cap, though. I forget if he said 10 billion or 100 billion in assets. If you have less than that, you should still be able to do real estate as an investment, even if it's residential. But above that, okay, that's good. No problem. We can have a debate about that when we figure out it's the right number 10, 125, no problem. You could put in reasonable limitations. But we got to get them to stop buying a home. So when Kamala Harris says, oh, we'll stop them from buying homes in bulk, I'm like, okay, there's the loophole. And so they're going to use that loophole. And besides, it's not going to pass. Wall Street owns the government. So there's no way corporate Republicans and Democrats, which are about 98% of politicians, are going to limit private equity. And so when do we ever get a little bit of change? When Democrats are in charge, they do 5 to 15% of their agenda. And that's not because they're warm-hearted. It's a release valve, right? Oh, see, under Obama, we got about 5% change. And what was that? That was Obamacare, right? That was most of the change that we got. And what's the greatest part of Obamacare? And now a lot of right-wing also, almost all of right-wing agree about this portion, which is they got rid of the bias against pre-existing conditions. Why did they do that particularly? Because the country was about to get in a fucking rage. We all have pre-existing conditions. If you deny me when I'm sick, what the fuck's the point of insurance, right? And the anger had gotten to a nuclear level. So the release valve, get rid of pre-existing conditions. Let's go back to just milking them regularly. And oh, by the way, put in a mandate so that they have to buy it from us, right? You know who originally came up with Obamacare? The Heritage Foundation. It was their proposal. Romney did it in Massachusetts. It was called Romneycare. So I think this is a super important election, but I've earned the credibility to be able to say that because in 2012, I said this is a largely unimportant election. Mitt Romney and Barack Obama's policies on economic issues are near identical. Obamacare was literally Romneycare. Right now, the left says, oh, the Heritage Foundation, it's so dangerous, Project 2025. Well, brother, they're the ones who wrote Obamacare. and you say that's the great change in the world, right? So that's why the Democrats, I'll take the 10% change overall. I think Biden did about 15%, Obama did 5%. But they'll also march you backwards by deregulating like Clinton did and Obama did, the bank bailouts like Obama did. But 10% is better than 0%, but it's not to help you. It's the release valve so the system keeps going.
Is it possible to steelman the case that that not all politicians are corporatists, or maybe how would you approach that? For example, this podcast has a bunch of sponsors, and I give zero fucks about what they think about what I'm saying. Like they have zero control over me. Maybe you could say that's because it's not a lot of money, or maybe I'm a unique person or something like this. But I just think it's possible to have, and I would like to believe a lot of politicians are this way, that they have ideas, and while they take money, they kind of see it as a game. That you accept the money, kind of go to certain parties, hug people, and so on, but it doesn't actually fundamentally compromise your integrity on issues you actually care about.
I can steelman almost anything. I can steelman Trump. I can steelman conservatives easily, right? Corporate politicians is a hard one. So first, it's not all politicians. Start out nice and easy. Tom Massey, now Hawley and Gates not taking corporate PAC money. Bernie, the squad, they don't take corporate PAC money. You could disagree on either end of those folks on social issues, but generally they are 1,000 times less corrupt. They're more honest. And part of the reason you might hate the squad is because they're so honest. They tell you their real opinion on social issues that you really disagree with. A lot of the corporate politicians won't do that because they're trying to get as many votes as possible so they can fillet their donors when they get into this and do all their favors for them. Okay, but you see I'm already falling apart on the steel making of corporate politicians.
Let's zoom in on that. If you take corporate PAC money, that's it. You're corrupt. Can you imagine yourself, say you're a politician, you're a president, you're you're a person with integrity, you're a person who thinks about the world. You're saying if I was a corporate PAC and I give you $1 billion, you'd be, I could tell you anything.
So Lex, everything is a spectrum. Humanity is a spectrum. So can you find outliers who could take corporate PAC money and still be principled enough to resist this lure? Yeah, and I would hope that I would be able to like that, but I wouldn't take corporate PAC. But if you forced me to, I think I would still stay principled and do it. Could you find 10, 20 other people in the country? Yeah, but on average, that is not what will happen. Is they will take the money and do exactly as they are told.
See, I think most people have integrity. Okay, hold on. So what I'm more worried about is when you take corporate PAC money, it's not that you are immediately sold. It's over time.
Over time, that's true.
Yeah, I get it. But I wonder if the integrity that I think most people have can withstand the gradual slippery slope of corporate money. Which, if what I'm saying is true, that most people have integrity, one of the ways to solve the effect of corporate money is term limits. Because it takes time to corrupt people. You can't buy them immediately. And then term limits can, for the listener, Cenk is shaking his head.
Okay. Yeah. No, so look, you're right that over time it gets way worse. And as we talked about earlier, Biden's a great example of that. Comes in anti-corruption, winds up being totally pro-corruption by the end. But he was also here for almost all of it, as we started in a world that was not run by money in politics and is now completely run by money in politics. So does it get worse over time? Kristen Sinema in Arizona is a great example of that. Comes in as a progressive, doesn't want to take PAC money, cares about the average person, etc. Over time, she becomes the biggest corporatist in the Senate, and a total disaster. But if you say that the majority of politicians have, I don't know if this is what you're saying, majority of politicians have integrity?
No, let's start at the majority of human beings. I think that politicians are not a special group of like sociopaths.
They are.
They lean a little bit towards that direction, but they're not like only sociopaths going to politics. It's like you have to have some sociopathic qualities, I think, to go into politics. But they're not completely sociopaths. I think they do have integrity because sometimes for very selfish reasons. It's not all about money, even for a selfish person, for a narcissist. It's also about being recognized or having had positive impact on the world.
Yeah, I get it. But all right, so let's break it down. So first, human beings, then we'll get to politics. Do human beings have integrity? Well, it's a spectrum. So some people have enormous integrity. Some people have no integrity. So there is not one type or character, right? So some people have a ton of empathy for other human beings, and they literally feel, like I feel the pain of someone else. And I'm not alone. Most people pain of someone else. If you see it on video, a baby being hurt, the overwhelming majority of human beings will go, no, right? You have empathy. That's a natural feeling that you have. Some people have no empathy because they're on the extreme end of the spectrum. Serial killers and Donald Trump. Okay. And so I'm partly joking, but not really. He has never demonstrated any empathy that I have ever seen for any other human being. I'm going to trigger some right-wingers because they think every terrible thing he said is out of context or joking or not real or fake news. But his chief of staff didn't make it up. He called people who went into the military, suckers and losers. Why? Why did he say that? If just hang with me for a second, don't have your head explode, okay? And I'm not saying the likes, I'm saying the right wingers out there, right? So the reason is because if you're like Trump and you literally don't feel the empathy, you think, why the hell would I go in the military, get killed for someone else? What a sucker. No, I'm going to stay out of the military. I'm going to stay alive. I'm going to make a ton of money, and I'm going to look out for myself. And he assumes, because everybody does this, you assume that everyone thinks like you do, but they don't. So Trump assumes everybody's as much of a dirtbag as he is. And because he doesn't feel it, he doesn't feel that empathy. And so he's like, yeah, you'd be an idiot, a sucker, and a loser to go into the military and have sex for other people. So you see the spectrum. Even if you think Trump's not on that end and you think I'm wrong about that, you get that there are people on that, right? The spectrum of integrity, empathy, etc. That's what I would call your hardware, that your software. Your software is cultural. Your parents, your friends, all these are cultural influences. So now when you're in certain industries, they value more integrity. So religious leaders, if you're doing it right, which is also very rare, right? But if you're doing it right, you're supposed to have empathy for the poor, the needy, the whole. So that profession is incentivizing you towards empathy and okay, and even then, right? But okay, good. In politics, it creates incentives for the opposite, no integrity, and that software, to your point, over time gets stronger and stronger and stronger until it takes over. Now, you might have someone with a lot of integrity like Tom Massey, right? The Republican from Kentucky. And whether I agree with him or disagree with him on policy, I get that the brother is actually doing it based on principles. And there isn't any amount of money you can give Tom Massey for him to change his principles. Why? He's on the principled end of the spectrum as a human being, right? So is Bernie. They're on the same part of that spectrum, right? But for most people, the great majority of the spectrum, if you overload them with software that incentivizes them to not have integrity, they will succumb. And now let's switch to politicians in particular. Why do I think that they're, on average, far more likely to be on the sociopathic part of the spectrum? Because of the incentives and disincentives. So this changes every congressional cycle. And when just Democrats were winning a lot, it got all the way down to 87.5%. But on average, for congressional elections, the person with more money wins 95% of the time. It doesn't matter if they're a liberal or conservative, Republican or Democrat, or any ideology they have. 90%. Okay. So now, let's say you got the 5% that went in that are not hooked on the money. Well, they're going to get a primary challenge. Then they're going to get a general election challenge. And 95% of the time, the one with more money wins. So eventually, this system cycles through until almost only the corrupt.
Wait 1 second. Is that real? 95%. So if more money, 95% of the time you win, huh?
Yes.
I like to believe that's less the case for example, for the higher you get.
Yes, that's true. You're right. So you know why? So the presidential race is ironically, in some ways, the least corrupt. So let's dive into one. If you're running a local race anywhere in the country, you're going to get almost no press coverage, meaning a congressional race, right? If you're running a Senate race in the middle of Montana, you're going to get almost no media coverage. So that's where your money in politics has the most effect, because then you can just buy the airwaves. You outspend the other guy, you get all the ads, plus you get the friendly media coverage because you just bought a couple of $1 million of ads in the middle of Montana. So the local news loves you, the TV stations, the radio stations, the papers. So some of the papers are principled. They might say, oh no, but overall they're not calling you a radical. They're not calling you anything. And you're buying those races. But when you get to the presidential race, that's much harder. Because presidential, you have earned media, free media that overwhelms paid media. Perfect example is 2016. Hillary Clinton outraces Trump by about 2-1, but she loses anyway. Why? Because Trump got almost twice as much earned media as she did. And the earned media is better. It's inside the content, right? It is definitely better. So in a presidential election, as long as you got past the primary, you could have not that much money, and that's part of the reason why I have hope, because all you got to do is get past the Republican or Democratic primary. Now that's very, very, very difficult, but Trump did it, right? Now he took it in the wrong direction, but he did leave a blueprint for how to do it. And so once you get to the general election, you're off to the race. You can do any goddamn thing. Okay? You could be super popular. You don't have to give a shit about the donors. You can get into office. You can bully your own party and the other party into doing what you want. And you can get everything done. You could even get money out of politics. But don't lose hope. I mean, we even started Operation Hope at TYT, and our first project was to knock Biden out. And everybody said, you guys are nuts. That's totally impossible. And we knocked Biden out, right? Did we do it alone? Of course. We were a small party, right? But we laid the groundwork for hope. And we laid the groundwork for when he flopped in the debate. People had already been told, remember, he's bad, he's old, he's not right. And the debate proved it. If we hadn't done that groundwork, and not just Young Turks, obviously, but Axelrod and Carville and Nate Silver and Ezra Klein, etc., Charlemagne the God, Jon Stewart, all these people helped a lot, so that when the debate happened, it confirmed the idea that out there that he was too old and couldn't do it. So my point is, hope is, if you lose hope, you're done for. Then they're definitely going to win, right? Hope is the most dangerous thing in the world for the elites. So whether you're right wing or left wing, I need you to have hope, and I need you to understand it's not misplaced. We just got to get past the primary, and we're going to turn this whole thing around.
See, basically a presidential candidate who's a populist who runs on getting money out of politics. Okay, well, let's talk about Donald Trump. So to me, the two biggest criticisms of Trump is the fake elector scheme. Out of that whole 2020 election, the fake elector scheme is the thing that really bothers me. And then the second thing, across a larger time scale, the counterproductive division that he's created in, let's say, our public discourse. What are your top 5 criticisms?
Okay, so number one, I have the same exact thing as you. The fake elector scheme is unacceptable, totally disqualified. So the fake elector scheme was a literal coup attempt. So he doesn't win the election. So for folks who don't know, I need to explain why it's a coup attempt, because you just throw out words and then people get triggered by the words and then they go into their separate corners, right? So the January 6th rioters, they were not going to keep the building. That was not a coup attempt. It's not like, oh, the MAGA guys have the building, I guess they win, right? No, that was never going to happen. So what was the point of the January 6th riot? It was to delay the proceedings. Why did it matter that they were going to delay the proceedings? Because if you can't certify the election, they wanted general confusion and chaos so that the Republicans in Congress could say, well, we don't know who won, so we're going to have to kick it back to the states. In the states, they had the fake electors ready. Remember, the fake electors are not Trump's electors. Both candidates have a slate of electors, Biden's electors and Trump's electors. They go to the Trump electors first in this plan, and half the Trump electors go, no, I'm not going to pretend Trump won the election when he didn't win the election. So they're like, shit, now we've got to come up with fake electors, okay? So they enlist these Republicans who go, yeah, I'll pretend Trump won, right? And so they sign a piece of paper, but that's fraud, and that's why a lot of them are now being prosecuted in the different states. And so the idea is the Republican legislators then go, we're sending these new electors in, and we think Trump won Arizona and Georgia and Wisconsin, right? That was the idea. That was the plan. And then you come back to the House. At that point, there are two different sets of electors. The constitutional rule is the House decides. But the House decides not on a majority, because the Democrats have the majority at the time. They decide on a majority of the states. They vote by state. And the Republicans have the majority of the states. So in that way, you steal the election, even though Trump didn't win, you install him back in as president. That is a frontal assault on democracy. And I loathe it, And then Trump on top just blabbers out, well, sometimes you have, if there's massive fraud in an election, in other words, I think I won. I don't even think that, I'm just saying that I won, right? He says you can terminate any rule, regulation, or article even in the Constitution. No, brother, you cannot terminate the Constitution because you'd like to do a fake electoral scheme, do a coup against America. Fuck you. Okay, so I'm never going to allow this wannabe tyrant to go back into the White House and endanger our system. And so you want to endanger the corrupt system? I'm the guy. Okay, let's go get that corrupt system and tear it down. If you want to endanger the real system, democracy, capitalism, the Constitution, then I'm your biggest enemy. So I'm never going to take that risk. And you see it every time he goes to talk to a dictator. Look, guys, I'm asking you to be principled, right? I ask the left of that, and we drive away some of our audience when we do that. So we got the balls to do that to our own side. So for the right wing, be honest. If it was Joe Biden or Barack Obama or Kamala Harris that went, quote, unquote, love letters to a communist dictator who runs concentration camps, you would say, communist, we knew it. Look at that. And Trump literally says about Kim Jong-un, we wrote love letters to one another. We fell in love. If a Democrat said that, they'd be politically decapitated, right? Their career would be instantly over, right? But Trump, whatever it's Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, don't get into Russia, but it's just that he's a strong man, right? Kim Jong-un or any Viktor Orban, Duterte in the Philippines, anytime it's a strong man that says, screw our constitution, screw our rules, I want total loyalty to one person. Trump loves him. He loves him. He said once, he's like, oh, it's great. You go to North Korea or China, and when the leader walks in, everybody applauds, and everybody listens to what he says. That's how it should be. No, brother, that's not how it should be. You hate democracy. You want to be the sole guy in charge. As a populist, you should loathe Donald Trump.
I agree on the fake election scheme. Can you, Steelman, and maybe educate me on the book Rigged that I started reading? Is there any degree to which the election was rigged, or elections in general are rigged? So I think the book Rigged, the main case they make is not that there's some shady fake ballots. It's more the impact of mainstream media and the impact of big tech.
So rigged is another one of those words that triggers people, that is ill-defined, right? Let's begin to define. So the worst case of rigged is we actually changed the votes. So a lot of Trump people thought happened, nonsense. That didn't happen at all. Okay. So then you move, and by the way, some on the left thought the votes were changed in the 2016 primary, and it was literally rigged against Bernie. No, that did not happen. Okay. That is a massive crime and is very risky and is relatively easy to get caught. People who are in power are not interested in getting caught. They're not interested in going to jail, etc. It is a very extreme thing. Could it happen? Yes, it could happen. Have I seen any evidence of it happening in my lifetime? Not really.
Given how much people hate this, you probably just need to find evidence of one time, like one vote being changed where you can trace them saying something in some room somewhere. That would just explode.
Yes.
That evidence just doesn't seem to be there.
And by the way, for the right wing to say verify the vote, goddamn right, verify the vote, right? So you want to have different proposals like paper ballots, recounts, hand recounts, which, by the way, you had not the paper ballots, but the 3 recounts and a hand recount in Georgia and so many of these swing states. He lost. There was no significant voter fraud. Now, the second thing in terms of rigging is voter fraud. So how, and the right wing believes, oh my God, there's voter fraud everywhere. Not remotely true. Heritage Foundation does a study. They want to prove it so badly. And it turns out no matter how much they move the numbers, the final number they got was, it happens 0.0000006% of the time. Okay. It almost never happens. They found like 31 instances over a decade or 2 decades. So it's
what else is voter fraud?
So a lot of times these days it'll be Republicans who do it because it'll be, and it's not nefarious. It's a knucklehead who goes in and goes, "Oh, I heard they're having undocumented, the illegals vote. So I voted for me and my mom even though she's dead. Well, that's fair. They're doing it." No, brother, it's not fair. That's not how it works.
So what about non-citizens?
So it's preposterous. Of course, non-citizens shouldn't vote, and they don't vote.
But there's not. You don't have to prove citizenship.
No, you do. I mean, it depends on what you mean by prove and when you vote, right? So you're not allowed to vote as an undocumented immigrant. So that happens up front. When you go, like, again, it's a hall of mirrors. Like, there's so many different ways to create mirages. So the Republicans will say, well, when you go to the voting booth, they don't make you show a passport. Yeah, that's true, but you showed it earlier when you registered, right? And so, and we can get into voter ID laws. There's all sorts of, we'll speed up the spectrum, right? So these things almost never happen. Voter fraud happens but super rarely, and not enough to swing elections. And by the way, sometimes if there is an issue, they'll redo an election. There is actually a process for that in Carolina because Republicans did voter fraud in this one district, okay? And it wasn't the candidate himself, it was this campaign person, and they did ballot harvesting, and then, but ballot harvesting, again, it depends on what you mean. If you're just collecting ballots, that's okay. He changed the ballots, that's not okay. And so they had to redo that election. So now the real place where it gets rigged, before elections, there's two main ways that it gets. One is almost exclusively, no, that's not fair. I was going to say Republicans, but Democrats do it too in a different way. So Republicans come in, like Brian Kemp is the king of this in Georgia. So he was against Trump ex post facto. He's like, you idiot, we don't cheat after the election, we cheat before the election. Okay? So they'll go, well, I mean, you got to clear out the voter rolls every once in a while. That's true because people die, people move, and you got to clean out the voter rolls. So then they come in and they go, we will clean them out mainly in black areas. Okay? Oh, look at that. There goes a couple of million black voters. Well, some of those, I suppose, are real voters, but they'll have to re-register, and then they'll find that out on election day. And, oh, well, now, sorry you couldn't vote this time. Remember to re-register next time. And so do they go, hey, we're going to take black people off the voter rolls? No. What they do is, we're having more issues in these districts. Right? Here's another way they do it. How many voting booths do you have in the area? So primarily Republican areas will get tons of voting booths, so you don't have to wait in line. You go in, you vote, you go to work, no problem. You're in a black area, run in a Republican state, all of a sudden, hey, look, that city, well, we sent you 4 voting booths. Oh, you got 1 million people there? Well, what are you going to do? I guess you got to wait in line the whole day. You can't go to work, etc. So that's the way it works.
I refuse to believe it's only the Republicans that do that. I would say.
So that's why I paused.
Yeah, that just seems too obvious to do by both.
Yeah. No. The Democrats are so weak-legged. They mainly don't do that, but they do the third thing, which is gerrymandering. So both Republicans and Democrats.
Also, they have favorite flavors of messing with the vote. Okay.
Yeah, but gerrymandering is the best way to rig an election. That way, the politicians pick their voters instead of the voters picking their politicians, right? So all these districts are so heavily gerrymandered that the incumbent almost can't lose. They'll push most of the voters into one district, most of the voters into another district, because they don't want competition, right? So then you're screwed. The vote isn't rigged, but the district is rigged so that the incumbent wins, almost no matter what, right? So that's why we've gotten so polarized, because the gerrymandering creates like 90% of seats that are safe. So they don't have to compromise. They don't have to get to a middle. They could just be extreme on either side because they already locked it. Okay, so that's the number one way to rig it. Now, finally, the last part of it is maybe even more important, and that's the media. It just happened to RFK Jr. It happened to Bernie in 2015. It happens to any outsider, right or wrong. The media, if you're an outsider, say, well, radical. Number one, they don't platform, right? So they're not going to have you on to begin with. Nobody's even going to find out about you. If nobody finds out about you, you're done for, right? So Bernie broke through that because he was so popular and the rallies were so huge that local news couldn't help but cover him. Jesus Christ, what are all these people doing in the middle of the city, right? And he slowly broke through that. But you know that in 2015, as he's doing this miraculous run against Hillary Clinton, nobody thinks he has a chance. And here comes Bernie, and he's almost at 48%. He had 7 seconds of coverage on ABC that year. They just will not put you on. That is the number one way they rig an election. Bobby Kennedy Jr. sitting at 20% in the primary. No town hall. 20% is a giant number, right? And you're not going to do a town hall. You're not going to do a debate. 12% in the general election. A giant number in a general election. No town hall, no debate. If no one finds out about you, they don't know to vote for you, right? If they don't find out your policies. Corporate media rigs elections more than anything else.
Now, this is something we've been a bit controversial about, but the general sort of standard belief is that there's a left-leaning bias in mainstream media. As I think studies show, a large majority of journalists are left-leaning. And then that there's a bias in big tech. Employees of big tech companies, from search engines to social media, are left-leaning. And that's a huge majority is left-leaning. So the conventional wisdom is that there is a bias.
Yeah. So
do you think, first of all, I think you've argued that that's not true, that there's a bias in the other direction. But whether there's a bias or not, do you think that how big of an impact that has on the result of the election?
Okay, so let's break that down. Tech and media are totally different. So let's do media first and we'll do tech. So on mainstream media, corporate media, and I actually think that right-wing media like Fox News is part of corporate media. They just play good cop, bad cop. And so in that realm, the bias is not right or left, except on social issues. Okay, so and that's where that image comes from. On social issues, yes, the media is generally on the left. And right-wing, sorry, but like this started in the 1960s, and the right-wing got super mad at mainstream media saying that black people were equal to white people. That's not the case anymore, okay? Right-wing, calm down. I'm not calling you all racist. But in the 1960s, was there racism? Of course, they wouldn't even let black kids into the schools, right? There was massive segregation in the South, but a lot in the North as well. And at that point, the mainstream media says, well, I mean, they are citizens. They should have equal rights. And the right-wing goes, bias! Okay, yeah, I mean, you're kind of right. It is a bias. It is a bias towards equality in that case. But that is perceived as on the left. Now, fast forward to today, you don't have that on the racial issues as obviously as much as you had it back then, but on gay marriage, that existed for a long time, where the media is like, well, they kind of should have the same rights as straight people, right? And the right wing went, bias, right? So, okay, you're kind of right about that, but at the same time, I would argue their position is correct, right? So, can they go too far? Of course they can go too far. Okay. Now, but that's not the main deal, guys. That's to distract you. The main deal is economic issues. And again, we say it ahead of time, and you can see if we're right or wrong, right? So we will tell folks, when we get to an economic bill, you will see all of a sudden the guys who theoretically disagree, Fox News and MSNBC, close ranks. And you just saw it happen with price gouging. That issue of price gouging, all of a sudden there's a lot of MSNBC hosts, CNN hosts, Washington Post writes an op-ed against it, and everybody panics. It's like, no. You can't control anything a corporation does. This is wrong, right? Oh, what happened? I thought you guys were hating each other. All of a sudden you totally agree. Fascinating. Okay? Same thing happened on increasing wages. When they were talking about increasing the minimum wage, Stephanie ruled, giant screed against it on MSNBC. All of a sudden Fox News and MSNBC agreed, right? Do not touch beloved corporations. So now that gets us to our real bias. It's not left or right. It's pro-corporate for all the reasons we talked about before. Corporate media, corporate politicians. So if you don't believe me today, whether you're on the right or the left, watch. Next time an economic issue, where do they fall? How do they react? Well, anytime it's a corporate issue, where does the media go, right? So that's the real bias of the media. And so since the real bias of the media is pro-corporations, that is not a left-wing position. That is considered more of a right-wing position. I even think that's a misnomer because, to be fair to right-wing voters, they're not pro-corporations, they're not pro-big business, they're not pro-corruption, but the Republican politicians are, so it gets framed as a right-wing issue, right? So if you think that the corporate media is too populist, just don't get it. They hate populism. So now when you turn to tech, so tech's a complicated one because people write the code. If they're left wingers, they're going to have certain assumptions, and they might write that into the codes or the rules. And so, but they're also generally speaking wealthy. They're usually white. They're usually male, and those biases also go in. And there's a lot of people on the left who object to that bias, right? Okay, but that's a fair and interesting conversation, and one we have to be careful of, and one we could hopefully find a middle ground. But that's not the major problem. The major reason why big tech gets attacked is because they are competitors of who? Social media competes with mainstream media. So mainstream media has been attacking big tech from day one, pretending that they're really concerned. Yeah, they're really concerned because that's their competition and they're getting their ass handed to them. So I did a story on the Young Turks about CNN article about all the dangers of social media. I'm like, guys, this is written by their advertising department, okay? And in fact, they go to the advertisers and they find a rando video on YouTube or Facebook, right, out of billions of videos. And they're like, look, your ad is on this video. You denounce and reject every big tech company and every member of social media. Advertisers like, I do, right? Meanwhile, they're doing MILF Island on TV. Okay.
I didn't know that.
Okay, there's literally a show that came out recently where it's moms and their sons, and they fuck each other. Okay.
Oh wow.
Okay, they don't have sex with their mom. They have sex with a different mom, or they date. But then the show is then they go off into a corner, etc. Right? I'm like, you're doing this kind of like the worst, degrading, ridiculous, immoral programming, and then you found a video on YouTube that has a problem. Get the fuck out of here. You're just trying to decap your competition.
Let's talk about the saga of Joe Biden. So over the past year, over the past few months, can you just rewind, where have you, maybe tell the story of Joe Biden as you see from the election perspective?
Yeah, so about a year ago, I'm looking at the poll, and first of all, I have eyes, right, and ears. So whenever I see Biden, I'm like, this is a disaster. And then I go and talk to real people, and when I say real people, I mean not in politics. That's not their job, right? Because people involved in politics or media have a certain perspective, and it's colored by all the exchanges in mainstream media, social media, etc. Real people aren't on Twitter having political fights. They're not watching CNN religiously, etc. Whenever I was at a barbecue, you guys all Democrats? Some barbecues? Yeah. What do you guys think of Joe Biden? Like almost in unison. Too old. Every real person said too old. So I look at what real people are saying. That's why I thought Trump was going to win in 2016. I go in the middle of Ohio. I can't see a Hillary Clinton sign for hundreds of miles, right? There's Trump paraphernalia everywhere, right? So that's not end all be all. You could say it's anecdotal, but begin to collect data points, right? But then the real data points are in polling. Okay, so now I'm looking at Biden polling. He's in the 30s. No incumbent in the 30s has ever come back to win. So I'm like, it's already over. Then all of a sudden, oh my God, Trump takes the lead with Latinos. Double over. Later in the process, Trump took the lead with young voters. I'm like, this is the most over election in history. A Democrat cannot win if they're not winning young voters. That's impossible. Trump's cutting into his lead with black voters. This thing is over, right? And I go tell people, and they're like, you're crazy. Why do they think I'm crazy? Because MSNBC's lying to them 24/7, telling them that Joe Biden created sliced bread and the wheel and fire. And my favorite talking point was he's a dynamo behind the scenes. I'm like, okay, let me get this right. It's like an SNL skit, right? I'm like, so behind the scenes is like, all right, Sally, get me the memo all night, and we're okay, we're going to do this, and I'm in command of the material. Then he goes in front of the camera. Anyways, why would any politician do that? Why would they be terrible in front of the camera and great off camera? It doesn't make any sense. But once you get people enough propaganda, and MSNBC created that, right, they'll believe anything. So they believe that Biden was dynamic and young, and that he was the best possible candidate to beat Donald Trump. When in reality, he was about the only one who couldn't beat Donald Trump. So, number one, I don't co-sign on bullshit. I don't care which side you're on. Number two, as you heard earlier, I can't have Trump winning. It endangers the country. It endangers our Constitution, etc. So I'm going to do something about it. And so I start something called Operation Hope on the internet. And we asked the audience, what should we do, right? So there's different projects in Operation Hope. But the first project that pops up is not Biden analytics. Okay. And so then I ask our paying members on TYT, I say, guys, you're going to vote, and then I'm going to do what you tell me. If you say, no, I like Biden, or I think Biden's the best candidate, or even if he isn't, we're not going to be able to win on this, so don't do it, right? Should I enter the primary against Biden? Okay. 76-24, go, enter, right? I'm a populist. You tell me to go, you're my paying members, you're my boss, I'm going to go, okay? So I enter the primary. Now, I'm not born in the country, so people are going to freak out about that. I'm a talk show host. Like, the establishment media despises me, right? So I'm not going to get any airtime. In fact, we consider hiring the top booking agent in New York. We talked to him, and he says, you know, I'm actually in New York this week, and he says, I'm going to go talk to those guys, and I'll come back. And he was really decent, because normally, you know, charges a lot. Just take the money, right? Go, oh yeah, I'll get you up. He was a wonderful guy. He said, I talked to them. You're banned, so don't do it. Like, you're banned at CNN, you're banned at MSNBC, and I think you're banned on Fox News, but I'm not sure. Okay, so long odds. Why do you do it? Because if you think we're going to crash into the iceberg, you might as well bum rush the captain's quarters, right? I'm lunging at the wheel. So what difference can I make? Well, I can make a difference by going on every show on planet Earth and going, he's too old, he's in the 30s, he has no chance of winning, no chance of winning. I go on Charlemagne's show, Breakfast Club, right? Charlemagne agrees. All of a sudden we're having buzz, and then people go, oh, Charlemagne said he has no chance of winning. Then Charlemagne's on the Daily Show, talks to Jon Stewart. Stewart does a segment. This is not necessarily causal, but buzz is building, right? So then Jon Stewart does a segment, if you remember, and people got super pissed at him. Too old, can't win. And all that buzz is building. Meanwhile, unrelated to us, David Axelrod and James Carville. And I'm like, guys, figure it out. Who does Axelrod speak for? The top advisor for Barack Obama. Who is James Carville the top advisor for? The Clintons. This is the Clintons and the Obamas sending their emissaries to say, we can read a poll. He's going to lose. Change direction. So when the debate happens, we laid the groundwork. If we hadn't laid the groundwork, debate would have been the first time that Blue MAGA would have thought, oh, maybe Biden can't win, right? But since all of us said it, and strange bedfellows, I loathe Nancy Pelosi, but she was on our side. I got a lot of issues with Bill Maher. He was on our side, right? I got a lot of issues with Axelrod and Carville, and they were on our side. So the people who believed in objective reality kind of independently made a plan. Let's show people objective reality. And we did, and we drove them out, and it made all the difference.
So you think he stepped down voluntarily, or was he forced out?
Both. So again, it depends on what you mean. So was he forced out? Of course he was forced out. You think he just woke up and was like, oh yeah, you know what? Screw my legacy. I don't want to be a two-term president. I'll just drop out for no reason. No, we forced him out. Of course we did, right? And when I say we, I had a tiny role. The people who had the major roles, Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama, and all those things. But even they were not the main driving force. The number one driving force were the donors. What is the source of power of Bernie or Massey? The people, right? What is the source of power for Biden? The donors. The donors made Biden. He is the donors' candidate. And the donors, that's why he told the donors, nothing will fundamentally change. That is, like, you can, if you say, Lex, no, Cenk, I think you're too extreme that Biden works for the donors 98%. I think he only works for them 80% and 55%. Fine, we can have that debate. But you can't argue that it isn't his source of power. And you can't argue it anymore, even if you were going to argue it earlier, because once the donors said, we're not giving you any more money, he didn't have any options. He couldn't go on. So, but was he forced out at like knife point or something? No. So was it voluntary? Yeah, ultimately, if Biden decided to stay in, there was nothing we could do about it. And so he had to voluntarily make that decision, but he voluntarily made it because he had no choice left.
Yeah, I wish he stepped down voluntarily from a place of strength. So I think presidents, I think politicians in general, especially at the highest levels, want legacy. And at least one of the greatest things you could do is to walk. I mean, George Washington, the walk of power is, I think, universally respected, especially if you got a good speech to go with it. You do it really well. Not in some kind of cynical or calculator kind of transactional way, but just like as a great leader. Maybe be a little bit even dramatic than you need to be doing it. Yeah, I thought that would be a beautiful moment. And then launch some kind of democratic process for electing a different office.
I agree with you 100%. I reached one of his top advisors, one of the guys who press all the time, as in his inner circle. I never said that before because we were in the middle of it, and I'm never going to betray anyone's confidence, and I'll never say who it was. Okay, but he was gracious enough to meet with me as I was about to enter the primary. And look, it's smart too. Information, intelligence, etc. Is this guy going to be trouble or not trouble, right? But at least he took the meeting. And the case I made is exactly the one you just said. I said, if he drops, this is about 10 months ago. I said, if he drops out now, they built statues of him, right? The Democrats, if you're a right winger, you hate him, I get it. But the Democrats would have said, he beat Trump and protected democracy in 2020. He steps down graciously now to make sure we beat Trump again in 2024. And he lets go of power voluntarily. He's going to be a hero, an absolute hero. But if he doesn't, you're going to force all of us to kick the living crap out and tell everybody he's an egomaniac, which he is, and he's doing this so that he could be. If you don't know Washington, in that bubble, if you're a one-term president, you're a loser. If you're a two-term president, you have a legacy and you're historic. He's running for one reason only. My legacy. I will be a two-term president. I will be considered historic. My brother, now you're going to be considered the villain of the story. You're handing it right back to Trump. You're not going to win, and look at the numbers. Any political professional knows you're not going to win. So you have hero or villain, and you get to choose. But if you think you're going to be a hero and beat Trump, that is not a choice you have. That is not going to happen. And they didn't believe us. But by the end, they did.
Were you troubled by the how Kamala Harris was selected after you stepped down?
Yes and no. So I argued for an open convention. And so if Biden had stepped down when we were trying to get people into the primary, knock them out, then that would have been a perfect solution. Then all the governors could go in, Walz, Beshear, Whitmer, Kamala Harris goes in, obviously. They have a real primary. At that point, me and later Dean Phillips came in. Marianne would drop out. Me and Dean would definitely drop out because our whole point was get other people in the race, make sure we win, right? So, okay, then you would have had a great primary. It would have been the right way to do it, both morally, constitutionally, etc., but also as a matter of politics, because you would have gotten a lot of coverage for your young, exciting candidates, and you would have legitimized the idea that you're protecting democracy. Okay, so that didn't happen because of Biden. It is what it is. So now when Biden drops out, at least do a vestige of democracy. Go to the convention and do what it's designed to do, which is pick a candidate. Ezra Klein made a great case for this in the New York Times podcast that he did. That made a huge difference, and he was great for doing that. So I believe in it, but I know Democrats, they love to anoint because they don't trust the people. So they think the elites are geniuses, don't worry, we'll pick the right candidate. Yeah, I remember when you picked Hillary Clinton. How'd that work out? Right? And I remember when you said Joe Biden was the right candidate in 2024. How'd that work out? Do not annoy us. Right? So, but in the end, they didn't. So what happened was Biden does the first announcement. He either forgot or on purpose didn't put Kamala Harris in there. So there's all this kumbaya now. Nah, they don't like each other. Okay, and Biden's been screwing her over the entire time she's been vice president. So he doesn't put her in the original statement. And I'm like, whoa, I do a live video in media. I'm like, Kamala Harris is not in the statement, right? In the middle of my video, they put out a second one. Okay, fine, Kamala Harris, right? Because that's too much for the president not to.
You think it was like really, like somebody like stormed into the room and said you absolutely must?
I don't know. I wasn't there, but probably, right? Or they. But the bottom line is, it was glaring that he didn't put her in the first letter. Okay, so he had to put her in the second one. Fine, no problem. But Obama, Pelosi, and Schumer did not endorse Kamala Harris. That's huge. Normally, the Democrats would all endorse her and would all say, she's anointed. Shut up, everybody. And then MSNBC would scream, shut up. But they didn't do that. So then Kamala Harris had to win over the delegates. And I thought she would win them over in the convention, but she locked them up in 2 days. And I know because I know delegates because I ran. And the delegates are calling me saying, she's getting on a Zoom right now, right? She went to all the states and worked her ass off and locked up enough delegates to get the nomination.
Yeah, but come on, it's Biden endorsed.
Of course. So
why is that in the fourth? Why not say sort of lay out Walz and Shapiro and Kamala Harris and the options to say let's at least a facade of democracy, of a democratic process.
There's what should happen and what is likely to happen. So should Biden not have endorsed? Yeah, of course. I think that Biden should have done the same thing as Obama and Pelosi and not endorse and say, hey, we'd love to have a process where we figure out who the right nominee is. And at that point, I'm really worried about Kamala Harris because she's doing word salads nonstop, right? So I'm like, don't make the same mistake we did before. Just pick someone out of a hat. Test them. You get stronger candidates when you test them. The authoritarian nature of the DNC drives me crazy. They don't believe in testing candidates. They don't believe in letting their own voters decide. And look, when we were in the primary, they canceled the Florida election. And they took me, Dean, and Marianne off the ballot in North Carolina and Tennessee. I'm like, guys, if you're going to make a case for democracy in the general election and you cancel elections in the primaries, do you not get how ridiculous you look, how hypocritical you look, right? So I didn't want them to Biden to endorse anyone. But I'm shocked that they didn't all endorse her because normally what happens is they all endorse her. So bottom line, Lex, is did she earn it in a perfect system? Not even close, right? But did she earn it enough in this imperfect way where at least she showed some degree of competence that assuaged my concerns? Yes. So because a normal Democrat would bungle that. They wouldn't go talk like Hillary Clinton when they talked to the delegates. She would assume that she's the queen and that they would all bow their heads. She would, so the fact that she did elementary politics correct for Democrats, that's like a big win.
It just really frustrated me because it smelled of the same thing of fucking over Bernie in 2015, 16, and RFK, and just the anointing aspect. They seem to have gotten lucky in the situation that it's very possible that Kamala Harris would have been selected through a democratic process. But I have to say, listening to the speeches at DNC, Walz was amazing. Shapiro was really strong. And Kamala actually was much better as compared to her as a candidate previously. But personally, don't think she would have been the result of the democratic process.
So you don't often give your opinions, but when you give the opinions, I actually agree a huge percentage of the time in this conversation. So I fought for Shapiro in the primary and when she was trying to pick for a VP because I thought there's no way she's going to pick Walz. He's way too, not just progressive, but more importantly, populist, right? So I didn't think she'd go in that direction. And Shapiro actually did a bunch of populist things in Pennsylvania. That's part of the reason why he's so popular in Pennsylvania. He looks like a smooth-talking politician, but his actions are pretty good. And so Shapiro was great. Walls is great. The Obamas are legendary. Even Clinton, at his advanced age, makes terrific points in a speech where you go, well, that one's hard to argue with, right? And so they all, I'm shocked at the competence of the DNC, shocked at it. But of all of those legs, so you can give a good speech, and the Obamas give a mean speech. But I saw Obama as president. He didn't deliver on that. So, but the one guy that stood out is Walz. And the reason is because he's a real person. Real person, popular. We all got to work towards being the most genuine candidates. So here, on the right-wing side, for example, I would prefer a Marjorie Taylor Greene to a Mitch McConnell any day. Marjorie Taylor Greene is genuine. She might be genuinely nuts. I don't agree with her. She might be even more right-wing than others, but I believe that she means it. And I'll take that any day over a fraud corporatist like Mitch McConnell, who's just going to do what his donors command of him, etc.
I got to ask you, because I also love Bernie, still got it. I love Bernie, always have. I enjoyed his, I think he might still do it, but I enjoyed his conversations with Tom Hartman. He's a genuine one, like Bernie. Even if you disagree with him, that's a genuine human being.
Yep.
So just talk about that. Does it trouble you that he's been fucked over in 2015, 16, and again in 2020? He seems to be, and why does he keep forgiving people?
Yeah. So I love Bernie for the same reason you're saying, because he's a real person, he's a populist, he means it, and that is so rare in politics. I feel like I'm Diogenes, and I went looking for the one honest man and found it in Bernie. And so I did a video in 2013 saying Bernie Sanders can beat Hillary Clinton in the primary. In 2013, that video exists. Because why did I think that? I didn't say it of any of the corporate politicians and the guys who were supposed to challenge her and stuff, because populist and honest, right? And the country's dying for an honest populist, dying for it, right? So love the brother. Now, that doesn't mean that he's right on strategy, and he drives me crazy on strategy. So two elements of that. Number one, in 2016 and in 2020, for God's sake, attack your opponent. You said something about Trump that I disagree with, where I'm defending Trump, okay? You don't like what he did to the public discourse. No, I don't mind it. I would, and I'll tell you why. Because at least he got a little bit past the fakeness. Like, he's a con man and he's a fraud overall, and he does everything for his own interest, but at least he doesn't speak like a bullshitting politician, right? And he's not wrong that you have to bully your own party to amass enough power to get things done. And he showed that that's possible. So the problem with the Democrats is civility. So my whole life, they're like, no, don't say anything. Let's lose with civility, right? So, for example, in debates, whether it's on TV, online, or whatever, Democrats or people on the left are always saying, I'm offended. I never get offended. No, after I'm done, you're going to be offended. Okay? Fight back. Fighting back wins. And we couldn't get Bernie to fight back. In 2020, he was one state away. He won the first three states. He crushed in Nevada. All we needed was South Carolina. But in order to get South Carolina, we all knew, everybody on his campaign, everyone who's in progressive media, we all knew you've got to attack Biden. If you don't, they're just going to tsunami you. You know, corporate medias and the corporate politicians are going to run roughshod over you. You have to make the case against them. And so two Bernie flinched. One in 2016 in the Brooklyn debate, they asked, did the money that Hillary Clinton taken from the banks affect her votes? And he said, no. Of course it affected her votes. Of course it did. You have to say yes, and you have to show it and prove it. The bankruptcy bill. When she was first lady, she was totally in favor of the American people and against the bankruptcy bill because it has the banks. You can't discharge any debts that the credit card debt, bank debt, etc. It's an awful bill. It's one of the most corporatist bills. She was on the right side as a first lady. She becomes a senator, takes banker money, and all of a sudden she flips over to the banker side. Say it, Bernie, for God's sake, say it, right? Then in one of the debates in 2020, his team prepares attacks against Biden. They're not personal. They're not like you can sense by now, if I'm in a political race, my objective is rip the other guy's face off, right?
Yeah.
Politically, rhetorically, never physically.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And so, but I would get it to a point where they think, I don't know if I'm going to vote for Cenk, but I know I'm not voting for the other guy. Okay. So you got to do that if you want to win. So they prepare this. He says, I'm going to do it. He goes on the podium and doesn't do it because he can't. He's too damn nice. He just can't attack the other guy. Now, that's problem number one strategy. Problem number two is something you alluded to. So Biden gets in office. Bernie thinks they're friends. They're not friends. Biden's just using them. So he uses them to get the credibility, and then he eviscerates 85% of the progressive proposals that Bernie put forward. Biden throws away $15 minimum wage. That was Bernie's signature issue. Doesn't even propose the public option. Dumps paid family leave for no reason. I can go on and on. And Bernie co-signs on it because he thinks he's in an alliance. He thinks Biden's on his side, and he thinks we're going to get things done. And to be fair to Bernie, like I said earlier, Obama got only 5% of his agenda passed, and Biden got 15%. Okay, so you're right, Bernie. You got 3 times more than under Obama, but you're wrong. That is not fundamental change, and without fundamental change, we're screwed.
Let me ask you about another impressive speech. AOC. Is it possible that she's the future president?
So AOC, in my opinion, lost her way. And so...
In which way?
So it's tough talking about these things because people take it so personally, right? And that's why you'll see very few politicians on our shows because we give super tough interviews and the words out in the street, right? Like, don't go on young turks. They'll ask you super hard questions, right? So only a couple do it. Like Rokana does it. He's brave. We'll get into shouting sometimes in the middle of bills and stuff. But at least he's there to defend his position. I respect him. But Tim Ryan, a little bit more of a conservative Democrat when he was in the House, he would take on any debate, etc. So there's a couple of good guys that do it, but generally they don't. So what this relates to AOC, because when AOC's running, we do 34 videos on her. We get her millions of views. We founded Just Democrats and now launched it on the show. Our audience, Ryan Grimm documents it in one of his books. Our audience raises $2.5 million for those progressive candidates overall. And at that point, AOC and all those Rashida Tlaib, etc., they're all dying to come on the Young Turks. Makes sense. I would too, of course. It's not because it's the Young Turks, any media outlet. And most media outlets, almost all the media outlets reject them. We cover AOC more than all the other press combined, right? And she wins. For a number of reasons. That's one of the reasons, but there's many others, and she did a terrific job herself. She then takes Shoykot and Corbyn, who were Shoykot was the head of Just Democrats, and Corbyn was communications director for Just Democrats. Then Shoykot made one of the most brilliant political decisions arguably in American history. He called me and he said, Cenk, I'm going to go from head of Just Democrats to running AOC's campaign. And I'm like, well, the other candidates are going to get pissed. And you're staking the entire enterprise on one candidate. I'm like, sure, I'm not in it. I'm doing the media arm. You're in the trenches. You're the guy making the decisions. So I'm going to trust whatever you say. You sure? And he said, yeah, I'm sure. So him and Corbyn go over to AOC's campaign. AOC then wins that miraculous win. Then she hires Shoykot to be her chief of staff, and she hires Corbyn to be her communications director. Within 6 months, they're gone. And once they're gone, AOC then goes on an establishment. Okay. Because why were they gone? Oh, they insulted one of her colleagues. Yeah, that colleague who's a total corporatist and was selling out one of our policy proposals. If you don't call out your own side, you're never going to get anything done. But if you call out your own side, you become persona non grata, and it is super uncomfortable. And we couldn't get them to do things that were uncomfortable. Now, she's going to find that outrageous, and she's going to be very offended by that, and she's going to point to a bunch of things she did that were uncomfortable. And to be fair to her, she has. Until that speech, she was pretty good on Palestine when we desperately needed it. She was pretty good on a bunch of issues. Cori Bush did that campaign on evictions, etc. on the Capitol steps. That was great. AOC's original sit-in Pelosi's office. At that point, we're all still on the same team. It's a spectacular success. Me, Corbett, and Shoykot are saying, do it again, do it again. Like, not don't abuse it. Like, don't be a clown and do it every other day. But, like, when it matters, you need to be able to challenge Pelosi, right? And in my opinion, she just got to a point where she got exhausted being uncomfortable. It's really hard. The media hates you, and they keep pounding away and calling you a radical, and you're destroying the Democratic Party, you're destroying unity. So, whereas if you go along, all of a sudden, you're a queen, and now all of a sudden the mainstream media is like, oh, AOC, she could be the president.
I mean, there's some degree to which you want to sometimes bide your time and just like rest a bit. And I think, from my perspective, maybe you can educate me. She seems like a legit progressive, legit even populist, charismatic, young, like a lot of time to develop the game of politics, how to play it well enough to avoid the bullshit. Yeah, I guess she doesn't take corporate back money.
That's right. She's still true on that.
So as far as just looking over the next few elections, like who's going to be running, who's going to be a real player. She just seems like to me, seems like an obvious person that's going to be in the race.
So while I fight for the ideal, I'm very practical. So, for example, she wins, and then one cycle later, after 2020, there's these guys who wanted quote unquote force the vote, and it was on the speakership of Nancy Pelosi, and they wanted to use it to get Medicare for all. I'm like, guys, forcing a vote is a terrific idea. On the speakership, okay, who's your alternative? Oh, we don't have already giant red flag. Okay, what's the issue you're looking to have them vote? Medicare for all. Oh, you don't know politics. So I love Medicare for all. We have to get Medicare for all. But if that's the first one you put up without gaining any leverage, you're going to get slaughtered. Put up something easy. Force a vote on $15 minimum wage, or pick another one that's easy. Paid family leave. These are all polling great, because if you force a vote on that, you could actually win. And if you win, you gain leverage, and then you do the next one and the next one, and then you do Medicare for all. Not bullshit gradualism that the corporate Democrats do, but actually strategically, practically building up power and leverage and using it at the right times. So if I thought that's what AOC was doing, I would love it, right? So I don't need her to force a vote on Medicare for all. I don't need her to go on some wild tangents that don't make any sense and is only going to diminish your power. But when they eviscerated all the progressive proposals and Build Back Better, how did that happen? Manchin and Sinema used every ounce of leverage they had. They said, I'm just not going to vote for it. I don't care. Okay? The status quo is perfect for my donors, so I don't need you. I vote no. Okay? Now take out everything I want. And Biden did, right? Progressives had to push back and say, here is 2 to 3 proposals, right? Not everything, 2 to 3 proposals. They all poll over 70%. They're all no-brainers, and they're all things that Joe Biden promised. We want those in the bill, otherwise we're voting no. At that point, the media, what would have happened is the media would have exploded, and they would have said AOC and the rest are the scum of the earth. They're ruining the Democratic Party. We're not going to get the bill. They're the worst. You have to withstand that. If you cannot withstand a nuclear blast for mainstream media, you're not the person. Because you have to run that obstacle course to get the change. If they had stood their ground, they definitely would have won on 1 to 2 of those issues. Instead, they went with a strategy that was literally called Trust Biden.
All right, so big question: who wins this election, Kamala or Trump? And what's Kamala's path to victory? And if you can steel man, what's Trump's path to victory?
Yeah. So there's not enough information. So since I make a lot of predictions on air and then brag about Um,
Yeah.
People are always, they'll stop me in the streets. And they're like, predict this. Like, predict my marriage. Brother, I don't know anything about your marriage. How could I possibly predict something without having any information? So in the case of the this campaign, right now I got Kamala Harris at 55% chance of winning. Okay, which is not bad. Doesn't mean she's going to win by 55 because that would be a 10-point margin. That's not going to happen, right? But I say around 51 to 55. But it's nowhere near over because of a lot of things. One, the Democrats are still seen as more establishment, and people hate this. Two, if war breaks out in the Middle East, which is now unfortunately bordering on likely, right? If that war breaks out, all bets are off.
You mean a regional war?
Yeah, like Iran, Israel gets to be a real thing, not just a pinprick and a little bombing here and an assassination there. But no, we're going to war, right? If that happens, then all bets are off and no one has any idea who's going to win. Okay, and if they're pretending that they know, that's ridiculous because it's so unpredictable. And then the third bogey for her is if she goes back to where it's at. So there's three phases of Kamala Harris's career. She's not necessarily any different in terms of policy. You could frame it in a bad way, you could frame it in a good way. You could say, oh, she's just seeing where the wind is blowing, and then, oh, she's a tough cop prosecutor, oh, and then she's doing justice reform when you need people who want justice reform. Oh, she's a waffler, right? Or you could paint it as she's pretty balanced, right? She prosecuted serious criminals very harshly, but then on marijuana possession, got them into rehab. And you know what? That's actually what you should do, right? So I'm not talking about policy. So there you could have one of those views about Kamala Harris, and I get it. I'm talking about strategic stylistic. So Kamala Harris, until the second debate in the primaries in 2020, is a very competent politician who's in line to be the next Obama, right? She's killing it, district attorney, attorney general, senator. And then the first debate, if you remember, she won. She had that great line about, there was a little girl on that bus that was integrating the schools, and that girl was me. And Biden, being the knucklehead that he is, he's caught on tape going, I don't have that reaction, brother. Because she's criticizing his segregation policy on buses back in the 70s, right? So anyways, so she's doing terrific. And then after that debate, until Biden drops out, is a disaster area for Kamala Harris. In the primary, she starts falling apart. She can't strategize right. She's for Medicare for all. No, she's not. She's for Medicare for some. What's Medicare for some? I don't know, right? And she goes to the next debate, and Tulsi Gabbard kicks her ass, and then goes to the third debate, gets her ass kicked again, and she's starting to drift away. Then, at this point, this is funny. I have more votes for president than Kamala Harris did, because Kamala Harris dropped out before Iowa, because that's how much of a disaster her campaign turned into when she was leading. She was leading, right? So then she becomes vice president. And Biden, probably because of that bus line, Jill Biden caught tremendous feelings over that one. Okay. So Biden's like, here, have this albatross around. It's called immigration. Good luck. I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm not going to change policy, but I'm putting you in charge of it to get your ass handed to you. Okay. And she does. So that's a disaster. And then she starts doing interviews where she's like, we have to become the being, but not the thing we were, and the unbecoming. And you're like, what is going on? Why can neither one of them speak? Yeah. And so, but then the third act shocks me. Biden steps down. She goes, grabs all those delegates in a super competent way that we talked about earlier. And then she goes out and gives a speech. I'm like, oh, that speech is good. Okay, another one. I'm like, wait a minute, these are good speeches, no more word salads. Then she picks Tim Walz and shocks the world. I'm like, that's the correct VP pick. That is a miracle, right? And then she goes and does the economically populist plan, all those proposals about housing that people care about, grocery prices that people care about. Real or not real, that is correct political strategy. So This Kamala Harris is back to the original Kamala Harris, who was a very competent, skilled politician.
And as I was telling you offline, she's doing whoever's doing her TikTok is like blowing up, and they're doing risky, edgy stuff.
Yes.
I did not expect that from somebody that kind of comes from the Biden camp of just like be safe, be boring, all this kind of stuff.
So you have to give Kamala Harris ultimate credit because she's the leader of the campaign and she makes the final decisions. But there's apparently a couple of people inside that campaign that are ass kickers, and they have convinced her to take risk, which Democrats never take. And it is correct to take risk. You cannot get to victory without risk. So the vice president is the bellwether. When Hillary Clinton picked Tim Kaine, I said, that's it, she's going to lose. Because Tim Kaine is playing prevent defense. He's wallpaper. I mean, he'd be lucky to be wallpaper. He's just a white wall, right? And when he speaks, it's white noise. He never says anything interesting. He's the most boring pick of all time. That's saying we already won, haha. Okay? If Kamala Harris had picked Mark Kelly, that's the Tim Kaine equivalent. Okay, oh, he's an astronaut. I don't give a shit if he's an astronaut. What is he saying? Is he a good politician? Does he have good policies? Is he exciting on the campaign trail? Is he going to add to your momentum? Mark Kelly, he might be a good guy, but number one, he's a very corporate Democrat. And number two, it's like watching grass grow. He's terrible at speaking, if you ask me, right? So I thought for sure she's going to pick Mark Kelly, right? Because that's what a normal Democrat does. Or if they want to go wild and crazy, they'll go to Bashir. So I was like, please let it be Shapiro, because he's at least not bad. He's done some populist things, and he's strategic. He's really smart. I need smart candidates. Dumb candidates don't help. They don't have a mind of their own. They can't take risks. They're not independent thinkers. They're going to lose. So she picks the smartest, most populist candidate. Boom, boom, we got a winner. That's a good campaign.
Speaking of risks, when they debate, when Kamala and Trump debate, what do you think that's going to look like? Who is going to win?
Oh, that's not Kamala Harris. Yeah, unless she falls apart. Unless she goes back to the bad era, right? That's risk.
Well, hold on a second. Oh, I guess in a debate you can have pre-written. It seems like when she's going off the top of her head is when the word salad sometimes comes out. Sometimes.
Well, we'll have to see, right? We'll have to see. She hasn't done any tough interviews. She hasn't really been challenged. So I hope to God that doesn't happen.
That she doesn't fall apart, you mean?
Yeah.
Because I hope she doesn't with an interview. Right?
Oh, definitely. This is going to sound really bad. I'm too honest. But I am. Like, in the context of Kamala Harris probably shouldn't come on the interviews. We do a really tough interview and it would hurt her. Okay?
You know, like, it's tough, but, like, you're pretty respectful. Maybe I just have my sort of, like, I'm okay with a little bit of tension. You're pretty respectful. Even when you're yelling, it's like respect. Like, you don't do, like a gotcha type thing. There's certain things you could do, like you said this in the past. You can say a line from the past that's out of context. It forces the other person to have to define the context. You just, sort of debate type tactics over and over. Like you don't seem to do that. You just like ask them questions genuinely, and then you argue a point, and then you also like hear what they say. The only thing I've seen you do sometimes tough that you sometimes interrupt, like you speak over the person if they are trying to do the same.
Right.
Which
only if they're filters.
Yeah, if they're filters. So like that's a tricky one.
Right. No, but like the problem for her coming on our show isn't that we would be unfair to her. It's that we would be fair. So we would ask questions she is going to have trouble answering.
Other corporate.
Right? I mean, like, so Biden said he was going to take the corporate tax rate to 28%, and he barely tried. You say you're going to take it to 28%. Why should we trust him? Right? You guys said $15 minimum wage, and then you took it out of the bill. Why should we trust him? Right? Those are very tough questions. She's never going to get that in mainstream media. Mainstream media is going to have faux toughness, but in reality, they're going to be softballs, right? And so the debates, you're right, Lex, is a little bit easier because Sarah Palin proved that you could just memorize scripted talking points. And she admitted it later. She was super nervous. She memorized the talking points, and no matter what they asked, she just gave the talking point. Which, by the way, people barely noticed because that's what all politicians do. She's admitted it. And so, Trump's a disaster in debate. He's a one-man wrecking crew of his own campaign. So any competent debater would eviscerate Donald Trump. I mean, they just, on any given topic, when he says something like here, let's take one lunatic conspiracy theory that he just had recently. And by the way, if you're a right winger, you keep getting hurt every time I say he's a lunatic or I insult Donald Trump. Don't you sound like a left winger. I'm offended. Get over it. Okay? So we have disagreements. Hear what the other side is saying. By the way, I say the same thing to the left. Okay? I say, you think everybody on the right's evil? You're crazy. No, they just have a different way of looking at the world. Which, by the way, is an interesting conversation. We should talk about that in it too. But so I do it to both sides. But okay, Trump says, I don't think there's anyone at Kamala Harris's rallies. It's all the pictures are AI. Okay, so let's say he says that in a debate because he's liable to say anything. Right? You just say, okay, so you think every reporter that was there, every photographer that was there, every human being that was there, they're all lying. They have a conspiracy of thousands of people, but none of them were actually there. You understand how insane you sound.
So this is a good place to can you steel man the case for Trump?
Yeah. So Trump is a massive risk because of all the things we talked about earlier. But there is a percentage chance that he's such a wild card that he overturns the whole system. And that is why the establishment is a little scared of him. So if he's in office, here, I'll give you a case of Donald Trump doing something right. Something wrong first and then something right. So he bombs Soleimani, the top general of Iran, and kills him. That risks World War III. That risks a giant war with Iran that devolves. Iran is 4 times the size of Iraq. If you're anti-war, you should have hated that he assassinated Soleimani. But after the assassination, Iran doesn't want to get into it, even though they're in a rage, and they do a small bomb. You can tell if it's a small or a big one, right? So that's them saying, we don't really want war, but for our domestic crowd, we have to bomb you back, right? And that's when the military-industrial complex comes to Trump and says, no, you have to show them who's tough and bomb this area. And Trump says, no, they did a small bombing, not a large bombing. I don't want the war. I'm not going to do that bombing. That was his shining moment.
Yeah, for me, one of the biggest steel man for Trump is that he has both the skill and the predisposition to not be a warmonger. He, I think, better than the other candidates I've seen, is able to end wars and end them. You might disagree with it, but in a way where there's legitimately effective negotiation that happens. Like, I just don't see any other candidate currently being able to sit down with Zelensky and Putin and to negotiate a peace treaty that both are equally unhappy with.
So, on the one hand, almost all other politicians are going to be controlled by the military-industrial complex, and that complex wants to bleed Russia dry, and that's what the Ukraine war is doing. It's a double win for the defense contractors. Number one, every dollar we send to Ukraine is actually not going to Ukraine. It's going to U.S. defense contractors, and then they are sending old weapons to Ukraine. The money is to build new weapons for us. So a lot of people don't know that. So the defense contractors want that war to go on forever, and they're an enormous influence in Washington. The second win is they're depleting Russia, and Russia's gotten themselves into a quagmire like we did in Iraq and Afghanistan, and they're bleeding out. So the military-industrial complex wants Russia to bleed out for as long as humanly possible. They actually care more about their own interests, of course, than they do about Ukrainian interests. So, in fact, there's a good argument to be made that Ukraine could have gotten a peace deal earlier, and we prevented it. So, but the bottom line now is probably how a deal gets done is they let go of 3 more areas in Ukraine. They already lost Crimea. They'd have to let go of 3 more regions. And that is tough because at that point, Russia's a little bit encouraged. Every time they do an invasion, they get more land. They might not get all the land they wanted, but they get a lot of land. So it's a very difficult issue.
But literally, which person, if they become president, will end the war?
Trump will end that war because Trump will go in and he loves Russia and Putin anyway.
I just disagree with it. He loves Russia, the implication of that, meaning he will do whatever Putin tells him. I think
He'll do 90% of what Putin tells him.
I just disagree with that. I think he wants to be the kind of person that says "fuck you" to Putin, while patting him on the back and be, but out negotiating Putin.
So I don't like talking about Russia because there's so much emotions that go into that topic. The right wing, the minute you mention Russia, they're like, oh, it's a hoax and all this baggage that comes with it, etc. To me, Russia's not any different than Saudi Arabia or Israel for Trump. You give me money, I like you. You buy my apartments, I like you, right? If you don't give me money, I don't like you. It's not that complicated. So, okay, don't worry about the Russia part. Like, the bottom line is, Trump thinks, what do I care about those 3 regions of Ukraine? I want to get this thing done, right? So he'll go and he'll say, Ukraine, we're going to withdraw all help unless you agree to a peace deal with Russia, and Russia wants those 3 regions. That's the peace deal. That's it. So Ukraine will lose a part of their country, and we'll get to a peace deal.
Yeah, I hope not. I think Trump sees himself and wants to be a great negotiator. So, and I personally want the death of people to end. And I think Trump would bring that much faster. And I disagree with you. Or at least my hope is that he would negotiate something that would be fair.
He's not. His anti-war record is so complicated because moving the embassy in Israel and killing the top Iranian general were super provocative, and they could have easily triggered a giant war there. And then you know what's going to happen if you get into any kind of real war. Trump's going to want to prove his buttons larger. So then he's going to do massive, ridiculous bombings. I mean, I worry about nukes. And so we had Giuliani on the show on the RNC, and I asked him this question. I said, he keeps saying, oh, they wouldn't do it if I was in charge. I'm like, what does that mean? Because it sounds like what it means is they wouldn't do it because they know if they did it, I would do something insane, like attack Russia or use nukes. And Rudy said, yeah, that's what it means. So that means you have to at least bluff that. You have to get them to believe that he's a madman. That's the madman theory of Nixon. And Rudy said that too. He was very clear about it. The problem is you get your bluff called. And so if you actually attack Russia, you're going to start World War III. So that's why, yeah, if you could just get away with bluffing, maybe. But he's playing on the other hand, he didn't bomb Iran further, and on the other hand, he started the process of withdrawal from Afghanistan. So, not black and white, complicated record. And one thing, I'll give him another piece of credit here. I'm taking the steel man too far. But here's the credit was that he changed the rhetoric of the right wing. They went party of Dick Cheney, war is great. And all Muslims are evil, and so he hates Muslims too, but that's a different thing, right? But we have to attack the enemy, we have to start wars, etc. To now, Republican voters are generally anti-war and hate Dick Cheney. Oh, I'll take it. So that's a great thing that Trump did, even if he didn't mean it, even if he does these provocative things that could do a much worse war, even if I'm worried that he'll be so reckless he'll start a bigger war. At least he did that right. And so I'm happy to have our right-wing brothers and sisters join us in the anti-war movement. And I'm not being a jerk about it. I love it. So this is another thing the left does wrong time to time, which is if you agree with a right winger 2%, they'll be like, oh, welcome in. Come on, vote for Trump. Come on in. Yeah, water is warm, right? If you if you disagree with the left 2%, they're like, that's it. You're banished and you're a Nazi. Well, brother, how are we going to win an election if you're banishing everybody there is, right? So hold up. These Republican voters are coming at your anti-war position. Take the win. No, they're MAGA, and I won't deal with them. Even when they agree with you, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Take the win, right? So when Charlie Kirk says yes to paid family leave, when Patrick Bet-David on his program says yes, roughly says yes to paid family leave, take the win.
RFK Jr. You said some positive things for a while about RFK Jr. And I think you said you would even consider voting for him, given the slate of people. This was at the time when Biden was still in. What do you think about him? What do you think about RFK Jr. as a candidate, as a person? He's been on the show, right?
Yeah, so he was on our show. People love that interview. You can check it out anytime, right? And why do people love it? Whether they're right or left? Because we're fair. We actually ask him about his policy positions. He explained them. I challenge him, and then he explains, and we give him a fair hearing. But I knew Bobby a little bit before he ran, when he was an environmental lawyer, right? And his work is excellent. And he's been on the right side of most of the issues for most of his life. So, A, I like him on that. 2, on his wildlife, the dead bear and the worms and all that stuff, right? So there's 2 important lessons you should get out of that. Well, one's just about Bobby, but the other one's a general one that's really important for you to know, no matter what you think of Bobby Kennedy. On the personal front, I have a friend that's very similar. In fact, he's one of my best friends. And I know why, this is my theory, on why Bobby and my friend led a wild life. Both of their dads died young. When my friend's dad died, he was 18 and his dad died in his own. And he has a motto, what is lived cannot be unlived. So if I had a great time and I thought it was hilarious to dump a dead bear at Central Park, then I lived it and I had a great time and nothing you could do about it, okay? And sometimes that'll get you in trouble. And sometimes you'll have a fantastic time, right? And obviously, Bobby's dad was killed when he was young. And maybe that got into his head of like, you better live strong and live an interesting life. And so I don't begrudge him. Even if I begrudge some of the things that he did in that life, I get why he did. So I don't hate him like other people hate him for some of those personal stuff, right? So, and I like him for all the things that he did positive, holding, fossil fuel companies accountable, protecting communities that had poison dumped into their rivers, etc., right? So the thing that affects everybody is when he gets, like, corporate media smeared the hell out of him, and they didn't allow him to speak, and then they did the needle in a haystack trick. So whenever it's an insider, they find the best parts of their life, and then they amplify it. So Joe Biden is average Joe from Scranton. Motherfucker's been in D.C. for the last 2 years. You think we don't have eyes and ears? Okay, like average Joe from Scranton. Who are you kidding? So there's a guy named Fred Thompson. He was an actor, and he was a senator from Tennessee later. And he had this great little trick that he would do. It was a red pickup truck that he would campaign in, right? So he looks like a regular Joe, right? But he's a millionaire actor. But here's the funny part. He would drive the red pickup truck in a limo. And he would drive back from the campaign event in a limo. But the press never reported the limo. They only reported him in the red pickup truck as if that's what he drives. See, that's the theater of politics. Why? Because Fred Thompson was a corporate Republican. So they loved him. So they go, yeah, sure, yeah, red pickup truck. Oh, good old Fred Thompson, right? So, but if you're an outsider and they don't like you, then they're going to look at the haystack of your life and they're going to try to find needles. So they've done this to Trump, they've done this to Bernie, they've done this to Bobby Kennedy Jr. And with Bobby, they're like, ooh, there's some juicy needles in here. Okay. So they find those and they go, you see this? The only thing you should know about Bobby Kennedy Jr. is that he found a dead bear and put it in Central Park. wait! I found another one. The other thing you should know about Bobby is that he once said in a divorce deposition that he had a brain worm. By the way, it turns out that affects millions of people, and it's not that big a deal, right? But look, he is a radical. He is. This defines him completely. A spectacular case of that actually happened to me. So I ran for Congress in 2020, and the New York Times, LA Times, CNN, they all butchered with needles. Okay, so they said his long history of making anti-Muslim jokes. Well, first of all, they didn't even say jokes. They said anti-Muslim rhetoric. I'm like, I'm Muslim. I mean, I'm an atheist, but I grew up Muslim. My family's Muslim. My background's Muslim. You don't think that's relevant in the story? And they did it based on one joke I told about, and they also, of course, they say that I'm anti-Semitic. That's you start with that. That's just baked in for everything, right? So they said I made a joke about how Orthodox Jews and Muslims, they think that getting into heaven is a little bit of a fashion contest. Okay, so the Orthodox Jews go in there with Russian coats from the 1800s and the giant Russian hat. You know, the Muslims go in with their robe and the skull cap and stuff. And God's looking around going, no. Ooh, nice outfit. Come on in, right? Like, do you really think the creator of the universe gives a damn what you wear? Okay. So the New York Times took that and said, long history of being anti-Semitic and anti-Muslim. Yeah. Okay. So there's this, this is a famous one. Relatively. I did a joke about bestiality like a dozen years ago. Very nice. So I start out the joke nice and dry. And I go, look, is a horse going to object if he's the one getting pleasure? Now, Anna's my co-host. She's younger at that time. And she's like, that seems like a bad idea. I'm like, of course it's a bad idea. But I'm being dry. But some people are laughing in the studio stuff. And then I say, you know, if I was emperor of the world, I would make that legal. And they cut the tape. If you watch the rest of the tape, I say, now, would the horse object? No. But they cut the tape. So the New York, originally a right winger did that, and then a establishment troll in that primary started putting out those tapes to everyone. Jake Tapper retweeted it. Didn't look to see if it's edited or not edited. The New York Times implied that bestiality was part of my agenda. Jesus, please tell me that's part of your Wikipedia. The bestiality thing is part of your. I don't know. But guys, so in those stories, I'm not important, and even Bobby Kennedy Jr. is not important. What it reveals about the media is what's important. So they're gonna find those needles, and even if they don't have the needles, you know what? We'll cut the tape before your joke's punchline, right? So we'll just run it and we'll lie about you. Who cares, right? And so, they also said that I had David Duke on to share his anti-Semitic point of view. If you watch the interview, I told David Duke, you're an anti-Semite, you're a racist, you're a bigot, you're an idiot, right? It was the toughest interview he's probably ever had in his life. And other journalists got mad at that. And they were like, no, guys, you're just flat out lying. Like, I watched the interview. Did any of you watch the interview? He takes the guy's head off, right? And so the New York Times issued a correction. So they're like, okay, fine. He was being sarcastic when he said, sure, you're not racist, Dave. Well, one of the sources of hope to all this is there's a lot of independent media now. But mainstream media has a lot of power still. It carries a lot of power. Do you think they're going to die eventually? Yeah, definitely. So two things about that are super important. First of all, this is why I tell people to have hope. I don't believe in false hope, right? So if you think Kamala Harris is your knight in shining armor, she's going to come in, she's going to get money out of politics, she's going to ignore the donors, that's false hope. It's crazy talk, right? So why am I in favor of Kamala Harris? I'm going to live to fight another day. I'm worried that Trump's going to end the whole thing, and then we're not going to have an opportunity to actually get a populist win, right? So, and I'm encouraged by some of the things she's doing. Maybe she does even 25% of her agenda, but I'm not going to give you false hope that she's your savior, right? But I believe massively in hope. And number one, because it's true to the point that we were talking about earlier, Lex, and how last 200 years have been choppy, but overall fantastic. Terrible things have happened that time period, some of the worst things that have ever happened in history. But overall, life expectancy is higher. Everything is, incomes are higher, health is better, etc. Right? It's real. It's empirical. Okay. So now we talked about how you could get money out of politics, and that's a legitimate hope. But media is another place where we have huge hope. Of all the corporate robots, the most important robot is media. So when mainstream media has you hooked in at the back of your neck, you're going to believe all these fairy tales about how politicians are nice people, they're trying to do the right thing, and donor money doesn't have any influence on it. So once you unplug from the matrix, well, then you begin to see, hey, look, he took the donor money to do what the donors want. He took the donor money to do what the donors want, 98% of the time, right? So then you clear it. So now what's happening at large? Media is losing their power. Now, online media is swarming. And so this goes back to why I started the Young Turks. So let me touch on that here, and then we can come back to it. So in 1998, I write an email to my friends, and I say, online video is going to be television. And unsurprisingly, and they say, you're nuts. That's never going to happen. At that point, we're still doing AOL dial-ups. Like, right? Online video barely exists, and television's mammoth. I say, guys, it's just a matter of logic. Like, for me, there's so many ironies. I'm known for yelling online sometimes, but in reality, I'm obsessed with logic. So when you have gatekeepers pick based on what they want, what the powerful want, in that case, advertisers, politicians, etc. They are never going to design programming as good as wisdom of the crowd. When people start doing online video, I'm like, boom, there's no gatekeepers. This is democratized. Wisdom of the crowd is going to win. So if you start with no money, and let's pick a different example, not the Young Turks. Let's say Phil DeFranco. He's been around forever, okay? And he also does news. And so Phil starts doing a show, and he doesn't have any money, just like us. And so what does he have to do to get an audience? He has to do a show that is really popular. He's got to figure out a way, how do I get their attention? How do I keep their attention? And he starts doing a great show, right? And so every year it's us and Phil for best news show for like a decade, right? And meanwhile, I'm back over at CNN, Wolf Blitzer's still droning on from a teleprompter. You put Wolf Blitzer online without the force of CNN with him, he gets -7 views. No one's interested in what Wolf Blitzer has to say. It's not personal. I don't know the brother, right? I'm just saying institutionally, logically, etc. So I'm like, these guys are going to win. So when YouTube starts, we go on YouTube right away. We're the first YouTube partner. So I am literally the original YouTuber. Susan Wojcicki, former CEO, the late Susan Wojcicki, wonderful woman. And if that triggers you again on the right, you're wrong. She was a terrific person. And she, when she started her own YouTube channel, I was the first interview because we were the first YouTube partner. So I love that. So we're in that, but let me connect it back to the hope. When mainstream media has you hooked, you got no hope because you don't have the right information. You have propaganda, you have marketing, you don't have real news. When you're in the online world, it's chaotic. And don't get me wrong, it's got plenty of downsides, right? But within that chaos, the truth begins to emerge. And so, for example, Young Turks has had dozens of fights with different creators throughout history. Why? When you're number one in news online, the algorithm rewards anyone attacking, because then you get into their algorithmic loop. Mm-hmm. It's not an accident that we've been attacked dozens of times. One, we're independent thinkers, so anyone, if we don't match their ideology, they're going to attack us. But number two, they get in our algorithm loop. It's too hard to resist, right? So all of a sudden, they think that we're being funded by Nancy Pelosi or the CIA, and then, oh, we're off to the races. There's another fight, right? But our competition is a graveyard. And so we've won almost all of those fights. Why? Because we try really hard to stick with the truth, with logic, and we don't do audience capture. Even if our audience is going in one direction we don't think it's right, Anna and I will come out and go, no, sorry guys, love you, but rent control is not a good idea. Okay, etc. So in that world, the people, it's going to take a while, guys, but people who are telling the truth are eventually going to rise up. And when they do, now we're free. And now the second part is even more devastating for mainstream media, because I'm a businessman, right? I keep looking at the revenue for CNN, etc., and they have a massive problem. And people don't realize how big the problem is. That thing's going to capsize. I don't talk about it often because I don't want more competition. I also have a company, right, in the online world, etc. But I'm too honest. I gotta say it. So they have two revenue streams. One is ads. That's why they serve advertisers, and politicians are huge advertisers, as we mentioned. The second revenue stream, depending on the company, is arguably more important, which is subscribers. So now what happens is this normally is. So they started out low and then they got high, and now they got a ton of subscribers. At its peak, cable has 100 million households, right? So they're raking in unbelievable money from subscriber fees, and they got advertising on top. So when you're all the way up here, your costs rise. Why do they rise? Because then the on-air talent has leverage. And as an example, there's many others. And so the on-air talent, like Sean Hannity says, I do a program that brings in X amount of maybe 100 million, maybe 200 million. So give me 40 million a year. And they do. Sean is making 40 million a year last I checked. Okay? So I don't know if he's still getting that kind of money, and I'm just basing it on reporting, right? But that's a monster. So they have all these giant costs. But the minute you go from 100 million, now we're at, I think, around 70 million. You just lost a giant chunk of your revenue. Now when your costs are higher than your revenue, nighty-night, it's been nice knowing you.
Yeah, it's going to collapse. It's going to be painful.
But what we need, guys, is like, sorry, last thing on that is we need the print guys like AP, Reuters, Intercept, The Lever, the Sirota runs, whatever Ryan's working on now, etc. So we need those badly. We need someone to collect actual information and do the best they can at presenting it in an objective way. We all got to support that. So you can't lose tech. That's so important. The TV actors, you can lose them overnight and it won't hurt you, it'll help.
Yeah, just it's going to be a messy battle for truth, because the reality is there's a lot of money to be made and a lot of attention to be gained from drama farming. So it's just constantly creating drama. And sometimes drama helps find the truth, like we were mentioning, but most of the time it's just drama. And it doesn't care about the truth, it just cares about drama. And then the same as like conspiracy theories. Now, some conspiracy theories have value and depth, and they allow us to question the establishment institutions. But the bottom line is conspiracy theories get clicks. And so you can just keep coming up with random conspiracy theories. Many of them don't have to be grounded in the truth at all. And so that's the seed we're operating in. And so it's a tricky space, Chip.
But Lex, look at all the people who are the biggest now, because we've now had a couple of decades of this, right? So, I mean, as an industry. So, I would argue you're huge, and you don't do that. You don't do the conspiracy theories. You don't do the drama at all, right? Rogan is huge. Yeah, maybe there's drama, but he's genuine, right? I got a lot of issues with some of his policies, mixed opinions on Joe in a lot of different ways, but I don't doubt that he's genuine, and people can sense that, right? And he's huge. We're genuine. We're huge. So this is the market beginning to work.
So speaking of Joe, let me ask you about this.
Here we go.
I didn't actually know this, but when I was prepping for this conversation, I saw that you actually said at some point in the past that you can beat up Rogan in a fight. No, you said that you have a shot. It's a non-zero probability.
Yes.
Do you still believe this?
Yes, but the probability is dropping. It's dropping every day.
I think it's probably the stupidest thing I've ever heard you say. So I did martial art. I wrestled and did jiu-jitsu and judo and all these kinds of fighting sports my whole life. And I just observed a lot of really confident, large guys roll into gyms. Just ripped, you can deadlift, you can talk all kinds of shit, and he believes he's gonna be the next world champion, and he just gets his ass kicked.
Yeah. Of course. Okay. And I've seen, like, I saw this Israeli MMA fighter take on an anti-Semite who was huge and thought that, he believed in, like, Nick Fuentes' conspiracy theories or something. And the MMA fighter dismantled him. And I loved it. Okay. And then he, like, retweeted back and forth, etc. So, guys, first, let me just assure you, I get it. So now let me tell you why I said it, and then why I think it's a non-zero chance. So Michael Smirkonish had written this blog like 10, 15 years ago on Huffington Post. We were both bloggers at that point, and about the wussification of America. Now, he was saying there's a bunch of wusses, right? So I wrote a blog saying, hey, Michael, I would rather debate you. So if you want to debate about how we're wussies, let's do it. Let's find it. But, you're mentioning physicality, right, and how you guys are tough. So if you prefer, only in a prescribed setting, right, we're not going to go do it in the streets like idiots, right? But if you want, we'll have a boxing match or whatever you want, and we'll see who's tough. And he panicked, and he cried to mommy, which is Ariana Huffington. And, oh, Jack's intimidating me, right? Okay, all right, well, who's the wussy now, bitch, right? So that is not to actually get into a fight with poor Michael Smirkonish, right? It's to prove, hey, don't use rhetoric like that. That's dumb. And this is me proving that it's dumb. Okay, so now Joe had said, I forget what he said at the time, and he said something similar, right? And I'm up to hear with Joe at that point. I don't know if we'll ever talk again, right? But
you've been on a show, and that was a good conversation.
It was a great conversation.
A while back, yeah.
Yeah.
I hope he has you on here.
Yeah, so I get it.
I bet you, I don't like this take you have a lot. I bet you he hates it because him as an MMA commentator, he gets to hear so many bros.
Yeah.
It's all about the mindset, bro. Now, the Steel Man point you're making, which I do think is the stupidest thing you've ever said, but the actual intent, which is whether you're left or right, there's strong people on the left, like
Yes.
mentally strong, physically strong. Like, I think the whole point is not that you can beat them, but you're willing to fight if you need to. It's
100%.
So it's not like I believe I can beat them. It's like I'm willing, like all this shit, calling people on the left wusses or whatever. I'm willing to step in and fight, even if I'm untrained, even if I'm out of shape. I'm willing to step in. Yeah, I get it. I understand that, but it's just pick a different person. That's why I wrote down my genuine curiosity is if you can beat up Alex Jones versus Shane. That the legitimacy, I would pay for that because you're both untrained. You both got the spirit.
No, he isn't. Look, I'll give the same fairness.
Yeah.
I think I got an 8% chance of beating him. I know, I got it. Hold on.
All right.
And I think, to be fair, Alex has an 8% chance of beating him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay,
because you never know. He catches you on a lucky punch. I got punched in the ear once, and you lose your balance, and then you're in a lot of trouble, right? So I can get lucky. Alex Jones can get lucky. It's me against Rogan is harder. Like, if you said to me, you don't have 8% chance, but Alex does. Okay, I'm not gonna. It's fun, right? So why does Alex stand almost no chance? So first of all, it's not just because I'm big and he's big. One, I wrestled.
Oh, you wrestled?
Yeah, if you wrestle, then you're like, I watched this show with my kids, Physical 100. It's like a Korean show where they try to find out who's the best athlete. They have one thing where they have to wrestle away the ball and keep it this big giant ball. I'm like, every wrestler's going to win. Every MMA fighter's going to win, and every time they win. And they're like, Dad, how did you know that? Because we get trained. We're not going to lose to a non-wrestler in a wrestling contest. It's not going to happen, right? So you can get lucky, but it's unlikely. So one, wrestling. Now that was from a long time ago, but at least you know the mechanics, right? Number two, I've gotten into about 30 actual street fights in my life, and you can say street fights not the same as MMA. Of course, that's true, obviously true, right? But it's not no experience; it's some experience. And the most important part of a street fight is being able to take a punch to the face. Okay.
Yeah, no one feels like to get punched in the face.
Yeah. So I've been punched in the face, I don't know, dozens of times in my life. I used to start fights by saying, I'll let you take the first punch. Okay. So I didn't start the fight. They just started because they punched me in the face. Okay. So and then for Alex, the main thing, and also true for Rogan, is it's about willpower, right? So if you if Joe has a 92% chance, in my opinion, of knocking me out or beating me because he has the skill and he's trained and he knows what he's doing. So all the willpower in the world isn't going to help you if you get kicked upside the head, right? So, but in the unlikely circumstances that I've worn him down, right, then I'm a little bit more in the ball game because I got willpower. For Alex, he doesn't have the willpower I have. Okay, because to me the idea of losing to Alex Jones is unthinkable. I would do anything not to lose. Anything.
Let me just say, so that's beautiful. I love this. I will pay a lot of money to watch the two of you just even like wrestling. But with Joe, I think I have to say it's like it's 0.0001% chance you have a chance before you even get to the mentality. And the other thing is, on the mentality side, one of the fascinating things about Joe is he's actually a sweetheart in person like this. But there's something that takes over him when he competes.
Brother, we've been around 22 years in the toughest industry in the world.
Yeah.
Right. If you you have any idea how hard it is to run a 75-person company and make money online and survive after all the guys who took billions of dollars went.
I hear you.
Tremendous willpower. So, but overall, this is not the hill I'm dying on. Okay. Joe would win. I get it.
I think we're all allowed one kind of blind spot, I suppose.
So you don't think a big guy that still is in good shape, that was a wrestler, that's been in a lot of street fights, you still think 0.0001?
It depends on street fights, but yeah, 0.0001. I just see technique.
Yeah, and it's such a minute disagreement because, so take me out of it. So you take out the willpower part of it, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
I think it's 1% to 2%. Yeah, you could catch the guy at about,
I think
and get lucky.
I think it's because I've talked to, so I trained with a coach named John Donaher. We talk about this a lot. And I think technique is just such... Technique is the thing that also feeds the willpower. It actually builds up your confidence in a way that, like, nothing else does. In a more actionable way, because you won't need that much willpower.
No,
if the technique is back.
But
like,
look,
you don't have to be like a tough guy to win debates. Right. So I think people just don't understand the value in sport and especially in combat of technique.
No, a great irony is I actually totally agree with that. That's why I mentioned the physical 100. Technique's going to win almost every time. We're having a debate about whether it's 8 or 1 or 0.01. Like, it's either way, technique wins. We agree.
Okay, beautiful. In the one of the controversial things done in the 90s as a student at UPenn, you publicly denied the Armenian genocide, which is the mass murder of over 1 million Armenians in 1915 and 16 in the Ottoman Empire. You have since then publicly and clearly changed your mind on this. Tell me the process you went through to change your mind.
Yeah, so when you're a kid, you're taught a whole bunch of things. That's the software that we talked about earlier, right? So cultural software is media, family, friends, social media, etc. And so growing up in any tribe, whether it's a religious tribe or an ethnic tribe, you're going to get indoctrinated into that tribe's thinking. So you take a Turkish person who's super progressive, loves Bernie, believes with all their heart in peace, and you tell them something about Kurds, and they'll say, oh, no, not those guys. They're terrible and evil, and we have to do what we do to them. You see, that's the tribe king, right? And so you tell any religious person what's wrong with the other religions, they're like, oh, yeah, that's totally true. You get to their religion, tribe kings over. No, how dare you on the fence, right? So I grew up with Turkish propaganda. So I'll tell you a couple of funny instances. When we were kids, we'd go to Turkish American Day Parade. I'm like 10 or 12 years old. It's in the middle of New York. So I grew up in Jersey. That's why I got to know those fights. And we would chant, in Turkish, Turkey country, there's no other country that's even big. And I was like, this is crazy. I'm like, that isn't this crazy? America's big, China's big. Why are we nonsensical chant, right? So that's the beginning of being to realize you're indoctrinated. I'm in college, and I read about some battle that the Ottoman Empire lost. I'm like, that can't be right. The Turks have only lost one war, World War I, right? And I was like, oh my God, I'm an idiot. I got taught that in third grade in Turkey. Of course, that's ridiculous truth, right? All those thoughts are in your head, you don't realize. And so on the Armenian genocide, I read the Turkish version, and the Turkish has all of these evidence, right? So it's real in that it exists, but here, I'll give you a great example. I think it was Colonel Chester, some random American military guy after World War I, and he says about the Armenians after the mass march, the forced march. He says they returned to the area fat and entirely unmasked. Okay, I'm like, hey, that's an American colonel that's saying that, so that's obviously true. You see, that it didn't happen, right? Or at least in the way that the Armenians said. Now, as a grown-up, I look at it and I go, are you kidding me? That guy's obviously trying to get a contract with the Turkish government, right? Nobody returns from a forced march fat and entirely unmasked, right? So that's propaganda. And so, and that one was so indoctrinated that it was tough to let go. So at Penn, I write that op-ed, etc. And then over the course of time, and so Anna and I disagree on things from time to time, and we've been co-hosting now for, she's been at the Young Turks for 18 years, co-hosting for almost 18. And so she's Armenian. And by the way, I love America. Look, we came to America because we love this country, land of open opportunity. That's part of why I fight so hard for the average American, for the American idea. So here's a Turk and an Armenian doing a show together, and it becomes the #1 news show. That's the beauty of America. Right? So she's telling me things, and we're having some on-air discussions about it, etc. And then it just dawned on me, like, no, this too was obviously propaganda. So at that point, once you realize that, it becomes easier. That's why I'm trying to unplug people from the matrix. Because once you realize it's propaganda, oh my God, it gets infinitely easier to start telling what's true and not true.
So maybe by way of advice, how do you know when you're deluded by propaganda? How do you know you're not believing a kind of, how do you know when you're not plugged into the matrix, when you're plugged into the matrix?
You have to keep testing it against objective reality. Okay, they said something. Did it happen or did it not happen? So here's an easy one. Alex Jones, for a long time, especially under Obama, kept saying, they're going to put us in FEMA camps. They're going to stuff us all in the FEMA camps. They're going to put us there. They're going to let us out. I know for sure, right? Nobody's been in the FEMA camp. Obama left, there was no FEMA camp. So when I asked, like, for the right-wing conspiracy guys, has any of their things ever come true? Like, they always say all these crazy things that never, ever happen. So the third time it doesn't happen, can you please start to wonder, maybe I'm on the wrong side? Maybe, but that's not just for right-wingers. That's easy, right? But it's also for mainstream media. And that's where I get the biggest pushback. And that's where, because my tribe is what the kids call PMC, professional management class. Okay? They're careerists. You go up the ladder, you have this route, that route, etc. And so for that class, the status quo is pretty good. So when Biden gives you 15% change, you're like, what else do you want? That's amazing. He just course corrected a little bit. Now it's perfect, right? But for the average guy who needs 100% change, not 15, they look at it and they go, what the fuck? He only did 15% and everybody's declaring him a hero, right? So those are the hardest guys to get through on, and those are the guys who get most mad at me, not the right-wingers, the establishment. That's why I'm nails on a chalkboard for them, because I'm on the left, but I call out their crap and their marketing and propaganda. And that's why I mentioned earlier, no one he might not even consciously know it, but no one dislikes Bernie more than Obama, because if Bernie got into office, he'd embarrass Obama by doing a lot more change. And Obama told us that change wasn't possible. You could only get 5%. And so if Bernie does 50%, then Obama's humiliated, and his record and his legacy is ruined. right? So I don't think he makes that conscious decision, right? But it's subconscious. It's a way of thinking. So if you're watching Morning Joe, test him. He says something that Biden is for $15 minimum wage. When Biden takes it out of the bill, know that Morning Joe was lying to you. He says that Biden said he was for the public option, but he never even proposed it. When Morning Joe still defends him, and you see an objective reality actually propose that bill, you know that they're lying to you. Test it against objective reality. Did it actually happen or didn't?
I mean, there's some of that, still mess on the conspiracy theories. Do you think there's some value to conspiracy theories that come from the right, but actually more so come from the anti-establishment? So, I mean, for me, there's a lot that raise a bit of a question. A lot of them could probably be explained by corporatism and the military-industrial complex. But there's also a lot of them can be explained by creepiness and shadiness in human nature. Epstein is an example of that. There's a lot of ways to explain Epstein, including the basic creepiness of human nature. But there could be bigger explanations underlying it.
So sometimes when we have long, thoughtful conversations like this, I'll say it depends a lot.
Yeah.
And then people get frustrated by it. But then you're frustrated by the world because it depends. So conspiracy theories. If you say, are they all right or are they all wrong? Already the question's wrong. So it depends. What is the conspiracy theory? So if it's, some of the absurd ones we've mentioned here, it's easily disproved, right? On the other hand, there's a conspiracy theory about JFK's assassination. Which one's the conspiracy theory? That Lee Harvey Oswald from like 12 miles away shot a magic bullet that went like this and hit like 13 people and came out Kennedy's brain? Or the government might have wanted to cover up an assassination of the president for whatever reason? Okay, come on. We're doing hyperbole. And like the JFK boost, like, no, the bullet actually go like this. It didn't actually hit I'm kidding. Okay, but in terms of, is that conspiracy theory real that JFK was not just killed by Lee Harvey Oswald? Almost certain, right? And so if you read real books with tons of information, the most likely culprit is Alan Dulles, the head of the CIA that he fired. Back when there was a deep state, there actually was a deep state. They did coups against other countries' leaders all the time. But they tell us, oh, they wouldn't do it to our own leader. But remember, it's not the CIA. He left the CIA already, right? So so I don't know if it was ex-CIA guys. I don't know if the mob was involved. I don't know any of those details. But I know some things that are obvious. That bullet didn't magically hit him from over there. Jack Ruby killed Lee Harvey Oswald. Jack Ruby was a mobster who, on the record, had said that he hated Kennedy. All of a sudden, he became patriotic overnight and shot the assailant, who was unguarded. Maybe less likely. Okay, so let's speed up, though. So my point is, yeah, some conspiracy theories could be true. It depends on objective reality, right? You get to Epstein. Again, I always do it ahead of time because I want you to test me and see, does it match objective reality? So I said the minute that it happened, you'll have your answer based on whether the video in the hallway worked or not. If the video in the hallway works, there'll be just as many conspiracy theories, but it'll show actually who went in and didn't go. Okay. But if the video in the hallway doesn't work, they definitely killed me. Okay. So 4 days later, the video in that particular hallway happened to not be working. And the guards both happened to be on break at the same time. And the most notorious pedophile criminal in the country happened to be unguarded. And that is the one time he decided to hang himself. Listen, man, the only way you believe that is if you got mainstream media to get you to believe that the minute the phrase conspiracy theory is mentioned, you have to shut off your mind. And you have to believe whatever the media tells
you. Yeah. Well, it's interesting you just mentioned. Do you think the CIA has not grown in power?
No, they've greatly waned in power. So in the old days, the CIA has an actual deep state, and because the country was run by a bunch of families, right? So you go to Yale, the skull and bones thing was real, right? Then you go to Harvard, you go to this, and look at the Dulles family, right? Half of them go into government, the other half go into banking. Why are the Central American countries called banana republics? Because we America did a coup against one of those countries because a banana company won it. Okay, because they're like, how dare you charge whatever you want for your natural resource? We American corporations have the right to all of your natural resources at the lowest possible rate. Alan, get rid of these guys. Okay, and Alan would, and so and sometimes they would go extrajudicial, right? Like potentially with the JFK assassination. So now, and by the way, you pissed off the J. Edgar Hoover, he was just going to put a bullet in your head, and we were done with you. Okay, Fred Hampton, among others. So, but nowadays, that's not how the world works. So, a small number of families cannot control a country and an economy this size. New people pop up. Well, Mark Zuckerberg wasn't part of those families. Elon Musk wasn't part of those families. Neither was Bezos, right? For you to believe those conspiracy theories, you have to think that Bezos and Musk, etc., were like, "Oh, you guys are still running the country? No problem. Go ahead." We're not gonna do that, right? So now we've gotten into a system where it's the invisible hand of the market that runs the country, but unfortunately, it's only for the powerful. And so it's more of a machine. And they don't do, and this is super interesting and ties to what we were talking about earlier, which is that they don't do political assassinations anymore, character assassinations. That's the needle in the haystack. So, and if you do an assassination of someone, you build up their status. They become a martyr and you build up their cause. But if you do a character assassination, you smear the cause with the person and the cause goes down, not up. So the market found a better way of getting rid of agitating outsiders.
Well, that's one of the conspiracy theories with Epstein is that he's a front for I guess CIA, and they're getting data on people, like creepy pedophile kind of data, they can use to then threaten character assassination, and they did with them. In this way, put the people in their pockets.
So look, we're not in on it, so there's no way we can know, right? But I just always go back to logic. So he has dirt on a lot of powerful people. He dies in a way that is an obvious murder and not a suicide. And then you begin to think, who would have enough power to be able to get away with that crime? And that is a very limited number of either people or governments, right? So that's probably your answer without knowing anything that's internal.
It's crazy we don't have the list of clients. What is the best way to achieve stability and peace in Israel and Palestine in the current situation and in the next 5-10 years?
If people wanted to get to peace, it's relatively straightforward. There's already a deal that was negotiated. The Saudis agreed to it. They're an important player in this game. The Palestinians and the Israelis have initially agreed to it. Even Hamas has kind of agreed to it. That deal exists, and it's just waiting on the shelf to get done, right? And it's pretty straightforward. Israel gets out of the West Bank, Gaza Strip, but they keep it X percentage. It used to be 4%, then it went up to 6%. It's probably a higher number now. The Palestinians keep losing leverage as we go, right? So you remember how hard it was to get a deal on Ukraine, I thought. That's a very complicated one. Israel's much more straightforward. Get the hell out of the occupied territories. Keep some of the those settlements for the war thing are answered. But anyway, I don't know. There is an answer to the settlements, and it's probably that Israel keeps them, even though that drives me crazy. No right of return for Palestinians. There'll be symbolic right of return for a couple of families. And so Palestinians go, oh, no way. Guys, you have no leverage. Take the deal. Take the deal. Okay? So you're not going to get a right of return. Israel's not going to allow millions of Palestinians to go and vote in Israel. It would end the Jewish state. You have to get to a practical solution. So honestly, the number one person blocking it now is Netanyahu. It's not even, that's obvious. That doesn't take a lot of courage to say that. He says publicly, I don't want a Palestinian state. I'm against the two-state solution. He's been monstrous. He's one of the worst terrorists of my lifetime. So that's easy. The right wing of Israel has lost its mind. So the Smotrich and the Ben Gavir is openly talking about ethnic cleansing and driving them into other Arab countries. This is the definition of ethnic cleansing. So, but is like, I know that the Arabs are going to take it. That Saudi Arabia cannot wait to take the deal because they just want to get business going, right?
Do you think Hamas makes the deal?
So I have a solution where you don't need Hamas. But yes, Hamas would definitely take the deal. Hamas already publicly said that they would even get rid of that Israel doesn't have a right to exist. But we hear so much propaganda in American media. It's maddening, right? So, and this idea don't deal with Hamas is so dumb. So the reason it's dumb is you don't negotiate with your friends. You negotiate with your enemies. Well, don't want to negotiate with them. I don't like them. Well, then you're not going to get to peace, right? But still, there is a path that doesn't include Hamas. So make a deal with Fatah that runs the West Bank. Then they get, right now, if Fatah went into Gaza Strip, they wouldn't be able to manage it because they don't have enough credibility. They're mainly seen as in cahoots with the occupiers, whereas Hamas is hardcore and fighting against occupiers. But if Fatah delivers a peace, not only a peace deal, but a Palestinian state, then they come in as heroes. So you make the deal with them, you let them run the Gaza Strip, and you empower them to drive out Hamas. That way, they do your dirty work for you, in a sense, right? But good, because Hamas is a terrorist organization, they're not helpful, and especially if the Palestinians get a state, the violence has to stop immediately. That's the whole point. The trade is, you get a state, Israel gets safety and peace.
So no more rockets in Israel.
No more rockets. If you do any other rockets, and Israel does the barbaric thing they just did, even I would say, hey, brother, we had a peace deal, okay? So if you violate a peace deal and you do a bomb, they're going to do a bomb, and their bomb is much larger, okay? So that, and by the way, can it work? It already has worked. Israel already did it with Egypt. So Egypt was 100 times Hamas. Egypt gathered all the Arab armies and actually physically invaded Israel when Israel could lose. And they did it several times. And like at the time, all, not just the right, like the war hawks, but most people thought there's no way Egypt can keep that peace. Oh, they're suckers. We're giving back them the Sinai Peninsula back, and then they're just going to keep bombing and attacking us. There hasn't been a single bomb from Egypt since the peace deal. Peace deals work. War gets you more war. Peace deals get you peace. And you should never, this is true of all of them, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. So if you're saying, well, I'm not positive that a peace deal is going to be perfect, and 12 more rockets might be fired. Well, brother, what do we have now, right? We have endless rockets now. If Israel's supposed to be a safe haven for Jews, and I get it and I want it, okay, then become a safe haven. The way that you're a safe haven is stop the occupation. It's not complicated. And the reason they're not, let's be honest, the reason the right-wing government of Israel is not stopping the occupation is because they want to take more and more land. And so they have throughout time taken way more of the West Bank than they had originally. And now Netanyahu is saying, I want a corridor in the middle of Gaza, and I want a corridor at the border of Egypt. Now we're back to occupying Gaza, physically, let alone through power, etc.
So Bibi has to go.
Yep.
What's the role of U.S. in making a peace deal like that happen?
It's going to sound outlandish, but I can get you a ceasefire almost overnight if Bibi's gone. And because the Israeli negotiators have said publicly, not publicly, it got leaked and it was in the Israeli press. You have to give us a little bit of wiggle room. If you don't give us a little bit of wiggle room, obviously they're not going to do the deal. And he's like, I know. Right? That's why he's not giving them the wiggle room. So don't ask for land in Gaza. Get the hell out of Gaza. Get a ceasefire. That's the easy part. So the hard part is the occupation, ending the occupation. But even that, I get it to you in 2 months, as long as Israel actually wants a deal. So go to an election, get rid of Netanyahu, put in, Benny Gantz. Is Benny Gantz an angel? No, he's the one that ordered all the bombings of Gaza to begin with, right? Benny Gantz has got massive war crimes on his record, so don't worry, he's not a song, okay? But he's not my favorite guy in the world, to say the least. But Benny Gantz can do a peace deal if he wants to. So, look, only one group of people can actually say, well, it's actually two groups. One is the Israeli population. You voted someone who wants to do a peace deal, you'll get a peace deal, okay? Number two is the American president. So if I'm the American president, I'm saying hypothetical, right? Or any American president that actually wants to get the peace deal done. You just say, I'm going to cut the funding. Israel will do the deal again. They don't say they want to cut the funding because they fact gives them $100 million. It's not complicated, not 1% complicated.
Yeah.
So, Lex, tell me this, okay? So if the U.S. president said, I'm going to cut the funding, do you think that it might have a giant problem for Netanyahu? Might it hurt his government? Might they have to go to an election? Would the Israeli politicians, the local population, begin to be really, really worried that they're going to lose an enormous source of funding and weapons?
Yeah, absolutely.
So why wouldn't we use our leverage? It's crazy not to use our leverage.
Yeah. And this is where we go back to the steel man up Trump. It feels like he's the only one crazy enough to use that leverage. By crazy, I mean in a good kind of sense. Bold enough, not giving a shit about convention, not giving a shit about pressures and money and influence and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, but with the biggest asterisk in the history of the world, which is 12% chance he does that, and that's great. But a huge chance he does the opposite, and he goes, let's call it 80 again. 80%. Oh, yeah, Miriam wanted me to give Israel, West Bank to Israel. So you have it, guys. Now. You just talked about the whole thing, okay? Giant war. Oh, yeah, I'm going to prove how tough I am. I'm going to nuke Iran. Oh, no. What are you doing? What are you doing? Like, Trump is a massive risk. He's an enormous amount of risk. If you were running a company and not a country, would you hire Trump as your CEO? Everyone watching just screamed inside their heads, no! Okay. You would never take that kind of risk with your company. You got an 80% chance the guy's going to blow up the company? No way, no way. And you know it too. If you're, especially if you're a businessman, you know you're not going to hire that loose cannon to run your company. It's unacceptable. But you're not wrong. We talked about it earlier. But as part of that risk, there's a sliver in there that he could accidentally do the right thing.
We talked a lot about hope in this conversation. Zooming out, what gives you hope about the future of this whole thing? Humanity, not just the United States, of us humans on Earth.
So why am I center left and not center right? It gets to that question. So you look at the polling, not just here in America, but in almost any country, and it almost always breaks out to 2/3 of one thing, right? 2/3 of the people say, let's be empathetic, let's share, let's do equality, justice, let's be fair, right? 1/3 goes, no, me. Okay? That's just the nature of humanity. And usually the same third goes, no change. Another 2/3 go, well, some change. So, because if you don't do any change, you're never going to get to the right answer. For the wisdom of the crowd to work, for free markets to work, for everything to work, you have to keep changing as the times change. And the culture changes, and the situation changes, right? So that's why there's amendments in the Constitution, because you need to be able to change the documents from time to time. Be careful with it, right? But you need to allow for an avenue for change. So now, why does the 1/3 keep winning in so many different places? Because they have more money and power. And by the way, if you're more selfish, you're more likely to get more money and power, right? And I wish that weren't the case, but it is. And these are not blanket rules. They're on average. So that bird winds up winning so many circumstances. But the bottom line is we are a species that requires consent. So I mean, I'm a stone cold atheist. So I don't think we're kind of like apes. I think we are apes. Okay. And so, and all the scientists out there go, well, of course we are. Everyone else is going, that's crazy. Hey, so when you look at it as a species, different species react in different ways. Snakes have no empathy because it's not in their DNA. And that's why we have a sense of what a snake does, right? So for good news is for higher level apes like us, bonobos, chimpanzees, and humans, we all roughly want consent. So a chimpanzee, for example, has a violent, reputation, and they are violent, and unfortunately, we're pretty close to them. But what people don't know is a leader doesn't win through violence, especially for bonobos. They win by picking lice off of other chimpanzees, by going and doing favors, going to a hunt, getting food, and giving it to someone else. Because what they're gathering is the consent of the government. And that's how you become the alpha. You don't do it through physical dominance, you do it through consent. So that's how we're hardwired. That's in our DNA. That 2/3 in the long run will win. And we will have empathy, we will have change, and that's the hope that we're all.
Hope we got the numbers, it seems like.
Yeah. And in fact, one more thing, Mike. Look at history. Hope and change always win. And so, again, conservatives don't catch feelings. There's a need for conservatives because you have to balance things out. If you just had, even though wonderful 2/3, that still wouldn't be the ideal system. You need a Winston Churchill if you're in the middle of World War II. You need someone to say regulating, 6 inspections of the elevators is too many, right? So you need that balance, and conservatives have a role, and it's a really important role. But having said that, they're assigned to losing throughout history because they're fighting on losing ground. The conservative says no change, but the world is constantly changing, so they're destined to lose. That's why the founding fathers won against the British monarchy. That's why the civil rights movement won. They didn't win overnight. It took them 100 years to get equal rights, let alone pass slavery, right? So we won on women's rights. We won on gay rights. We keep winning. But every snapshot in time makes it feel like we're losing. There's a bad guy in charge. We are living under corporate rule, etc. But in the long tide of history, change always wins. So the empathetic, generally speaking, left wing, but again, don't worry about the titles, right? People get obsessed with it. The 2/3 that's empathetic, that includes a lot of right wingers, right? You win at the end in history every single time. So we fight forward. We're tough when we need to be. We need that willpower to win any fight, right? But we're civil and respectful to the other side because they are us. So progressives all the time, we say, look, this is like the ending of my book, which is for conservatives, you have a lot of empathy for inside the wagons. So conservatives are great to their family, generally speaking, to their community, to their church, to anyone that's inside the wagons. But they set up electric fences and barbed wire around their wagons. So if you're on the outside, you're the others, and you're going to get your fight. And it's constantly, right? And so I like to think the left wing has wider wagons. So we view the world as more us and not you. But the good news of that is, if we win, we're not going to do Medicare for only the left, right? We're going to do Medicare for all. You're all going to get universal health care. We're going to do wages for all. The right wing is not going to be left out. And Lex, I can tell you a fun story. It's about my family, and I'm sure that parts of it are apocryphal. This is from like 500 years ago, but it gives you a sense of the old Mark Twain quote, if it's really Mark Twain's, of change happens really gradually and then all of a sudden. So my mom's last name in Turkish is Yavaşça. It means slow. It's a weird name even in Turkish. And so one day we're walking past the mosque in Istanbul when I'm a kid. and it says on the mosque, Yawasha. Well, what is this? Okay, so it's a small little mosque. We go inside, and my dad starts asking their mom questions. Okay, so he says, why is the mosque named that? And he said, you don't know? And he's because my dad said my wife's name is last name is Yosha. He said, oh my God. He's like, your was the admiral of Navy when they conquered Constantinople. So Grandpa from 600 years ago came up with the idea. So you can't ever conquer Constantinople chain underneath the Bosphorus. All the ships get stuck on the chain. There's cannons on both sides. Half the ancient navies in the world are at the bottom of the Bosphorus. So it hasn't been conquered over 1,000 years. Nobody thinks it can be conquered. Grandpa comes up with the idea, why don't we build giant wooden planks over land and grease them and pass our fleet over land onto the other side? Because whenever anybody proposes a new idea, no matter how logical it is, they go, oh, it's impossible. Oh, you're crazy. This is an unconquerable city. What are you guys even doing? Every day, Mehmet the Conqueror comes up to Grandpa and says, all right, how's your plan to do this project going? And Grandpa says, slowly. And he names him Commander Slowly. And one night, after the whole thing's done, they pass the entire Ottoman fleet over the land, wind up in the middle of the Bosphorus, and the Holy Roman Empire concedes. They surrender. Because change happens really gradually, and then all of a sudden.
Good story. Well, Jen, thank you for fighting for that change for many years now, for over 2 decades now. And thank you for talking about it. Appreciate it. Thank you for having me. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jen. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with a word on our end. Totalitarianism is never content to rule by external means, namely through the state and a machinery of violence. Thanks to its peculiar ideology and the role assigned to it in the apparatus of coercion, totalitarianism has discovered a means of dominating and terrorizing human beings from within. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
So I was trying to figure out how to do photorealistic AI photos, and it was Stable Diffusion by itself is not doing that well. Like the face is all mangled, and it doesn't have enough resolution for me to do that well. So, but I started seeing these base models, fine-tuned models, and the people who train on points, and I would try them, and they would be very photorealistic. They would have bodies that actually make sense, like body anatomy. But if you look at the photorealistic models that people use now, there's still core porn there, like of naked people. So I need to prompt out the naked. Everyone needs to use it. I started with imaging. So you need to prompt out the naked stuff.
You have to keep reminding the model you need to put clothes on the
Yeah, don't put naked because it's very risky. I have Google Vision. It checks every photo before it's shown to the user. To like check
like
for
a nipple detector. Oh, that's
because the journalists get very angry.
Following is a conversation with Peter Levels, also known on X as Levels.io. He is a self-taught developer and entrepreneur who designed, programmed, shipped, and ran over 40 startups, many of which are hugely successful. In most cases, he did it all by himself, while living the digital nomad life in over 40 countries and over 150 cities. Programming on a laptop while chilling on a couch, using vanilla HTML, jQuery, PHP, and SQLite. He builds and ships quickly and improves on the fly, all in the open, documenting his work, both his successes and failures, in the raw honesty of a true media hacker. Peter is an inspiration for a huge number of developers and entrepreneurs who love creating cool things in the world that are hopefully useful for people. This was an honor and a pleasure for me. This is the Let's Speak podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, it's Peter. You've launched a lot of companies and built a lot of products. As you say, most failed, but some succeeded. What's your philosophy behind building a startup business?
I think my philosophy is very different than most people in startups. Because most people in startups, they build a company and they raise money, right? And they hire people and then they build a product and they find something that makes money. And I don't really raise money. I don't use VC funding. I do everything myself. I'm a designer. I'm a developer. I make everything. I make the logo. So for me, I'm much more scrappy. And because I don't have funding, like I need to go fast. I need to make things fast to see if an idea works, right? I have an idea in my mind and I build it. Build like a mini startup. And I launch it very quickly, like within 2 weeks or something of building it. And I check if there's demand, if people actually sign up, and not just sign up, but if people actually pay money, right? Like they need to take out their credit card, pay me money, and then I can see if the idea is validated. And most ideas don't work, like as you say. Most people.
So there's this rapid iterative stage. We build a prototype that works, launch it, see people like it, improving it really, really quickly, see if people like it a little bit more enough to pay and all that. That whole rapid process is how you do it.
I think it's like very rapid, and it's like if I compare it to, for example, Google, like the big tech companies, especially Google right now is kind of struggling. Like they made like Transformers, they invented all the AI stuff years ago, and they never really shipped. Like they could have shipped ChatGPT, for example, I think I heard in 2019, and they never shipped it because they're so stuck in bureaucracy. But they had everything. They had the data, they had the tech, they had the engineers, and they didn't do it. And it's because these big organizations, it can make you very slow. So being alone by myself on my laptop, like in my underwear in a hotel room or something, I can ship very fast, and I don't need to ask like legal for like, oh, can you vouch for this? I can just go and ship.
You're always putting your underwear. Your profile picture, you're like slouching on a couch in your underwear, trailing a laptop.
No, but I do wear like shorts a lot, and I usually just wear shorts and no t-shirt because I'm always too hot. Like I'm always over here.
Thank you for showing up, not just in the underwear, but wearing shorts.
No,
Thank you for dressing.
I think it's because since I go to the gym, I'm always too hot.
What's your favorite exercise?
Man, overpress.
Overpress, like shoulder press.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it feels good because you win. Because when you do, what is that? I do 60 kilos, 120 pounds or something. Like it's my only thing I can do in the gym. And you stand like this, and you're like, I did it, like a winner pose, victory pose. I do bench press, squats, deadlift.
Hence the mug.
Yeah.
Talking to my therapist.
Yeah.
It's a deadlift.
Yeah. Because it acts like therapy.
Yeah, it is.
It's controversial to say. Like if I say this, people get angry.
Physical hardship is a kind of therapy.
Yeah.
I just rewatched Happy People in the Taiga. That's the Werner Herzog film where they document people doing trapping. They're essentially just working for survival in the wilderness year round. And there's a deep happiness to their way of life because they're so busy in nature. Like there's some
physical,
toil.
Yeah. My dad taught me that. My dad always does like construction in the house. Like he's always renovating the house. He breaks through one room and then he goes to the next room. He's just going in a circle around the house for like the last 40 years. So he's always doing construction in the house, and it's his hobby. And he taught me when I'm depressed or something. He says like get a big, like what do you call it, like a big mountain of sand, something from construction. Just get a shovel and bring it to the other side. And just do like physical labor, do like work, and do something. And I kind of did that with startup too.
Yeah, construction is about the destination, man. It's like a journey.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wonder, people who are always remodeling their house, is it really about the remodeling?
No, it's not.
Is it about the project,
journey,
the puzzle of it?
No, he doesn't care about the result. Well, he shows me, he's like, it's amazing. Like, yeah, it's amazing. But then he wants to go to the next room, But I think it's very metaphorical for work. Because I never stop work. I go to the next website. Or I make a new one, right? Or I make a new startup. So I'm always like give you something to wake up in the morning and have coffee and then kiss your girlfriend, and then you have like a goal. Not today I'm going to fix this feature. Today I'm going to fix this bug or something. I'm going to do something. You have something to wake up to, And I think maybe especially as a man, also women, but you need a hard work, You need like an endeavor,
How much of the building that you do is about money? How much is it about just a deep internal happiness?
It's really about fun because I was doing it when I didn't make money, right? That's the point. So I was always coding. I was making music. I made electronic music, genre-based music like 20 years ago, and I was always making stuff. So I think creative expression is like a meaningful work. It's so important. It's so fun. It's so fun to have like a daily challenge where you try to figure stuff out.
But the interesting thing is you built a lot of successful products, and you never really want to take it to that level where you scale real big and sell it to a company, something like this.
Yeah. The problem is I don't dictate that, right? Like if more people start using it, millions of people suddenly start using it, it becomes big. Um, I'm not gonna say, oh, stop signing up to my website, pay me money. But I never raised funding for it. And I think because I don't like the stressful life that comes with it. Like I have a lot of founder friends, and they tell me secretly, like hundreds of millions of dollars in funding and stuff, and they tell me like next time if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it like you because it's more fun, it's more indie, it's more chill, it's more creative. They don't like this. They don't like to be manager, right? You become like a CEO, you become a manager, and I think a lot of people that start startups when they become a CEO, they don't like that job actually, but they can't really execute, you know. But they like to do the groundwork, the coding. So I think that keeps you happy, like doing something creative.
Yeah, it's interesting how people are pulled towards that scale to go really big, and you don't have that honest reflection with yourself, like what actually makes you happy. Because for a lot of great engineers, what makes them happy is the building, the quote unquote individual contributor, like where you're actually still coding and you're actually still building, and they let go of that, and then they become unhappy. But some of that is the sacrifice needed to have an impact at scale. If you truly believe in the thing you're doing.
Like look at Elon, he's doing things a million times bigger than me, right? And would I want to do that? I don't know. You cannot really choose these things, right? But I really respect that. I think Elon's very different from VC founders, right? VC start it's like software. There's a lot of bullshit in this world. I think there's a lot of like dodgy finance stuff happening there. I think, and I never have like concrete evidence about it, but your gut tells you something's going on with like companies getting sold to friends and VCs, and then they do reciprocity and there's shady financial dealings. With Elon, that's not. He's just raising money from investors and he's actually building stuff. He needs the money to build stuff, hardware stuff. And that I really respect.
You said that there's been a few low points in your life. You've been depressed. The building is one of them. You get out of that. But can you talk to that? Can you take me to that place, that time when you were at a low point?
So I was in Holland and I graduated university and I didn't want to like get a normal job. And I was making some money with YouTube because I had this music career and I uploaded music to YouTube. YouTube started paying me like with AdSense like $2,000 a month, $3,000 a month, and all my friends got like normal jobs and we stopped hanging out because people like in university you hang out, you know, you chill at each other's houses, you go party. But when people get jobs, they only party like in the weekend and they don't hang anymore in the week because you need to be at the office. And I was like, this is not for me. I want to do something else. And I was starting getting this like I think it's like Saturn return. This, you know, when you turn 27, it's like some concept where Saturn returns to the same place in the orbit that it was when you're born.
I'm learning so many things.
Some astrology thing, you know.
So many truly special artists died when they were 27.
Exactly, someone was 27. And it was for me. Like I started going crazy because I didn't really see like my future in Holland, buying a house, going living in the suburbs and stuff. So I flew out. I went to Asia, started digital nomading, and did that for a year. And then it was even worse, you know, because I was like alone in hotel rooms, like looking at the ceiling, like what am I doing with my life? Like this is like I was work startups and stuff and YouTube, but like what is the future here? You know, like is this something? While my friends in Holland were doing really well, with a normal life. So I was getting very depressed and like I'm like an outcast. You know, my money was shrinking. I wasn't making money anymore. A lot, making $500 a month or something, and I was, you know, looking at the ceiling, thinking like, now I'm like 27. I'm a loser, and that's the moment when I started building like startups. It was because my dad said, like, if you're depressed, you need to, you know, get sand, get a shovel, start shoveling, do something. You can't just sit still. Which is kind of like a interesting way to deal with depression. You know, like it's not like, oh, let's talk about it. It's more like, let's go do something. And I started doing a project called 12 Startups in 12 Months, where every month I would make something like a project and I would launch it with Stripe so people could pay for it.
So the basic format is try to build a thing put it online, put Stripe to where you can pay money.
Yeah, add a Stripe check. I'm not sponsored by Stripe, but add a Stripe checkout button.
Is that still like the easiest way to check people from Stripe?
100%. I think so. Yeah.
It's a cool company. They just made it so easy. You can just click.
Yeah. And they're really nice. Like the CEO Patrick is really nice.
Behind the scenes, it must be difficult to like actually make that happen. Because that used to be a huge problem. Just,
Merchant.
just adding a thing, a button where you can like pay for a thing. It's
Dude, I know this because when I was
trustworthy.
9 years old, I was making websites also, and I tried to open a merchant account. It was like before Stripe, you would have like it was called WorldPay. So I had to like fill out all these forms, and then I had to fax them to America from Holland with my dad's fax. And my dad had to, it was on my dad's name, and he had to sign for this. And he started reading these terms and conditions, which was like he's liable for like 100 million in damages. And he's like, I don't want to sign this. I'm like, Dad, come on, I need a merchant account. I need to make money on the internet, you know. And he signed it. And he sent it, he faxed it to American merchant account. But then nobody paid for anything, so that was the problem. But it's much easier now. You can sign up, you add some code, and yeah.
So 12 startups in 12 months. What? What startup number one? What was that? What were you feeling? What were you sitting behind the computer? Like, how much do you actually know about building stuff at that point?
I could code a little bit because I did the YouTube channel and I made a website I would make websites for like the YouTube channel. It's called Panda Mix Show. And it was like these electronic music mixes like dubstep or drum and bass or techno house.
I saw one of them had like Flash. Were you using Flash?
Yeah, my CD album was using Flash. Yeah. I sold my CD. Yeah.
Kids, Flash was
Flash was cool.
Software. This is like the break.
It's like a Rabbi, you know. But Flash was cool.
Yeah, and there was what's it called? Wait, I should remember this action script. There's some kind of programming language.
Yeah, script.
Oh yeah.
In Flash. Back then, that was the JavaScript, you know.
The JavaScript. Yeah. And I thought that's supposed to be the dynamic thing that takes over the internet. I invested so many hours in learning that.
Steve Jobs killed it.
Steve
Jobs said Flash sucks. Stop using it. And everyone's like, okay.
That guy was right, though, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, well, it was a closed form, I think. And
closed.
But it's ironic because Apple, you know, they're not very open.
Right.
But back then, Steve was like, "This is closed. We should not use it." And it's as security problems, I think. It sounded like a cop out. Like he just wanted to say that to make it become bad. But Flash was cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it was cool for a time.
Yeah.
Listen, animated GIFs were cool for a time too.
Yeah.
They came back in a different way.
Yeah.
As a meme, though. I mean, like, I remember when GIFs were actually cool, not ironically cool.
Yeah.
Like, there's like, on the internet, you would have like a dancing rat or something like this. And that was really exciting.
You had like the Lex homepage.
Yeah.
Everything was centered.
Yeah.
He had like Peter's homepage on the construction GIF, which was like a guy like, with a helmet. And the lights. That was amazing.
Banners. Yeah, that's how before like Google AdSense, we would have like banners.
It was amazing. Yeah.
And a lot of links to porn.
Yeah.
Or porn.
That was where the merchant accounts people would use for. People would make money a lot. The only money made on Instagram was like porn, or a lot of it.
Yeah. It was a dark place. Still a dark place.
Yeah.
But there's beauty in the darkness. Anyway, so you were some basic HTML.
Yeah, but I had to learn the actual like code. This was good idea to like every launch startup, so I could learn to code, learn basic stuff, but it was still all very scrappy because I didn't have time to, which was on purpose. I didn't have time to spend a lot of. I had a month to do something, so I couldn't spend more than a month, and I was pretty strict about that. And I published it as a blog post, so people, I think I put it on Hacker News, and people would check like, oh, did you actually know? I felt like accountability because I put it public. That I actually had to do it.
Do you remember the first one you did?
I think it was Play My Inbox. Because back then, my friends, we would send like cool music. It was before Spotify, I think. We would send like 2013. We would send music to each other, like YouTube links. Like this is a cool song. This is a cool song. And there was these giant email threads on Gmail, and they were like unnavigatable. So I would log into Gmail, get the emails, and find the ones with YouTube links. Kind of like a gallery of your site, essentially Spotify.
Was it scraping it? Like what was
This
the
is
API?
like POP, like IMAP, like check your email. So that like privacy concerns because it would get all your emails to find YouTube links, but then I wouldn't save anything. But that was fun. It was like, and that the first project already we get like press, like I don't think like some tech media and stuff, and I was like, this is cool. Like, it didn't make money. There was no payment button, but it was actually people using it. Like, tens of thousands of people use it.
It's a great idea. I wonder why. Like, why don't we have that? Why don't we have things that access Gmail and extract some useful aggregate information?
Yeah, you could tell Gmail like, don't give me all emails, just give me the ones with YouTube links, or something like that.
I mean, there is a whole ecosystem of like apps you can build on top of the Google,
Yeah,
but people don't
never
really
do this. Like,
They
I've never
build.
seen it.
I've seen a few like Boomerang. There's a few apps that are like good, but
Yeah.
just I wonder what. Maybe it's not easy to make money.
I think it's hard to get people to pay for these like extensions or plugins, because it's not like a real app. So it's not like people don't value it. People value, this a plugin should be free. When I want to use a plugin in Google Sheets or something, I'm not going to pay for it. It should be free, which is. But if you go to a website and you actually, okay, I need this product, I'm going to pay for this because it's a real product. So even though it's the same code in the back, it's a plugin.
Yeah, I mean, you could do it through like extensions, like Chrome extensions from the browser side.
Yeah, but who pays for Chrome extensions, right? Like barely anybody. So that's not a good place to make money from.
Yeah, that sucks.
Like Chrome extension should be an extension for your startup. You have a product. Oh, we also have a Chrome extension.
I wish the Chrome extension would be the product. I wish Chrome would support that, like where you could pay for it easily. It's like I can imagine a lot of products that live as extensions, like improvements for social media. Like I
It's
think
like
that list
GPTs,
GPTs, yeah.
Like these chat GPTs, they're going to charge money for it now. You get a rev share, I think, from OpenAI. I made a lot of them also.
But we'll talk about it. So let's rewind back. It's a pretty cool idea to do 12 startups in 12 months. What's it take to build a thing in 30 days? At that time, how hard was that?
I think it's the hard part is like figuring out what you shouldn't add, right? What you shouldn't build because you don't have time. So you need to build a landing page. Well, you need to you need to build the product actually because it needs to be something that pays for it. Do you need to build a login system? Like maybe no, like maybe you can build some scrappy login system. Like for PhotoGuide, you sign up, you pay Stripe checkout, and you get a login link. And when I started, it was only a login link with a hash, and that's this static link. So it's very easy to log in. Not so safe, what if you leak the link? And now I have a real Google login. But that took like a year. So keeping it very scrappy is very important to, you don't have time, you need to focus on what you can build fast. So money, Stripe, build a product, build a landing page. You need to think about how are people going to find it. So are you going to put it on Reddit or something? How are you going to put it on Reddit without being looked at as a spammer, right? Like you say, hey, this is my new startup, you should use it. No, nobody gets it deleted, maybe if you find a problem that a lot of people on Reddit already have, subreddits, like you solve the problem, say, some people, I made this thing that might solve your problem, and maybe it's free for now, that could work. But you need to be very, narrow it down.
Time is limited.
Yeah.
Actually, can we go back to you laying in a room feeling like a loser?
Yeah.
I still feel like a loser sometimes. What can you speak to that feeling, to that place of just like feeling like a loser? And I think a lot of people in this world are laying in a room right now listening to this and feeling like a loser.
Okay, so I think it's normal if you're young that you feel like a loser, first of all.
Especially when you're 27.
Yes. Yeah, especially.
There's like a peak.
Yeah, I think this is the peak. And so I would not kill yourself. It's very important. Just get through it, But because you have nothing, you have probably no money, you have no business, you have no job. Like Jordan Peterson said this. I saw it somewhere. Like the reason people are depressed because they have nothing. They don't have a girlfriend. They don't have a boyfriend. They don't have. You need stuff. You need like a family. You need things around you. You need to build a life for yourself. If you don't build a life for yourself, you'll be depressed. So if you're alone in Asia in a hostel, looking at the ceiling, and you don't have any money coming in, you don't have a girlfriend, you don't. Of course you're depressed. It's logic. But back then, if you're in the moment, you think logic. Something wrong with me, And also, I think I started getting like anxiety, and I think I started going a little bit crazy, where I think travel can make you insane. And I know this because I know that there's like digital nomads that they kill themselves, and I haven't checked like the comparison with like baseline people like suicide rate, but I have a hunch, especially in the beginning when it was a very new thing like 10 years ago, that it can be very psychologically taxing, and you're alone a lot. Back then, when you travel alone, there was no other digital nomads back then, right? So you're in a strange culture. You look different than everybody. Like I was in Asia. Like everybody's really nice in Thailand, but you're not part of the culture. You're traveling around. You're hopping from city to city. you don't have a home anymore. You feel disrooted.
And you're constantly an outcast in that you're different from everybody else.
Yes, exactly. But people treat you like Thailand. People are so nice, but you still feel like outcast. And I think that the digital nomads I met then were all kind of like it's like shady business, you know. But they were like vigilantes because it was a new thing. Like one guy was selling illegal drugs. It was an American guy was selling illegal drugs via UPS to Americans, you know, on his website. There were like a lot of drop shippers doing shady stuff. There's a lot of shady things going on there, and they didn't look like very balanced people. They didn't look like people I wanted to hang with, you know. So I also thought guys from other foreigners in Thailand, other digital nomads. I was like, man, I made a big mistake. And then I went back to Holland, and then I got even more depressed.
You said digital nomad. What is digital nomad? What is that way of life? What is the philosophy there? And the history of the.
I struck upon it on accident because I was like, I'm going to graduate university and then I need to get out of here. I'll fly to Asia because I've been before in Asia. I studied Korea in 2009, like studied exchange. So I was like, Asia is easy, Thailand's easy. I'll just go there, figure things out. And it's cheap. It's very cheap. Chiang Mai, I would live like for $150 per month rent for like a private room, pretty good. So I struck upon this on accident. I was like, okay, there's other people on laptops working on their startup or working remotely. Back then, nobody worked remotely, but they worked on their businesses, right? And they would, live in like Colombia or Thailand or Vietnam or Bali. They would live kind of like in more cheap places, and it looked like a very adventurous life. Like you travel around, there's no pressure from like your home society, right? Like you're American, so you get pressure from American society telling you to like you need to buy a house or you need to do this stuff. I had this in Holland too, and you can get away from this pressure. You can kind of feel like you're free. You're kind of there's nobody telling you what to do, but that's also why you start feeling like you go crazy because you are free. You're disattached from anything and anybody. Disattached from your culture. You're disattached from the culture you're probably in because you're staying very short.
I think Franz Kafka said, "I'm free, therefore I'm lost."
Man, that's so true. Yeah, it's exactly the point. And yeah, freedom is like it's the definition of no constraints. Anything's possible. You can go anywhere. It's like, oh, that must be super. Not freedom. You must be very happy. Like, I don't think that makes you strange. Probably make you happy. That's a big lesson I learned then.
Well, what are you making for money? What they were doing shady stuff at that time.
For me, because I was like a developer, I wanted to make startups, and it was like drugs being shipped to America, like diet pills and stuff, like non-FDA approved stuff, and they would like there was no like ethics. They would sit with beers and they would laugh about like all the dodgy shit kind of they do,
That part of it. Okay.
Kind of vibe, like kind of sleazy e-com vibe. I'm not saying all e-com is sleazy, but
right.
But this vibe.
It could be a vibe, and your vibe was more build cool shit.
Stuff.
That's ethical.
The guys with sports cars in Dubai, these people,
Yes.
E-com, like, oh, bro, you gotta drop shit.
Yeah.
You make 100 million a month. Those people, does this shit, and I was like, this is not my people.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with any of those individual
components,
but there's a foundation that's not quite ethical. What is that? I don't know what that is. But yeah, I get you.
No, I don't want to judge. It was more, I know that for me, it wasn't my world. It wasn't my subculture. I wanted to make cool shit. But they also think their cool shit is cool, so. But I wanted to make like real like startups, and that was my thing. I would read Hacker News, like Y Combinator, and they were making cool stuff, so I wanted to make cool stuff.
I mean, that's a pretty cool way of life. Just if you romanticize it for a moment,
it's very romantic. It's colorful, like if I think about the memories.
I mean, what are some happy memories? Just like working in cafes or working in just the freedom that envelops you with that way of life. Because anything is possible. You just get up.
I think it was amazing. Like we would work, like I would make friends and we would work until 6 a.m. in Bali, for example, with Andre, my best friend, who's still my best friend, and another friend, and we would work until like the morning when the sun came up, because at night the co-working space was silent, there was nobody else, and I would wake up like 6 p.m. or 5 p.m. I would drive to the co-working space on a motorbike. I would buy like 30 hot lattes from a cafe. 30, because there was like 6 people coming, or we didn't know. Sometimes people would come in.
Did you say 30?
Yeah.
Nice.
And we would drink like 4 per person or something, Man, it's Bali. I don't know if they were powerful lattes, but they were lattes. And we would put it in a plastic bag, and I would drive there all the coffee was like falling, and then we'd go to grocery store and have these coffees here and we'd work all night. We'd play like techno music and everybody would just work on their like this was literally like business people. They would work in a startup and we'd all try and make something. And then the sun would come up and the morning people, the yoga girls and yoga guys would come in, after the yoga class at 6, and they say, "Hey, good morning," and we look like this, and we're like, "What's up? How are you doing?" And we didn't know how bad we looked, but it was very bad. And then we'd go home, sleep in like a hostel or a hotel, and do the same thing and again and again and again, and it was this lock-in mode, like working, and that was very fun.
It was just a bunch of you, techno music blasting all through the night. Yeah.
More like industrial, not like this.
I can see, for me, it's such an interesting thing because the speed of the beat affects how I feel about a thing. So the faster it is, the more anxiety I feel, but that anxiety is channeled into productivity. But if it's a little too fast, the anxiety overpowers.
You don't like strong those.
I mean, for working as a to play with it, it's like you can actually I can adjust my level of anxiety. Must be a better word than anxiety. It's like productive anxiety that I like. Whatever.
It also depends what kind of work you do, right? Like if you're writing, you probably don't want drum business. I think for code, like industrial techno, this kind of stuff, kind of fast. It works well because you really get locked in, and combined with caffeine, you go deep, and I think you balance on this edge of anxiety because this caffeine is also hitting your anxiety. You want to be on the edge of anxiety with this techno running. Sometimes it gets too much, like techno stuff, the music is like. But those are good memories, and also like travel memories. Like you go from city to city, and it feels like it's kind of like jet set life. Like it feels very beautiful. Like you're seeing a lot of cool cities. And
what's your favorite place?
I think still Bangkok is the best place, and in Chiang Mai. I think Thailand is very special. Like I've been to other places, like I've been to Vietnam and I've been to South America and stuff. I still think Thailand wins in how nice people are, how easy of a life people have there.
Everything's cheap.
Yeah, good. Well, Bangkok is getting expensive, but Chiang Mai is still cheap. I think when you're starting out, it's a great place. Man, the air quality sucks. It's a big problem. So, and it's quite hot, but it's a very cool place.
Well, the cons.
I love Brazil also. My girlfriend is Brazilian, but I do love, not just because of that, but I like Brazil. The problem still is the safety issue. It's like in America, like it's localized. It's hard for Europeans to understand like safety is localized to specific areas. So if you go to the right areas, it's amazing. Brazil's amazing. Go to the wrong areas, like maybe you die.
Yeah, I mean that's true.
That's not true in Europe. In Europe, it's much more.
That's true. That's
more average.
You're right. It's more average out.
Yeah.
I like it when there's strong neighborhoods. When you cross a certain street and you're in the dangerous part of town.
Man, yeah.
I like it. I like there's certain cities in the United States like that.
Yeah.
I like that. And you're saying Europe is
but you don't feel scared?
Well, I don't.
But you
I like danger.
BJJ.
No, not even just that. I think danger is interesting. So danger reveals something about yourself, about others. Also, I like the full range of humanity.
Yeah.
So I don't like the mellowed out aspects of humanity.
I have friends, these are almost friends that are exactly like this. Like they go to the kind of broken areas, like they like this reality, they like this authenticity more. They don't like luxury, they don't like it's very European of you.
That's a whole nother conversation. So you quoted Freya Stark, quote, "To awaken quite alone in a strange town is one of the most pleasant sensations in the world."
Yeah.
Do you remember a time you awoken in a strange town and felt like that? We're talking about small towns or big towns? Or?
Anywhere. I think I wrote it in some blog post, and it was a common thing when you would wake up. This was because I had this website. I started a website about this digital nomads, called nomadlist.com, and it was a community. So it was 30,000 other digital nomads because I was feeling lonely. So I built this website and stopped feeling lonely. I started organizing meetups and making friends. And it was very common that people would say they would wake up and they would forget where they are. For the first half minute, and they had to look outside, where am I? Which country? It sounds really privilege, but it's more funny. You literally don't know where you are because you're so disrooted. But there's something, man, it's like Anthony Bourdain, there's something pure about this kind of vagabond travel thing, you know? Like, it's behind me, I think. I don't, like, now I travel with my girlfriend, right? It's very different, but it is a romantic, like, memories of this kind of, like, vagabond, individualistic, solo life. But the thing, it didn't make me happy. It was very cool, but it didn't make me happy, right? It made me anxious.
There's something about it that makes me anxious. I don't know. I still feel like that. It's a cool feeling. It's scary at first, but then you realize where you are, and I don't know. It's like you awaken to the possibilities of this place.
That's
It's
it.
like that. It's
That's
like
it.
great, and it's even when you're doing some basic travel. I go to San Francisco or something like that.
Yeah, you have, like, the novelty effect. Like, you're in a new place. Like, here, things are possible. You know, you don't get bored yet, and that's why people get addicted to traveling.
Back to stuff. You wrote a book on how to do this thing and gave a great talk on it. How to do startups. The book's called Make Bootstrapper's Handbook. I was wondering if you could go through some of the steps. The idea, build, launch, grow, monetize, automate, exit. There's a lot of fascinating ideas in each one. So, idea stage. How do you find a good idea?
So I think you need to be able to spot problems. So, for example, you can go in your daily life, like when you wake up, and you're like, what is stuff that I'm really annoyed with? It's like, in my daily life, it doesn't function well. And that's a problem that you can see. Okay, maybe that's something I can write code about, code for, and it will make my life easier. So I would say make like a list of all these problems you have and like an idea to solve it, and see which one is like viable. You can actually do something, and then start doing it.
So that's a really good place to start. Become open to all the problems in your life. Like actually start noticing them. I think that's actually not a trivial thing to do. To realize that some aspects of your life could be done way better.
Yeah,
because we kind of very quickly get accustomed to discomfort.
exactly.
Like for example, like doorknobs.
Yeah,
Like design of certain things.
like you like scream at doorknob.
Well, that one I know how much incredible design work has gone into. It's really interesting. Doors and doorknobs, just the design of everyday things, forks and spoons. It's gonna be hard to come up with a fork that's better than the correct fork designs.
Yeah.
And the other aspect of it is you're saying like in order to come up with interesting ideas, you gotta try to live a more interesting life.
Yeah, but that's where travel comes in. Because when I started traveling, I started seeing stuff in other countries that you didn't have in Europe, for example, or America. Like if you go to Asia, like, dude, 10 years ago, nobody knew about this like that. All these apps that we already had before we had them. These apps, right? Like now, Elon's trying to make this everything app like WeChat. Saying like in Indonesia, Thailand, you have one app that you can order food with. You can order groceries. You can order massage. You can order car mechanic. Anything you can think of is in the app. And that stuff, for example, you know, that's called like arbitrage. You can go back to your country and build that same app for your country, for example. So you start seeing problems. You start seeing solutions that other people already did in the rest of the world. And also, traveling in general just gives you more problems because travel is uncomfortable. Airports are horrible. Airplanes are not comfortable either. There's a lot of problems you start seeing just getting out of your house.
But also you can, I mean, in the digital world, you can just go into different communities and see what can be improved by that.
Yeah.
What specifically is your process of generating ideas? Do you do idea dumps? Like do you have a document where you just keep writing?
Yeah, I used to have like because when I wasn't making money, I was trying to like make this list of ideas to see like I need to build. I was thinking statistically already, like I need to build all these things, and one of these will work out probably. So I need to have a lot of things to try. And I did that. Right now, I think like because I already have money, I can do more things based on technology. So, for example, AI. When I found out about when Stable Diffusion came or ChatGPT and stuff, all these things were like I didn't start working with them because I had a problem. I had no problems, but I was very curious about technology, and I was like playing with it, just figuring out like first just playing with it, and then you find something like okay, this generates Stable Diffusion generates houses very beautiful, interiors.
So it's less about problem solving, it's more about the possibilities and new things you can create.
Yeah, but that's very risky because that's the famous like solution trying to find a problem, and usually it doesn't work, and that's very common with startup founders. I think they have tech, but actually people don't need the tech, right?
So can you actually explain? it'd be cool to talk about some of the stuff you've created. Can you explain just photoai.com?
Yeah. So it's like fire your photographer. The idea is like you don't need a photographer anymore. You can train yourself as an AI model, and you can pose you want anywhere in any clothes. Facial expressions like happy or sad or all this stuff.
So how does it work?
Yeah.
This is, you sent me
So you can press
a link to a gallery of ones done on me.
Yeah. So on the left you have the prompt.
Yep.
Box. Yeah. So you can write like the model is your model. It's Lex Friedman.
Yep.
So you can write like model as a blah 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 whatever you want.
Yep.
Then press the button and it will take photos. It will take like 1 minute.
Photos. What are you using for the hosting for the computer?
Replicate.
Okay.
Replicate.com. They're very very good.
Okay, it's cool. Like this interface wise, it's cool that you're showing how long it's going to take. This is amazing. So it's taking I'm presuming you just loaded in a few pictures from the internet.
Yeah, so I went to Google Images, typed in Lex Friedman. I added like 10 or 20 images. You can open them in the gallery, and you can use your cursor. Yeah. So some don't look like you, so the hit and miss rate is like, I don't know, let's say like 50-50 or something.
When I was watching your tweets, like it's been getting better and better and better.
It was very bad. It was so bad, but still people signed up to it, you know.
There's two Lexes. It's great. Like it's getting more and more sexual. It's making me very uncomfortable.
Man, but that's the problem with these models. No, we need to talk about this because the models of
Sure.
fusion, so the photorealistic models that are like fine-tuned, they were all trained on porn in the beginning. And there was a guy called Hassan. So I was trying to figure out how to do photorealistic AI photos, and fusion by itself is not doing that well. Like the faces look all mangled, and it doesn't have enough resolution or something to do that well. So, but I started seeing these base models, these fine-tuned models, and people who train on porn, and I would try them, and they would be very photorealistic. They would have bodies that actually sense like body anatomy. But if you look at the photorealistic models that people use now, there's still core of porn there, like of naked people. So I need to prompt out the naked, and everyone needs to do this with AI startups with imaging. You need to prompt out the naked stuff. You need to put it, naked.
You have to keep reminding the model you need to put clothes on the thing.
Don't put naked because it's very risky. I have Google Vision. It checks every photo before it's shown to the user to like check
like
for
a nipple
NSFW.
detector. Oh, NSFW detector.
Because the journalists get very angry if they,
If you sexualize.
There was a journalist, I think, that got angry that used this and was like, "Oh, it showed like a nipple," because Google Vision didn't detect it. So there's like these kind of problems you need to deal with. That's what I'm talking about. This is with cats. But look at the cat face; it's also kind of mangled.
I'm a little bit disturbed.
You can zoom in on the cat if you want. This is a very sad cat. It doesn't have a nose.
It doesn't have a nose.
But this
Wow.
this is the problem with AI startups because they all act like it's perfect, like this is groundbreaking, and it's not perfect. It's like really bad, half the time.
So if I wanted to sort of update model as
So you remove this stuff and you write like whatever you want, like in Thailand or something, Tokyo.
in Tokyo,
Yes.
and
You say like at night with neon lights, like you can add more detail.
I'll go in Austin. Do you think I'll know?
Yeah,
in
Austin.
Texas, in Austin, Texas,
Cowboy hat
in Texas, yeah,
as a cowboy.
as a cowboy. It's gonna go so to the porn directions. It's
Man, I hope not. It's the end of my career.
or the beginning. It depends. We can send you a push notification when your photos are done. Yeah, all right, cool. Oh wow! So this whole interface you built.
Yeah.
This is really well
So
done.
jQuery. Do I still use jQuery?
Yes,
The only one?
still
After
to
10
this
years?
day, you're not the only one. The entire the web
Yeah.
is PHP. The stack.
In jQuery. Yeah. It's SQLite.
You're just like one of the top performers from a programming perspective that are still like openly talking about it. But everyone's using PHP. Like if you look, most of the web is still probably PHP.
70%. It's because of WordPress, right? Because the blogs are.
That's true.
Yeah. I'm seeing a revival now. People are getting sick of frameworks. Like all the JavaScript frameworks are so like they call it like wieldy. Like they're so it takes so much work to just maintain this code, and then it updates to a new version. You can change everything. PHP just stays the same and works.
Yeah.
And
Can you actually just speak to that stack? You build all your websites, apps, startups, projects, all of that with mostly vanilla HTML,
yeah,
JavaScript with jQuery, PHP, and SQLite. And so that's a really simple stack, and you get stuff done really fast. Like you just speak to the philosophy behind that.
I think it's accidental because that's the thing I knew. Like I knew PHP, I knew HTML, CSS, because you make websites. And when my startup started taking off, I didn't have time to. I remember putting on my to-do list like learn Node.js because it's important to switch, because it's obviously a much better language than PHP. And I never learned it. I never did it because I didn't have time. Things were growing like this, and I was launching more projects, and I never had time. It's like one day, I'll start coding properly, and I never got to.
I sometimes wonder if I need to learn that stuff. It's still too enough for me to really learn Node.js or Flask or these kind of React, and it's just it feels like a responsible software engineer should know how to use these, but you can get stuff done so fast with vanilla versions of stuff.
Yeah, it's like software developers. You're going to get a job, and it's like people making stuff like startups. If you want to be entrepreneur, probably you should.
I wonder if there's I really want to measure performance and speed. I think there's a deep wisdom in that.
Yeah.
I do think that frameworks and just constantly wanting to learn the new thing, this complicated way of software engineering gets in the way. I'm not sure what to say about that because definitely, you should build everything from just vanilla JavaScript or vanilla C, for example.
Yeah.
C++, building systems engineering is there's a lot of benefits for a pointer safety, all that kind of stuff. So I don't know, but it just feels like you can get so much more stuff done if you don't care about how you do it.
Man, this is my most controversial take, I think, and maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like there's frameworks now that raise money. They raise a lot of money, like they raise $50 million, $100 million, $300 million. And the idea is that you need to make the developers, the new developers, like when you're 18 or 20 years old, right? Get them to use this framework and add a platform to it, like where the framework it's open source, but you probably should use the platform, which is paid, to use it. And the cost of the platforms to host it are 1,000 times higher than just hosting it on a simple AWS server or VPS on DigitalOcean. So there's obviously a monetary incentive here. Like we want to get a lot of developers to use this technology, and then we need to charge them money because they're going to use it in startups, and then the startups can pay for the bills. But it kind of destroys the information out there about learning to code because they pay YouTubers, they pay influencers, developer influencers is a big thing to and same thing what happens with nutrition and fitness or something. Same thing happens in developing. They pay these influencers to promote stuff, use it, make stuff with it, make demo products with it, and then a lot of people are like, wow, use this. And I started noticing this because when I would ship my stuff, people would ask me, what are you using? I would say, I'm just PHP, jQuery, why does it matter? And people would start kind of attacking me, like, why are you not using this new technology, this new framework, this new thing? And I say, I don't know, because this PHP thing works, and I don't really optimize it for anything, just works. And I never understood why. I understand there's new technologies that are better, and there should be improvement, but I'm very suspicious of money, just like lobbying. There's money in this developer framework scene. There's hundreds of millions that goes to ads or influencers or whatever. It can't all go to developers. You don't need so many developers for framework, and it's open source to make a lot of more money on these startups.
So that's a really good perspective. But in addition to that, is when you say better, it's can we get some data on the better? Because I want to know from the individual developer perspective, and then from a team of 5, team of 10, team of 20 developers. Measure how productive they are in shipping features, how many bugs they create, how many security holes.
PHP was not good with security for a while, but now it's good.
In theory, is it though?
Now it's good.
Now, as you're saying it, I want to know if that's true because PHP was just the majority of websites on the internet.
Could be true.
Is it just overrepresented? Same with WordPress. Yes, there's a reputation that WordPress has a gigantic number of security holes. I don't know if that's true. I know it gets attacked a lot because it's so popular. It definitely does have security holes, but maybe a lot of other systems have security holes as well. Anyway, I just sort of questioning the conventional wisdom that keeps wanting to push software engineers towards frameworks towards the complex, like super complicated sort of software engineering approaches that stretch out the time it takes to actually build the thing.
100%. And it's the same thing with big corporations. Like 80% of the people don't do anything. It's like
Right.
it's not efficient. And if your benchmark is like people building stuff that actually gets done, and like for society, right? Like if you want to save time, you should probably use technology that's simple, that's pragmatic, that's like that works, that's not overly complicated, doesn't make your life like a living hell. You know?
And use the framework when it obviously solves a problem, a direct problem that you.
Of course, of course. I'm not saying you should code without a framework. I mean, you should use whatever you want, but yeah, I think it's suspicious, you know. And I think it's suspicious when I talk about it on Twitter. Like there's this army comes out, you know. There's these framework armies. Man, something my gut tells me.
I want to ask the framework army, what have they built this week? The Elon question. What did you do this week?
Yeah, did you make money with it? You know, did you charge users? Is it a real business? And
so going back to the cowboy. First of all,
some don't look like you, right? But some do.
Every aspect of this is pretty incredible. I'm also just looking at the interface. It's really well done. So this is all just jQuery right here. Yeah, this is really well done. So like, take me through the journey of photo AI. Like, you don't know much. Most of the world doesn't know much about Stable Diffusion or any of this generative AI stuff. And so you're thinking, okay, how can I build cool stuff with this?
Yeah.
So what was the origin story of photo AI?
I think it started because Stable Diffusion came out. Stable Diffusion is like the first like generative image model, AI model, and I started playing with it. Like you could install it on your Mac. Like somebody forked it and made it work for Mac groups. So I downloaded it and cloned the repo, started using it to generate images. And it was like amazing. I found it on Twitter because you see things happen on Twitter, and I would post what I was making on Twitter as well. And you could make any image. You could write a prompt. Essentially, write a prompt, and then it generates a photo of that or image of that in any style. Like they would use like artist names to make like a Picasso kind of style and stuff. And I was trying to see like what is it good at? Is it good at people? No, it's really bad at people. But it was good at houses, so architecture, for example. I would generate like architecture houses. So I made a website called thishouse.doesnotexist.org, and it generated like they called it like house porn. Like house porn is like a subreddit. So this was Stable Diffusion like the first version, so it looks really. You can click for another photo, so it generates like all these kind of non-existing houses.
It is house porn.
But it looked kind of good, you know, like especially back then. Like
it looks really
now
good.
Things look much better.
It's really, really well done. Wow.
And it also generates like a description.
And you can upvote. Is it nice? Upvote it.
Yeah.
Man, there's so much to talk to you about. Like the choices here. It's really
This
well
is
done.
very scrappy. In the bottom, there's like a ranking of the most upvoted houses. So these are the top voted. If you go to all time, you see quite beautiful ones. Yeah. So this one is my favorite. The number one. It's like kind of like a.
How is this not more popular?
It was really popular for like a while, but then people got so bored of it. I think because I was getting bored of it too. Like just continuous house porn. Like everything starts looking the same. But then I saw it was really good at interior. So I pivoted to interiorAI.com, where I tried to like upload first generate interior designs, and then I tried to do like there was a new technology called image to image, where you can input an image like a photo, and it would kind of modify the thing. So you see, it looks almost the same as photo. It's the same code essentially.
Nice.
So I would upload a photo of my interior where I live, and I would ask like change this into like I don't know, like maximalist design, and it worked, and it worked really well. So I was like, okay, this is a startup. It's obviously interior design AI, and nobody's doing that yet. So I launched this, and it was successful and made like within a week made 10K, 20K a month, and now it still makes like 40K, 50K a month. It's been like 2 years. So then I was like, how can I improve this interior design? I need to start learning fine tuning. Fine tuning is where you have this existing AI model, and you fine tune it on a specific goal you want it to do. So I would find really beautiful interior design, make a gallery, and train a new model that was very good at interior design. And it worked, and I used that as well. And then for fun, I uploaded photos of myself, and here's what happened. and to train myself. Like, and this would never work, obviously, and it worked. And actually, it started understanding me as a concept. So my face worked, and you could do like different styles, like me as a like very cheesy medieval warrior and stuff. So it's like this is another startup. So now I did AvatarAI.me. I couldn't get the .com, and this was this was a, yeah, AvatarAI.me. Well, now it's forwards to Photo AI because it pivoted.
Got it.
But this was more like cheesy thing. So this is very interesting because this went so viral. It made like 150K in a week or something. It's the most money I ever made. And um, and then big. This is very interesting. The big VC companies like Lensa, which are much better at iOS and stuff than me. I didn't have iOS app. They quickly built an iOS app that does the same. And they found technology, and it's all open technology, so it's good. I think they made like $30 million with it. They became like the top grossing app after that. And it was,
how do you feel about that?
I think it's amazing, honestly. And it's not like,
You didn't have like a feeling like,
no, I was a little bit like sad because all my products would work out, and I never had like real fierce competition. And now I have like fierce competition from like a very skilled, high talent, like iOS developer studio or something that, and they already had an app. They had an app in the App Store for like I think retouching your face or something. So they were very smart. They added avatars to there. It's a feature. They had the users. They do a push notification to everybody who have these avatars. Man, they made great. I think they made so much money, and I think they did a really great job. And I also made a lot of money with it. But that was I quickly realized it wasn't my thing because it was so cheesy. It's like kids, you know. It's kind of like me as a Barbie or me as a, you know, just too cheesy. I wanted to go for like, what's a real problem we can solve? Is this going to be a hype? It's going to be, and it was a hype. This avatars. It's like, let's do real photography. Like, how can you make people look really photorealistic? And it was difficult, and that's why these avatars worked, because they were all like in a cheesy, you know, Picasso style. And art is easy because you interpret all the problems that AI has with your face are like artistic, you know, if you call it Picasso. But if you make a real photo, all the problems with your face, like, just you look wrong, you know. So I started making photo AI, which was like a pivot of it, where it was like a photo studio, where you could take photos without actually needing a photographer, needing a studio. You don't just, you know, you just type it. And I've been working on it for like the last
yeah,
year.
it's really incredible. That journey is really incredible. Let's go to the beginning of Photo AI though, because I remember seeing a lot of really hilarious photos. I think you were using yourself as a case study, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what was a tweet here? Sold $100,000 in AI generated avatars.
And it's a lot. Like, it's a lot for anybody. It's a lot for me. Like making 10K a day on this, you know.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
And then the nested tweet, like, that's the launch tweet. And then before there is like the me hacking on it.
Oh, I see. So that, okay. So October 26, 2022.
Yeah.
I trained an ML model on my face.
Sure. Because my eyes are quite far apart, and literally when I did YouTube, I would put like a photo of like my DJ photo, you know, my mixture. People would say I look like a hammerhead shark. It's like the top comment. So then I realized my eyes are far apart.
And the internet helps you.
Yeah, helps
figure
you
out
realize
what you look
how you look, you know.
Boy, do I
So
love the internet.
first thread.
Well, what is this? Wait.
It's water from the waterfall. The waterfall is from the back, you know. So what's going on?
So this is, how much of this is real?
It's all AI.
It's all AI. That's pretty good though for the early days.
Exactly. So, but this was hit or miss. So you had to do a lot of curation because 99% of it was really bad. These are the photos I uploaded.
How many photos did you use? Only these. I will try more up to date pics later. These are the only photos you uploaded?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Okay, so like you were learning all this super quickly. What are some like interesting details you remember from that time for like what you have to figure out to make it work? And for people just listening, he uploaded just a handful of photos that don't really have a good capture face, and he's able to.
I think it's cropped. It's like a crop by the layout, but they're square photos, so they're 512 by 512 because that's Stable Diffusion.
But nevertheless, not great capture of the face.
Yeah.
Like it's not like a collection of several hundred photos that are like
Exactly. Like I would imagine that too when I started. I was like, oh, this must be like some 3D scan technology, right? So I think the cool thing with AI, it trains a concept of you. So it's literally like learning, just like any AI model learns. It learns how you look. So I did this, and then I was getting so much. I was getting DMs like Telegram messages, like, how can I do the same thing? I want these photos. My girlfriend wants these photos. So I was like, okay, this is obviously a business. But I didn't have time to code it, make a whole like app about it. So I made an HTML page, registered the domain name, and this was not even, it was a Stripe payment link, which means you have literally a link to Stripe to pay, but there's no code in the back. So all you know is you have customers that paid money. And I added like a Typeform link. So Typeform is a site where you can create like your own input form, like Google Forms. So they would get an email with a link to the Typeform, or actually just a link after checkout, and they could upload their photos. So enter their email, upload the photos, and I launched it. And I was like, here, first sale. So it's October 2022. And I think within like the first 24 hours was like, I'm not sure, it was like 1,000 customers or something. But the problem was I didn't have code to automate this, so I had to do manually. So the first few hundred, I just literally took their photos, trained them, and then I would generate the photos, the prompts, and I had this text file with the prompts, and I'd do everything manually. And this quickly became way too much. So, but that's another constraint. Like I was forced to code something up that would do that, and that was essentially making it into a real website.
So first was the type form, and they uploaded through the type form
Stripe checkout
an image,
Typeform.
and then you were like, that image is downloaded. Did you write a script to export?
No,
like
I just download the image myself. It's a zip file. It's an unzipped
Literally.
zip file.
And you unzipped it.
Yeah, unzipped.
One by
Yes, and then I'm because do things don't scale. Paul Graham says, right? So and then I would train it, and then I would email them the photos, give them my personal email. So here's your avatar, and they liked it. They were like, wow, it's amazing.
you emailed them with your personal
So
email.
they didn't have an email address.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is like 100 people.
Yeah, and then you know who signed up? Like, man, I cannot say, but really famous people, like really like billionaires, famous tech billionaires did it, and I was like, wow, this is crazy. And I was like so scared to mess them, so I said, thanks so much for using my site. He's like, yeah, amazing app, great work. So it's like, this is different than normal reaction,
It's Bill Gates, isn't it?
Cannot say.
Just like shirtless picture.
GDPR, like privacy,
right.
European regulation. But I was like, wow. And but this shows like, so you make something, and then if it takes off very fast, you're like validate, you're like, here's something that people really want. But then also I thought, this is hype, this is gonna die down very fast, and it did. This is too cheesy.
But you have to automate the whole thing. How'd you automate it? So, like, what's the AI component? Like, how hard was that to figure out?
Okay, so that's actually in many ways the easiest thing, because there's all these platforms already back then. There was platforms for fine-tune stable diffusion. Like now I use Replicate. Back then I used different platforms. Which was funny because that platform, when this thing took off, I would tweet, because I tweet always like how much money these websites make. And then so the called vendor, right, the platform that did the GPUs, they increased the price for training from $3 to $20 after they saw that I was making so much money. So immediately my profit is gone because I was selling them for free. And I was in Slack with them, like saying, what is this? Like, can you just put it back to $3? They said, yeah, maybe in the future. We're looking at it right now. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, you just took all my money, Like, you're smart.
Well, they're not that smart because, like, you also have a large platform, and a lot of people respect you, so you can literally come out and say that.
Yeah, but I think it's like kind of dirty to cancel a company or something. I prefer just bringing my business elsewhere. But there was no elsewhere back then.
Right.
So I started talking to other AI model ML platforms. So Replicate was one of those platforms, and I started DMing the CEO, saying, "Can you please create like it's called Dream Booth, this fine tuning of yourself? Can you add this to your site because I need this because I'm being price gouged?" And he said, "No, because it takes too long to run. It takes half an hour to run, and we don't have the GPUs for it." I said, "Please, please, please." And then after a week, he said, "We're doing it. We're launching this." And then this company it was like not very famous company, it became very famous with this stuff because suddenly everybody was like, oh, we can build similar apps like avatar apps, and everybody started building avatar apps, and everybody started using Replicate for it. And that was from these early DMs with like the CEO, like Ben First, very nice guy. And he was like, they never price gouged me, they never treated me bad, they always been very nice. It's a very cool company. So you can run any ML model, any AI model, LLMs. You can run them.
And you can scale.
Yes, they scale. Yeah. And I mean, you can do now. You can click on the model and just run it already. It's like super easy. You log in with GitHub.
That's great.
And by running it on the website, then you can automate with the API. You can make a website that runs the model.
Generate images, generate text, generate video, generate music, generate
Video,
speech, fine-tune models.
Very
Nice. And you're like growing with them essentially. They grew because of you because it's like a big use case.
yes, like the website even looks weird now. It started as like a machine learning platform. That was like I didn't even understand what it did. It was just too ML, you know, like you would understand because you're in the ML world. I wouldn't.
Now it's new friendly.
Yeah, exactly. And I didn't know how it worked, and but I knew that they could probably do this, and they did it. They built the models, and now I use them for everything. And we trained like I think now like 36,000 models, 36,000 people already.
But is there some tricks to fine tuning to like the collection of photos that are provided? Like how do you like
Yes, man, so many hacks.
the hacks?
It's like 100 hacks to make it work.
What are some
Give my
interesting?
secrets now.
Well, not the secrets, but the more like insights maybe about the human face and the human body. Like what kind of stuff gets messed up a lot?
I think people, man, it's living. People don't know how they look, so
Yeah.
they generate photos of themselves and then they say, it doesn't look like me. But it does. Then you can check the training photos. It does look like you. You don't know how you look. So there's a face dysmorphia of yourself that you have no idea how you look.
Yeah, that's hilarious. I mean, I've got to one of the least pleasant activities in my existence is having to listen to my voice and look at my face. So I get to like really have to sort of come to terms with the reality of how I look and how I
And
sound.
everybody. And
But people often don't, right?
really,
Maybe you have a distorted view.
I know that like I would make a selfie how I think I look that's nice. Other people think that's not nice. But then they make a photo of me. I'm like, it's super ugly. And then they're like, no, that's how you look, and you look nice. You know, so how other people see you is nice. So you need to ask other people to choose your photos.
Yeah.
You shouldn't choose them yourself because you don't know how you look.
Hey, you don't know what makes you interesting, what makes you attractive, all this kind of stuff. And a lot of us, this is a dark aspect of psychology. We focus on some small flaws.
Yeah.
This is why I hate plastic surgery, for example. People try to remove the flaws when the flaws are the thing that makes you interesting and attractive.
I learned from the hammerhead shark eyes. There's stuff about you that looks ugly to you, and it's probably that what makes you original, makes you nice, and people like it about you.
Yeah.
And it's not like, oh my god. And people notice it. People notice your hammerhead eyes, you know. But it's like that's me, that's my face. So I love myself, and that's confidence, and confidence is attractive.
Yes. Right. Confidence is attractive. But yes, understanding what makes you beautiful. It's the breaking of symmetry makes you beautiful. It's the breaking of the average face makes you beautiful. All of that.
Yeah.
And obviously different for men and women at different ages, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But underneath it all, the personality, all that, when the face comes alive, that also is the thing that makes you beautiful. But anyway, you have to figure all that out with AI.
Yeah. One thing that worked was like we would upload full body photos themselves. So I would crop the face, right? And then the model knew better that we're training most of the face here. But then I started losing resemblance to the body. Some people are skinny, some people are muscular, whatever. So you want to have that too. So now I mix full body photos in the training with face photos, face crops, and it's all automatic. And I know that other people they use again AI models to detect like what are the best photos in this training set and then train on those. But it's all about training data, and that's with everything in AI. Like how good your training data is in many ways more important than how many steps you train for, like how many months or whatever with the GPUs. Like the goal.
Do you have any guidelines for people of like how to get good data, how to give good data to fine tune?
Like the photos should be diverse. So, for example, if I only upload photos with a brown shirt or green shirt, the model will think that I'm training the green shirt. So the things that are the same every photo are the concepts that are trained. What you want is your face to be the concept that's trained, and everything else to be diverse, like different.
The diverse lighting as well, diverse everything.
Yeah, outside, inside. But there's no like this is the problem. There's no like manual for this, and nobody knew. We were all just, especially 2 years, we were all hacking, trying to test anything you can think of, and it's frustrating. It's one of the most frustrating and also fun and challenging things to do because with AI, because it's a black box, and like Karpati, I think, says this. Like, we don't really know how this thing works, but it does something, but nobody really knows why, right? Like, we cannot look into the model of an LLM. Like, what is actually in there? We just know it's like a 3D matrix of numbers, right? Um, so it's very frustrating because some things you think they're obvious that they will improve things, will make them worse. And there's so many parameters you could tweak. So you're testing everything to improve things.
I mean, there's a whole field now of mechanistic interpretability that like studies that, tries to figure out, tries to break things apart and understand how it works. But there's also the data side and the actual like consumer-facing product side of figuring out how you get it to generate things like beautiful or interesting or naturalistic, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And you're like at the forefront of figuring that out about the human face. And humans really care about the human face.
They're very big. Yeah, like me, like I want to look good in your podcast, for example. Yeah, sure.
And then one of the things I actually would love to like rigorously use photo AI, because for the thumbnails I take portraits of people. I didn't know shit about photography. I basically used your approach to photography. I like Google, how do you take photographs? Camera, lighting. And also it's tough because maybe you can speak to this also, but like with photography, no offense to any, they're true artists, great photographers, but like people like take themselves way too seriously, think you need a whole lot of equipment. You definitely don't want one light. You need like 5 lights, and you have to have like the lenses. And I talked to a guy, an expert of shaping the sound in a room. Okay, and because I was thinking I'm gonna do a podcast studio or whatever, I should probably like do a sound treatment on the room. And like when he showed up and analyzed the room, he thought everything I was doing was horrible. And that's when I realized, like, you know what? I don't need experts in my life.
Out of the house.
I said thank you very much. I just felt like there is, focus on whatever the problems are. Use your own judgment. Use your own instincts. Don't listen to other people, and only consult other people when there's a specific problem. And you consult them not to offload the problem onto them, but to gain wisdom from their perspective. Even if their perspective is ultimately one you don't agree with, you're going to gain wisdom from that. And I ultimately come up with a PHP solution, PHP and jQuery solution with the PHP Studio. I got a little suitcase, just the basic sort of consumer type of stuff. One light.
Great. And look at you. You're like one of the top podcasts in the world, and you get millions of views, and it works. And the people that spend so much money on optimizing for the best sound, for the best studio, they get like 300 views, So what is this about? This is about that either you do also that a lot of these things don't matter. Like what matters is probably the content of the podcast. Like you get interesting guests.
Focus on the stuff that matters.
Yeah, and I think this is very common. They call it gear acquisition syndrome. Like gas, like people in any industry do this. They just buy all the stuff. There was a meme recently. Like, what's the name for the guy that buys all the stuff before he even started doing the hobby, right? Marketing. Marketing does that to people who want to buy this stuff. But like, man, you can make a Hollywood movie on an iPhone. If the content is good enough, it would probably be original because you would be using an iPhone. So
that said, the reason I brought that up with photography, there is wisdom. One of the things I realized, you probably also realized this, but how much power light has to convey emotion. You just take one light and move it around. You're sitting in the darkness, move it around your face. The different positions are having the second light potentially. You can play with how a person feels just from a generic face. It's interesting. Like you can make people attractive, you can make them ugly, you can make them scary, you can make them lonely, all of this. And so you kind of start to realize this. I would definitely love AI help in creating great portraits of people. Guest photos, for example, that's a small use case, but for me, that's I suppose it's an important use case because I want people to look good, but I also want to capture who they are maybe my conception of who they are, what makes them beautiful, what makes their appearance powerful in some ways. Sometimes it's the eyes, oftentimes it's the eyes. But there's certain features of the face can sometimes be really powerful, and I can't. It's also kind of awkward for me to take photographs, so I'm not collecting enough photographs for myself to do it with just those photographs. If I can load that off onto AI and then start to play with like lighting,
You
all
should
that
do
kind of
this.
stuff.
You should probably do it yourself. Like you can use Photoshop, but it's even more fun if you do it yourself. So you train the models. You can learn about the control net. Control net is where, for example, your photos in your podcast are usually like from the angle, right? So you can create a control net face pose that's always like this. So every model, every photo you generate uses this control net pose, for example. I think it would be very fun for you to try.
You play with lighting at all? You play with lighting, clothes, with
Actually, this week or recently, there's a new model came out that can adjust the light and photo, but also AI image, with stable diffusion. I think it's called Relight, and it's amazing. Like you can upload kind of like a light map. So for example, you have purple, blue, and it uses a light map to change the light on the photo. It's amazing. So there's for sure a lot of
what's your advice to people in general how to learn all the state of the art AI tools available? You mentioned the new models coming out all the time. How do you pay attention? How do you stay on top of everything?
I think you need to join Twitter. X, X is amazing now, and the whole AI industry is on X. They're all like anime avatars. So it's funny because my friends ask me this, like, who should I follow to stay updated? And I say, go to X and follow all the AI anime models that this person is following or follows. And I sent them some URL, and they all start laughing. Like, what is this? But they're real, like, people hacking around AI. They get hired by big companies, and they're on X. And most of them are anonymous. They're funny. They use anime avatars. I don't. But those people hack around and then they publish what they're discovering, about papers, for example. So yeah, definitely X.
It's great. Almost exclusively all the people I follow are AI.
Big time now.
Well, but also brings happiness to my soul because there's so much turmoil on Twitter.
Yeah, like politics and stuff.
There's battles going on. It's like a war zone, and it's nice to just go into this happy place where people are building each other.
Yeah, I like Twitter for that moment. Because it inspires you to build. It's just fun to see other people share what they're discovering, and then you're like, okay, I'm gonna make something. It's super fun. And so if you want to start going X, then I would go to replication, start trying to play with models. And when you have something kind of, you manually enter stuff, you set the parameters, something that works, you can make an app out of it.
Can you speak a little bit more to the process of it becoming better and better?
So I had this photo, and a lot of people using it. There was like 1 million more photos a month being generated. And I discovered I was testing parameters like increase the step count, generate photos, change the sampler, like a scheduler. You have GPM through cutoff, which things I don't know anything about, but I know if you choose them and you generate image, you have different results in images. But I didn't know which one was better. So I did myself, tested. And I was like, why don't I test on the users? Because I have 1 million photos generated anyway. So on like 10% of the users, I would randomly test parameters. And then I would see if they favor the photo, we can download it. I would measure if they favor it like the photo. And then I would A/B test and test for significance stuff, which parameters were better and which were worse.
So you're starting to figure out which models are.
Exactly. And then if it's significant enough data, you stick to that for the whole, all the users. So that was like the breakthrough to make it better. Use the users to improve themselves. And I told them when they sign up, do sampling, do testing, and of course with random parameters, and that works really well. I don't do a lot of testing anymore because it's like kind of reached like a diminishing point where it's like kind of good. But there was a breakthrough, yeah.
So it's really about the parameters, the models, and letting the users help do the searching, spacing models and parameters.
But actually, so like Stable Diffusion, I used 1.5, 2.0 big came out, and Stable Diffusion XL came out, all these new versions, and they were all worse. And so the core scene of people are still using 1.5 because it's like, it's also not like what you call neutered, like they neutered like to make it super like safety features and stuff. So most of the people are still on Stable Diffusion 1.5, and Stable Diffusion, the company went like the CEO left, a lot of drama happened because they couldn't make money, and yeah, so they gave it very soon. They gave us this open source model that everybody uses. They raised like hundreds of millions of dollars. They didn't make any money with it. They're not a lot. They did an amazing job, and now everybody uses open source model for free. And they did, it's amazing. Like it's amazing.
You're not using it.
No, and the strange thing is that this company raised hundreds of millions, but the people that are benefiting from are only small, like people like me who make small ads that are using the model. And now they're starting to charge money for the new models, but the new models are not so good because they're not so open source, right?
Yeah, it's interesting because open source is so impactful in the AI space. So you wonder, like, what is the business model behind that? But it's enabling
Yeah,
they're using it.
it's kind of like this framework, so then they didn't, bribe enough influencers to use it, and they didn't charge money for the platform.
Okay, so back to your book and the idea. We get to the first step. Generating ideas. You have a notebook, and you're filling it up. How do you know when ideas are coming? Like what? You have this just flood of ideas. How do you pick the one?
Right? Mostly you don't know. Like mostly I choose the ones that are most viable for me to do. Like I cannot build a space company, right? It would be quite challenging. But I can build something.
If you write down like space company.
No, I think asteroid mining would be very cool because like you go to an asteroid, you take some stuff from there, you bring it back, you sell it, But then you need to do, and you can hire someone to launch the thing. All you need is like the robot that goes to the asteroid, and the robotics is interesting. Like I want to also learn robotics, so maybe that could be.
I think both the asteroid mining and robotics.
Yeah, together. No, exactly. This is it. We do this not because it's easy, but because we thought it was easy. Exactly. That's me with asteroid mining. Exactly. That's why I should do this.
It's not nomad list.
No, it's not.
It's asteroid mining. You have to like build stuff. The gravity is really hard to overcome.
Yeah, but it seems, man, it sounds like it is probably not, but it sounds quite approachable, like relatively approachable. You don't do the rocket.
Oh, you use something like SpaceX.
Yeah, you hire SpaceX to send your this dog robot or whatever.
Is there actually exist a notebook that you wrote down?
No, back then I used Trello. So now I don't use Telegram. Rather than like save messages. Have like idea write down.
Type to yourself on top.
Like because you use WhatsApp, right? I think. So you have like a message to yourself. Yeah, so like a notepad. Yeah, use like a notepad. Not forget stuff. And then like pin it.
I love how like you're not using super complicated systems or whatever. People use Obsidian now. There's a lot of these Notion where you have systems for note taking. You're Notepad. Your Notepad.exe guy.
Yeah, man, I saw some YouTubers doing this like. There's a lot of these productivity gurus also, and they do this whole like, iPad with a pencil, and then I also had an iPad, and I also got the pencil, and I got this app where you can like draw on paper, like draw like a calendar, like people, students use it when you do coloring and stuff. And I'm like, dude, I did this for a week, and I'm like, what am I doing in my life? Like, I could just write it as a message to myself, and it's good enough.
You shared a tweet explaining why the first idea sometimes might be a brilliant idea. The reason for this, you think, is the first idea submerges from your subconscious, or actually boiling in your brain for weeks, more sometimes years in background. 8 hours of thinking can never compete with professional subconscious background job. This is the idea that if you think about an idea for 8 hours, it's just like the first idea that pops into your mind. And sometimes there is subconscious, like stuff that you've been thinking about for years. That's really
like
interesting.
emerges. I wrote it wrong. Emerges from your subconscious, right? Comes from your water. When it's ready, it's like a microwave comes out. There you have your idea.
You think you have ideas like that?
Yeah, all the time.
It's just stuff that's been like there.
Yeah. And I also, it comes up and I send it back, like send it back to the kitchen.
Not ready.
Boil more.
Yeah.
And it's like a soup of ideas is cooking. 100%, this is how my brain works. I think most people.
But it's also about the timing. Sometimes you have to send it back, not just because you're not ready, but the world is not ready.
yeah, so many times like startup founders are too early with that.
Robotics is an interesting one for that because like there's been a lot of robotics companies that failed
Yeah.
because it's been very difficult to build a robotics company to make money because of manufacturing, like the cost of everything. The intelligence of the robot is not sufficient to create compelling enough product from which to make money. So there's this long line of robotics companies that try their dreams and they fail.
Yeah, like Boston Dynamics. I still don't know what they're doing, but they always upload YouTube videos and it's amazing. But I feel like a lot of these companies don't have it's like a solution looking for problems for now. You know? Military, obviously, but like, do I need like a robotic dog now for my house? I don't know. Like it's fun, but it doesn't really solve anything yet. I feel the same kind of with VR. Like it's really cool. Apple Vision Pro is very cool. It doesn't really solve something for me yet, and that's kind of the step looking for. But one day will.
When the personal computer and the Mac came along, there's a big switch that happened that somehow captivated everybody's imagination. Like the application killer apps became apparent. You can type in
But they became apparent like immediately. Back then they also had like this thing like you don't need these computers or like a high. It also went like kind of like.
Yeah, but the height is the thing that allows the thing to proliferate sufficiently to where people's minds would start opening up the possibility. Right now, for example, with the robotics, there's very few robots in the homes of people.
Exactly, yeah.
The robots that are there are Roombas, or they're Amazon Alexa.
Yeah, but they squash it.
Yes, but the intelligence is very limited.
Yeah.
I guess is one way to summarize all of that. Except Alexa, which is pretty intelligent, but is limited with the kind of ways and interactions. But that's just one example. I sometimes think about that as like some people in this world were kind of born in their whole existence. It's like they were meant to build the things. You know? Like I sometimes wonder like what I was meant to do. You have these plans for your life, you have these dreams. Me personally. maybe. But that's the sense of had, but it could be other things. It could hilarious thing of beats and of beats is to talk to people.
Yeah.
Which is weird because I always was anxious about talking to people. Yeah, I'm scared of this. I'm scared of yeah, exactly. There's just anxiety throughout social interaction in general. I'm an introvert that hides from people. Really strange.
Yeah, but it's also kind of life. Like life, it's very hard to super intensely kind of choose what you're going to do with your life. It's more like surfing. You're surfing the waves, you go on the ocean, you see where you end up.
Yeah, and there's universe has a kind of sense of humor. I guess you have to just allow yourself to be carried away that way.
Exactly.
Have you felt that way in your life?
Yeah, all the time. That's like I think that's the best way to live your life.
So allow whatever to happen. Like, do you know what you're doing in the next few years? Is it possible that it be completely like changed?
Possibly, I think relationships, like you want to hold a relationship, right? You want to hold your girlfriend, you want to become wife and stuff. But I think you should stay open to where, like for example, where you want to live. Like I don't know, you don't know where you want to live, for example. That's something that will figure itself out. It will crystallize where you will get sent by the waves to somewhere where you want to live, for example. What you're gonna do. I think that's a really good way to live your life. I think most stress comes from trying to control like both things. Like how do this? You need to like lose control, and things will happen. Like when you do mushrooms, when you do drugs, like the psychedelic drugs, the people that are like control freaks get bad trips, right? Because you need to let go. Like I'm pretty control freak actually. When I did mushrooms when I was 17, it was very good, and then at the end it wasn't so good because I tried to control it. Like now it's going too much, now I need to let's stop. Bro, you can't stop it. You need to go through with it, And I think it's a good metaphor for life. I think that's a very tranquil way to live your life.
Yeah, actually, when I took ayahuasca, that lesson was deeply within me already. You can't control anything. I think I probably learned that the most in jiu-jitsu. So just let go. relax. And that's why I had this incredible experience. There's like literally no negative aspect of my ayahuasca or any psychedelics I've ever had. Some of that could be with my biology, my genetics, whatever, but some of it was just not trying to control. Just certain.
I think most of the time.
So once you have the idea, step two, build. How do you think about building the thing like that?
I think you should build with the technology that you know. So, for example, Nomad List, which is like this website I made to figure out the best cities to live and work as the it wasn't a website, it launched as a Google spreadsheet. So it was a public Google spreadsheet anybody could edit. And I was like, I'm collecting like cities where we can live as nomads with the internet speed, cost of living, and other stuff. And I tweeted, and at that time I didn't have a lot of followers. I had like 2,000 followers. And it went like viral for my still viral back then. It was like 5 retweets. And a lot of people started editing it, and there was like hundreds of cities in this list, like from all over the world, all the data. Very crowdsourced. And then I made that into a website. So figuring out like what technology you can use that you already know. If you cannot code, you can use a spreadsheet. You cannot use a spreadsheet. Like whatever, you can always use, for example, a website generator like Wix or something, Squarespace, right? You don't need to code to build a startup. All you need is an idea for a product, build something like a landing page or something, do a Stripe button on there, and then make it. If you can code, use the language that you already know, and start coding with that, and see how far you can get. You can always rewrite code later. Like, the tech stack is not the most important of a business in starting out a business. The important thing is to validate that there's a market that is required that you want to pay for. So use whatever you can use. You can code, use spreadsheets, landing page.
Welcome.
Yeah,
How are you?
Crowdsourcing elements, fascinating.
Fuck you, man.
It's cool. It's cool when a lot of people start using it. You get to learn so fast. Like I've actually into the spreadsheet thing. Share a spreadsheet publicly, and I made it editable. It's so cool.
Things start happening.
Yeah. I did it for like a workout thing because I was doing a large amount of push-ups and pulls.
Yeah, I remember this.
And like, whilst like Google Sheets is pretty limited in that everything is allowed, if you could just write anything in any cell and it can create new sheets, new tabs, and it just exploded. And one of the things that I really enjoyed is there was very few trolls, because actually other people would delete the trolls. There would be like this weird war of like, oh, they want like protect the thing, it's an immune system that's inherent in the thing.
It's also society, in the spreadsheet.
And then there's the outcasts who go to the bottom of the spreadsheet and they decide to hide messages, and they like, I don't want to be with the cool kids up at the top of the spreadsheet, so they're at the bottom, and they just that. I mean, but that kind of crowdsourcing element is really powerful. If you can create a product that use that as a to benefit, that's really nice. Like any kind of voting system, any kind of rating system for A/B testing is really fascinating. So anyway, so Nomad List is great. I would love to talk about that. One sort of way to talk about it is through you building hood maps.
Yeah.
You did an awesome thing to document yourself building the thing and doing so in just a handful of days, like 3, 4, 5 days. You should definitely check out the video and the blog post. Can you explain what hood maps is and what the whole like this process was?
So I was traveling and I was still trying to find like problems, right? And I would discover that like everybody's experience of the city is different because they stay in different areas. So I'm from Amsterdam, and when I grew up in Amsterdam, I didn't grow up, but I lived at university. I knew that the center is like Europe. The centers are always tourist areas, so they're super busy. They're not very authentic. They're not really Dutch culture. It's Amsterdam tourist culture, So when people would travel to Amsterdam, say, don't go to the center, go to southeast of the center, Rotterdam or the Pijp or some more hipster areas, like a little bit more authentic culture of Amsterdam. And that's where I would be, where I would go. And I thought this could be like an app where you can have like a Google map. And you put colors over it. You have like areas that are like color coded. Like red is tourist, green is rich, green money, and yellow is hipster. You can figure out where you need to go in the city when you travel. Because I was traveling a lot, I wanted to go to the cool spot.
So just use
color. Yeah. And I would use a canvas. So I thought, okay, what do I need? I need to.
Did you know that you would be using a canvas?
No, I didn't know it was possible because I didn't know.
I mean, this is the coolest. People should really check
This
it
is how
out
it started.
because, like, you're honestly capture so beautifully the humbling aspects, the embarrassing aspects of like not knowing what to do. Like, how do I do this? And you like document yourself. Yeah, you're right, dude. I feel embarrassed about myself. It's called being alive. Nice. So you're like, you don't know anything about Canvas is a way. She has HTML5 thing that allows you to just draw shit.
Just draw pictures. So
Yeah.
and that was special back then because before you could only have like elements, right? So you want to draw a pixel, use a canvas. And I knew I needed to draw pixels because I need to draw these colors. And I thought like, okay, I'll get like a Google map, iframe embed, and I'll put a div on top of it with the colors, and I'll do like a test 50, you know, so it's kind of show. So I did that with Canvas, and then I started drawing. And then I thought like, obviously other people need to edit this because I cannot draw all these things myself. So I crowdsourced it again, and you would draw on the map, and then it would send the pixel data to the server, put it in the database, and then I would have a robot running, like a cron job. Every week we calculate, every day we calculate. Okay, so Amsterdam Center, it was like 6 people say it's tourist, this part of the center, but 2 people say it's like hipster. Okay, so the tourist part wins, right? It's an array. So find the most common value in a low pixel area on the map. So that's because most people say it's tourist, and it becomes red. And we do that for, all the GPS corners in the world.
Clarify, you have to be, as a human that's contributing to this, you have to be in that location to make a label, or
no, people just type in cities and go berserk and start drawing.
would they draw shapes, or would they draw books?
Man, they drew that crazy stuff. Like offensive symbols, I cannot mention. They would draw penises.
I mean, that's obviously a guy.
I would do the same thing. Draw penises.
That's the first thing. When I show up to Mars and there's no cameras, I'm drawing
Exactly.
penis.
Man, I did it in the snow, But the penises did not become a problem because I knew that not everybody would draw a penis, not in the same place. So most people would use it fairly. But just if I had enough crowdsourced data, so you have all these pixels on top of it, it's like a layer of pixels. And then you choose the most common pixel. So yeah, it's just like a poll, visual format. And it worked. And within a week, I had enough data. And it was like cities that did really well, like Los Angeles. A lot of people are using it. Like most data in Los Angeles.
Because Los Angeles has defined neighborhoods.
Yeah, right.
And not just in terms of the official labels, but like what they're known for.
Yeah.
What are did you provide the category to use as labels?
Colors.
As colors?
So it's just like you can see tourist, rich, business. There's always a business area, right? And then there's a residential. This is great. I thought those were the most common things in the city, kind of.
And a little bit memey, like it's almost fun to label.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's simplified. But you need to simplify this stuff. You don't want to have too many categories. And it's essentially just like using a paintbrush where you select the color in the bottom, you select the category, you start drawing. There's no instruction, no manual. And then I also added tagging, so people could write something in a specific location. So don't go here, or here's nice cafes and stuff. And man, the memes that came from that. And I also added uploading, so the tags could be uploaded. So the memes that came from that is amazing. Like people in Los Angeles would write crazy stuff. It would go viral in all these cities. You can allow your location. Probably send to Austin.
Okay, so we're looking. Oh boy. Drunk hipsters.
Air bro and bros.
Hipster girls who do cocaine.
I saw a guy in the TikTok stream get beaten up here.
Yep. That seems also accurate.
Overpriced and underwhelming.
Let me see. Let me make sure this is accurate. Let's see. 36. The people who know Austin know that that's important to label. 6th Street is famous in Austin. 36 drunk bad boys. Accurate. drunk frat bros continued on 6th Bay Wellness. West 6th drunk douche bros. I mean, it's very accurate so far. They only let hot people live here. I think that might be accurate.
Exercise on the river. Yeah, that's true.
Dog runners, accurate. Saw a guy in the fish box.
I want to know the
So that's all you do.
yeah, and that's like stuff I couldn't come up with it because I don't know Austin. I don't know the means here.
And then me as a user can upload or download this. So this is completely
That's like
crowdsourced.
because of Reddit, no?
Yeah, that's really, really, really powerful. Single people with dogs, accurate. At which point you go from colors to
You got Evan back like
that's really cool. The pixels. How do you go from there? That's a huge amount of data.
yeah.
We're now looking at an image where it's just a sea of pixels that color different colors in the city. So how do you combine that to see a thing that actually makes sense?
I can hear the problem was that you have this data, but it's like it's not locked to one location. So I had to normalize it. So when you click and you draw on the map, it will show you the specific pixel location, and you can convert the pixel location to a GPS coordinate. Right? But the number will have a lot of commas or a lot of decimals, right? It's very specific. It's like this specific part of the data. So what you want to do is you want to take that pixel and you want to normalize it by removing like decimals, which I discovered, so that you're talking about this neighborhood, this street, right? So that's what I did. I just took the decimals off and then I saved it like this, and then it starts going to like a grid, and then you have like a grid of data. You get like a pixel map kind of.
And then you said it looks kind of ugly, so then you smooth it.
Yeah, I started adding blurring and stuff. I think now it's not smooth again because I like the people like the pixel look. And yeah, a lot of people use it, and it keeps going viral. And every time my maps bill, like Mapbox, I had to stop using. We first used Google Maps, it went viral. Google Maps, it was out of credits, so I had to. So funny. During when I launched it, went viral. Google Maps, the map didn't load anymore. It says over the limit. You need to contact enterprise sales. And I'm like, but I need now like a map. So, and I don't want to contact enterprise sales. I don't want to go and call schedule with some kind. So I switched to Mapbox, and then had Mapbox for years, and then it went viral, and I had a bill $20,000 like last year. So they helped me with the bill. They said, you know, you can pay less, and then I now switched to like an open source kind of. It was very expensive product, and never made any dollar or money. It was very fun, but it's very expensive.
Where do you learn from that? So like from that experience, because when you leverage somebody else's through the API.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think a map hosting service should cost this much, you know, but I could host it myself, but that would be, I don't know how to do that, you know, but I could do that.
Yeah.
I think that the thing is more about like you can't make money with this product. I tried to do many things to make money with it, and it hasn't worked.
You talked about like possibly doing advertisements on it,
But
or people sponsoring it. Yeah. But it's really surprising to me that people don't want to advertise on it.
map apps are very hard to like monetize. Like Google Maps also doesn't really make money. Like sometimes you see these ads, but there's a lot of money there. It's like a banner ad. It's kind of ugly. And the product is kind of like, it's kind of cool. It's kind of fun to like subsidize it. It's kind of a little bit part of Nomadist. Like I put it on Nomadist in the series as well. But I also realized like you don't need to monetize everything. Like some products is cool, and you know it's like it's cool to have good maps exist. I want this to exist, right?
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff you've created that I'm just glad exists. And it's a whole other puzzle, and I'm surprised to figure out how to make money off of it. I'm surprised maps don't make money, but you're right.
Welcome.
It's hard.
How are you?
There's a lot of computer projects.
Can you hear me? Hello. What's going on, Chamber Deacon? How'd you find out about me? I can. How are you? I'm lovely. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Thank you so much for being here. Well, maybe not for you, but for me. Absolutely.
I found out I clicked the link that you liked on Blue Sky. Not like me again. I can't find a way to actually add in here with just hints.
Pardon me? Can I what?
Do you have a text channel?
Oh, I do, but I've closed them off because people spam me in here.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, you kind of spam me on Blue Sky, so that's why I showed up.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
No, you can.
Okay.
I'll tell you about me.
Well, I'd love to hear about you. Go ahead.
No, after you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anywhere in the world anymore. I do so really because I want to use technology to help end some of the global problems that we have, like world hunger, through the use of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics. I want to help end world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth over $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to make people's lives better. I'm a major advocate for the Lifestyle program, but most importantly, desalination technology, essentially pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for people. I don't know if you've ever seen Chamber Deacon or even heard of the movie The Truman Show or Big Brother. Have you?
I get where you're putting down. You're like, I get it. I respect the fact that you're crazy, but with good intent.
Okay, excellent. Hey, everybody's entitled to their opinion, my friend. So, with that,
So,
tell me about yourself.
I'm just an average vegan in the middle of Lexington, Kentucky. And, yeah, please don't spam my Blue Sky anymore, please.
Okay, I wish I could stop it from doing so. It's just a bot that randomly chooses people. Are you a big Wildcats fan?
Depends on how many times or how close they win.
Okay, I gotcha. Well, you had a pretty good run a few years ago, and one of the greatest sports dynasties that there is are
You're
the.
showing your age right there.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. You're absolutely right about that. But yeah, truthfully, from the bottom of my heart, Chamber Deacon, it's not personal. I certainly wouldn't. If I had a little button that I could press to remove you from any kind of spam list, I absolutely would. Just know more and more people are finding it.
I respect what you're doing outside of that's really awesome. Hey, you do your awesome. And it kind of seems like you're nailing it.
Hey, I appreciate that. You should know I don't want anything from you, but in the future, I'd like to be able to give you all the money that you ever need to be able to not just have.
Okay, you're now starting to sound like some of the Protestants out here. Like, I'm Irish Catholic. Nah.
Okay, well, no, I don't mean to sound religious at all. You should know that the Economist magazine stated that data is its number one resource. In 2018, data overtook petroleum as.
Back down off of the rhetoric. Back down off of the rhetoric.
Okay, you don't
Let
know.
me give you a good structure.
Certainly. Hey, take care, my friend. Thank you.
So where do you put the ad, right? Like if you have a website, you can put like an ad box, or you can do like a product placement or something. But you're talking about a map app where 90% of the interface is a map. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna like it's hard to figure out where is this.
Yeah, people don't want to pay for it.
No, exactly. Because if you make people pay for it, you lose 99% of the user base, and you lose the crowdsourced data. So it's not fun anymore. It stops being accurate, right? So you kind of they pay for it by crowdsourcing the data, but then yeah, it's fine. You know, it doesn't make money, but it's cool.
But that said, Nomad List makes money.
Yeah.
So what was the story behind Nomad List?
The Nomad List started because I was in Chiang Mai in Thailand, which is now like the second city here, and I was, working on my laptop. I met like other nomads there, and I was like, okay, this seems like a cool thing to do, like working on your laptop in a different country and travel around. But back then, the internet everywhere was very slow. So the internet was fast in, for example, Holland or United States, but in a lot of parts in South America or Asia, it was very slow, like 0.5 megabits. So you couldn't watch a YouTube video. Thailand weirdly had like quite fast internet, but I wanted to find like other cities where I could go to like work on my laptop, whatever, and travel. And but we needed like fast internet, so I was like, let's crowdsource this information with a spreadsheet. And I also needed to know the cost of living because I didn't have a lot of money. I had $500 a month, so I had to find a place where like the rent was like $200 per month, or something, where I had some money that I could actually rent something. And there was Nomad List, and it still runs. I think it's now almost 10 years.
So just to describe how it works, I'm looking at Chiang Mai here. And there's a total score. It's ranked number 2.
Yeah, that's like
Out
a
of
Nomad
5.
score.
4.82. Liked by members, but it's looking at the internet. In this case, it's fast, fun, temperature, humidity, air quality, safety, food safety, crime, racism, or lack of crime, lack of racism, education level, power grid, vulnerability, climate change, income level.
It's a little much,
English speak. It's awesome. It's awesome. Walkability.
Keep adding stuff.
Because for certain groups of people, certain things really matter, and this is really cool. Happiness, nightlife, free Wi-Fi, AC, female-friendly, freedom of speech.
Yeah, not so good about it,
Values derived from national decisions, right?
I need to do it because the data sets are usually national, they're not on city level, right? So I don't know about the difference between Bangkok or Chiang Mai. I know it in Thailand.
This is really fascinating. So this is for cities.
Yeah.
It's basically rating all the different things that matter to the internet. And this is all crowdsourced.
So it started crowdsourced, but then I realized that you can download more accurate data sets from like public sources, like World Bank. There's a lot of public data sets, United Nations, and you can download a lot of data there. Which you can, really use. Like I started getting cross-across data where, for example, people from India, they really love India. They would submit the best scores for everything in India. And not just like one person, but like a lot of people who would love to pump India. And I'm like, I love India too, but that's not valid data. So you start getting discrepancies in the data between where people were from and stuff. So I started switching to data sets. And now it's mostly data sets, but one thing that's still crowdsourced, so people add where they are, they add their travels to their profile and use that data to see which places are upcoming and which places are popular now. So about half the ranking you see here is based on actual digital nomads who are there. You click on a city, you click on people, and you can see the people, the users that are actually there. And it's like 30,000 or 40,000 members. These people are in Austin now.
1,800 remote workers in Austin now, which 8+ members checked in. Members will be here soon.
Yeah, so we have meetups. So people organize their own meetups. We have about like 30 per month, so it's like one meetup a day. And I don't do anything. They organize themselves. So it's a whole black box. It just runs, and I don't do a lot on it. Pulls data from everywhere, and it just works.
Cons of Austin is too expensive. Very sweating. Student knowledge of
It's good to make friends. Interesting, right? I didn't know that.
difficult to make friends. And with this all crowdsourced, but mostly it's for
Austin's very
safe, fast internet.
I understand why it says not safe for women. It's still safe. The problem with a lot of places like the United States is that it depends per area, right? If you get like city level data or nation level data, it's like Brazil is the worst because the range in like safe and wealthy and not safe is like huge. So you can't say many things about Brazil.
So once they actually show up to a city, how do you figure out what area, like where to get fast internet? For example, like for me, it's always figure out
Still,
hotels with fast Wi-Fi. For example, a place. Okay, I show up to a city. There's a lot of fascinating stuff, but I haven't figured out a way to solve. When I show up to a city, figuring out where I can get fast internet connection, and for podcasting purposes, where I can find a place with a table that's quiet. That's not easy. All kinds of sounds. You have to learn about all the sorts of sounds in the world, and also like the quality of the room. The more the emptier the room, and like just walls without any curtains or any of this kind of stuff in there. echoes in the room anyway. But you figure out that a lot of hotels don't have tables. They don't have like normal.
Your guest, right?
Yeah,
It's not a center.
Yep. And if you want to get a nicer hotel that is more spacious and so on, they usually have these like like fancy looking like modernist tables that don't just do design. They're not really real tables.
What if you get IKEA?
Buy it.
Yeah, before you arrive, you order an IKEA. Like normally do this when you get guests.
I feel like you should be able to show up to a place and have the best. Like it's not unless you stay there for a long time. The entire assembly, all that. Airbnb is so unreliable. The range and quality you get is huge. Hotels have a lot of problems, pros and cons. Like hotels have a problem with the pictures. Somehow never have good representative pictures of what's actually meant to be in the room. That's a problem. And you take photos. If I could have the kind of data you have, I know that list for hotels.
Yeah, man.
I would, and I feel like you can make a lot of money on that too.
Yeah, it's a booking fee, right? I thought about this because we have the same problem. Like I go to hotels and there's specific ones that are very good and know how to change and stuff. But even if you go to some chains are very bad in a specific city and very good in other cities.
And each individual hotel has a lot of times like some more expensive, some cheaper and so on. But you can get the details of what's in the room, like what's the actual layout of the room, what is the view of the room.
Scanner.
I feel like as a hotel, you can win a lot. So first, you create a service that allows you to have like high resolution data about a hotel. Then one hotel signs up for that. I would 100% use that website to look for hotels instead of the crappy alternatives that don't give any information. And I feel like that's because you just search for all the hotels doing that site. And you can make a shit ton of money. These hotels make a lot of money.
I think it's true, but the problem is with hotels, like it's the same airline industry. Why does every airline website suck? And you try to book a flight? That's very strange. Like, why does it have to suck? Obviously, there's competition here. Why doesn't the best website win? What's the explanation? Man, I thought about this for years, so I think it's like I have to book the flight anyway. Like I know there's a route to take, and I need to buy some Qatar Airlines, and I need to get through this process. So and with a hotel, similar. You need a hotel anyway. So do you have time to like figure out the best one? Not really. You kind of just need to get the place booked, and you need to get the flight, and you'll go through the pain of this process. And that's why this process always sucks so much for hotels and airline websites and stuff, because they don't have an incentive to improve it. Because generally, only for like a super upper segment of the market, I think, like super high luxury, it affects the actual booking, right?
I don't know. I think that's a good, interesting theory. I think it must be a different theory. My theory would be that great engineers, like great software engineers, are not allowed to make changes. Yeah, it's basically like there's some kind of bureaucracy. There's way too many managers. There's a lot of bureaucracy. And great engineers show up, they try to work there, and they're not allowed to really make any contributions. So you have a lot of mediocre software engineers, they're not really interested in improving any of it. Like, literally, they would like to improve the stuff, but the bureaucracy of the place, plus all the bosses, all the high people are not technical people. They don't know much about what devs, they don't know much about programming, so they just don't give any respect. You have to give the freedom and the respect to great engineers as they try to do great things. That feels like an explanation. Like if you were a great programmer, would you want to work at American Airlines or I'm telling you, I actually, as somebody who loves programming, would love to work at American Airlines so I can make the thing better.
Yeah, I would work there just to fix it for myself, you know?
Yeah, for yourself. And then you just know how much suffering you alleviate.
Yeah,
how much
for the whole society.
Oh, you imagine all the thousands and millions of people that go to that website and have to click like a million times. It often doesn't work. It's clunky, all that kind of stuff. You're making their life so much better. Yeah. But there must be an explanation as to do with managers and bureaucracy. I
think it's money. You know Booking.com. Sure. It's the biggest booking website in the world. It's Dutch, actually. And they have teams. So my friend worked there. They have teams for a specific part of the website, like a 10 by 10 pixel area, where they run tests on this. So they run tests like, they're famous for this stuff like, oh, there's only one room left, right? Which is red letters, like, one room left, book now. You know, and they got a fine from the European Union about this. So they have all these teams and they run the test for 24 hours. They go to sleep, you wake up next day, you come to the office and you see, okay, this perform better. This website has become a monster. It's the most revenue generating hotel booking website in the world, number one. So it shows that it's not about like user experience, it's about like making more money. And not every company, but if they're optimizing, it's a public company, if they're optimizing for money.
You can optimize for money by disrupting, like making it way better.
Yeah, but it's always start. They started disrupting. Like Booking always started at the start of 1997. And then they become like the old shit again. Like Uber now starts to become like a taxi again, right? It was very good in the beginning. Now it's kind of like taxis now in many places are better, they're nicer than Uber, right? So it's like this circle.
I think some of it is also just it's hard to have
Yeah,
like Stripe seems like a trivial thing, but it's hard to pull off. Like, why was it so hard for Amazon to have buy with one click? That was a genius idea. Make buying easier. Like make it as frictionless as possible. Click a button once and you bought the thing. As opposed to most of the web was a lot of clicking and it often doesn't work, like with the airlines.
Remember the forms with delete? It's next submit and 404 or something, or if it would go down, your modem.
And I would have an existential crisis. The frustration would take over my whole body, and I would just wanted to quit life.
So after the form stays in Google Chrome. But that's like, tell Google, somebody at Google improved society.
Yeah, and one of the challenges of Google is to have the freedom to do that.
They don't anymore.
There's a bunch of bureaucracy.
Yeah,
and there's so many ways. Yeah, but it just moves slowly. Yeah. I wonder why that is. Maybe that's the natural way of a company, but you have people like Elon who rolls in and just buys most of the folks and always operate. They push the company to operate as a startup.
Yeah, but I mean, Apple does this. I started in business school. Apple does competing product teams that work in startups. 55 people, they make something, they have multiple teams to make the same thing. The best team wins.
Zoot, where the fuck have you been? I've been waiting for you all fucking night. Are you at 14.1% body fat yet? All right, well, no chick wants to see you with the 4-pack, dog. If you're going to be a male stripper, it's a 6-pack. All right. All right, did you win the lottery? Just what? You had the winning numbers. They were 2, 3, 4, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, something like that. Did you win the lottery?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't win. Because the numbers were.
Do you know how to complete a sentence?
The numbers weren't matching.
All right, that makes sense. Are you ready to play? We're going to start off with Blackout Bingo. Are you ready for your Blackout Bingo invitation?
Oh, this is so fucking autistic. Let's go.
Dude, nobody wants to play Blackout Bingo. At that point, you're supposed to say, fuck no, that game sucks. Look how good this shot is, dude. Oh, no, it sucks, actually. But it's going to fuck you over. Going first on this hole is such a major advantage. Hit my ball, baby. I'm just going to fuck you up, dog. Dude, what the fuck are you doing to me? My G. You ready for this shot? One of the best shots in the history of this game. And you just witnessed it, son. That was phenomenal, Zoot. That was an amazing shot. Your shot? Big dog. What are your thoughts on this hole? That shot? Hit the tree. Oh, fuck. I did not see that ball, that hole. You're going to hit the chicken. You just hit the chicken, son. All right, this is a big shot. Oh, Zoot, I'm fucked up. Now's your chance, big dog. Zoot, how's Fat Girl coin?
Going down.
Zoot, why did you buy it?
Because it's funny.
What did I tell you? You should have sold when you were up 500%.
It's funny.
Zoot, you were up so much. And I told you.
No,
You were up 5x, dog. You were up 5x, and I told you sell. And you were like,
I want more.
yeah.
The goal isn't to sell.
The goal is to make money.
The goal is to get more FGR tokens so you can get a hold of them.
No, it's not. You can be the top holder. If it's not worth anything, no one gives a shit. That's in the water, son.
If it's not worth anything, you can just NFT transaction and find someone talking about to buy it.
Zoot, what are your thoughts on this shot, on this hole?
It's worth 4.7%. It's honestly top order.
Zoot, you're wasting money. Yeah, you are.
Come back to me in a week.
And it's going to be worth nothing. Sell.
It's going to be worth something.
Biggest shot of your life. All comes down to this, Zoot. Oh, fuck this hole for being a finishing hole. Oh, I almost fucked up, Zoot. Too bad I didn't. And this became one of the greatest shots that you've ever seen. Go to the left. Go to the left. Zoot. Fuck, Zoot. Zoot. It's your turn. Zoot, whatever you do, Zoot, don't fuck up. Zoot, were you proud of the shot that you just had? You should be. What do you call this hole? Zoot, remember that time you had an invitation? Zoot. Zoot, remember that time you had an invitation? That was a terrible shot, Zoot. Now, my shot was amazing. Thanks for the bump. Zoot, now I have to shut you off. Zoot, you ready for this shot? Oh, fuck. Zoot, you've got a big opportunity here. Don't fuck it up. Zoot, I just won. Oh, Zoot, I hate this hole. Psych, bitch. One of the greatest shots we've ever seen. Zoot, what are your thoughts? Rank it. Zoot, I'll tell you what I'll give your shot. A 0, because it sucked cock. But my shot was phenomenal. Get it, Zoot. Zoot, you're down 2 holes to none. I love this hole. Oh, I got it. What a hole in one, Zoot. How'd you like that shot, baby? Zoot, how'd you like my shot? Zoot, how did you like my shot? Zoot, did you see that shot? Did you see it? Zoot, yeah, you did. You know you did. My shot was the fat girl token of 2025. It was one of the best shots we've ever seen. Zoot, I hate this hole, and I'm really bad at it. But any time that you can come back and win a hole, this is your chance. Zoot, here's your chance. Not in my world, you didn't. I thought. Zoot, nobody wants to play with someone who just resigns.
Yeah, they do.
No, no one does. Zoot, I'm going to give you a chance. Did you watch him Act like a bitch? Zoot, you have your invitation? Zoot, Zoot. Am I in your head? Zoot, we're waiting on you.
What do you think you're okay to shift from admitting to having sex at home to college?
In college?
Right.
I didn't know that he admitted to this.
Yeah.
Wait, when he was in college?
Yeah.
I don't think it's good. I had a friend of mine who did it, and it wasn't as big a deal as it would be today. He was 18 and she was 17 or something like that. It wasn't like,
That's not bad. That's normal.
yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying, but we gave him shit for it. Because technically it's illegal. Wow, Zoot, that was amazing. How old was Peter Schiff at the time?
In college? Heading to 22 if you're in college.
So he was 22. How old were they?
No, he was 18 to 22.
How old were they?
Probably 15 to 17.
It was a different world then. I can tell you this. I took a friend's sister to prom, and she was much younger than I was. But she was gorgeous, and I never had any intention to hook up with her. She's my friend's sister. My friend and I, like, I asked him for permission. Like, he somehow, some way said yes. Here's the thing. Here's what happened. We were in, like, I don't know. We were like maybe in 8th grade or something. Maybe something like that. And this pretty girl walks in to the cafeteria, and she was coming to tell him that his parents were there to pick him up, and because it was all boys, and or at least where we were. And so I remember saying, "Who's that girl?" He's like, "That's my sister." And I said to him, "I'm gonna ask her to prom." And like when we have prom, which was like 4 years later, it was a long time. And 4 years came around, and I said, "I want to ask your sister to prom." And he said, "I'll ask her for you." Like, because like I'd never spoken with her. I just knew she was just a very attractive girl. And he said, "I'll ask." Like, I'm like, "Will you ask her for me?" And he's like, "Yeah." And she said yes. And she was a freshman, though she didn't go to school with us. Um, and so I'd never spoken to her. I'd only seen this chick, but I knew she's like gonna be hotter than anybody else's date, without a doubt. And now looking back on it, I don't know if it would have been that like allowed as much, but that was kind of a common thing to ask, for seniors to ask freshmen, at least at like high schools. And that's the youngest I've ever. Um, I mean, I had no plans on kissing this girl. I had no plans on doing anything. Like literally, my friend was right there the whole time, and I just wanted to take the hottest girl I could find. That was the thing, and um, without a doubt, this chick was. She was beautiful. Anyway, I say that because back then, I mean, at least like it wasn't that big of a deal. Um, Now, I'm not saying what Peter Schiff did is right. I'm not justifying it, but it wasn't the same kind of thing. The thing that changed all that was the show To Catch a Predator. That show changed everything because
The show what?
To Catch a Predator. Because then they made it like very clear, like I don't know, states changed their laws as well. I mean, there were some states and like back then you could get married at like you could marry like a 14-year-old with her parents' permission and stuff. And I like, so am I going to justify what Peter Schiff did? No. Nice shot. Because he knew better. But it was a long time ago, and the world was a different place. Once To Catch a Predator came out, it became very. Good morning. How are you, Miss Aquarius?
All the rock stars were doing it back in the 70s and no one gave a shit.
That's true. Miss Aquarius, how'd you sleep? Apologies, I was unable to play last night. I was out like a light. I slept all day.
That's okay.
Did you sleep well?
That was a different time. That was a different time. Like,
Oh, okay.
Normal back then.
Okay.
15, 16.
Just one moment, Zoop. Just one moment, Zoop. Just one moment, Zoop. Yeah. Her name is not Audie. It's Miss Aquarius. She said good morning. Aren't you going to say good morning back? Do I have to teach you how to be a nice person? It's Miss Aquarius. It's not just Aquarius. She demands respect. I demand respect on her behalf. She doesn't just call you Oat. She calls you Zoot because that's your name.
She does call me out.
No, she doesn't. All right.
Dr. Nana said,
That's right.
good morning, Zoot.
Zoot is socially awkward, and I don't know what I have to do to this boy. Zoot, say hello. Miss Aquarius, what's on your agenda for today?
I gotta go physical therapy, West or whatever, but I don't really have a hunger going out.
All right, well, feel free to come on in whenever you want to take a nap or whenever you want to play, okay? Excellent.
All right. I will see you later. Have a good day.
Take on the day. Take care.
You too.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Zoot, why are you so socially awkward?
I don't know.
You're going to be the worst stripper ever.
There's worse.
No, you're going to be the worst. Chicks are going to be like, take off your pants, and you're just going to look at them. And they're going to be like, don't you talk? And you're going to be like, huh? Like, you're not socially awkward when you get to know people. Well, you have some, things. We get that. But just when you're meeting people for the first time, you're socially awkward. And you need to break yourself of that. You need to be outgoing and kind and ask people how their day's going and, be nice to people. I mean, I don't know why you can't do that. I also don't know why you would allow me to make such a comeback on you. Zoot, are you ready for
So
the...
it's because I've stayed this Aquarius for Audie all the time, and Audie's very rude to me.
Yeah, Miss Aquarius is the nicest lady I've met on the internet. So,
But Audie, so I keep mistaking her for Audie, and Audie is always very rude to me.
okay, well, they sound completely different. They have different avatars. They treat you differently. So I'm not accept your excuse. Don't make it. Fuck you.
Fox, yes. Rabbi, do you know what the numbers were for last night?
Yep.
The numbers were 1, 6, 9, 12, 24, 30, 34, 10.
Those weren't the numbers that you had.
No, but I'm just saying, you could have fucking picked 1, 6, 9 because that's the main number, and then you would have picked 12 because that's your favorite age or whatever. Then you would have picked 24.
Hold on. None of the shit you're saying is correct. The favorite age I ever was probably 3. 69 is my favorite number. So I would have picked 69, but I probably wouldn't have picked 6 and 9. Do you know that you have an invitation? Zoot.
I won.
Zoot, you're so shitty at this.
I go to high school in told you to go to high school. Rabbi, I'm really that shitty.
Yeah, you suck dick, dude. You're not just shitty, but you suck dick.
Well, someone enjoys being received.
I mean, I love getting my dick sucked by hot chicks.
How come you've never done that on stream?
What, get my dick sucked on stream? I mean, I don't know if I could. I'm sure I could convince a chick to do it, but I just know that when I go viral, there'll be chicks knocking at my door to do it. Dude, that was good.
You're gonna continue to go viral.
Oh, for sure. I want to stream the rest of my life. Look at this. Oh, shit, Zoot. Zoot, are you going to beat me? You've never beat me in bowling. There's a chance, Zoot. Zoot has a chance. Zoot's got the lead.
Yeah, but you're gonna win.
Not with a shot like that.
Holy shit.
This is close.
Wow.
Zoot. How'd you like that shot, baby?
I'm gonna bet you now.
Oh, you're going to beat me in bowling? Dog, I play bowling every fucking night with Miss Aquarius. You're not going to touch me.
Bowling's the only game I haven't played with.
That's true. That's absolutely true. Strike. You know, I've never beaten you in bingo. Dude, that was amazing. Dude, you got a strike, dude. Zoot. Zoot. Look at the score, big dog. Look at this move. Zoot. I just got a spare, baby. What are your thoughts? Zoot. Zoot, that was bad. Zoot, you only have a 2-point lead on me. Zoot. Oh, no, Zoot. Did you go to the gym today?
Yeah.
Good on you.
I didn't really play that hard of a workout because I've got to take breathing.
Oh, okay. Do you still consider yourself on track to be a male stripper by July? Zoot. Big shot here.
Oh, I got an idea.
Zoot, that was great. Zoot, you might win.
Rabbi, I have an idea.
What's that, big dog?
I'm going to help you get viral.
Okay, what's up?
Do you know who Tanner Wong is?
No one knows who that is.
Do you know who Jack's Forbes' ex-wife is? The stage wife.
No.
What? Okay, she has a podcast and she's coming to Adelaide, Australia.
All right, so do her podcast and just give me a shout out.
She has an interactive show.
Okay, so should I spam it?
No, I'm going there and I'm gonna ask if you want to talk to her.
Fuck
She wants
yeah.
to talk to you.
Yeah, dude. Zoot, are you witnessing this? That sucked. Zoot, are you gonna beat me?
Look,
Zoot, are you gonna beat me?
yeah.
Are you sure? Zoot, this is not good. Zoot, this is not good. Don't fuck up, Zoot.
You and me.
It's not good for me. Don't get these.
What are you playing?
Don't get these 3. Zoot, that's sick.
You were in front of me.
How'd you like that shot, Zoot?
And you're going into the end game of bonus.
Yes, sir, because I'm sexy. Zoot, are you gonna tell Jake Paul's ex-wife how sexy I am?
Yeah, she'll see.
Fuck yeah, she'll know it. She's like,
Strike.
dude, Zoot,
Oh, and a bonus.
Zoot, Zoot. I
That's
have
annoying.
Zoot. Oh, I beat you.
Yeah.
What's annoying? How good I am at this game? Zoot. Zoot, you lost. Zoot, you lost. Do you want to be interviewed? Why don't you want to be interviewed? Do you like Xbox or PlayStation more? Go.
What is that?
Why play
Nintendo?
Nintendo?
Yeah.
Look how good this shot is.
Nintendo's for
Children.
No, I actually think the Nintendo Switch 2 is going to be like.
You know it's
I think Nintendo's the console after the Nintendo Switch 2 that they're bringing out, which will be in another like
10 years.
7 years, will kill PlayStation, will kill the PlayStation 6 and X, whatever the new Xbox is.
Well, can I tell you this? No one gives a flying fuck about the Nintendo Switch. It sucks.
Why not?
It doesn't have any good games on it.
What are you talking about?
Grand Theft Auto, Madden.
Mario Kart?
Yeah, no one gives a shit about that stuff. Madden, college football. Like, sports games aren't.
Metroid?
No one gives a shit about that. Sports games aren't really big on it, and so no one cares. No one older cares. Look at this shot, Zoot. Zoot. Zoot.
That's like, you're wrong.
Zoot, you're losing. Zoot, you're losing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Zoot.
I just need to get racetrack and over
Do it.
get a bonus with getting a strike now.
Yeah,
What? You don't get bonus?
maybe not.
You don't get a bonus to this strike in the hand yet?
Zoot. You are easy to
You
beat.
can just win.
Oh, I already won.
Win by you can do that.
I already won, dog.
You know,
Zoot. Why are you so...
back down the just like
No, it didn't. You and I both know it.
very fun.
It's sucking. Zoot, why does your coin suck so much dick?
Because the top holder has 4.7% and no one knows who it is.
Who do you think it is?
The government.
Yeah, that's a good guess.
You know the guy, either the guy running this ATO or the guy who made it.
That's probably right. Dude, remember that time you had an invitation and you stopped sucking dick for a little bit to be able to play?
Remember that time I did 51 days in prison?
No one knows what you mean.
Sorry, remember that time where I worked out for 50 days?
Zoot, do you know how easy it is to beat you right here? Fuck. That's garbage, Zoot. Zoot, that's garbage. Oh, you checked out? Fuck you, Zoot. Dude, fuck you. Zoot, you got 49 points. Are you proud of that? Zoot. Oh, get it. Nice checkout. Is it even possible for me to get you? Triple 20. Oh, I almost fucking got you. Zoot, get it. 1, triple 20. Zoot, are you proud of the way that you're playing? 20. 20. Zoot, you played out of your fucking face. Fuck. Zoot, how do you like my score? No way. Dude, that was good. This one's for you, Zoot. Gotcha, B. Zoot, I got you. No way you score here. No way. Get it. You ready, Zoot? 19. Are you going to beat that? Fuck you, dude. Zoot, you're playing out of your face. Zoot, make it. 5, 20, 20. That sucked. $18. Get the 20. Zoot, you're playing out of your fucking face. Zoot. Zoot, why are you so good at darts and shitty at everything else? Zoot, look at my score. Zoot, you're going to take your first L right here. No doubt. Got you, B. I got you, B. You're done, Zoot. You're done. You're done, Zoot. Skee ball time, son. Zoot. Zoot, did you know the trailer for Wicked for Good just came out? Zoot, you know it comes out November 21st? Zoot.
Wicked for Good.
Yeah, do you know it comes out November 21st? Zoot, do you know the trailer's out?
Yeah, that's a hard movie for me to watch.
Why?
Because I saw it with my ex-girlfriend.
You were like obsessed with it. You were dating some chick in November?
Yeah, and then you just bring up, oh my god, she really liked that movie, and I really fucked her over, and I feel really bad.
Why'd you fuck her over?
Because she was costing me too much money.
Doug, what are you talking about?
Well, she wanted money, so it was just like, she's gonna cost me a lot of money.
How is she?
She had issues with substances. I can't say that it's anything just I'm not gonna like disclose how that personal life, but it was really I could have done more to help her, but I really fucked her over.
All right, so you're gonna see the new Wicked?
Hard.
I mean, you saw the first one.
Yeah, I did see the first one.
Are there just gonna be 2 or are there 3?
2.
Zoot, why do you suck so much dick at skee ball?
But I hope they would remake the one. If I could make any movie, I would remake The Wizard of Oz, and I'd only do one thing different. I'd have everything, all the CGI. The lion would be real. The lion and Dorothy, the lion would be like CGI. And so would the Tin Men and the Scarecrow, they would be CGI. And then the monkeys would be CGI, while flying monkeys, which are like, they're already done Wicked. Then the last thing I would change is the end. I would do an extended ending. I wouldn't change the ending, but I have an extended ending, maybe post-credit. Oh, no. I'd have this ending where Dorothy goes on a plane to Australia, because in the books, it's just in the books after Wizard of Oz. The next one's set in Australia.
What are those books?
I cannot remember what it's called, but yeah. I think like Return to Oz, where she goes to Australia and she falls like in Australia and she ends ended up in Oz. I can't remember that. No, that's not Return to Oz. It's something else. But there's 12 Wizard of Oz books.
Do they happen to suck dick in the Wizard of Oz books like you do in Skee Ball?
Man, Dorothy was like movie a lot, so I hope.
You know there are other people in this fucking universe who could suck dicks. I bet the witches could suck dick. I bet they suck some mean dick. So are you,
Yeah, it was called the Marble. Okay, no. Okay, the first one's called the Wonderful Wizard of Oz, and then the third one's called Ozma of Oz, or Ozma of Oz, which is just so the third one's called Ozma of Oz, or Traveling to Australia. I was getting memories.
go Zoot? Zoot, you ran out of time, son. Zoot, you ready for some blitzkrieg?
Ozma of Oz.
Oh, okay.
Well, you asked the question about something. I'm ADHD, so I'm talking about questions. I put things up for a big time. Yeah.
You don't even know that. You're just saying that.
I probably do. I did an ADHD test today.
Dude, that just means you did something online. You gotta go get diagnosed for that shit.
I did go to a proper fucking ADHD clinic.
And they just said that you suck dick at mini golf?
Yeah, they said that. Well, they said they're going to do email me the results and then they're going to do a feedback session. I don't know.
So you just lost. Zoo.
Dude, you're playing like dog shit. That was good. That sucked. Oh, Zoot, no way. Zoot, you might win. Unless I do something like that. Zoot, you're done. You're done, son. Zoot, you're done. It's over for you, baby. Zoot, you lost. You lost 3-1. Zoot, what's werewolf?
What's what?
No, you can't. You have to have 7 people.
Well, we're gonna play every game, but we need 7 fucking people to play. That's not our goal to play every game. We need fucking 7 people to play that fucking game.
One day, big dog. Have you ever played Moncala?
No. What's old zombie?
I don't know.
What's old zombie?
I don't think anybody knows.
Let's play it.
Psych, bitch. We're playing bounce. You're good at this.
Let's play the island.
Zoot. Accept my invitation. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I fucked up. Zoot, why aren't you doing well? Zoot, I'm waiting on you. Zoot, you have 14 seconds, 13 seconds. Zoot. 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 Why didn't you do well? Zoot. Get it, big dog. Don't fuck up.
I'm on there trying to get rich off of main coin is like looking for love in a big pub.
Look how good this shot is.
Bought Doge. I made Doge. I bought Dogecoin at 15p.
Zoot, you just put the ball in the hole. Zoot, I just put one in for you. You're welcome.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
how do you like this one?
Sucks.
How does it start? Literally sets up the next shot.
You could have hit more than one ball in. That shot was terrible, Zoot.
Look what I did to where you're.
Gives me an easy shot. Dude, shut the fuck up. Now I have to mute you. Look how good this shot is. Dude, did you see that? Zoot.
What do you think of Avon? What do you think of Avon and Trump being there?
I don't care about it.
Why not?
It's just, it's like a non-issue.
People will forget about it.
Exactly. Zoot, don't fuck up. You fucked up. What an amazing shot, Zoot. That was fucking sick. Get it, Zoot. Zoot, don't suck. Zoot, that was so bad. But you took away all my shot. Kiss shot. Kick shot. I failed to hit a shot. Zoot, don't fuck up. Zoot, don't fuck up. Call your shot. Oh, it's my turn. Dude, I dedicate this shot to you. Fuck. Dude, don't fuck up. Zoot, don't fuck up. You fucked up, Zoot. Zoot, you ready for this shot? I'm going to dedicate this shot to the one and only Zoot, who sucks. Look at this shot. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Zoot, don't fuck up. Zoot, don't fuck up. Zoot, don't fuck up, dude. Don't fuck up. Zoot, don't fuck up. Stop. Zoot, you ready for this? Zoot, this is for you, baby. I got you, finally. Zoot, did you know that I just won, big dog? Zoot, do you watch the Australian Today show? Do you watch the Australian Today show?
Not really.
Who's the guy on it? Who's a meme?
Just at the moment.
Yeah, do you like him? Yo, dog, do you like him? Do you like the lady? Well, why do you watch the Australian Today show? What's your favorite Australian channel? Is it ABC?
That's a government channel.
Okay, do you like it?
No. My favorite channel would be, there was channel 10, but then they had the project, which was like fucking got axed and fucking got. And then maybe channel 9 because they had on debate.
All right. I'm going to take a whiz. And I know that there's no chance that you're going to be back. BRB. There's no way Zoot stays. No way. No fucking way. Whenever I'm like, Zoot, just stay like 2 minutes. I gotta go to the bathroom. You're like, okay, and then you leave immediately. Yeah, Zoot, are you ready to play Carom?
No. Not really.
Well, you're going to, son. You're gonna love every fucking second of it. Go, big dog. You're up. Zoot. Zoot, why are you sucking so much dick? Zoot. You've won this game before. Go, big dog. Oh, Zoot, you're fucked. Zoot, what the fuck? You just put one in.
Yeah.
Oh, you can hit it that way? Dude, I'm gonna fuck you. Fuck you, Zoot.
That's both of them.
You hit the red one in. Zoot, you're up. Zoot. Dude, you're so frustrating. Zoot, you gave me the easiest fucking shot of this game. What are you giggling, Zoot?
I think I cracked the card. So, like,
Oh, I didn't know you could move the fucking thing.
that's wrong off.
Fuck you, man. Get in there.
Oh, wow.
Zoot, you're fucked right now. I'm gonna hit all of these in. Zoot, go. Zoot, you're so shitty. Pardon me. Zoot, go. Suit, go. Dude, you're so shitty.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
We're just pocket the queen.
yeah, that doesn't matter. You don't even know what the fuck that means. Fuck, I made a mistake.
I think the queen means you win.
Nope, it does not. It's in the middle of the fucking table, Zoo. It's in the middle of the fucking table, Zoo. Zoo, you ready for this? Fuck, I just put one in for you. Dude, I fucked up. I failed to end the game. I had to pocket the queen first. You lost, dude.
Did I lose?
Well, you didn't win.
Oh, yeah, pocket the queen before, and then you go for it.
Word, Mockingbird.
So that's the pocket the queen now. Neither of us know how to play. I just gave you the game. I just gave you the easiest shot.
Dude, the shot's hard as fuck.
Why did you do that? Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
Rabbi, you're so mean.
I'm nice to you.
Alright, Rabbi, ready? The greatest shot you've ever seen.
No.
Why do you think it's not going to be the greatest shot you've ever seen?
Because you missed.
Alright, you get that shot.
My shot's so hard. Gotcha.
Why did you do that?
Because I'm a pimp.
Over? Pocket the queen.
Oh, no.
You forgot the part where you meant to pocket the queen.
I already did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
I pocketed the queen. And then you missed.
Zoo, you're terrible.
Right,
Yo, pimp. Zoot. Zoot, I'm dedicating this shot. Zoot, have you ever played pocket billiards? Zoot, have you ever played pocket billiards? Zoot, you're so socially awkward. People fucking have entire conversations with you and you're just silent.
Pocket billiards?
Yes.
No, not played it.
Look how good this shot is, Zoot. Did you see that, pimp? This one's for you, Zoot.
Right, what happened to my flat down investment to come up with a fucking story on that fucking sin mistake?
Nobody thinks that you fucked up, Zoot.
I didn't think so. Oh, did I?
Yeah, dog.
No, you won. You didn't hate you.
I'm dedicating this shot to you, Zoot. That's an obvious miss. Fuck, I fucked up. No way. You fucked up, Zoot. Your shot was shitty. Fuck, Zoot. Zoot. I'm dedicating this shot to you, baby. Gotcha, Zoot. Because I'm the big pimp, West Side. Got you. Zoot. Do you want to be
No.
do you want to be interviewed?
No.
You know,
I'll go invest.
Fatco Investment sucks.
It fucking does not suck. The people holding it suck. But how you guys just keep dumping this?
Because it sucks.
Just
It's,
keep buying it.
Zoot, it's the worst coin and the worst idea for a coin of which I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Because it sucks.
How does it suck?
Because it's offensive.
How is it offensive?
It's offensive to fat people, to women, to investing. Zoot,
But ain't tried as a choice. But ain't tried as a choice.
not for some people.
Or who?
People with thyroid issues.
They can get work or something.
Not if they can't afford it.
Bank cut a choice.
To some people, but other people, no. Zoo, what are your thoughts? I mean, it's like you. You suck dick at mini golf. Is that a choice?
Is being skinny a choice?
Not always, no.
I mean, if you live in poverty, it is.
No, it's not. It's definitely not a choice if you live in poverty.
To be skinny?
Correct. Dude, I want to know this. Is sucking dick at mini golf a choice?
Yes.
Okay. Zoo. Are you going to watch UFC tomorrow? Zoo. So you are like the shittiest communicator in the world. If we,
Sorry, I'm not. No.
okay, why not?
Because I don't want to.
Okay, why don't you want to?
I just don't want to. I don't feel like I want to.
Okay. Why not? So do you remember that time I asked you why not? And then you were just dead fucking silent?
I don't want to. Because I'm going to go to the gym to work out, and I just don't want to.
Okay, why not?
Because I don't want to. I have better things to do than watch 12 people fight.
Okay. Do you like UFC?
Not really.
Who's your favorite UFC fighter?
I don't know.
Okay. Who's your favorite athlete of all time? Remember that time I asked you who was that? Okay, that's a good answer. Why did you choose Floyd Mayweather?
I've never lost a fight.
That's true. Have you ever watched him fight any fights? Okay, so he's your favorite athlete, but you've never seen him fight?
No, I have.
What did you think of his fight? And what did you think of it? And what did you think of it?
It's fine.
Do you know what TMT is? It's the money team. It's like his brand. Zoot, Fat Girl Investment. What's its all-time high?
$850K.
Whoa, that was worth a lot at one time. When was that?
2 weeks ago.
And you bought after that?
Yeah, we keep on buying.
So it was worth 850K, and you keep buying a coin that is already peaked?
Yes.
Why?
Because I haven't paid.
Are you sure that this isn't Dog with Hat?
What?
Are you sure that this is not Dog with Hat?
What do you mean?
I mean, it's just gonna suck dick like Dog with Hat did.
The Uber hat went to 1.6 billion.
Wow, that's a lot. What's it at now?
900, like 84 million, back 140 million. Sorry.
Oh, so it's still doing really well.
Black Girl Investment is going to a billion.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You guarantee it?
Yeah, I actually do believe it's going to be.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready for a game invitation?
What game?
Skee ball. With multipliers. Zoot, skee ball with multipliers. I call it skeet ball because that's what I do all over bitches' faces. Skeet, 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 skeet. Zoot, that was terrible. Zoot, that was terrible. Dude, that was terrible. Bad. Bad shots. Really bad.
Oh, multiply. You know you put a multiply.
Yes, I do. I said it. Zoot, did you know that I scored 370 points? Zoot, you're up. Oh, look at you. Look at you, Zoot.
Yeah, but there's no multiply.
You just got a bunch of multipliers. Zoot, you just did really well. 440 points, Zoot? Zoot, I did not do well. Zoot, get that 50. Triple three in the corner. Zoot. You got 300, Zoot. Zoot, you just were amazing. Are you proud of the way that you've played? You're done, Zoot. You're done. Because I got 4 in a row and I beat your ass. All right, we won't use pre-filled columns. Let's go, big dog. That girl investment sucks. Zoot, you're up. You're done, Zoot. Zoot, I just beat you. Zoot, do you want to be interviewed on your loss? Why? Zoot, you're gonna lose. Fuck.
I don't know.
Fuck you, Zoot. Zoot, you're up.
I don't play right.
Market inside a company to make it entrepreneurial.
Yeah.
And you need entrepreneurial mentality in a company to come up
Zoot,
with new
how's
ideas.
Fat Girl Investment Company doing?
One of the things you do really, really well is learn a new thing.
Did you buy it after the dip?
You try to build it, and then you learn everything you need to in order to build it.
Did you buy it
Current
after the
skills,
peak?
you learn just the minimal amount of stuff. So you're a good person to ask, like, what?
You bought it after
How do you
both?
learn? How do you learn quickly and effectively and just the stuff you need? You did just by way of example, you did a 30 days learning session on 3D.
Zoot, overall, have you made money or lost money on Fat Girl Investment?
Yeah, and I tried to learn virtual reality because I was like, this was like the same as AI. It came up suddenly, like 2016, 2017, with I think HTC 5, this big.
Zoot, do you remember that time I asked you a question?
And so I was like, oh, this is going to be big, so I need to learn this. So I,
Wait, well, why
I
don't you-
learned 3D,
You have not made money on it.
Unity, like Blender and stuff. And I
So
tried
that
to
means
learn
you've
all
lost
this
money.
stuff, because I thought it was like a
So you've lost money on it.
nascent technology was going to be big, and if I had the skills for it, I could use this to build stuff. And so I think with learning for me, it's like
That motherfucker
learning
never
so fun,
coming
people
back,
always ask me,
son.
like, how do you learn to code? Like, should I learn to code? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, every day I'm learning. It's kind of cliche, but every day I'm learning new stuff.
Never,
So every day I'm searching
Never,
or asking out
ever
ChatGPT
getting
how to do
back
this thing, how to do this
together.
thing. Every day I'm getting better at my skill. So you never stop learning. So the whole concept of like, how do you learn? Well, you never end. So where do you want to be? Do you want to know a little bit? Do you want to know a lot? Do you want to do it for your whole life? Or, so I think taking action is the best step to learn. So making things, like you know nothing, just start making things. Okay, so like how to make a website, search how to make a website. Or nowadays you ask ChatGPT, how do I make a website? Where do I start? You generate code for you, right? Copy the code, put it in a file, save it, open it in Google Chrome or whatever. You have a website. And then you start tweaking with it and you start, okay, how do I add a button? How do I have AI features, right? Like nowadays. So it's like by taking action, you can learn stuff much faster than reading books or
Like I'm always curious when they ask for questions. How do I make a website? I'm just curious what it would say. I hope it goes with define your website first. Choose a domain name. Select a web hosting provider. Choose a website builder or CMS. Like that's what platform with.
stuff like Rich's graphics, what I said.
Yeah. How do I say if I want to program it myself? Design your website, create essential pages.
Yeah, even tell people launch it, right?
Launch your website. Why do you need to do that?
Yeah, but this literally is like this is the basis of Google Analytics.
But you can't make nomad lists.
Yeah.
Like with
No, you can get pretty far. These website builders are pretty advanced. Like when this is a grid of images, right? Like clickable, open like another page. You can get quite far.
how do I learn program? So the programming language to start with.
Okay.
Work your resources systematically. Practice coding regularly for 30 to 60 minutes a day. Consistency is key. Join programming communities that play. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
I think it's a very good starting ground. Imagine you know nothing and you want to make a website, you want to start it. This is like, that's why the power of AI for education is going to be insane. Like, people anywhere can ask this question and start building.
Yeah, clarify this for sure. And just start building. Build, like actually apply the things. Whether it's AI or the programming for web development, just have a project in mind. I love the idea of like 12 stars, 12 months, or like build a project almost every day. Just build this thing and get it to work and finish it every single day. That's a cool experiment.
Ever since creation, there's a girl who did 160 websites and 160 days from literally mini websites. And she learned to code very well. So I think it's good to set yourself challenges, you know? Like, you can go through some coding bootcamp, but I don't think they actually work. I think it's better to do like, for me, autodidact, like self-learning, setting yourself like challenges and just getting in it. You need discipline, you know, you just need to keep doing it. And coding, you know, coding is very steep learning curve to get in. Very annoying. Working with computers is very annoying. So it's gonna be hard for people to keep doing it. You know?
Yeah, that thing of just keep doing it and don't quit. That urgency that's required for finishing. That's why it's really powerful when you document a list of creation footmaps or the like a working prototype. That there's just a constant frustration. How do I do this? And you look it up. You know, okay, you interpret different options you have, good, and then just try it. And then there's a dopamine rush of like.
Man, it's amazing. I live streamed it. It's on YouTube and stuff. You can watch it. It's amazing when things work. It's just like amazing. I look very not. I don't look far ahead. So I only look. What's the next phone? And the next phone. And at the end, you have a whole app or website. But I think most people look way too far ahead. You know, like this poster again. Like you don't know how hard it's gonna be, so you only look like for the next thing. The next little challenge, the next step, and then see where you end up.
And as soon as it's easy.
Yeah, exactly. Like, be naive about it because you're gonna have very difficult problems. A lot of the big problems won't be even tech, will be like public, right? Like maybe people don't like your website. Like you get canceled for a website, for example. A lot of things can happen.
What's it like building in public? Like openly, we're just iterating quickly and getting people feedback. So there's the power of the crowdsourcing, but there's also the negative aspect of people being like pretty bad.
But man, I think haters are actually good because I think a lot of haters have good points. And it takes like stepping away from the emotion of like, your website sucks because blah blah blah. You're like, okay, just remove this. Your website sucks. Personally, what did you say? Why did you not like it? And you figure out, okay, you didn't like it. The sign up was difficult, or it wasn't the data. They say nobody's data is not updated. Okay, I need to improve about the data. Each hater has a point. It's dumb to ignore your haters. You know? And also, man, I think I've been there when I was like 10 years old. Someone isn't like just shouting crazy stuff. It's like most sure, you know, it has to be. So you have to take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, man, you need to grow a very thick skin. People say, but I mute a lot of people. Like I found out I muted already 15,000 people. Check. So in 10 years, I muted 15,000 people. It's like
that's one by one, right?
50, yeah. So 1,500 people. And I don't like to block because then they get angry when they screenshot and say, you blocked me. So just mute and just fear and
keep mentioning Reddit. So hood maps. That make it really fun.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. It was amazing. And my server almost went down, and I was checking like Google Analytics, like 5,000 people on the website, someone was crazy, and it was at night, and it was amazing. I think nowadays, honestly, TikTok, YouTube Reels, Instagram Reels, a lot of apps get very big from people. So let's say you make your own app, you make a video of yourself. So I made this app, this is how it works out. This is why I made it, for example, and this is why you should use it. And if it's a good video, it will take off, and you will get, man, I got like $20,000 extra per month or something from one TikTok video. Like it made a photo
by you or somebody else?
By some random guy. So there's all these AI influencers that they write about, they show AI ads and they ask money later, like when the video goes viral. All I can do is do it again and send me $4,000 from it. But it works. Like TikTok is a very big platform for user acquisition, yeah. And organic, like the best user acquisition I think is organic. You don't need to buy ads, you probably don't have money when you start to buy ads, so use organic. Or write a banger tweet, right? So to make it actually off.
Well, I mean, yeah, fundamentally spiritual stuff. I have just a little bit of a following, enough to for the cool thing to be noticed and viral.
Yeah, you don't need a lot of followers on X and a lot of platforms. Because TikTok, X, I think it's on Reels also, they have the same algorithm now. It's not a lot of followers anymore. It's about they test your content on a small subset of 300 people. If they like it, it gets tested to 1,000 people and on and on. So if the thing is good, it will rise anyway. It doesn't matter if you have half million followers or 1,000 followers.
What's your philosophy of money? How to make money?
Yeah, so a lot of stars they do like free users. You can sign up if you use an app for free, which is it never worked for me, yeah, because I think free users generally don't convert. And I think if you have VC funding, it makes sense to get free users because you spend money on ads and you can get like millions of people come in, predictably how much they convert, and give them like a free trial or whatever, and then they sign up. But you need to have this flow work out so well for you to make it work that you need like trading. I think it's best to start asking people for money in the beginning. So show your ad, like what are you doing on your landing page, like make a demo or whatever, a video, and when you use it, pay me money, pay $10, $20, $30. I would ask more than $10 per month. Like Netflix, like $10 per month. But Netflix is a giant company that can, they can afford to make it so cheap. If you're an individual, like an actor, like you are, you need to make like at least $30 or more on a user to make it worth it for you. You need to make money.
And it builds a community of people actually.
Also, yeah, making a community like making a Discord is very normal now. Every AI has a Discord. You have the developers and the users together in the Discord. They talk about it. The people they build together. It's very normal. And you need to imagine, like, if you're starting out, getting 1,000 users is quite difficult. Getting 1,000 pages is quite difficult. And if you charge them like $30, you have $30K a month. It's a lot of money.
It's enough to
live a good life.
Yeah, live a pretty good life. I mean, that could be a lot of costs associated with hosting.
Yeah, so that's another thing. I make sure my profit margins are very high, so I try to keep the cost very low. I don't hire people. I try to negotiate with like AI vendors now, like cheaper, which is I discovered that you can just email companies and say, can you give me a discount for 6%? And they say, sure, 50%. Like, wow. And I didn't know this. You can just ask them, especially in like now it's kind of recession. You can ask companies like, I need a discount, or I kind of need to like, you don't need to be an asshole about it. I kind of need a discount, or I need to go maybe to dinner or something. They say sure. A lot of them will say yes. 25% discount, 50% discount. You think the price on the website is the price of the API. No.
Also, your publication first.
Oh, that helps.
And there's a lot of good vibes you put out to the world. Like, you're actually legitimately trying to do cool stuff. So, a lot of companies probably want to associate with you because you're trying to do.
Yeah, it's like a secret hack. But I think even without, it depends how much discount they will give. They'll maybe give more. But, that's why you should post on Twitter. So
I can't tell you.
Yeah. But, and also when it's crowdsourced, I mean, paying does prevent spam. So it helps.
It gives you high quality users. Free users are sure, but they're horrible. Like, it's like millions of people, especially with AI starts, you get a lot of abuse. You get millions of people from anywhere just using your app, just hacking it and whatever.
You get something on the internet, you mentioned like 4chan discovered hidden app.
Yeah, I love Fortune. I love Fortune, but you know what I mean? Like, they're so crazy, especially back then. Like, that's kind of funny what they do,
I see new documentary on Netflix, Anti-Social Network or something like that. That's really fascinating. Just 4chan, just the spirit of the thing, 4chan and 8chan. So much about freedom, and also like the humor, involved in fucking with the system and fucking
That's it.
fans.
It's just anti-system
But
for
the
fun.
dark aspects of it, you're having fun, you're doing anti-system stuff, but like the Nazis always show up. And it's somehow
Bad shit started happening.
it's drifting somehow. Yeah, it's just
School shootings and stuff. So it's a very difficult topic, but I do know, especially early on, in 2010, I would go to social for fun, and they would post like crazy offensive stuff, and this was just to scare off people. So you show it to other people, say, hey, you know this isn't a website for them, just check it out. And they go, dude, what the fuck? I'm like, no, you don't understand. It's to scare you away, but actually when you go through the scroll, there's like these conversations, and they would already be like a normal filter, like stuff. Kind of cool, but yeah,
it's like dark. And if you have those people show up, you'll for the fun of it, do a bunch of racist things and all that kind of stuff.
but everything, I think it was never, I'm not a fortunate, but like, it was always about provoking. Just provocateurs, you know?
But the provoking in the case of Hoodmaster or something like this can damage a good thing. Like, you know, a little poison in a town is always good if the town waits. But you don't want too much, otherwise it destroys the town. It destroys the thing.
You're kind of like pen testing, you know, penetration testing hacker.
Yeah.
They just test your app for you, and then you add some stuff, like I had like an NSFW word list, they would say like bad words, so when they would write like a bad word, they would get forwarded to YouTube, which is like a video, it's like a very relaxing video that's like kind of ASMR with like flowing jelly, feeling like just to relax them, you know, with cheese melting on the toast, chill and
I like it. But actually, a lot of stuff, I didn't realize how much originated in terms of music. I didn't even know that ritual originated. There's just so many memes. Like most of the memes you think,
the word roll, I think, is important. Like not the word roll, but like in this case, movie. So you get like roll doubles every like both I use of course. So they were kind of like random. So if I get doubles, like this happens. So you get like 2-2. And it was like a betting market kind of on these doubles and these post IDs. So much funny stuff.
yeah, I mean that's the name of it, but yeah, again, the dark stuff kind of seeps in. It's nice to keep the dark stuff to like some low amount. It's nice to have a bit of noise and darkness, but not too much. Yeah, but again, like you have to pay attention to that with. I mean, I guess spam in general. You have to fight that with nowadays. How do you fight spam?
And you keep this one out. It's amazing. So I have like user input that reviews, people review fees, and I don't need to actually sign up, anonymous reviews, and they write like whole books about like fees and what's good and bad. So I run it to GPT-4 now, and I ask like, is this a good review, like is it offensive, is it racist or something? And it sends me a message on Telegram, and it rejects reviews, and I check it, and it's so on point. So yes, and it's so accurate. It understands double meanings. I have GPT-4 running on the chat community. Chat community is 10,000 people. They're chatting and they start fighting with each other. And I used that human moderator was very good, but they would start fighting the human moderator, like this guy biased or something. I have GPT-4, and it's really good. It understands humor. It understands like you could say something bad, but it's kind of like a joke. It's kind of not like offensive so much. It shouldn't be deleted, right? Understand it.
How would you love to have a GPT-4 based filter of like a different kind of for like action?
Yeah, I thought this was like a fact check. Like you could click fact check and then GPT-4. Look, GPT-4 is not always right about stuff, right? But it can give you a general fact check on a tweet. Right? Usually what I do now, when I write something like difficult about economics, something or AI, putting GPT-4 says, can you fact check it? Because I might have said something stupid. And the stupid stuff always gets taken out by the reply. It's like, oh, you said this wrong. And then the whole tweet doesn't make sense anymore. So I asked GPT-4 to fact check. Well,
the fact check is tough.
Yeah.
But it would be interesting to sort of rate the thing based on how well thought out it is, and how well argued it is. That seems more doable. That seems like more doable. Like it seems like a GPT thing. Because that's less about the truth and it's more about the rigor of the thing.
Exactly. You can ask them. You can ask them the prompt. Like, I don't know. Like, do you think create like a ranking score of X Twitter replies where I should just post these? if we rank on like integrity, reality, like fundamental deepness, some interestness, and it was easy. That was a pretty good score probably. I mean, Elon can do this with Grok, right? He can start using that. Because the reply section is like chaos.
Yeah, and actually the ranking of the replies
Doesn't make any sense.
And I would like to sort in different kinds of ways.
Yeah, and you get too many replies now. You have a lot of followers, and I get too many replies. I don't see anything. I love stuff I just miss, and I want to see the good stuff.
And also the notifications, whatever, is just complete chaos. It'd be nice to be able to filter that in an interesting way, sort it in an interesting way. Because like I feel like I miss a lot, and what surfaced for me, I just like a random comment by a person with no followers. That's positive or negative. It's like, okay,
if it's a very good comment, it should have it, but it should probably look a little bit more like the followers, they're probably more engaged in the platform.
or no, it's I don't even care about how many followers. If you're ranking by the quality of the comments,
Yeah,
but not just like randomly chronological, just sea of comments. Yeah.
actually very cool for that.
One thing you espouse a lot with that love is the automation stuff. So like once you have a thing, once you have an idea and you build it and it actually starts making money and it's making people happy, there's a community of people using it, you want to take the automation step of automating the things you do as little work as possible so it can be brought in investment. Can you like explain your philosophy there? What do you mean by automating?
Yeah, so general theory started to be that when it starts like start making money, start hiring people to do stuff, right? Do stuff that you like marketing for them, do stuff that you would do in the beginning yourself. Community management and organizing meetups for nomads, for example, which is a job, for example. And I felt like I don't have the money for that. And I don't really want to run like a big company with a lot of people because a lot of work managing people. So I've always tried to like automate these things as much as possible. And this can literally be like for nomads, it's literally like it's not a different other stuff. It's like a web page where you can organize your own meetup, set a schedule, dates, whatever. You see how many nomads will be there at that date, so you know there will actually enough nomads to meet up, right? And then when it's done, it sends a tweet out in the nomads account. There's a meetup here. It sends a direct message to everybody in the city who are there, who are going to be there. And then people show up on a bar and there's a meetup. And that's fully automated. And to me, it's like it's so obvious to make this automatic. Why would you have somebody organize this? It makes more sense automated. And this is most of my things. Like I figure out like how to do this code. And I think especially now with AI, like you can automate so much more stuff. Because AI understands things so well. Like before, I would use if statements, right? Now you ask GPT, you put something before and the API, and it sends back like this is good, this is bad.
Yeah, so basically you can now automate subjective type of things.
That's very recent.
But it's still difficult though. I mean, that's type of automation difficult. Figure out how to. You're basically delegating everything to code. And it's not trivial to take that step for a lot of people. So when you say automate, are you talking about like cron jobs?
Yes, man, a lot of cron jobs.
Yeah.
It's like I log into the server and I do like sudo concat -e, and then I go into the editor and I write like hourly, and then I write PHP, do this thing.php, and that's a script. And that script does a thing, and it does it then hourly. That's it. And that's how all my websites work.
Do you have a thing where it like emails you or something like this, or email somebody managing anything if something goes wrong?
I have these web pages I make. They're called like health check. Like health check.php, and then it has like emojis, it's like a green check mark if it's good, and a red one if it's bad. And then it does like database queries, for example, like what's the internet speed in, for example, Amsterdam? Okay, it's a number, it's like 27 megabits, so it's a good number. Okay, check, good. And then it goes to the next, and it goes on all the data points. Did people sign up in the last 24 hours? It's important, because maybe sign up broke. So check. And I have uptimerobot.com. It's like uptime, but it can also check keywords, check an emoji, which is like a red X, which is if something is bad. And so it opens that health check page every minute to check if something is bad. Then if it's bad, it sends a message to you in Telegram saying, hey, what's up? I literally,
Hey,
this thing is down. Then I check. So within a minute of something breaking, I know it, and then I can open my laptop and fix it.
Yeah.
But the good thing is, like the last few years, things don't break anymore. And like definitely 10 years ago when I started, everything was breaking all the time. And now it's like almost, last week was like 0.000% uptime. And these health checks are part of the uptime percentage, so it's like everything works.
Yeah, actually makes me realize I should have a page for myself, like one page that has all the health checks, so I can go to and see all the green check marks.
It's just,
It's just okay.
yeah.
Alright. We're okay. Anyways, yeah. Not like you can see like when was the last time something wasn't okay, and it'll say like never. Or like maybe like you check since you've last cared to check, it's all been okay.
It used to send me the good health check. Yeah. It'll work. It'll work. It'll work.
Oh, so often.
And I'm like, you feel so good, but then I'm like, okay, obviously it's not gonna make it hide the good ones and showing that it's not good.
I think you should get everything into automate everything.
Yeah.
But also just a one set of cron jobs. A lot of the publication of this podcast is done all everything's just done automatically. It's all put up, all this kind of stuff. But it would be nice to automate even more. Like translation, all this kind of stuff would be nice.
Every job, every PC error gets sent to my Telegram as well. So every user, whatever user it is, doesn't have to be page user. If they run into an error, the JavaScript sends the JavaScript error to the server and then sends it to my phone. From all my websites,
Do you get like a message?
they get like a uncaught variable error, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And that's like a way to get to zero errors, because you get flooded with errors in the beginning, and now it's like nothing. So
That's really cool.
But man,
That's really cool.
but this is the same stuff. People they pay like very big SaaS companies like Relic people, right? Like manage the stuff. So you can do that too. You can use it off the shelf. I like to build myself. It's easier.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to do that kind of automation. I'm starting to think of like what are the things in my life I'm doing myself that should be automated. In
Yeah,
this,
ask GPT. Like, give your daily your day and ask her what part you to automate.
well, one of the things I would love to automate more is my consumption of social media, both the output and the input.
Man, that's fancy. I think there's some startups that do that. Like they summarize the cool shit happening on Twitter, like with AI. And the guy called SWYX, he does like a newsletter, it's completely AI generated. With the cool news.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to do that, but also like across Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, all this kind of stuff. Just like, okay, can you summarize the internet for me? Yeah.
Summarize internet.com.
Yeah, that's because I feel like it pulls in time, but also like I don't like the effect it has some days on my life.
Because it's like haters or just general content.
Just followers. Like, no, just general. Like for example, like TikTok is a good example of that for me. I sometimes just feel dumber after TikTok. I just feel like it's empty somehow, and I'm like uninspired. And it's funny in the moment. I'm like, look at that cat doing a funny way. And then you're like, oh, look at that person dancing in a funny way with that music. And then you're like, 10 minutes later, like, I feel way dumber, and I don't really want to do much for the rest of the day.
My girlfriend said she saw me like watching some dumb video. She's like, dude, your face looks so dumb as well. So your whole face starts going like, oh, interesting. You know, so
I mean, with social media, with X, sometimes too. I think I'm probably naturally gravitating towards the drama. Yeah, and so with following ad people, if the ad people that only post technical content that's really good, then I just look at them and then I go on down rabbit holes of like, you know, papers that have been published, good people, or any kind of cool demonstration stuff, and the kind of things that they would tweet, and that's the rabbit hole, and I'm learning and But it's been tough.
It's difficult. You need to like manage your I have a unique board list. You need like politics stuff because I don't really read. I think I've used so much of knowledge. My feed is good. I see like interesting stuff. But the fact that you need to modify, you need to like mod your app. The social media doesn't just to function and not be toxic for you for your mental health, right? That's like a problem. Like it should be doing that for you.
It's some level of automation. That would be interesting. I wish I could access on Instagram through API easier.
You spend $42,000 a month. Which my friends do.
Yeah, no, but still, even if you do that, then you're not getting. I mean, there's limitations that don't make it easy to do like automate. Because the thing is, they're trying to limit like abuse. Or for you to steal all the data from the app to then train an LLM or something like this. So if I just want to like figure out ways to automate my interaction with the app's system or with Instagram, they don't make that easy. But I would love to sort of automate that. And there's 4 different ways to how to leverage LLMs to control the content I consume. And then we publish that. Maybe they themselves can see how that could be used to improve their system. But there's not enough. Access.
Yeah, if you screen cap your phone, right? From your app that watches your screen with you. But I don't even know like what it would do. Like, you can hide stuff before you see.
I have that. I have Chrome extensions. I write a lot of Chrome extensions that hide parts of different pages and so on. Like for example, for my own on my main computer, I hide all views and likes and all that on YouTube content that I create, so that I don't. It doesn't. Yeah, so you don't pay attention to it. I also hide parts. I have a mode for X where I hide most of everything. So like there's no. It's same with YouTube. Like, well, I wrote my own because it's easier because it keeps changing. It's like it's not easy to keep it dynamic. But they're really good at like getting you distracted and like starting
related
stuff.
Like, I don't want related.
And like 10 minutes later, you're like, there's something that's trending.
I have a weird amount of friends addicted to YouTube, and I'm not addicted because my attention span is for YouTube. But I have this attention to like YouTube unbooked. It's like hides all the related stuff.
Oh, not the kind.
Sometimes I need to I need to search a video how to do something, and then I go to YouTube and I have to YouTube Shorts. YouTube Shorts are like they're like algorithmically designed to make you tap them, and then I tap, and then I'm like 5 minutes later, it's fake, and you're just stuck. And like, what happened? I was gonna play like a coffee mix, like a music mix for drinking coffee together like in the morning with jazz. I didn't want to get the short. It's very difficult.
I love how we're actually having all kinds of interesting problems. Okay, so what about the exit? When and how the exit?
You didn't ask me because I never sold my company, and
You've never, all the successful stuff you've done, you've never sold it.
Yeah, kind of sad. I've been in a lot of acquisition like deals and stuff.
Thanks for
People go there like manipulation and due diligence, and then changing the valuation. Like people change the valuation after. So they a lot of people string you on to hire you, and then it takes like 6 months. It's like flat. It takes 6 to 12 months. You want to see everything. You want to see your stripe and your code and whatever. And then in the end, they'll change the price to lower because you're already so invested. So that negotiation technique. I'm like, no, I don't want to sell. And the problem with my company is like they make 90% profit margin.
Look at this athleticism, folks.
Companies get sold with multiples, multiples of profit or revenue, and often the multiples like 3 times or 4 times or 5 times revenue or profit. So in my case, they're all automated, so I might as well wait 3 years and I get the same money as when I sell,
so
and then I still sell the same company.
Hey, can you stop spamming me?
3-5
Fuck
times.
no, I can't
So,
stop spamming you.
Financially,
Can't stop
it doesn't really make sense to sell. Yeah, unless the price high enough. Like if the price gets to like 6 or 7 or 8, I don't want to wait 6 years for the money. If you give me 3, like 3 years, nothing. I can wait.
So, I mean, they're really valuable stuff about the companies you create is not just the interface and the crowdsourced content, but the people themselves, like the user base.
Yeah, Nomadist is the community. Yeah.
So I could see that being extremely valuable. I'm surprised that.
Nomadist is like it's like my baby. It's like my first project took off, and I don't really know if I want to sell it. It's like something you would be nice when when you're old, because you're still working on this. It's like it has like a mission, which is like people should travel anywhere and they can work from anywhere and they can meet different cultures, and that's a good way to make the world get better. If you go to China and live in China, you'll learn that they're nice people, and a lot of stuff you hear about China's propaganda, a lot of stuff as well. But it's more, you learn a lot from traveling, and I think that's why it's like a cool project to like not sell. AI projects, I have less emotional feelings with AI projects. Check it out.
Yeah, the thing you also mentioned is you have to price in the fact that you're going to miss
Yeah,
the company.
and the
for you.
meaning it gives you, right? There's a very famous like depression after startup founders sell their company. Like they're like, this was me, who am I? And they immediately start building another one. They never can stop. So I think it's good to keep working, until you die. Just keep working on cool stuff, and you shouldn't retire. I think retirement's bad.
So you usually build the stuff solo, and mostly work solo. What's the thing?
I think I'm not so good working with other people. Not like I'm crazy, but like I don't trust other people.
To clarify, you don't trust other people to do a great job.
Yeah, and I don't want to have like this consensus meeting where we all like, you have like a meeting with three people and then you kind of get this compromise result. It's very European. It's all called Golden Model, where you put people in the room and you only let them out when they agree on the compromise, right? In politics, I think it breeds like averageness. And you get an average idea, average company, average culture.
Children of the corn.
You need to have like a leader, or you need to be solo and just do it.
Still no nice for you.
And I trust some people. Like now, with my best friend Andre,
and more
and I started.
Please speak.
It's
No.
because we know each other very long.
Please speak with
Some of the few people I would
Rabbi
build
Rothschild in Discord.
Almost never.
So what does it take to be successful when you have more than one? Like, how do you build together with Andre? How do you
Yeah, I
build
get him
together?
too.
So he coached.
Yo, Fairy.
I should post on Twitter.
Hey, you living, girl.
Like I promoted on Twitter.
Welcome to Fairy's
I
Mind.
said like
You have
product strategy. Like I
68,000
said, this
posts.
should be better. This should be better. But I think you need to have
How?
one person coding it. He codes in Ruby, so I was like, I cannot do Ruby. I'm PHP.
You literally, so
You
have
crazy,
you ever
girl.
coded with another person for prolonged
Hey, you
periods of
crazy
time?
for this
Never in
one.
my life.
What do you think is behind that?
I know, it was always just me sitting on my laptop. Like it's like coding.
No, like you've never had another developer who like rolls in and like.
I've had it once, but with PhotoEye, like there's an AI developer, Philip, I hired him to do the, because I can't write Python.
Yeah.
And AI stuff is Python. And I need to get models to work on replicate and stuff, and I need to improve PhotoEye. And he helped me a lot for like 10 months. He worked. And man, I was trying Python, working with NumPy and package manager, and it was too difficult for me to figure this shit out. And I didn't have time. Like, I think 10 years ago, I would have time to like sit, go do all-nighters to figure this stuff out with Python. I don't have the, it's not my thing.
It's not your thing. It's another programming language. I get it. AI, new thing, got it. But like, you've never had a developer roll in, look at your PHP jQuery code, and yes, like like in conversation or improv, they talk about yes and basically, all right.
I had for 1 week.
Understand.
And then ended because he wanted to rewrite everything in the.
No, this is the wrong guy.
I know.
He wanted to rewrite in what?
He wanted to rewrite he said this jQuery, you cannot do this. I'm like, okay. He's like, we need to rewrite everything in Vue.js. I'm like, are you sure? Can we just like, like jQuery is like, no man, like, and we need to change a lot of stuff. And I'm like, okay. And I was kind of like feeling it like this, we're gonna clean up shit, but then after weeks, it's gonna take way too much time.
I think I like working with people where like when I approach them, I pretend in my head that they're the smartest person who's ever existed. So I look at their code, or I look at the stuff they've created and try to see the genius of their way. Like you really have to understand people, like really notice them, like, and then from that place have a conversation about what is the better approach.
Yeah, but those are the top tier developers.
Yeah,
and those are the ones that are tech ambiguous, so they can they can learn any tech stack. They can. It's like really few, like it's like
really
top 5%. Because if you try hire devs, like no offense to devs, but most devs are not. Man, most people in general jobs are not so good at their job. Like even doctors and stuff. When you realize this, people are very average at their job, especially with dev coding. So sorry.
I think that's a really important skill for a developer to roll in and like understand the musicality, the style.
That's it.
And like,
Empathy. It's like
yeah,
code empathy, right?
code empathy.
Yeah, it's a new word, but that's it. You need to understand, like, go with all the code, get a holistic view of it, and man, you can suggest we change stuff for sure. But and look, jQuery is crazy. It's crazy. I'm using jQuery. You can change that.
It's not crazy at all. jQuery is also like beautiful and powerful, and PHP is beautiful and powerful, especially as you said recently. As the versions evolved, it's much more serious programming language now. It's super fast. Sure. Like PHP is really fast now. It's crazy. JavaScript
much faster than Ruby.
Really fast now. So the speed is something you care about. It's super fast. And like there's gigantic communities of people using those programming languages and their frameworks if you like the framework. So that whatever, it doesn't really matter what you use, but like also if I was like a developer working with you, like you are extremely successful. You've shipped a lot. So like if I roll in, I'm gonna be like, I don't assume you know nothing, assume you're a genius, like the smartest developer ever. Like learn from it, and yes, and like notice parts of the code where like here's how he's thinking, and now if I want to add another like little feature, definitely use that emoji. And then like just follow the same style and add it. And my goal is to make you happy, to make you smile, like to make you like, fuck, I get it. And now you're going to start respecting me and like trusting me, and like and you start working together. I don't know. I don't know how hard it is to find developers.
No, I think that I think I need to hire more people, need to try more people, but that costs a lot of my energy and time. But it's 100% possible. But do I want it? I don't know. Things kind of run fine for now. And, I mean, like, okay, you can say like, okay, normally this is kind of clunky. Like people say design kind of clunky. Okay, I'll improve the design. It's like next to my to-do list for them, you know? Like I'll get there eventually. But it's true. I mean, you're also extremely good. Like I'm just looking at the interfaces. I like photo AI. Like you would Jake. Right? Like how amazing. But like you get these cowboys getting. There's these cowboys. This is a lot. It's a lot. But I'm glad they're all wearing shirts. Anyway, the interface here is really, really nice. Like I can tell you know what you're doing. And with Nomad list, really, really nice interface. And that's all you. Yeah. All of this. And every little feature. People say it looks kind of ADHD or ADD, you know, like it's so much. Because it has so many things. And design these days is minimalist, right?
Right, I hear you. But this is a lot of information and useful information and delivered in a clean way while still stylish and fun to look at. So like minimalist design is about like when you want to convey no information whatsoever and look cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. It's pretentious.
Pretentious or not, the function is useless. This is about a lot of information delivered in a clean, and when it's clean, you can't be too sexy, so it's sexy enough.
Yeah, this is I think how my brain works, you know? Like there's a lot of shit going on. Like drum and bass music, it's like very...
Yeah, but this still pretty. The spacing of everything is nice. The fonts are really nice. It's very readable. Very small.
I like it, you know, but I made it so I don't trust my own judgment.
No, this is really nice.
Thank you.
The emojis are somehow like it's a style, it's a thing.
I need to pick the emojis. It takes a while to pick them.
Like there's something about emojis, a really nice, memorable like placeholder for the idea. Yeah, like if it was just text, it would actually be overwhelming if it was just text. The emojis really help. It's a brilliant addition. Like some people might look at it, why do you have emojis everywhere? It's actually really, for me, it's really emojis. Yeah, well, people don't know what they're talking about. And I'm sure people will tell you a lot of things. This is really nice. And using color is nice. Small font, but not too small. And obviously, you have to show maps, which is really tricky. Yeah, this is really, really nice. And all of, I mean, like, okay, like how this looks when you hover over it. No, I understand that, but like, I'm sure there's like, how long does it take you to figure out how you want to work? You ever go down the rabbit hole and you spend like 2 weeks?
No, it's like 10 years of anesthesia position here, or 2 days, or
Well, let's say like TVs are all they're rounded now.
yeah.
If you wanted to like round is probably the better way, right? If you wanted to be rectangular, like sharp corners, what would you do?
So I go through the index of CSS, and I do Command F, and I search border radius 12px, and then I replace with border radius 0, and then I do Command Enter, and it git deploys, pushes to the git out, and then sends a webhook, and then goes to my server, and it's live in 5 seconds.
Oh, you often deploy to production. You don't have like a testing ground.
No, so I'm like famous for this because I'm too lazy to set up like a staging server on my laptop every time. So nowadays I just deploy to production, and I'm gonna be canceled for this, but it works very well for me because I have like these links and JSON, so it tells me when there's errors, so I don't deploy. But literally I have like 37,000 git commits in the last 12 months, so I make like a small fix and Command Enter. GitHub sends a web to my server. Web server pulls it, deploys to production, and it's there.
What's the latency on you checking?
1 second.
You change, and then you get really good at like now.
100% you're right. Like people are like, how can you do this? Well, you get good at not taking the server down, because you need to code more carefully. But it's idiotic in any big company, but for me it works because it makes me so fast. Like somebody reported a bug on Twitter, and I kind of do like a stopwatch, how fast and it's a bug, and then 2 minutes later, for example, it's fixed. Yeah. And it's fun because it's annoying for me to work with companies where you report a bug and it takes like 6 months. It's like horrible, and it makes people really happy when you can really quickly solve the problem. So. But it's crazy.
I don't think it's crazy. I mean, I'm sure there's a middle ground, but I think that whole thing where there's stages like testing, like staging, and then there's like multiple tables and databases that you use for the stage. Like it's a mess, and there's different teams involved.
I'm like a good, funny extreme on their side,
but just a little bit safer, but not too much.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's actually like how X now how they doing rapid improvement. Exactly.
More bugs.
Yeah.
You complain about like, oh look, you bought this Twitter, now this is full of bugs. Dude, it's shipping stuff. Like things are happening now, and it's a dynamic app now.
Yeah, the bug is actually a sign of the system.
Yeah.
The bug is a feature because it shows that the team is actually building. Well, one of the problems is like I see with YouTube, there's so much potential to build features, but I just see how long it takes. So I've gotten a chance to interact with many of the teams, but one of the teams is MLA, multi-language audio. I noticed that YouTube you can have audio tracks in different languages or whatever. And that there's a team, not many people are using it, but like every single feature, they have to meet and agree, and they allocate resources. Like engineers have to work on it, but I'm sure it's a pain in the ass for the engineers to get approval. Because they have to not break the rest of the site, whatever they do. But like, if you don't have enough tutorial, like top down, like you need this now, it's gonna take forever to do anything multi-language audio. But multi-language audio is a good example of a thing that seems niche right now, but it's quite possible could change the entire world. When I upload this conversation on here, it's instantaneously, it dubs it into 40 languages. And everybody can see every single video can be watched and listened to in those different, it changes everything. And YouTube is extremely well positioned to be the leader. They got the huge, they got the user base, they have the experience of how to do this. Like multi-language audio should be high priority feature. Yeah, that's high priority. Like that's, and it's a way, Google's obsessed with AI right now. They want to show off dominant AI. That's a way for Google to say, like, we use AI. Like, this is a way to break down the walls that language creates.
The preferred outcome for them is probably their career, not the overall result cool product.
I think they're not like selfish. They want to do good. There's something about the machines, the organizational stuff.
I have this when I record blogs and like the companies I work with. I talk to a lot of different people in DM, and they're all really trying hard to do something. They're all really nice, and I'm the one being kind of asshole because I'm like, guys, I'm talking to 20 people about this for 6 months, nothing's happening. You say, man, I know, but I'm trying my best. And yeah, so it's systemic.
Yeah, it requires, again, I don't know if there must be a nicer word, but like a dictatorial type of top down, the CEO rolls in, and just says like, for YouTube it's like MLA, get this done now. This is the highest priority.
I think big companies, especially in America, a lot of it is legal, right? You need to pass every thing. And you can't, like, man, the things I do, you never do them in big corporations. Everything has to be, probably can get deployed, has to go through.
Well, again, dictatorial, you basically say Steve Jobs did this quite a lot. You know, a lot of what he do is ignore the words, ignore PR, ignore everybody. Give policy engineers, like listen to the people on the ground, get this shit done and get it done by Friday.
And the law can change. Like, for example, let's say you launch this AI dubbing and it's some legal process lawsuit. Okay, so the law changes. There will be appeals, there will be some Supreme Court thing, whatever. And the law changes. So just by shifting it, you change society, you change the legal framework. By not changing the kind of legal framework all the time, like not changing things.
Just out of curiosity, what idea? Talk about like your whole setup. Given how ultra productive you are, and then you often program in your underwear, slouching on the couch. Does it matter to you in general? Is there like a specific idea you use VS Code?
Yeah, VS Code. Before I used to blind text, it didn't matter a lot. Because I'm very skeptical of like tools when people think it matters, right? I don't think it matters. I think whatever tool you know very well, you can go do this very fast. Like, you know, the shortcuts, for example, you know, I love Sublime Text because I could use like move the cursor and you search something, and I could just like make mass replaces in a file with the cursor things. VS Code doesn't really have that.
It's actually interesting. It's the one first editor where I've learned that. And I think they just make that super easy to like multi-cursor editing thing, whatever. I'm sure like almost every editor can do that. It's probably hard to set up.
Yeah, it's the one that's not to do. Or at least I tried. But I would use that to like process data, like data set from World Bank, multi-cursor mass change things. Yeah, VS Code. And I was really into using Code. Twitter would always see my screenshots of Sublime Text and say, why are you still using Sublime Text? And Boomer use VS Code. And I'm like, yeah, I'll try it. I got a new MacBook, and then I never install like, I never copy the old MacBook. I just make it fresh, you know, like a clean, like Format C, you know, Windows. Clean start. And I'm like, okay, I'll try VS Code. Sucks. But I don't really care. Like, it's not so.
Well, you know the Format C.
So you install Windows, and then after 3 or 6 months, it starts breaking, and everything was like gets slow. You restart, go to DOS, Format C, delete your hard drive, and then install the Windows 95. So and you would design everything like, now I'm going to install it properly. Now I'm going to design my desktop properly. You know?
Yeah, I don't know if peer pressure, but like I use Emacs for many, many years, and I love lists, so a lot of the customization I've done with lists. Partially it was peer pressure, part of it was realizing like you need to keep learning stuff. Like the same issue with jQuery. Like I still think I need to learn Node.js. Even though that's not my main thing, like, I feel like you need to keep learning this stuff. And even if you don't choose to use it long term, you need to give it a chance. So your understanding of the world is
hey, you want to understand the new technological concepts and see if they can benefit you, you know? They're just stupid not to use it.
it's more about the concepts, I would say, than the actual tools. And that can be a challenging thing. So going to VS Code and like really learning it, like all the shortcuts, all the extensions, and actually installing different stuff, playing with it. That was an interesting challenge. It was uncomfortable.
Yeah.
We just got in.
It's like neuroflex, like your brain needs that, you know?
I gotta do that more. Have you given the reaction?
No, but I want to learn it. I understand the basics, right? I don't really know where to start.
So would you like? I guess you got to use your own model, which is like build the thing using it.
No, so I kind of did that. Like I kind of like the stuff I do in jQuery is essentially a lot of it is like I started rebuilding whatever tech is already out there. Not based on that, but just an accident. And I keep going long enough that I built the same. Start getting the same problems everybody else has. And start building the same frameworks kind of. So I essentially I use my own kind of framework.
You basically build a framework from scratch. It's your own.
Kind of, yeah. Apex calls. And that's essentially the same thing. So I don't see time. I think saying you don't have the time is like always a lie if you just don't prioritize it enough. My priority is still like running the businesses and improving that and AI. Learning AI is much more valuable now than learning front-end framework. Like it's more impact.
I guess it should be just learning every single day.
Yeah, learn a little bit of React. I think now like next. But I call them the military industrial. But you need to know. You need to know it anyway.
You gotta learn how to use the weapons of war, and then yeah. I mean, but you gotta learn it in the same exact ways we were talking about, which is learn it by trying to build something with it and actually deploy it.
Frameworks are so complicated and it changes so fast. So, like, where do I start? You know, I guess it's the same thing when you're starting out making websites. I mean, where do you start? As before, I guess, but yeah, it's just so dynamic. It changes so fast, and I don't know if it would be a good idea for me to learn it. You know? Maybe some combination of like Vue, Next, with PHP, Laravel. Laravel is like a framework PHP. I think that would be good benefit. You know? Maybe Tailwind for success, like styling engine. Like, that stuff could probably save me time.
Yeah, but you won't know until you really give it a try, and it feels like you have to build, like maybe I'm talking to myself, but like I should probably recode like my personal one page in Laravel, or even though it might not have any dynamic elements, maybe you have one dynamic element, but they have to go end to end in that framework, or like end to end build it in Node.js. Some of it is, I don't know, figuring out how you even deploy it.
I probably, all I know is right now it's sent to GitHub and it's sent to my server. I don't know how to get JavaScript running. I have no clue. So I guess I need like a fast, like a virtual array or a local kind of system.
I actually kind of just gave myself the idea of like I kind of just want to build a single web page, like one web page that has like one dynamic element, and just do it in every single, like in a lot of frameworks. Like just
On the same page.
same,
All the
exact
same page.
kind of
Smart.
page.
Right.
Like
All these frameworks, you can see the differences.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And do it.
Yeah, stuff like
I should figure out actually something sufficiently complicated. It should probably do some kind of thing where it has the database and dynamic stuff.
some AI stuff.
Yeah, maybe some. It doesn't have to be AI one.
Maybe
Maybe
do
API calls. API calls.
Yeah,
Something.
to replicate, for example, and then yeah, that would be very useful.
Yeah, and I time it, and also report on my happiness.
Yeah,
I think it's totally do.
because nobody benchmarks this. Nobody's benchmarking developer happiness with frameworks.
Yeah.
Nobody's benchmarked the shipping time.
I think it just take like a month. Some of these frameworks take how many? There's like 5 main ways of doing it. So there's like there's back end, front end.
It's something that confused me too. Like React now apparently has become back end.
Yeah.
Something used to be on the front end. And you're forced to do it now back end. I don't know.
And then, but there's not really, really forced to do it. So, according to the internet, so like, there's no, it's actually not trivial to find a canonical way of doing things. Like the standard vanilla, like you go to the ice cream shop, there's like a million flavors. I want vanilla. If I've never had ice cream in my life. We just like learn about ice cream. I want vanilla. Nobody actually depends on. I think it's very hard to go. I want to know what's the basic, but not like dumb, but like the standard canonical.
Yeah, I don't know the dominant way. Like the dominant 6% of developers use like this. Hard to figure that out.
Yeah, maybe all ones can help. Maybe they just explicitly ask, what is the dominant?
They usually know like they give answers that are like the most probable kind of.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. Actually, like, I think honestly, maybe it would help if you want to learn, or I would want to learn like framework. Hire somebody that already does it and just sit with them and make something together. Yeah, I've never done that, but I thought about it. It would be a very fast way to, take their knowledge, put it in my brain, try these kind of things.
But what happens is, depends what kind of, if they're like a world-class developer, yes. Oftentimes, they themselves are used to that thing, and they have not themselves explored other options. So they have this dogmatic, like, talking down to you, like, this is the right way to do it. It's like, no, we're just, like, exploring together, okay, show me the cool things you've tried. Which is, like, it has to have open-mindedness to, like, Node.js is not the right way to do web development. It's like one way, and there's nothing wrong with the old LAMP, PHP, jQuery, JavaScript way. It just has its pros and cons. You need to know what the pros and cons.
You can find those people problems.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to learn AI, imagine you have Kapati sitting next to you.
Yeah.
Like he does these YouTube videos, it's amazing. You can teach it to like a 5-year-old how to make LLM. It's amazing. Imagine this guy sitting next to you and just teaching you like, let's make LLM together. Like, for the shit would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Kapati has its own style, and so, like, I'm not sure he's from everybody. For example, 5-year-old, it depends on 5-year-old.
Yeah. But
He's like super technical.
But he's amazing because he's super technical and he's the only one who can explain his stuff in a simple way, which shows his complete genius. Yeah. Because if you can explain without jargon, you're like,
And those are feedback.
yeah, it's like top tier, you know?
Like, he might be anti-framework. Because he goes from
Actually,
scratch.
exactly, yeah, actually, he probably is. Yeah.
He's like you, but for
Yeah, so maybe learning framework is a very bad idea for us. Staying in PHP. I like script kidding and
But you have to, maybe by learning the framework, you learn what you want to yourself.
yeah, maybe learn concepts, but you don't actually have to start using it for your life, right? Yeah.
He's still a Mac guy. Was a Mac guy?
Yeah. I switched to Mac in 2013 because it was because when I wanted to start traveling, and my brother was like, "Dude, get a MacBook. It's like standard now." I'm like, wow, I need to switch from Windows, and I had like 3 screens, like Windows. I had this whole setup for music production. I had to sell everything.
Gang signs, pimp.
And I remember opening like this MacBook box, like, and it was so beautiful. This aluminium, and then I opened it, I removed it, the screen protector thing. It's so beautiful, and I didn't touch it for 3 days. I was just like looking at it, really, and I was still on the Windows computer, and then I went traveling with that. So and all my great things started when I switched to Mac. It sounds very dogmatic, right? But
What great things are you talking about?
well, the business started working out. Like, I started traveling, I started building startups, started making money. It all started when I switched to Mac.
Listen, I kind of, you're making one switch to Mac. So I either use Linux inside Windows with WSL or just Ubuntu Linux. But Windows for most stuff like editing or any like Adobe products,
stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, you can use, I guess you could do Mac stuff there. I wonder if I should switch. What do you miss about Windows? What was the pros and cons?
The Finder is horrible on Mac. Like, it's like
The what is
the Finder. Oh, you don't know the Finder? So this Windows Explorer.
Yeah.
Windows Explorer is amazing.
We're talking about.
Finder is strange, man. There's like strange things. There's this bug where if you send like attach a photo in WhatsApp or Telegram, it just selects the whole folder and you almost accidentally can click enter and you send all your photos, all your files to this chat group. Happened to my girlfriend. She starts sending me photo. So Finder is very unusual, but it has Linux. Like the whole thing is like Unix based. Right?
So you use the command line?
All the time. And the cool thing is you can run things like Unix, like Debian or whatever. You can run most Linux stuff on macOS, which makes it very good for development. Like I have my Nginx server. If I'm not lazy to set up my staging on my laptop, it's just an Nginx server, the same as I have on my cloud server, right? The same where the websites run, and I can use almost everything, same config files, configuration files, and it just works. And that makes Mac a very good platform for Linux stuff.
Yeah.
Real Ubuntu is like better.
Yeah. I'm in this weird situation where I'm somewhat of a power user in Windows and let's say Android, and all the much smarter friends I have all using Mac and iPhone. And it's like,
If you don't want to go through peer pressure,
it's not peer pressure. It's like one of the reasons I want to have kids is that there's a lot of like I would love to have kids as a baseline. But there's like a concern. Maybe there's going to be a trade-off, all this kind of stuff. But you see like these extremely successful, smart people who are friends of mine who have kids and are really happy to have kids. So that's not peer pressure. That's just like a strong signal.
yeah, it just works for people.
That works.
Yeah,
And the same thing with Mac. It's like like the fun. Like I don't see fundamentally. I don't like closed systems. But like fundamentally, I like Windows more because there's much more freedom. Same with Android. There's much more freedom. It's much more customizable. But like all the cool kids, smart kids are using Mac and iPhone. All right, I need to give it a real chance, especially for development. Since more and more stuff is done in the cloud anyway. But it's funny to hear you say all the good stuff. Maybe I'll be like that guy too. When I switch to Mac, all the good stuff started happening.
I think it's about the hardware. It's not about the software. The hardware is so well built. Keyboard.
Yeah, but look at the keyboard I use. That's one word for it. What's your favorite place to work?
On the couch.
Does the couch matter? Is the couch at home? Or is it any couch?
No, any like hotel couch. In the room, right? Yeah. But I used to work like very ergonomically with like standing desk and everything like perfect. Eye height, screen over. And I felt like, man, it's actually really listening to it. I started getting RSI, repaired the change, tingling stuff, and go on my back. And I was sitting in the co-working space at 6 a.m., the sun comes up, and I'm working, I'm coding, and I hear like a sound or something, so I do like a little left, and my neck gets stuck, like, I'm like, wow, fuck. And am I dying? And I'm probably dying.
Yeah,
So I'm
probably.
gonna die in the COVID space. I'm gonna go home and die. And peace and honor.
Yeah.
So I closed my laptop and I put it in my backpack. And I walked to the street, got on my motorbike, went home. And I lied down on like a pillow, like my legs up and stuff. To get rid of this like whole back. It was because I was working like this all the time.
Yeah.
So I started getting like laptop stand, everything economically correct. But then I started lifting, and since then, like, it seems like everything gets straightened out. Posture kind of even more straight. And I never had RSI anymore, repressing. I never tingling anymore, no pain. So then I started working on the sofa, and it's great. Like it feels you're close to the. I sit like this, legs together, and then a pillow and a laptop, and then I work.
Are you like doing that?
Yeah,
Where's the mouse? Usually.
no, so everyone's stretched out in the neck. I used to have the Logitech and Mac mouse, perfect mouse.
You're doing like this little thing with the thing.
Yes,
One screen.
on screen. I used to have 3 screens, so I come from the. I know where to put them. I have all the stuff. But then I realized that having it all condensed in one laptop, it's 6 minutes messy, it's quite big, but having it all in there, it's amazing because you're so close to the tools, you're so close to what's happening, you know? It's like working on a car or something. It's like so, like, man, if you have 3 screens here, you can open it. So,
Well, I don't know. This sounds like you're part of a cult and you're just trying to do something. But but it's good to hear that you can be ultra productive on a single screen. That's great.
it's on tap, alt top, like Windows alt top,
It's very fast. So you have like the entire screen is taken up by VS Code, say you look at the code, and then you deploy like the website, you switch screen.
on tap. I used to have this swipe screen, you know, you could do like different screen spaces. I was like, it's too difficult. Let's put it on one screen on the MacBook, and then
So you be productive that way.
yeah, very productive. Yeah. More productive than before.
Because I have 3 screens, 2 of them are heard of it?
Yeah,
Inside.
codes, right? Yeah.
But Cody, you see all that.
No, man, I love it. Like I love seeing it with friends. Like they have amazing like battle stations, right? Well, amazing. I want it, but I don't want it, right? Like
You like the constraints.
that's it.
There's some aspects of the constraints, but like once you get good at it, you can focus your mind.
Man, I'm suspicious of like more, you know? You need all the stuff like might slow me down.
It's a good way to put it. Suspicious of more. Me too. Yeah, suspicious of more in all ways.
Because you can defend more, right? You can defend. Yeah, I'm a developer. I make money. I need more screens, right? I need to be more efficient. And then you read stuff about like mythical man month, where like hiring more people slows down a software project. It's famous. I think you can use that metaphor maybe for tools as well. And I see friends just with fear acquisition syndrome buying so much stuff, but they're not that productive. They have the best, most beautiful battle stations, desktops, everything. They're not that productive. It's also like kind of fun, like it's all from my laptop in a backpack, right? It's kind of nomad, minimalist.
Take me through like the perfect ultra productive day in your life. Like, say like where you get a lot of shit done. It's all focused on getting shit done. Like, when are you waking up? Is it regular time?
Yes, so I go to sleep like 2 a.m. usually, before 4 a.m. My girlfriend goes to sleep midnight, so we compromise at 2 a.m. I wake up around 10, 11, more like 10. Shower, make coffee. I make coffee like real coffee, like V60, the filter. And boil water and coffee and chill a little with my girlfriend, and then open laptop, start coding, check what's going on, like bugs or whatever.
How long are you? Like, how stretches of time are you?
Welcome. So you used to need like really long.
How are you?
Do like all night stuff to get you done.
What's going on? What up, Villamundi 999? How's your day going? Can you hear me? Villamundi, can you hear me? What's going on, big dog? How are you? How'd you find out about me? Can you hear me? Villamundi. Villamundi. How you living, pimp? Villamundi 999. How are you? Can you hear me? Did you find out about me from Blue Sky? Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Villamundi, can you hear me? All right. That's tight. We're just watching Lex Friedman.
But I've gotten trained to like have more interruptions where I can like,
because you have to.
It's life. Like there's a lot of distractions. Like, your girlfriend has stuff, people come over, whatever. So I'm very fast now. I can lock in and lock out quite fast. And I heard people, developers or entrepreneurs with kids have the same thing. Like before they're like, I cannot work, but they get used to it. And they get really productive in like a short time because they only have like 20 minutes and then shit goes crazy again. So I'm not a constraint, right? Yeah, so I think that works for me. Yeah, and then cook food and stuff, like have lunch, steak and chicken.
You eat a bunch of times a day. So you say coffee.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah, so a few hours later, cook food. You get like locally sourced like meat and stuff and vegetables and cook that. And then second coffee and go outside for lunch. Like you can mix fun stuff,
How many hours are you saying a perfectly productive day are you doing programming? Like if you were like to kill it. You're doing like all day basically.
You mean like the special days where like the girlfriend leaves to like Paris or something and you're alone for a week at home, which is amazing. Yes. You can just code. It's like you stay up all night and eat chocolate. And,
It's like chocolate.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's remove girlfriend from picture, social life from picture. It's just you.
Man, that shit goes crazy.
Because when shit goes crazy.
Now shit goes crazy.
So let's rewind. Are you still waking up? There's coffee. There's no girlfriend. There's no.
Now we wake up like 1 p.m. 2 p.m.
Because you went to bed at 6 a.m.
Yeah, because I was coding. I was finding some new AI shit. And I was studying it. and it was amazing. And I can't sleep because it's too important. We need to stay awake. We need to see all of this. We need to make something now. But that's the time that I do make like new stuff more. So I think I got a friend. He actually books a hotel for like a week to like leave his. He has a kid too. And his girlfriend and his kid stay in the house. And he goes to another hotel. Sounds a little suspicious, right? Going to a hotel, but all he does is like writing or coding. He's a writer, and he needs like this alone time, this silence. And I think for this flow state, it's true. I'm better maintaining stuff when there's a lot of disruptions than like creating new stuff. I need this. It's calm and flow state. It's uninterrupted period of time. Um, so yeah, wake up like 1, 2 p.m. Still coffee, shower, still shower, and then just code like nonstop. Maybe my friend comes over
Some distraction.
Yeah, he also Andre codes too, so he comes over, we code together, we listen. It starts going back to like the Bali days, like co-working days, like
You're not really working with him, but you just both working.
because it's nice to have like a vibe where you both sit together on the couch and coding something, and it's mostly silent or there's music. Sometimes you ask something, but generally like you're really locked in.
What music do you use?
I think like techno, like YouTube techno. There's a channel called HOR with a umlaut, like HO double dot. It's Berlin techno, whatever. It looks like they filmed it in like a toilet with like white tiles and stuff. And very cool. And they always have like very good like industrial.
It does. So
And
fast
like
paced,
aggressive,
heavy.
like
Yeah. That's not distracting to your brain.
it's amazing. I think distracting, man, jazz. Like I listen coffee jazz with my girlfriend when I wake up, and it's kind of like piano starts getting annoying. It's like dun, 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 dun. Too many tones. It's like too many things going on. This industrial techno is like these African like rain dances. Like it's this transcendental trance.
That's interesting because I actually mostly now listen to brown noise.
Yeah, wow.
Like pretty loud. And one of the things you learn is your brain gets used to whatever. I'm sure to techno, if I actually give it a real chance, my brain will get used to it. Like with noise, what happens? Something happens to your brain. I think there's a science to it, but I don't really care. You just have to be a scientist of one, like study yourself, your own brain. For me, it does something. I discovered it right away when I tried it for the first time. After about like a couple of minutes, every distraction just like disappears, and it goes like you can like hold focus on things like really well. It's weird. Like you can like really focus on the thing. It doesn't really matter what that. I think that's what people achieve with like meditation. You can like focus on your breath, for example.
And it's just normal brown. It's not like binaural.
No,
It's just normal brown.
just like white noise. I think is the same. It's fake noise, white noise. Brown noise, I think, is what it's like bassier. Like,
Yeah, it's more diffused, more dampened. Yeah.
yeah, but
Yeah, I can see that.
no
Sharp,
sharpness.
sharp brightness.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can see that. And you use a headphone, right?
yeah. I actually like walk around in life often with brown noise.
Dude, that's like psychopath shit, but it's cool.
Yeah. When I murder people, it helps. It drowns out their screams.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
I said too much. No,
Man, I'm gonna try brown noise
with a murder or for the code? Yeah.
for the code.
Okay, good. Try it. But you have to, like with everything else, you give it a real chance. Yeah. I also, like I said, do techno-y type stuff, electronic music, on top of the brown noise. But then control the speed. Because the faster it goes, the more anxiety. So if I really need to get shit done, especially with programming, I'll have a beat. It's great. I think it's cool to play those little searches in mind and study yourself. Yeah. I usually don't like to have people around because when people, even if they're working, I don't know, I like people too much. They're like interesting.
Yeah, in coworkers, everything's talking too much.
Yeah. So they're a source of distraction.
Yeah, we would do it in the coworkers. We would do like a money, like pot, like a mark. So if you would work for 45 minutes, and then if you say one per word, you would get a fine, which is like $1. $1. Say, hey, what's up? So $3, put in the mark. And then 15 minutes free time, like you can like prior to having 45 minutes again work. That works. But you need to shut people up where they
I think there's just intimacy in being silent together. Then maybe I'm uncomfortable with it. But you need to make yourself vulnerable and actually do it. Like with close friends, you just sit there in silence for a long period of time and like doing a thing.
I watched this video podcast, it's like this Buddhism podcast, people meditating. And they were interviewing each other or whatever, and like suddenly after a question, it's like, yeah. And there was just silence for like 2 minutes. And then they said, concession stand in bathroom. I was like, wow, and it was kind of
nuance like that. And I really like that. You'll ask a question. Like, I don't know. What's a perfectly productive day for you? Like I asked that. And you just sit there like
he's probably 6 years old. So he was probably a teenager at the time. I was like 7. It's so cool. I wish I wish I could think more about it. But I want to show you my heart, you know? I want to show you, go straight from my heart to my mouth to like saying the real thing. And the more I think, the more I start like filtering myself, right? I want to just throw it out there.
I do that more with team. I think he has a lot of practice in that. I do that as well in team settings, and you think you're great, but you allow yourself to just like think in silence. Just like, because even in meetings, you want to talk. And it's like, no, you think before you speak. Like, it's okay to be silent together. If you allow yourself the room to do that, you can actually come up with really good ideas. It's okay, it's perfect day. How much caffeine are you consuming?
Not too much, right? Because normally like two cups of coffee, but on this perfect day, like we go to like 4 minutes. We're starting to hit like the anxiety levels.
So 4 cups is a lot.
Well, I think my coffees are quite strong when I make them. It's 20 grams of coffee powder in the So, like my friends call them like nuclear coffee because it's quite strong. But it's nice to hit that anxiety level where you're like almost panic attack, but you're not there yet. So, but that's like, man, it's like super locked in. Just amazing. But I mean, there's a space for that, you know, in my life. But I think it's great for making new stuff.
Starting from scratch, but
Yes, I think girlfriends should let the guys go away for like 2 weeks every year, and just sit and make some shit without, you know, they're amazing, but like no disturbances, just be alone, and then, you know, people can make something very, very amazing.
just wearing cowboy hats in the mountains.
Exactly, you can do that.
There's a movie about that.
With the laptop.
I didn't do much programming.
Yeah, you can do a little bit of that.
Okay.
And then a little bit of shipping, you know.
But
they need to allow us to go. You know, you need like a man cave, right?
Yeah, shit.
Yeah, shit.
Shit done. Yeah, balance. Okay, cool. What about sleep, naps, and all that? You're not sleeping much?
I don't think naps in the day. I think power naps are good, but I'm never tired anymore in the day. So because of gym, I'm not tired. I'm tired when I want to sleep. You know, when it's night, I sleep very well.
I love it. Yeah. I don't know why. Brain shuts off, turns on. I don't know if it's healthy or not. It's choice. I think with anything, mental, physically, you have to be a student of your own body and like know which one is up. Like, you have to be skeptical taking advice from the internet in general. Because a lot of the advice is just like a good baseline for the general population. But then you have to become a student of your own, like of your own body, of your own self, how you work. I've done a lot of like intermittent fasting and
Yo, what's going on, Terry Chad? How you living, pimp?
Kind of a lot.
Yeah. What's good, big dog?
Yeah. It's been a long time since I've talked to you.
What's new in your neck of the woods?
So how have you been?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
What have you been watching though?
I'm watching podcasts right now, Lex Friedman podcast.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
What is good with you?
Well, see, the thing is that I'm actually waiting for my visa to approve. Like I'm thinking of going to the US.
Very cool. You excited?
Yeah, I mean, definitely like a new country, a new place, totally beginning, I would say.
Excellent. You gonna sling dick when you're here?
Hold on, what?
Are you going to sling dick when you are here?
I actually have a girlfriend now.
Oh, all right.
Like the main reason that I want to come to the US is just meet her.
Oh, okay. So she lives here.
Yeah, she's from Michigan.
Oh, very well. Is that where you're going?
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Well, excellent. That's tight.
And so the main reason I connected to you today is she is actually a lot depressed, so I think you are the best person that that can help her out.
Absolutely. Bring her in.
Sure, hold on.
I realize I get much stronger, feel much better if I eat once or twice a day.
And me too, yeah. It's great. I never need to be small.
Let me just ask you, could be interesting if you can comment on some of the other products you've created. We talked about Nomad Look, Interior AI, Photo AI, Therapist AI. What's your Moto Kit?
It's a job board for remote jobs. Because back then, like 10 years ago, there was job boards, but it was not really specific remote job boards. So I made one big. Made like first on Nomad is made like Nomad jobs, like a page. And a lot of companies started hiring. They pay for job posts. They spin it off to remote pay. And I was like the number one or number two biggest remote job board. And it's also fully automated. People just post a job and people apply. It has like profiles as well. Like, it's kind of like LinkedIn for remote work.
Just focus on remote.
Yeah, it's essentially like a simple job board. I discovered job boards are way more complicated than you think. But yeah, it's a job. But the nice thing is you can charge a lot of money for job posts. Man, it's big money. You can charge like you start with $2.99, but at the peak during when the Fed started printing money, like 2021, I was making like 140K a month with remote pay. It was just job posts. And I started like adding crazy upsells, like rainbow colored job posts. You can add your background name. It's just upsells, man. And you charge $1,000 for an upsell. It was crazy. And all these companies upsell. Yeah, I won everything. Job posts cost $3,400, $4,000. And I was like, this is good business. And then the Fed stopped printing money, and it all went down, and it went down to like 10K a month, from 140. Now it's back. It's like 40.
I gotta ask you, back to the digital nomad life. You wrote a blog post on reset, and in general, like just giving away everything. Yeah, what did it take to do that? Like, to get rid of everything.
10 years ago was like this trend in the blog. Back then, blogs were so popular. It was like a blogosphere, and it was like a 100 things challenge.
What is that?
I mean, it's ridiculous, but like you write down every object you have in your house, and you count it. You make like a spreadsheet, and you're like, okay, I have 500 things. You need to get it down to 100. Why? You know, it's just a trend. So I did it. I started like selling stuff, started throwing away stuff. And I did like MDMA next to like 2012, and after that trip, I felt so different, and I felt like I had to start throwing shit away. Like I swear, and I started throwing shit away, and I felt that was like it was almost like the drug sending me to a path of like you throw your shit away, you start, go on a journey to get out of here, and this is what the MDMA did.
How hard is it to get down to $100?
Well, you used to like sell your PC and stuff. You used to go on eBay, and then man, going on eBay selling all your stuff is very interesting. You discover society. Man, you meet the crazy people. You meet every range, from rich to poor. Everybody comes to your house to buy stuff. It's so funny, so interesting. I recommend everybody do it.
Just to meet people that want your shit.
Yeah, it was so. I didn't know. I was living in Amsterdam, and I didn't know I had my own subculture. I discovered the Dutch people as they are from eBay. They sold everything.
It was like the weirdest thing you had to sell. You had to find a buyer for it. Not the weird, but like what was memorable.
So back then I was making music, and I would make music videos with like a Canon 5D camera. Back then everybody's making videos with it, and we bought it with my friends and stuff. And it was kind of like I had to sell this thing too because it was very expensive. It was 6 days. But it meant that selling this meant that we wouldn't make music anymore. I would leave Holland. It's kind of like stuff we were working on with ends. I was kind of saying this music video stuff, we're not getting big, not getting famous in this or successful. We need to stop doing this music production also. We're not really working. And it was kind of like, felt very bad, for my friends because we need to work together on this. And to sell this like camera and we make stuff. It was a hard design. It was just a camera, but it was like, it felt like, sorry guys, it doesn't work and I need to go.
Who bought it? There's some guy who couldn't possibly understand the journey.
Motion of it.
Yeah. He just showed up with here's the money.
Yeah. But it was like cutting your life with this shit. Now we're gonna do new stuff.
I think it's beautiful. I did that choice in my life the other way. Everything in it. Like down to just pants, underwear, backpack. I think it's important to do.
Yeah, I think that's what I learned from it. Like you learn that you can live a very little object, a little stuff, and but there's a counter to it. Like you lean more on the stuff and services, right? Like for example, you don't need a car, you use Uber, right? You don't need kitchen stuff because you go to restaurants, when you travel. So you lean more on other people's services because you spend money on that as well.
Yeah, but just letting go of material possessions, which it gives a kind of freedom to how you move about the world.
Yeah.
It gives you complete freedom to go into another city, to backpack. There's a kind of freedom to it. There's something about material possessions and having a place and all that ties you down a little bit. Makes spiritual.
Yeah.
It's good to take a leap out into the world, especially when you're younger. To like,
Man, I remember if you're 18, you get out of high school, do this, go travel, and do some internet stuff, whatever. Bring your laptop, and it's an amazing experience. 5 years ago, I was still going to university, but now I'm thinking like, no, maybe skip university. Just go first, like travel around a little bit, figure some stuff out. You can go back to university when you're 25. You can like, okay, now you're successful in business, you have money at least. Now you can choose what you really want to study. You know? Because people at 18, they go study what's probably good for the job market. Right? So it probably makes more sense. Like, if you want that, go travel, do some businesses, go back to university.
so one of the biggest uses of a university is networking. You gain friends, you gain like you meet people. It's a forcing function. Is you meet people out into the world by traveling.
You meet so many different cultures.
And the problem for me is like if I travel at that young age, I'm attracted to people at the outskirts of the world. Like for me,
Like where?
you know, not geographically.
Oh, like the subcultures.
Like the weirdos, the darks.
Yeah, me too.
But that might not be the best networking at 18 years old.
No, but man, if you're smart about it, you can stay safe. And I met so many weirdos from traveling. You meet this how travel works. You really get to you meet the craziest people.
Yeah.
And it's the most interesting people. And it's just I cannot recommend it enough.
But see, the thing is that when you're 18, I feel like depending on your personality, you have to learn both how to be a weirdo and how to be a normie. Like you still have to learn how to fit into society. Like for a person like me, for example, who's always an outcast, like there's always a danger of going full outcast.
Yeah.
And that's a harder life. I feel like if you go full artist and full like darkness, it's just a harder life. You come back to normal. That's a skill. That's like I think you have to learn how to fit into like polite society.
I was very strange outcast as well, and I'm more adaptable to normie now.
I learned it. Yes.
After 30s, you're like, yeah.
That needs skill.
Man, I feel also that you start as an outcast, but the more you work on yourself, the less like shit you have. You kind of start becoming more normal because you become more chill with yourself, more happy, and kind of makes you uninteresting, right? A little bit.
Yes.
Like the crazy people are always the most interesting. You've solved your internal struggles in your therapy and stuff, and kind of become it's not so interesting anymore.
You don't have to be broken to be interesting, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What kind of things were left and you minimalized?
So the backpack,
Yeah.
MacBook, toothbrush, some clothes, underwear, socks. You don't need a lot of clothes in Asia because it's hot, so you just wear swim pants, swim shorts. You walk around flip flops, so very basic t-shirt, and go to the laundromat and wash my stuff.
$6.99 large 2-topping pizzas and Domino's this week only. Hurry in and order
Yeah,
today.
it's nice. There's as I mentioned, they're still alone. They really test people. You only get 10 items and you have to survive on the order. And an axe. Everybody brings an axe. Some people also have a saw. It's really axe though. You got they have to
YoKratom.com. Yeah.
And like
Minecraft.
everything I learned about life. Yeah. You could. It's nice to create those constraints for yourself to understand what matters to you and also how to be useful. And one of the ways to do that is to live a minimalist life. But like some people, like I've met people that really enjoy material possessions, and that brings them happiness, and that's really essential. And for me, it doesn't.
Welcome.
So people are different.
It's really happy for like 2 weeks.
How are you?
I'm very quickly adapting to like baseline.
How you living, Pimp? What's good in your neck of the woods?
Shit, waiting for Rothschild to get online so you can
Yeah, dog. Did you hear what happened to him the other day?
No, what happened?
He blew it all. Dog, it was the most depressing thing. He blew it all within 15 seconds. It was like, dude, he cannot get on stake. If he gets on stake, he just blows all his money. Here's what happened. He was up $1,000. He's like, all right, I'm going to put $800. I'm going to take $800 out. We're going to play with $300. Like, okay, cool. He starts playing with that. He was drunk. He starts doing some clicking. He's on Kick live streaming. All of a sudden, people were like, play. He played that one game, the multiplier game. I don't know what it is.
Limbo.
Oh, dog. Don't have him ever play that game. He clicks maybe 15 times, and he's like, all right, well, that's it. And I'm like, oh, okay, you're going to play blackjack now? He's like, no, that's it. I'm like, oh, you tired, or you're just going to go out on top? He's like, no, I lost. I'm like, okay, well, you're still up like $800. He's like, no, I lost it all. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, it's over. I'm like, dude, you lost all that fucking money that fast? I wouldn't have let him do it. I would not have let him do it. I would have sat there and just been like, dude, you cannot do this. I would have made fun of him just so he wouldn't do it. But I didn't know what he was doing. He played that game. He must have played like $50 hands. And he just kept clicking. And it was so fast. It was like, you just had no idea what he was doing. And then he's like, yeah, I'm done. I got to get off of here. I mean, I was even in his Kick chat. And he had people there, but no one knew what he was doing. He was so fucked up. So it was very sad.
Every time that he comes up playing against the opportunity, there he goes. I limbo. I lost some first. He keeps increasing that bet.
Yeah, I mean, the last time he won $1,000 with you, I've seen him win $1,000 twice. I think the last time, and then like the first time we met, or maybe it was the second time. He lost all that money too. I've never seen him go out on top. Oh, hold on. Maybe one night he won $1,000 and he went out, but then the next night he came back and blew it all. Which I get. I mean, I understand.
What's up, Rich?
There he is. How you living, Tim? I was just telling him we need to have you stop once you're up.
Yeah. Man, retro.
All right.
That was pretty crazy. The Rabbi walked the house and probably all out. Literally, Rabbi asked me, like, so what do the Reds do? And then, like, I'm like, oh, fuck, I busted.
Yeah.
5 seconds later after he said that shit.
That's exactly right. He didn't even have a chance to explain the game. It was just like, it was so fast. May I ask, Retro, like, what hands were you playing? How much were those? Like, each time you clicked.
I couldn't hear you.
How much was it each time you clicked? Like $50 hands or like $100 hands?
It started with 40, then 80, then 160.
Okay, that's how. Dude, I told you. He clicked like 16 times and that was it. The whole thing was gone. I'm like, how did it go that quickly? He's like, I don't want to talk about it. I'm done.
Wait, you were doing it out limbo?
Yes.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I was chasing a 9-inch multi and they were fucking in. It hit twice, and it went out on the full long streak of red, and it just, yeah, it's fun. When we're recovering now, this way, I feel like a rebet $200 bets, and I got moved for that.
All right, are you gonna go back to roulette?
No, I'm broken.
Okay.
Whenever he gambles, he needs to go to roulette and stay away from bro. That's pretty true. I've never even witnessed my eyeballs do it. But $80 bimbos? You know how fucking risky that is?
Yeah, but times 9, that's like the whole brain. So I
8
thought it was
times
really
9
good.
is 720.
Yeah, and then what's 160 times 9?
You said 160 times 9?
Yeah,
That's 14 and 40.
that would have been right back where it was if I would have did that.
Right, you would have did that, kept doing it.
No, I think the blind of that response. So I would at least feel it to honor that thing because I'm really good. Because on my old streams, I had to delete them to the bullshit, all crazy time bullshit. But yeah, my old streams I always come up off of. I was coming off dog shit for a few days, couple weeks actually. Coming out 200 off of those. It just cooked when I did that level up to the end of an hour. That's some good shit right there. When someone asks you what the game is, if you even done asking what the game's about,
Exactly.
that's pretty crazy.
That's how fast that happened. I was in shock. I was like, wait, no, you're kidding me, right? You're like, no, it's done. It's all. I'm like, oh, well, you still have 1,000, right? No, it's all done. It's gone. I was like, wow. Well, here's what I can tell you. Of all the addictions, gambling is the only one that allows you to potentially get very wealthy.
Yeah, we're also very poor and completely in debt. I've been down that road.
Rabbi, did he tell you that I think Ross is really gambling at
A mustard sandwich?
But I did. No, but I actually had that struggle. But
Yeah, mustard sandwich.
Wow.
yeah, with the 2 half loaves of bread. Or not 1 half loaf of bread, the end piece, the butt of the bread, and it's only one of them because the other one is already gone. It's folded in half with a fold over.
That's fucked.
We're dogs.
Put a whole piece of lettuce in your
No proteins.
an old piece of lettuce. Walking around and
You don't.
just wild.
Meanwhile, my girl's gambling.
Oh my god, bro. No better. How much do you gamble?
I don't know. She don't like when I watch her.
It's like a superstition thing. What, she at the casino or what?
No, she's on her phone. Laying in bed. Spinning away.
On stage or what?
It's on FanDuel.
Wait, not the pump on Amber or what?
But I'll tell you, listen, one over, I'm taking her like for like our first month, like being together in the room
What?
to an AA meeting.
That's wild.
Is she?
That's wild.
Yo, what up, Alex? This is a friend who I met on
Alex, you paid
this on. All right. Well, can you hear me now, baby?
Yeah.
Excellent. How you doing, Alex?
Yeah, wonderful.
Apologies yesterday. I was going to sleep when you came in. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Questions. I mean, I'm curious about your cause and
You're curious about my what?
your cause.
Absolutely. It's world peace.
Your efforts, you know.
Absolutely. It's world peace.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm totally a fan of that.
Excellent.
Do you get inspiration from that in a book? Right? Have you read that in a book, or do you get it purely from the Jewish literature?
Did you say did I get it from sex in a book?
No, secular.
Oh, secular. Well, I know that like what we think our Messiah is going to be. His name is Mashiach. He's going to be very focused on world peace. So I figured, well, why not just get on board with that early?
Yeah. Have you ever read Dr. Rothschild?
What Bertrand Russell book?
On Power. He talked about one world government, etc., and how controlling wars and peace efforts in one world government would bring world peace.
I'm familiar.
Right. I just wondered that.
Absolutely. How are things going in your life?
Yeah, not bad. I'll go sick for the next 3 weeks. My mum's preparing turkey.
Your
That's
dog?
10 miles away in Canterbury.
Did you say your dog sitting?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Very cool. Did you ever read Canterbury Tales?
Yeah, you know, at college, English,
Very
A
cool.
level. We went to Minnesota.
What's your favorite book?
Oh,
Yes.
probably like about Gita.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah, I love that book. I adore it, actually.
Excellent.
I love everything I'm trying to do.
What kind of books do you like to read?
All sorts, really. Young, post-Jungian literature.
Okay.
That's what I'm reading at the moment.
Tight, dog.
And you, do you read?
I do. I like history books in particular. Particularly, I like biographies as well.
Yeah, I like biographies.
I like biographies and autobiographies. I like to get to know people,
Sure.
get in just to learn about them.
Yeah.
I like books on tape or audiobooks, I think I should call them.
Yeah, good fit.
I can just read them faster, and
Sure.
so I listen to books on tape. I like some science fiction as well.
Yeah, I like that. My favourite is Read the Wolf. Have you ever read the book?
I've heard of it. Tell me about it.
You've heard of Red Dwarf? Yeah, you must know the TV series.
Perhaps.
I remember when I was a kid, I read that, and it captured my imagination about how this guy was painting a spaceship because he was the lowest in the ship. Kwan,
Right.
and it was 5 miles big. You know? That was funny, I thought. Hello?
I'm in agreement with you. That is funny.
Yeah.
What television series do you like?
Big Bang Theory.
The laugh track doesn't get to you?
Yeah, it does, but I'm in them all over and over again. I don't watch TV anymore, to be honest.
Did you ever see The British Office?
Yeah. To be honest, I'm not into it. It makes me uncomfortable.
Why does it make you uncomfortable?
I just don't get enjoyment out of it. I feel trapped when I watch it. I just do need the real life. I have experience and I have it. Maybe I'm being too oversensitive. I don't know.
All right. Did you ever see the whole Office?
No, I haven't seen all of it. I've been bits of it. Some of it makes me laugh. I mean, when he found the vibrator in the office, when he had the
I gotcha.
And he was all in the air managing her paper with his hands.
Right.
But yeah, ingenious written device and following one into the grass. He is not somebody goes, you know what I mean? Like, anyway, you think basically I'm gonna go.
Oh, no big deal. Come back whenever you have time, my friend.
Yeah, thanks, Rabbi.
Good talking to you as well. Peace, Alex. As always.
Alright, mate. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hedonistic adaptation, very fast.
Yeah.
But man, if you look at the studies, most people like get a new car 6 months, get a new house 6 months. You just feel the same. It's like, wow, should I buy all this stuff? Studying hedonistic adaptation made me feel.
And so you don't even need to go through the whole journey of getting it. Just focus on the thing that's more permanent.
Yeah.
Like building shit.
Yeah, like people around you, that could be love, nice food, nice experiences, meaningful work. Those things, exercise, those things make you happy. I think. Make me happy, for sure.
You wrote a blog post, why I'm unreachable, and maybe you should be too. What's your strategy in communicating with people?
Yeah, so when I wrote that, I was getting so many DMs, as you probably have, you have a million times more, but people were getting angry that I wasn't responding. And I was like, okay, I'll just close down these DMs completely. And people got angry that I closed my DMs down, that I'm not like man of the people, It's like,
you changed, man.
Yeah, you changed. You got, like this. And I'm like, I'll explain why. I just don't have time in a day to, answer every question. And also, people send you like crazy shit, man. Like stalkers and like people write like their whole life story for you and then ask you advice. Like, man, I have no idea. I'm not a therapist. I don't know. I know this stuff.
But also beautiful stuff.
No, absolutely sure.
Like life story. I've posted a coffee form, like if you wanted to have a coffee with me, and I've gotten an extremely large number of submissions. And when I look at them, there's just like beautiful people in there, like beautiful human beings, really powerful stories. It like breaks my heart that I won't get to meet those people. Like, and so this part of it is just like there's only so much bandwidth to truly see other humans and help them, or like understand them, or hear them, or see them.
Yeah. I have this problem that I want to try help people and like also like, oh, let's make startups and whatever. And I've learned over the years that generally for me, and it sounds maybe bad, right? But like I helped my friend Andre, for example. He came up to me in a coworking space. That's how I met him. He said, I want to learn to code. I want to do startups. How do we do it? And I said, okay, let's go. Install Nginx. Let's start coding. And he has this self energy that he actually he doesn't need to be pushed. He just goes and he asks questions, and he doesn't ask too many questions. He just goes and learns it. And now he has a company and makes a lot of money, has his own startups. So, and the people that I had to kind of like that asked me for help, but then I gave help, and then they started debating it.
Yeah.
Do you have that? Like people ask you advice and they go against you, say, no, you're wrong, because I'm like, okay, bro, I don't want to debate. You asked me for advice, right? And the people need to push. Generally, it doesn't happen. You need to have this energy for yourself.
Well, they're searching. They're trying to figure it out. But oftentimes, their search, if they find what they're looking for, it'll be within. It sounds very like spiritual sounding, but it's really like figuring that shit out on your own. But they're reaching. They're trying to ask the world around them, like, how do I live this life?
How are you?
Do I figure this out? But ultimately, the answer.
Welcome. Yo, what's up, pimp? What up, ghost girl? How you living, girl? What up, pimp?
Yeah, like that's my girlfriend I told you about a while ago.
Pleasure to meet you. How are you?
Come on, ghost girl, say something. Oh, she's shy. Like, really shy.
That's okay. You want to talk about Michigan?
She actually wants to get out of Michigan.
Who wouldn't? All right, well, here's what I can tell you. I've met some people from Royal Oak. Okay, she can leave. Go.
Oh, she left. Hold on.
That's okay.
So it's gonna be them working on themselves. And like
It's
literally, stupid thing, but like Google.
What up, Ghost Girl?
Like,
Yeah,
sir.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Doing fine.
Excellent. All right. Well, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Don't mind.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Going back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I do so because I don't want war anymore on Earth. I also want to help with world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help with end world thirst through the use of technology. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth $100 billion, and one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing countries such as Nigeria. I want to help with those kind of projects. I'm a major advocate for desalination technology and life straws. Essentially, desalination technology is when you pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I think this is a very good idea, and I want to have it be done globally. The Earth is 2/3 water, and I don't think that anyone should be without clean water. How do those projects sound to you, Ghost Girl?
They sound great.
Excellent. I am aware. Go ahead.
What are your motivations for doing this?
I want world peace.
Okay.
Additionally, I think it's very cool. Like in the past, people would have been a journal writer, a journalist, or a diary writer, a diarist, like hundreds of years ago. And I just do the same, but I capture my life. And people will be able to study it perhaps in the future, or for a scientific study, for a story, just to learn more about life, what life was like.
That all sounds amazing.
Very cool. It's essential. It's essentially a time capsule for society. I know that in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air. Data overtook petroleum in 2018 as the top resource on Earth, and I have more data archived online than any person in global history, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to help everyone who's helped me along the way, including you, Ghost Girl, and Curry Chad 22. I want to make sure that you're financially independent if you're not already. I want you to have generational wealth. And I just want to give you enough money to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How's that sound?
That sounds nice.
Excellent. I talk about other things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, cryptocurrencies. I talk about things like quantum computing, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France, that went extinct and scientists were able to de-extinct. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They made it their goal that in the next 3 years, by 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing project. They've most recently made headlines with their direwolf project. The direwolves that they sort of de-extincted are about 11 months old. They have their goal to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger following the woolly mammoth, and then the dodo bird, which I think would just be really exciting to be able to witness. I talk about other things that may be of benefit to you. When you were born, Ghost Girl, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that if you want. This is all with your consent. And anybody else who sees this, I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, stem cells, human growth hormone, cryonics, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapies, nootropics, things like ambrosia therapy. But eventually, you may get to 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run, but my body's starting to break down. And again, this is with your consent. You may say, do you have any other types of advancements of which we may be able to take advantage? And the answer would be, yeah, most likely. At that time, we'll be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology. Scientists have already been successful with being able to transfer memories in mice, and that might be something that we may be able to do in the future with humans. Essentially, mapping the brain, knowing where every atom is in the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system, scanning the brain like a CAT scan or an MRI for later download, knowing where every atom is in the central nervous system, peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Ghost Girl, and I know that Curry Chad's aware of this, that you may be able to in the future be able to utilize this type of technology if you want to have digital immortality, which is a reminder.
Rabbi,
Go ahead, my friend.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but can you help her with her personal issues?
Well, we'll do our best to. More than anything, all the science that I talk about and such, I'm here to just be a positive person in the world, to give people an optimistic view in society, and just give people hope. So with that, if I may ask, Ghost Girl, what's going on?
I don't know where to start.
That's okay.
I struggle with it. I struggle with anxiety, and I tend to fall back. I tend to like when I start getting confident. I tend to get pushed down a lot.
Okay, has this been something that's gone on your whole life?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have difficulties meeting new people?
Yeah.
Okay, we all have those kinds of things. It's known as approach anxiety. There are all kinds of different kinds of anxieties. How do you deal with it?
I tend to just take deep breaths.
That's a great thing to do.
And just try to but when I get stressed, I tend to daydream a lot.
Don't we all? You're not alone. You should know that many people of all backgrounds, ages, genders, we all deal with anxiety. So you're not alone. Do you ever do any kind of physical activity? Do you ever go on walks or get sunshine?
I always say, but I don't really do. So I say I am going to go for a walk today, but I never do.
Yeah.
She
So that,
basically suffers from procrastination.
what'd you say, Curry Chad?
She actually suffers from procrastination. Like she says
Okay,
she's
yeah.
going to do something, but she doesn't do it.
Absolutely. We all do that, though. Okay. So if I had to give any advice, the first thing would be to start with short walks, but probably even before then, you probably are vitamin D deficient, and that means that you're not seeing enough sunshine. And I know it's hard. Even I, someone who streams their life generally indoors, I get as much vitamin D as I can possibly, and I know that it brings me a lot of joy to have the sunshine on my face and on my skin. And if I may ask, Ghost Girl, do you have any animals?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What kind of animals do you have?
I have about 4 cats and 2 dogs.
Oh, you've got 2 dogs. Okay. Do you ever take them on walks?
Really? rarely.
Rarely. Okay.
Barely.
That's okay. But I'm sure they like walks, right?
Yeah, you do.
Okay. So is there? I mean, it's really, you know, they say the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. Is there any way that you think you could get into a daily walk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And I'm not saying you have to do it today. Do you like music?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, you like music. Do you have like earphones or earpods or like a speaker that you could listen to while you walk?
No.
Okay. Okay, that's all right.
Like, she used to have a pair of AirPods, but they don't work now.
That's okay. That happens.
I usually prefer to walk in silence.
That's completely normal. That's totally fine. So I would say that the first step for you would be to just say to yourself, Ghost Girl, Rabbi, and Curry Chad. They make good points. Maybe going on a walk. I don't have to walk 10 miles, but just walk around the block. And if you're like, look, I can't do it today. Okay, no one's forcing you to. But exercise stimulates serotonin in your body, and that's an important thing to do. Now, we're going to find some other things. Okay, so just one moment. I like to use AI as a problem solving tool. So just one moment. Yo, dog, can you please give me a list of 50 different ways that I can reduce anxiety? All right, here we go. So you did number one, deep breathing exercises. And you do that. And I understand that. And that's very good. Progressive muscle relaxation. Do you ever stretch, Ghost Girl?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So there's this kind of stretching that I like to do. And it's very easy to do. I'll show you what it is. Okay, so if you see here, I've got a rope. Just a normal rope. It's like, I don't know, maybe 5-6 feet long. And there's this type of stretching that is just the best kind of stretching. I learned it from sprinters and long distance runners. It's called active isolated stretching. But basically, you just take the rope and use it to stretch your body. And it is the best type of stretching. I mean, it's wonderful. Now, I'm not saying that you have to go out and get a rope, but if you have anything like, you can use a towel, and generally you can just use it, put it around your foot and just stretch. And daily stretching and flexibility is really important, especially when releasing different serotonin in your body and oxytocin and other types of. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
She actually also has 2 dumbbells with her in her room. So what I've told her to do at least some simple basic exercises until you join the gym. Like, she really wants to join the gym. So I told her to at least do a few simple home exercises like push-ups, pull-ups, and all that.
100%. Those are all very beneficial. And I'm sure she's aware that all of those Greek and Roman guys who got really, really in shape, they never had a gym. They could do it all just basically using, like what you're talking about, resistance training, push-ups on the ground, sit-ups. I know that kind of stuff sucks, though. Nobody wants to do that. It's not fun. But that is a good point that Curry Chad makes. Do you ever do any kind of yoga, Ghost Girl?
I'll be honest and I'll say no.
That's okay. I want you to be honest. That's all right. It's something that is easy to do. It can be very difficult, but just introductory level. You just go on YouTube and say introductory yoga class, and you just do it, and it's like 20 minutes, and you'll feel a lot better afterward. Other things you can do, um, that maybe look, I just think these are nice things. Do you ever go on Reddit and there are some it doesn't have to be Reddit. Could be YouTube, could be anything you want. But just look at positive things. Um, do you have Reddit, Ghost Girl?
No, I do not.
Okay, that's all right. So basically, Reddit has some garbage on it, but it has some really good stuff too that will get you in a good mentality. So they have this thing called eye bleach. Now that sounds kind of painful at first, but it's actually like what it means is when you've seen so much garbage on the internet that's like sad, you go to eye bleach and it's just pictures and stuff of nice stuff. So they've got the first thing they have a lion here who likes the taste of veggies, or they've got pictures of like really happy dogs, just being fun, or they've got really cool pictures of like beautiful sunsets. It's just basically stuff that or they've got like this is like a dog in a baby hammock or baby cradle. They've got bunnies with long ears and like cats snuggling with them, like just that kind of stuff, just cute stuff. And it's not a bad idea with these kind of things. Certainly can be positive. Positive visualizations are important. Um, just one moment, my list went away, so we're going to ask it again. Yo, dog, can you give me a list of 50 ways to reduce anxiety? Okay, so here we go. Do you ever journal?
Yeah, I used to.
Okay. Is it something that you might want to do in the future? Again? Okay.
I would.
Excellent. So there's a thing called um, what do they call it? A gratitude journal. These things are really good. Just kind of just writing in a journal to show that whatever you're appreciative of. You're appreciative of being above ground. You're appreciative of your animals. You're appreciative to have people in your life like Curry Chad who love you and who are excited to meet you. And just anything else that you may have. Those are really good things. Other things, uh, a lot of times we have as people negative thoughts. And it's important to challenge those negative thoughts with logic and recognize that you're not alone, that everybody is going through the same thing you're going through. And what do I mean by that? Everybody's got the issues that they have to deal with from a housing perspective or from a social perspective or everything that's going on the internet or in politics. We're all dealing with that at the same time. And it's basically how you can, I would say, react to those. And using logic is a really good way. So what do I mean by that? There may be all kinds of infighting going on in politics. Okay, that's fine. You can't do anything about that. So if you really want to get involved, you can. But aside from that, you can defeat that kind of anxiety with logic. There's nothing I can do about that right now. I can only control that which is in front of me, and that's not in front of me. So I'm going to put that out of my mind. Or
That is exactly what I try to say to those who are often, that please focus your energy on things that you actually can control, not what has happened or what will happen. Focus on the present more.
right. There's a nice little phrase. I've heard it used as a prayer. Um, it's kind of a secular prayer, but just one moment, let me find it. Yo, dog, what's that one secular prayer that's like, please allow me to focus on that which I can control? It's called the Serenity Prayer. It's used in different circles, but it's grant me the serenity to accept the things things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And that is used in different circles of support. And while, I mean, that's not a religious prayer, it's a secular prayer that I think is very powerful to people. So, again, that is grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And that's an important thing that you can do with your life. Other things, when it comes to mindfulness, practicing gratitude is very important. Telling the people around you how much they mean to you, your animals. That's very important. Setting boundaries to protect your energy. So maybe there are people in your life who drain energy from you. We all have these kinds of people. Um, so there is a. Let me see if I can summarize it really quickly. What's the business practice having to do with coins and people taking your coins from you, which is basically your energy? Provide me with like a 5 sentence description of what this is. So what this is, it's called emotional labor and energy exchange, but described in a way where coins represent your personal energy or emotional capacity. In business or life, this shows up when people constantly ask for your time, attention, or effort without giving anything back, basically draining your coins. Each coin is a piece of your emotional or mental energy, and if you're not careful, you'll end up broke, burned out, resentful, or exhausted. Smart business and personal boundaries mean learning who earned your coins and when to say no to protect your energy bank. It's about investing your energy wisely instead of giving it away for free. So these are really positive, really great ways. If I may ask, Ghost Girl, do you ever use AI?
Emma, I never used it before, but I want to use it in the future.
Okay, that's all right. And let's say you wanted to go to AI. How would you use it? Where would you go? What website?
I'm not really familiar with any website.
That's okay. The big one is called ChatGPT. ChatGPT.com. And that's what I use. You don't have to use that. You can use Google Gemini or Claude. There are many of them, but the one that really made waves is known as ChatGPT, and that's what I'm currently using. So those were some mental activities that you can do. Physical activities, going for a walk, especially in nature. Is there any nature around you?
I basically live around nature.
Perfect. That's great. Do yoga or stretching. Hit the gym or do body weight workouts. Now, you said, or well, you said you want to join a gym, but not yet, maybe, and that's fine. If I could recommend a gym, not that I'm the perfect person to say this, but I'm aware that there is a gym known as Planet Fitness. They're nationwide, and they have a no judgment. They're they're the cheapest, but it's called a no judgment zone. And what does that mean? It means you're not going to get people in there who are just going to make fun of you or anything like that. It's like you get people of all sizes in there. People who are super overweight to people who are really in shape. And it's the cheapest gym. And I think that you can go to any gym you want. But the big thing about that gym that I really thought is cool about it is it's a no judgment zone. And they put that on the walls. And what does that mean? In addition to like people aren't going to make fun of you or whatever, like in a lot of gyms you'll go to, you guys who are like, "Ugh," like when they're lifting and stuff. There's none of that. They have a big alarm on the wall, and if you get people who are making too much noise, somebody will go up and hit the alarm to tell them to shut up. And basically, like everybody's there to just do everything they can within their means. And I've been to several of them in Southern California, and they are just that. They're just judgment-free zones and places that you can go to get in shape and such. Um, you know, uh, I I really am someone who likes massage, and so I have massage guns, and I have like rollers and things. Do you like massage, Ghost Girl?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, excellent. Well, at some of these gyms, but just you can get them at home too, are just like ways to massage yourself, and they have like massage chairs, and those release all kinds of endorphins in you, and just make you feel better and looser and more flexible. I've always thought of it like this: if you ever have like a steak and you want to tenderize it, well, your body, your muscles are really the same muscular tissue that steak is, and you want to tenderize them as well. You want to make them loose and release all of the lactic acid that gets built up in there that causes cramps and other things. So I'm a major advocate for massage. Other things, do you like to dance?
I do.
Excellent. Well, no one, there's a phrase, dance like no one's watching, and if you're able to, you have the ability to just be able to dance in your room and listen to listen to music in your room and dance. You can dance with your animals, but nobody has to watch you. And if you're a really good dancer, go out and do it. But dancing certainly can be good. What about just taking a cold or hot shower? You like to do that?
I do that.
Excellent. So that's really important. Also, in terms of like anxiety and depression, things like that, regular bathing is very important. What ends up happening to a lot of people who get depressed is they stop bathing every day. They stop taking care of themselves, and they get into this routine where sometimes maybe they may never bathe. And you want to not get into that kind of groove. It's really important to bathe every day, making sure to take care of your hygiene, brushing your teeth, brushing your hair, doing the necessary to ensure that you are maintaining yourself. But a really important one is just hopping in the shower every day. Now, I don't know about your living situation, but are you able to take a bath?
Yes, I am.
Okay, excellent. So I know that some people really like to take bubble baths. Go ahead. Bubble baths can be very, very enjoyable.
I'm sorry if you hear my cat in the background.
No problem at all. What's your cat's name?
Asses.
Asses?
It's a very funny name, actually.
Your cat's name is Asses?
Yes,
No, it's Ashes.
Oh, Ashes. Okay.
You know, like Ash.
Yeah.
but his nickname is Asses.
Okay, very cool. Well, Ashes is a very sweet name as well. So shout out to Ashes. And I can already tell you have a loving heart because you're an animal person. That's wonderful. Here's one that just was triggered. And what I like to do you like to laugh, Ghost Girl?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, excellent. I think we all do to some extent. So being around people that are funny is certainly something that can be a positive to you. But also just watching funny people. Do you like stand-up comedy?
Yeah, I do.
So you can just watch stand-up specials that can bring joy to your life. Um, the amount of serotonin that's released when you laugh is sometimes unprecedented. And so you can really almost like charge up your emotional state by just watching things that make you laugh. So those are some important ones. Go ahead.
One more thing I would like to discuss is that, like, he just really feels alone. Like, I try to be there as much as for her as possible. Like, I don't sleep at night, because of the time difference. I don't sleep at night, and I try to make as much as time for her. And like, I really try to do my best as I can from a distance until the time I meet her. So, like, please tell her that she's not alone. She often lashes out at me and says that I'm just a computer voice and nothing else.
Certainly. Well, he's not just a computer voice. Do you guys ever video chat?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, so she's seen you, so she knows that you're not just a computer. But I understand where she's coming from. That especially there's a longing for another person, and if you're not there, it sometimes doesn't always seem real, but it is. It's just a different kind of emotional or societal um, exhibition. So, I mean, just for Ghost Girl, for your stand, please welcome in here if you ever want to connect with anybody who is real and live and on camera and everything. And certainly, Curry Chad uh, here more often. It's certainly if you do that. But I understand where she's coming from. That it doesn't seem like you're real because you are just in a computer. But that's not forever. You'll be able to get everything done with the paperwork and be able to come here and be able to be as real as anybody else that's ever been in Ghost Girl's life. So it's just a matter of time. And as they say, distance makes the heart grow fonder, and that distance is going to close sooner rather than later. And when that happens, Curry Chad will be in your life much more often. Ghost Girl, I'm sure that you're excited for that. So just know that it's not forever. And I know Curry Chad loves you very much. I mean, I got to say that. Ghost Girl, no, nobody comes in here and is like, I want to help my girlfriend. Well, there are people who do that, but it's rare. A lot of times, people are just in it for themselves, and so you should know, Ghost Girl, you've got a really nice man here. Not everybody would care about you that much, and so you got really fortunate, and you should feel very happy about that. And he's a special man to want to help you and love you as much as he does. So that's you should really feel happy about that. Ghost Girl,
Sometimes my parents get annoyed because I stay up all night and sleep during the day. But I don't mind that because, like, as long as she's happy and she feels that, there's someone around her that cares after her and looks after her, that's like her happiness is all that matters to me.
well, that's very sweet. Ghost Girl, do you love Curry Chad?
Yeah, I do.
Excellent.
Oh, speaking of that, like in the beginning of our relationship, when she got to know that I smoked, like I smoked cigarettes and weed, she asked me if I could quit it, and I just did that on like that day only, you know, like I haven't smoked a cigarette since the beginning of this year.
Good on you, man. That's really great.
I've also joined the gym like about 3 months ago because she told me to. Earlier, I didn't have the motivation to do that, but like she needs to understand that she is my motivation, to do everything.
Certainly. Well, that's phenomenal. Ghost Girl, do you keep a clean room?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, and that's important. So that's a way that you can alleviate anxiety. Uh, do you ever garden or do anything like that? Any yard work or anything?
No, no.
That's okay. You don't have to, but that's a way that you can. There's something. I mean, you're raising animals, so there's a lot of joy that can come from that. Um, you know, just a new physical hobby, something that you might want to think about. I'm not saying right now, but let's say everything in your life got aligned. Ghost Girl, what is a physical hobby that you wanted to do that you've never been able to do? And I'm going to name some, and you can just to give you some ideas. So there could be swimming, there could be martial arts, there could be rock climbing, there could be biking, there could be golfing, anything like that. Is there anything that you've always kind of wanted to do but you've never done?
I always wanted to swim.
You've always wanted to swim. Phenomenal. Okay. Well, I can tell you at least the gym that I mentioned, Planet Fitness, they don't generally have swimming pools, but there are gyms that do have swimming pools. Or the YMCA. Is there a YMCA around you?
I think so.
Okay, excellent. Well, that might be something that might be a better fit for you from a place to work out. But I understand that's certainly a it's on the to do list. But just basically, when you're looking for a gym, if you're going to get the gym, you don't want just a place with machines. You want a place with a pool, because that's something that you said you really would like. And there basically isn't a better workout than swimming. So that's a really good one. Okay, let's talk about.
Rabbi?
Yes, sir.
Uh,
Go ahead. Curry Chad, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that she's, by the way, like she's really, really good at drawing.
Amazing. What do you like to draw, Ghost Girl?
I really like to draw people.
Beautiful. And do you share your art?
No, not really.
Why not?
She doesn't share her art because she thinks that people will make fun of her.
Okay, that's fine.
My art is really abstract.
Okay, that's all right. And it can absolutely be your own art. Um, no one. I mean, that's a beautiful thing. What kind of medium do you like to use? What kind of materials?
I really like to use temper paint.
Oh, great.
And I forget what kind of paper I like to use. I can't really remember. But I like using pointillism
Beautiful.
as my.
Beautiful. Well, I know I talked about it earlier, but Reddit is one of the best apps for art on the internet. The reason why I say that, you get into some subreddits, and what do I mean by subreddits? Basically, these are people with similar interests. You can get in the art subreddit, the pointillism subreddit, the tempera paint subreddit. You can just get in the painting subreddit, profiles subreddit. But it gives you opportunities to see other artists as well and get new ideas. And these are all positive things for your life. What I want you to do is get more positivity in your life. I'm not saying to get on things like some apps like Instagram. It's a rat race. It's basically everybody's trying to one up each other and all that. I don't want you to do that. I want you to be on something where people are building and trying to improve themselves. And Reddit, if you get in the right subreddits, is absolutely the place to do that. Do you know how to download Reddit? I'm not saying you have to join today, but Ghost Girl, would you know how to do it?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, excellent. So, but again, I mean, just for you, just having the privilege for a little bit. If I were you, be in the cat subreddit because you love animals. Shout out to Ashes. And they have all kinds of people just like you. Most of the cat Reddit is just you, like people just like you, who are going through the same stuff that you're going through. The dog Reddit, I'd be in the kittens Reddit, the puppies Reddit, the art Reddit, the tempera paint Reddit, the pointillism Reddit. I would be in positivity Reddit. I would be in perhaps the profiles or the portrait subreddit, and I don't know, perhaps the what other swimming, just something like that. Just because you know what, you don't have to be a swimmer to just learn more about it or beginning, those kinds of things. But those are that's a really great start and can change your mind up, change your mood, change your thoughts. Do you get natural light from from your room?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, good. And that's an important thing. All right. Other things that you can do So for rest, are you getting adequate sleep?
Not really.
Okay, and why is that?
Or basically her cat wakes her up.
Okay, I understand that. Is there any way your cat can be in an? I mean, I don't. I love animals, so I understand if your cat's sleeping with you and everything. But is there any way that you could put your cat in like a little cubby or something so that they don't wake you up or not as often?
No, like I don't really know how he would react to that.
That's okay.
You know,
And why does he wake you up? For food?
just like he wakes me up just as he wants me to play.
Certainly, he wants attention.
He wants me to play and wants attention.
Absolutely. Well, that's understandable. Okay. Um, I mean, I understand you're making a sacrifice for an animal, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't give him attention and then go back to bed, right?
Yeah, true.
Exactly. All right. Um, do you have a bedtime routine?
I do.
Excellent. And do you get to bed around the same time every night?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
Do you take naps?
No.
Okay, is it something that you don't like to do?
Yeah, yes. It disrupts my sleep schedule.
I get that 100%. So say no more. I totally understand. But that doesn't mean that you necessarily can't take some time to just lie down and recharge. But I understand it. I'm like you. It disrupts my sleep schedule as well. Okay. Um, when you go to bed, do you have all your screens turned off?
Yes,
Excellent.
I do. Yes.
Excellent. Do you have a weighted blanket?
No.
I'm not saying that you need one, but that helps some people. Okay. Do you drink a lot of water?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Okay, so you drink. Would you say you drink more than the normal person, the average person of water, less than the average person, or right in the middle?
I usually drink about 1 liter of water a day.
Okay, all right. Do you eat fresh food?
No.
Okay, so that can be an issue. And I understand maybe fresh foods are hard where you live, or they're expensive, or whatever. I get that, but food can certainly cause some depression. Well, I don't want to say depression. It's not depression. It's anxiety, and I get that. Um, do you? So you already said that you don't like people doing marijuana, which I understand. Do you avoid alcohol?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. That's a good one because that can cause a lot of issues. All right. Um, do you like tea?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, tea can be very good um, for your self and just having that warmness inside your stomach, and those are good. All right. Do you like to listen to? You said you like to listen to music to dance, but not outside. Do you ever listen to just music in the background?
I do.
Excellent. What kind of music do you like?
I like listening to rock and pop
Rock?
music.
Okay. Excellent. Do you have a favorite band or artist?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay. And when you listen to music, is it like on Spotify or is it on YouTube or the radio?
It's a little bit of both.
Okay, very cool. Now you said you like to paint and draw and things. Do you like to do crafts?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. What kind of crafts do you like?
I can't really remember off the top of my head.
That's okay. That's all right. Okay, so let's think of crafts. There's like I'm just thinking like bird housing is a craft, and paper mache is a craft, and quilting is a craft.
What do you think about origami?
I think it's great. Do you do origami, Ghost Girl?
I never tried it.
Okay, well that might be something. I'm not going to say that that's the solution. There's no perfect solution, but trying new things is important, and being a well-rounded person is important. Do you play any musical instruments, Ghost Girl?
No.
Okay, that's all right. Um, do you like to read?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, what do you like to read?
I usually like to read nonfiction books.
Okay, and do you like to watch movies?
Um, Not really.
That's okay. What about shows?
I don't really watch those either. I don't really watch much TV.
Okay. Do you listen to podcasts?
Yes, I do.
What are your favorite podcasts?
Murder mystery,
Ooh, very cool. Like true crime stuff.
mystery type podcast.
Do you like true crime podcasts?
Yeah, I do.
Very well. Okay, very cool. Well, those are fun. They're not always that positive because they're usually sad, but I understand how they can be very interesting. Do you like to do puzzles or play games?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what kind of
Yeah.
good what kind of games do you like?
Rabbi, she's actually a very big Nintendo fan. She has this hobby of collecting old DSs.
Okay, very cool. Are you excited that Nintendo Switch launched a couple days ago?
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
But I don't know if I should really buy it though.
yeah, let's see what people say about it before.
I have heard a lot of people like it though.
Very cool. Do you play a game with, or do you play any games with Curry Chad?
I invited her so many times, but she's just like, I'm not in the mood all the time.
Okay.
We used to play games.
What do you,
Well, we used to play Minecraft, but she just stopped doing it out of nowhere, and I didn't get pushed.
I,
okay. Ghost Girl, do you want to maybe provide a reason why you stopped playing Minecraft?
I just really haven't really been feeling it.
That's totally cool.
I,
I understand. Games can get boring. What other games do you like, Ghost Girl?
I don't really have any others off the top of my head.
All right. Well, at least in here, we play games all the time. So every night I get some people who come in, and we do all kinds of mini games. And then I have somebody from Australia who comes in. We played like 8 hours worth of games last night. So we're always playing games in here if you're over looking for people with him to play games. And they're like simple games. They're like darts and golf and bowling and like different card games. Like we'll play anything. So if you're ever looking for people with him to play games, what about more serious, but have you ever thought about going to a therapist or a counselor?
I have,
Okay.
but
No one says you
I
have to.
don't. They're kind of expensive.
Exactly. I was just gonna say they can be very costly. Well, that's fine. Do you do any volunteering?
No,
That's okay. No one says you have to. What about? Have you ever thought about using an anxiety tracking app?
I have.
Okay, and you should just know that it's important to practice acceptance. It's okay to feel anxious sometimes, and we all go through it. And you do, I think, the first thing that you mentioned, which is just slowing down, breathing, and repeating. That's the most important thing you can do when dealing with anxiety. But it's about taking the first step. So if I were Ghost Girl, what would I do? I would continue living my life the way that I live. But I would say, I've got, did you say you've got 3 cats and 2 dogs?
Yes.
I would take my 2 dogs on a walk as much as I can. And I really think that you should do it every day. You don't have to take them for giant walks, but they're going to love it. And it's going to be good for you to just get out, get the sunshine on your face, be physically active. No one says you have to do that, but I think that would help a lot, and that would be my advice of anything. But what do I know? I live my entire life on stream, and um, but I know whenever I'm feeling cooped up, I'll go spend time outside. Even though I keep the streams going, sometimes I'll just go outside and get some fresh air, and look, take in the flowers and the sunshine, and that kind of stuff is important. So with that, you should just know that you have a friend in me. I know that you certainly have a boyfriend in Curry Chad. And if you ever need anything, I'm here to support you. If you ever just bored or tired or just want someone with whom to speak, I'm here. And if you ever want to play a game, bring Curry Chad in here and we'll play a game. Or we'll play 10 games or whatever you want to do. And just know that there are people out there who care about you. And really, the person who cares about you most is Curry Chad, because they would not have introduced you to me and me to you had they not wanted you to have the best life that you possibly can. They care very much about you, and you should just feel very good about that, Ghost Girl, because not everybody would do that. So, with that being said, shout out to Curry Chad for just being such a good person and just having so much love for his girlfriend.
That's really awesome. Like, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely, my friend. All right.
Oh, because it's time for the gym because right now the gym closes at 11, so I kind of have to take a go to the gym.
Absolutely. You go to the gym, my friend.
Yeah, so I'll be taking my introduction and the gym like 9:40 and I just go there at 11 o'clock.
You go. You go do you. And Ghost Girl, I'm sure you've got things that you need to do. If you don't, then feel free. We're just gonna continue watching this podcast. But just know if you ever need anything, I know that Curry Chad is here for you, but I'm also here for you if you ever need anything. Okay?
Okay.
Very well. Well, you go take on the day. Okay?
All right.
All right, Rabbi, I'm gonna see you.
Peace, my friend.
All right. See you.
Take
But I
care.
think it's procrastination. I think sending messages to people is a lot of procrastination. Like, Dex, how do we become a successful podcaster? Bro, just start. Like, just go. And I would never ask you how to be a successful podcaster. Like, I would just start it, and then I would copy your methods. I would say, this guy's black background. You probably need this as well. Try it. Yeah.
And then you realize it's not about the black background; it's about something else. So you find your own voice. Like, you keep trying stuff.
Exactly. But
Imitation is a difficult thing. Like, a lot of people copy and they don't move past it.
Yeah.
You should understand their methods and then move past it. Like, find yourself, find your own voice.
yeah, you imitate and then you put your own spin to it. And that's like creative process. That's like literally the whole create. Everybody always builds on the previous work. You shouldn't get stuck.
24 hours in a day, 8 hours of sleep. You like break it down to a math equation. 90 minutes of showering, clean up coffee. It just keeps whittling down to zero.
Man, it's not this specific, but I had to make like a, an average or something.
Firefighting, I like that. 1 hour of groceries and errands. I've tried breaking down minute by minute what I do in a day.
Yeah.
Especially when my life is simpler. It's really refreshing to understand where you waste a lot of time. And what you enjoy doing. Like how many minutes it takes to be happy. Doing the thing that makes you happy. Yeah. How many minutes it takes to be productive. And you realize there's a lot of hours in the day if you spend it right.
Yeah, a lot of it's wasted.
For me, it's been the biggest battle for the longest time is finding stretches of time where I can deeply focus and do really, really deep work. Just like zoom in and completely focus, cutting away all the distractions. That's the battle. It's unpleasant. Extremely unpleasant.
You need to spike an island, and make a man cave island where we can go for a week, Get shit done. Make new projects.
Yeah.
But man, they call me psychopath for this because it says like 1 hour of text as well, Man, I had to write something, and we're like, this guy psychopath, he plans his text and give an hour and a half. No, I don't. But
Another counter for hug.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
A numerical representation of what life is. Yeah. It's like one of those, like, you draw out how many views you have in your life. I'll do it just like God, yeah. Don't want to move that too much. Yeah, man.
How many times you see your parents?
Yeah. That's right. It might be only, a handful more times. You just look at the math of it. You see them once a year or twice a year.
FaceTime.
I mean, that's like God for you. See somebody you likes me, a friend that's on the outskirts of your friend group, and you realize like, well, I didn't see him for like 3 years. So like, how many more times do we have that we see each other?
Do you believe that like friends slowly disappear from your life? Like your friend group evolves, right? So like
It does.
If you don't want to, there's the problem. You have all these old friends from school, like when you were 10 years old, back when Facebook started. Like you don't really add friend them, and then you're like, why are we in touch again? Just keep the memories there. Like it's a different life now.
Yeah, I have. I don't do a guy thing. Like, I don't know. There's certain friends I have that we don't interact often, but we're still friends.
Yeah.
Like every time I see him, I think it's because we have a foundation of many shared experiences and many memories. I guess it's like nothing has changed. Like we've been talking every day, even if we haven't talked for a year. So I don't have to be interacting with them for them to be in a friend group. And then there's some people I interact with a lot. It depends. There's just this network of good human beings that I have like a real love for them. That they can always count on them. It's like if any of them called me in the middle of the night, I'll get rid of a body. I'm there. I like how that's a different definition of friendship. But it's true. It's true. True friend. You've become more and more famous recently. How's that affect you?
It's not recently because it's this gradual thing, right? It keeps going, and I also don't know why it keeps going.
Does that put pressure on you to? Because you're pretty open on Twitter, and you're just like basically building shit in the open.
Yeah.
And just not really caring if it's too technical, if there's any of this, just being out there. To put pressure on you to become more popular, to be a little bit more like collected.
Man, I think the opposite, right? Like, because the people I follow are interesting because they say whatever they think and they ship or whatever. It's so boring that people start tweeting only about one topic. I don't know anything about their personal life. I want to know about their personal life. Like you do podcasts, you ask about life stuff, personality. It's the most interesting part of like business or sports. Like what's behind the sport, the athlete, right? Behind the entrepreneur. That's interesting stuff. Yeah, like you share that, like I shared a tweet went too far, but like we were cleaning the toilet because the toilet was clogged, But like it's just real stuff because Jensen Wong, the NVIDIA guy, says he started cleaning toilets, That
was cool. You tweeted something about the Denny's thing.
Yeah, that was recent. NVIDIA was started in a Denny diner table.
And you made it somehow profound.
Yeah, this one.
NVIDIA, a $3 trillion company, was started in a Denny's, an American diner. People need a third space to work on their laptops to build the next billion or $1 trillion company. What's the first and second space?
The home office.
And then the in between.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. You need a space to like congregate, man. And I found history on this. So 400 years ago, in the coffee houses of Europe, the scientific revolution, the Enlightenment happened because they would go to coffee houses, they would sit there, they would drink coffee, and they would work. They would write, or they would do debates, and they would organize marine routes, right? They would do all the stuff in coffee houses in Europe, in France, in Austria, in UK, in Holland. So we were always going to cafes to work and to have serendipitous conversations with other people and start businesses and stuff. And when you asked me to come on here and we flew to America, and the first thing I realized was that I've been to America before, but we were in this cafe and like there's a lot of laptops, everybody's working on something. And I made this photo. And then when you're in Europe, like large parts of Europe now, you cannot use a laptop anymore. It's like no laptop, which I understand.
But that is, to you, a fundamental place to create shit. Isn't that natural, organic co-working space of a coffee
Well, for a
shop?
lot of people have very small homes, and co-working spaces are kind of boring. They're not very private. They're not serendipitous. Kind of boring. Cafes are amazing because random people can come in and ask you, "What are you working on?" Or, and not just laptops. People are also having conversations like they did 400 years ago, debates or whatever. Things are happening, and man, I understand the aesthetics of it. Like oh, startup bro, shipping is bullshit startup, like. But there's something more there. Like there's people actually making stuff, making new companies that the society benefits from. Like we're benefiting from Nvidia. I think it's US GDP for sure is benefiting from Nvidia. European GDP could benefit if we build more companies. And I feel in Europe there's a vibe. You have to connect things, but not allowing laptops in cafes is kind of like part of the vibe. It's like, yeah, we're not really here to work. We're here to like enjoy life. I agree with this. Anthony Bourdain. This tweet was quoted with Anthony Bourdain photo with him with cigarettes and a coffee in France. He said that this is what cafes are for. I agree.
But there is some element of like entrepreneurship. Like you have to allow people to dream big and work their ass off to go towards that dream and feel each other's energy as they interact. Like that's one of the things I liked in Silicon Valley when I was working there. It's like the cafes. Like,
Yeah.
There's a bunch of dreamers that you can make fun of them for like everybody thinks they're gonna build $1 trillion company, but like
yeah, and it's off. Not everybody wins. 90% of people will be bullshit,
but they're working their ass off.
Yeah, they're doing something, and you need to pass this startup bro. Like, oh, it's startup bro level. No, it's not. It's people making cool shit, and this will benefit you because this will create jobs for your company, your country, and your region. And I think in Europe, that's a big problem. Like, we have a very anti. Entrepreneurial mind.
Dream big and build shit.
Yeah.
And this is really inspiring. This is pinned to yours. All the projects that you've tried and the ones that succeeded.
That's very few.
Mute life.
Just for Twitter to mute, to share the mute list.
Yeah.
Your mute words.
Fire calculator. No more Google. Maker rank. How much is my side project worth? Climate finder. Ideas AI.
Airline list still runs, but it doesn't make money. Airline list like compares the safety of airlines because I was nervous to fly, so I was like, let's collect all the data on crashes for all the airplanes.
Quality seat table. Nice. That's awesome. Make Village, Nomad Gear, 3D and virtual reality dev. Play my inbox, like you mentioned. There's a lot of stuff. Yeah. I'm trying to find some embarrassing tweets here.
You can go to the highlights tab. That's all the.
There you go.
This is Dubai.
POV, building an AI startup. Oh, you're a real influencer.
And if people copy this photo now and they change the screenshot, it becomes like a meme. Of course,
This is good.
That's how Dubai looks.
Welcome.
That's beautiful. Architecture is crazy.
How are you?
The story behind it.
Yeah, story behind for sure.
What's good?
It's not much going on yet, but today is my day.
Why is today your day?
Because everybody has a day.
Absolutely. You like Friday?
It's my birthday.
Happy birthday! Wow. How old are you?
29.
Ooh, that's an amazing birthday, my friend. Well, congratulations. What's on your agenda?
Nothing.
Is that a good?
Yeah. Because I'm a pretty lonely guy.
Well, I'm here to keep you company on your birthday. Do you have
I
any?
appreciate that.
Do you have any?
I mean, some people might come through. I just don't expect it at this point in my life. I don't know what it is. I've been trying to figure it out. Like, is there something I can do to change this? But I don't know. Maybe it's just a frequency I'm on. I tend to attract a lot of flakes.
Okay. Well, you've got a great birthday. 6'6". That's a great birthday.
96.
No way. 6'6", 96. Look at you.
It was a leap year, you know.
Yes, it
There
was.
was an extra day in that year. There was 366 days.
That's wild shit, man. Is 6 your lucky number?
No, it definitely is. It shows up all the time. I'm 6 foot tall. I got size 9 foot. It's like 6s and 9s typically too, but mainly 6s. Yeah. And the 6s are forward and 9 is backwards, whatever, like symbolically. So my life tends to be kind of that pattern of like forward, forward, backward, forward, 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 backward, forward. Makes sense. 6696.
Most certainly. So
I
go.
was gonna create a clothing brand, but I was afraid that if I put the number 6696 in it, I was gonna put it in like a crisscross shape, because you could put them all there and it looks like my birthday. Then I'm like, oh, does it also look like a swastika? People said no, it didn't. So I was like, all right.
All right. Well, that's
So
good.
yeah, on my clothing brand.
Very cool. So you want to be a clothing designer?
Yeah, there's basically 3 things that I know a lot about that I would do like passionately, and that would be either clothing, coffee. Is another one, because I'm really into coffee. I do a lot of specialty coffee or perfumery, like fragrance. That's not just like perfume isn't just for women. Perfume means, you know what perfume means, right?
Like colognes and.
Yeah, it's just the alcohol content. Cologne is higher alcohol, dissipates faster. Perfume is less. This doesn't mean like for a man or for a woman or anything like that.
Right. Isn't the highest one like eau de toilette?
Yeah, Eau de Toilette.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the Eau de Toilette. That's the high alcohol. That's for like after you're done shaving. It's like aftershave for drying out your skin.
There you go.
High alcohol content.
How'd you get into perfumery?
I'm kind of an olfactophiliac in a way, so I love smells. All the smells in the whole world. It's great. Like even bad smells. I mean, I'm willing to smell a bad smell. It's just a smell. You know, you smell it and you go, and you test it, and yeah, it's like curiosity through my nose.
Do you know what?
I've smelled a lot of really cool spices and herbs and woods and oils from all around. And
You
just got
probably
hooked on it.
you probably know this, but do you know where modern perfumery started?
Yeah, in Grasse, France, or however you say it.
I thought it was in Cologne. It's like at 1411.
A modern perfume, when you say that, maybe, yeah, because I'm thinking of just perfume starting in France, like perfume itself.
So like, there's this kind of cologne or perfume they do. Okay, so yeah, it's 1411. It's a traditional eau de cologne by Mauer and Wirtz. It's been producing cologne since at least 1799. It is allowed to use the geographical indication original eau de cologne. The brand is expanded. But let's look up perfume. Yo, dog, when was perfume invented? Like modern perfume?
modern perfume. Not sure.
No, not
Some
you.
of the very
Not
first
you,
forms
not
of
you, not you.
fragrances were just
I know they were like just lavender and stuff. Late 19th century.
the first forms were from fruits that men would stick under their armpits and sweat into. Then they would juice the fruits, put it in a bottle, and then their woman would wear it so that they would smell like their men.
That's baller.
Like a sweet version of their man's armpit. Weirdly enough, yeah. This is some of the first fragrances and musks.
Perfume means through
Nowadays
smoke.
we use things like whale vomit for the musk. It's weird.
Have we talked about
Ambergris.
smell-o-vision?
Yeah.
Okay, do you know what smell-o-vision is?
Sure. To me, it's like a television you can smell.
Well, it's like a device that has little cartridges in it that is connected to an electronic that allows you to smell whatever's on the screen.
Okay.
It's been hypothesized since like the early 20th century at least, but it's starting to become a reality with companies being started trying to develop it and mass market it. It's been tried in movie theaters as well, but I think it's a really cool concept. There's smell-o-vision I'd really like to see, and taste-o-vision. Basically the ability to taste whatever's on screen as well.
Smell-o-vision would be cool. Yeah, I think I've been to something that was like that, like Universal Studios. That was like the Honey I Shrunk the Kids or whatever, or something with mice that were like running around. So they blow air on your ankles that are below the seats, so it feels like things are running around. So it's like immersive in the movie theater.
Right.
Makes you feel like you're in the scene. So that's kind of cool.
That is pretty cool.
It wouldn't be virtual reality at that point. What would it be? Well, would it be augmented, or would it be something else?
No. That's kind of it's just I guess it depends on what it is, but immersive feedback probably.
Immersive is going to be the next word. Just immersion.
Yeah. Like haptic
Immersion media.
Haptic feedback is like the next generation of gaming where you wear those suits. You can buy them now on Amazon. So that like if you get shot in a certain spot, it provides feedback in that area.
I like those Woojers, the Woozer, whatever it's called, I've seen. It's like a vest or something you wear that's got all these speakers, kind of like a bass. It's all like a bass, and it makes it like in your chest and stuff when the bass hits and listen to music and stuff. You feel it all on your body like you're at a concert standing right by a big speaker.
That's baller.
Have you ever seen those?
I think so. I think I've seen them in like the EDM sphere, like house music. That's pretty cool. What are your favorite colognes?
I like a company that's called Lin Labo. It means the lab in French. And they have one called Sunpal 33, which is probably their most popular, maybe one of their most popular ones. It's like a sandalwood with papyrus and iris and orris and violet and bitter and all these it's got a really nice mix of cedar. Definitely saffron in a lot of these things. So as you can smell, it smells really good. You have to smell it. It's so unique. I can't compare it to anything that's like even it doesn't smell like Gucci or anything like that. It actually smells better than one of those overpriced Euro Luxe colognes. People walk around smelling like Prada, and it's like, honestly, I can't tell too much of a difference between that and a body wash smell. But when you wear something from the lava, it's like you legitimately smell like you were mindfully fragrant. There's another company called DS and Durga that's really good like that. They're another New York-based company who makes a lot of those niche perfumes. But in their unisex, it's not like it's Eau de Parfum, so they're fragrance is what you call them, but they just last a really long time. They're expensive. That stuff's typically more expensive than a cologne or anything like that. You know, perfume should be more expensive.
Why is that?
Because it's the amount of the ingredients they're putting in there, like the actual fragrance notes and everything.
I gotcha.
And typically, like better ones, more expensive fragrances.
What's your favorite perfume?
Like I said, Santal 33 from the Lava.
Oh, okay, so that's
My
a.
favorite.
But like for a woman, what's your favorite perfume for a woman to wear?
I'd like it if she wore that too. It's a unisex, so it doesn't really have like a masculine or feminine leading thing, but when you wear it, it adapts to you. That's also another thing about a good perfume. It's supposed to be unique on everybody that wears it, so it's not going to smell the same on me as it would on you.
Right.
You know.
What are your feelings on smell-alikes?
Although anything vanilla is pretty good, also for a woman. Smell-alikes? What do you mean?
Like they're like perfume. They're like colognes that smell like expensive colognes, but they're much cheaper.
Oh, I know what you mean. You mean like, well, you're obviously it's not going to be the same exact experience as going to the original creator with their patented blend, because that stuff's all kept private. Like companies aren't gonna, you're not gonna be able to pick apart everything they're doing. But people get pretty dang close. There's a company called Dossier from Walmart that makes Santal 33, imitation Santal 33. They make an imitation. Tom Ford, they make imitation Gucci, Prada, and stuff like that. And it comes really close, I'd say, especially those other ones. Santal 33 was very close. Doesn't last as long, doesn't age on your skin the same, but it definitely, the first initial spray and smell and everything is like, oh, yeah, that's Santal 33 smelling. They've got down the Paris, which is Cypriol, and everything, like, very good. And those are only $50 as opposed to like paying $300 for the same size of bottle or whatever. So, yeah, I think they can do a pretty good job sometimes. Really depends. A lot of things that say they're sandalwood just smell like cinnamon. They don't even have any real actual sandalwood in it because that's the second most expensive wood in the whole world. And it's like endangered and highly regulated, and you can't even really get Indian sandalwood barely anymore. So it's usually all comes from Australia now,
I gotcha.
which changes the way it smells. It's a parasitic. It has like parasitic roots or whatever. It like sucks the life out of everything around it. So they have to control where they grow it. They used to have it in India. The soil's different. Everything's gonna be different there. So if you go and grow something like that in Australia, it's going to be different. It'll be the same as like growing a potato in two different soils or growing something in two different soils and have a different taste,
Right.
That'll leave it there, yeah.
What are your favorite, like, smells in general?
Favorite smells? Well, that's a weird one. Oh, I can't say that.
Pussy?
But like a typical smell. I'd say I like sandalwood is my top favorite, and probably Cypriol neck, like the papyrus smell, like fresh reed, it's like crisp, watery, but woody. Palo Santo, which is another kind of wood that comes from South America. I also like saffron is really good, but that's a weird one.
Yeah, isn't that super expensive?
Well, I don't pay much money for it, but yeah, it's like $50 a gram, $20 to $50 a gram. I get it for $5.80 a gram for real stuff from Spain and a tin and everything because I get it wholesale. I have a really good mindful market here that brings a lot of really good stuff to you for a good deal. I'll get what else? They've got this. My Palo Santo, for example. Usually, one little stick of these things cost about $5 to $6, maybe $7 per stick, and I get them. If I can get $5, I can get like 10 sticks. So I buy in bulk. In a place. Saffron's good. It has a deep smell. It's like the depth, like the gut punch smell, and a fine fragrance. That one that like hits you and you go, whoa. That's the saffron is what's doing that. You can't really smell it. It's just having that effect where it gives it all like this deep, almost metallic kind of, or almost like a, earthy, sweet, like a rock or something. It's hard to describe.
Okay.
A little bit floral too. It comes from a flower.
Right. Okay.
But it's such a subtle floral smell.
All right. Okay. I have to adjust 3 computers. I'm still here, and I want to hear your answer to this. What kitchen smells do you like? Like cinnamon, vanilla, you mentioned. What else?
Yeah, vanilla. Especially if you get yourself like a real vanilla bean and everything. That smells so good. And just handling it like it's gonna linger around for a long time on your hands and everything. You wash your hands off, rinse them off, do all that stuff. I'm not big on stripping tons of germs all the time, so I'm constantly using like crazy amounts of some like powerful ass soap. I use some pretty like natural soaps, so I don't know. Anyways, that's not what you asked about.
That's okay. That's still interesting.
Kitchen smell. Cardamom's a good one too. That's kind of like a cinnamon. Cardamom's really good.
Do you like nutmeg?
What was that?
Do you like nutmeg?